Imagine you get a ISEKAI'd and can tame literally any creature. What do? You and I both know we'd go absolutely crazy with it. Would you tame a cute little pet to spoil every single day? Or maybe contract a terrifying beast to act as your ultimate bodyguard? Or would you just build a massive harem of gorgeous girls and start living the absolute isekai dream? But reality hits hard, right? This new world is completely brutal, and our incredibly unlucky guy, Zhang Ping, knows this all too well. He proves it by becoming the universe's favorite punching bag. The moment our boy shows up, everyone just relentlessly mocks and doubts him. And honestly, the danger level is off the charts. All this trauma makes Zhang Ping seriously question his sanity. Why is everyone else acting like everything is perfectly fine? I can totally feel him screaming internally, completely doubting his very existence. Is he really the only one in the entire city seeing these monsters? Doesn't Mingzhou City literally have a massive defensive barrier set up right now? Everyone is just cattle waiting to be eaten. Our guy thinks his isekai run is over before the harem even starts. But heaven refuses to let Zhang Ping throw in the towel that easily. If no creature wants his contract, our boy is just going to forge his own legendary path. He makes his choice and literally shoves the contract gem right into his own mouth. Zhang Ping pulls the absolute craziest big brain move ever. He chooses to contract himself and become his very own summoned beast. He's completely fired up, ready to flip the world upside down and finally rewrite his destiny. Whether it's mutated monsters or massive mountains of undead zombies, if they threaten this world, Zhang Ping is going to hunt down every single one of them. In his past life, he was a rescue worker who died in a tragic accident. Now he lives in this wild fantasy world where magical beasts and superpowered awakened humans actually exist side by side. Now, his totally unique awakened power lets him burn physical and mental energy to create a special contract gem. The crazy catch? The target must completely willingly accept it, and then our boy gets absolute control over their soul. This should be insanely overpowered, but that voluntary rule is a massive nerf. While he's stressing over it, a sweet voice suddenly chimes in. Zhang Ping, what exactly are you doing? He instantly spins around, trying to smooth talk the beauty. Oh, nothing. Luo Qingyu, do you want some candy? But she just frowns, giving him the absolute hardest look of disgust right on the spot. Get lost. Who wants you controlling them? Our hero knows the harsh truth: the target has to be 100% willing. Otherwise, swallowing the shiny gem literally won't do a single thing, so he just flops back, making a quick excuse. Hey, I'm just joking. Then he starts sorting through his chaotic memories. The original owner literally died because this power was such hot garbage. The guy basically died from pure frustration. Good thing our boy is an isekai survivor, using his past life grit to handle the absolute mess. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu yanks his hair and yells out, "Hey, don't give up so easily. The world is massive. There has to be some creature willing to let you control them." Wincing from the pain, Zhang Ping argues back. Easy for you to say. Who besides me would ever actually agree to that? And right there, you can see the genius light bulb go off in his head. Wait, myself. He actually mutters out loud. That's it. Why didn't I think of this brilliant loophole before? Zhang Ping instantly shoves the gem right into his mouth, making Luo Qingyu completely panic. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, his entire body is wrapped in a blinding green light, leaving him staring completely stunned at the magic. Luo Qingyu rushes over, totally freaking out. Are you okay? Our boy just rigidly replies, still trying to process his new cheat skill. No, I'm perfectly fine. She lets out a massive sigh of relief and warns him. Never do that again. You scared me to death. Before leaving, she turns back with a quick reminder. I have to report to the patrol team tomorrow morning, so don't wait up. Zhang Ping can't hide his absolute curiosity. Are you seriously planning to graduate already? Luo Qingyu straight up drops her ultimate ambition. Yeah, I've memorized every single thing in those books. The only way I'm leveling up now is through actual, real-life combat. What an absolute boss. Zhang Ping has to admit to himself, she's totally right. Joining the patrol team to protect their home has always been her ultimate dream since day one. Now she finally has the chance to do it. Stick with me here, this part is sweet. Luo Qingyu tilts her head to comfort him. Don't get discouraged. When you finally get stronger, maybe we can even work together. Since his power is considered pure trash, the school literally assigned him the farmer class. Zhang Ping just scratches his head and forces a laugh. I think I should probably just head back to the village and farm. He plays it off perfectly on the outside, but man, my heart breaks for him. He knows that after this, seeing her again is going to be incredibly difficult. Even though she's just the original host's childhood friend, splitting up like this feels seriously tragic. Zhang Ping is so busy coping mentally that he doesn't even realize his body is moving completely on its own. I really want to hug her. In one reckless second, His body actually carries out that bold desire. Zhang Ping's heart leaps right into his throat, his inner voice absolutely screaming in panic at what's happening. Why did my body just move by itself? Luo Qingyu quickly snaps back to reality and shoves him away. Well, I'm just gonna head out now. Our boy is still totally buffering, only managing to dryly spit out a single word. Goodbye. She runs a good distance away before suddenly spinning around and yelling back. Make sure you stay out of trouble. After watching her leave, he just stares intensely at his own hands. His body totally moved on its own to hug her. He literally gave himself an unconscious command without even trying. You can see the massive gears turning in Zhang Ping's head. Is that just a glitch? He needs to test the absolute limits of this power. He immediately issues a high-difficulty command. Launch into the air. After painfully face-planting into the dirt, our boy tries a crazy martial arts shoulder bash. The result? His joints literally crunch in protest. Damn it, this is absolute nonsense. He rolls around on the ground, completely exhausted, and finally accepts his fate. Yeah, that's not happening. Zhang Ping replays those embarrassing test runs and starts calculating the actual results in his head. What we know for sure is that he can force his body to execute almost any action, but the strict rule is it can't exceed normal human limits, so no magical flying or transforming into bizarre creatures. Plus, he can perfectly execute crazy moves he's never even practiced, just by remembering them. So theoretically speaking, as long as his physical stamina is high enough, our boy can instantly master literally any martial art out there. Realizing this insane potential, Zhang Ping leaps up like a total boss. If he just finds a way to boost his stamina, he'll become absolutely unstoppable. But there's still one crucial theory left to test. The very next day, when he finally peels open his exhausted eyes, he has his glorious answer. Wait, I'm in the cafeteria? But before celebrating, Zhang Ping has to deal with a much more painful problem. My legs, they're completely numb. Then it hits him before sleeping. He gave himself a command to jog. Did his body literally go on a morning run while his brain was totally knocked out? Even though he's basically half paralyzed right now, Zhang Ping is absolutely thrilled. This is massive. His crazy theory from yesterday is 100% spot on. His body can flawlessly execute complex commands even while his mind is completely unconscious. He looks around shiftily like a thief, whispering to himself, Awesome, nobody's paying any attention to me. But right on cue, the entire cafeteria completely erupts into absolute chaos. Student Luo Shiyu is here. Oh my god, it's Luo Shiyu. Good morning, Luo Shiyu. It's our school goddess. Amidst the screaming fans, she softly replies, Good morning. You and I know exactly what happens next. Zhang Ping's brain completely short-circuits the second he locks eyes with her. You and I have to talk about this scene. What hit Zhang Ping wasn't the campus beauty, Luo Shiyu. It was an ugly, monstrous, heavenly fox. Our boy's face went totally pale, his heart hammering. He's panicking. How is nobody else seeing this? This is definitely not Luo Shiyu. Speak of the devil, right? The monster has zero clue her disguise is busted. She just keeps playing the sweet, caring girl role perfectly. You don't look so good, Zhang Ping. I got chills as fake Luo Shiyu slowly crept up to him. Classmate Zhang Ping, you really don't look well. She was so thrilled she almost let her true, terrifying nature slip out. Are you sick? Poor Zhang Ping was shaking like a leaf. I wanted to scream through the screen as he mentally begged himself, Stay calm, just stay calm. Our guy's face was dead white. He frantically shook his head, doing his best to hide that he knew her dark secret. No, I'm fine. Just had a nightmare last night and didn't sleep well. He quickly jumped up, making the ultimate excuse to escape. Oh, right, I have class soon. Gotta run. The fake Luo Shiyu still didn't realize she was exposed. She looked slightly confused. Was that the scent of fear or just her imagination? Meanwhile, Zhang Ping finally got to safety. Only then did our boy dare to actually think about what just happened. Why are there mutated beasts inside the school? How is nobody else noticing them? Is he just losing his mind? Finally, he comes up with a classic smart move. He needs to report this to a teacher immediately. Suddenly, Zhang Ping's face went completely dark. His eyes widened in absolute terror, like he just witnessed the most horrific scene imaginable. Right in front of him, another heavenly fox was happily devouring some poor, unlucky victim. Without wasting a single second, our smart protagonist just bolted. He ran for his life, pretending he hadn't seen a single thing. Up on the massive rooftop, Zhang Ping just screamed his absolute frustration into the empty sky. It hurt watching him cry silently in pure agony. Something is terribly wrong, heavily wrong with this entire place. Is this place literal hell on earth, damn it? Then a sudden realization hit him about the root cause. Was he only seeing these mutated beasts because he ate that mysterious item earlier? So he decides to gamble his life all over again. Whatever it takes, he has to turn himself back to normal. Right after absorbing it, Zhang Ping's entire body erupted into a brilliant glowing light. He just stared in pure confusion. What is happening? His eyes quickly activated the new skill appraising. The system chime confirming a successful appraisal rang out, just as those horrifying memories flashed right back before him. He was so shocked he could barely catch his breath. Did I just awaken the appraisal skill? Zhang Ping tried hard to analyze his newly appraised body stats, feeling completely helpless to solve this mess. It really is a contract gem. It even has a level, but what does the activated effect actually mean? The system instantly updated, showing that a summoner holds absolute command and gets total obedience from their summoned beast. Our boy stared blankly at his own stats. Could this crazy new talent actually be tied to him eating that extra gem? I was literally on the edge of my seat. A good while later, Zhang Ping's mood hadn't improved at all. He was still super stressed, trying to break down the grim situation right in front of him. Point 1. I've somehow become both the summoned beast and my very own contractor. Point 2. My mind and body are strictly controlled by the contractor, which is me. Because of this crazy loophole, no illusion magic can work on him. That's exactly why he can see those mutated beasts' true forms. Our genius protagonist carefully calculated his next big move. Let's look at this together. These beasts are all Heavenly Fox, and their levels are insanely high. Zhang Ping is only level 1. He's definitely no match for their mind-bending perception skills right now. Even if a Heavenly Fox eats someone right in public, everyone else just sees two normal students chatting. That's why not a single person has noticed anything weird. The lore here is so dark. Suddenly, he thought of someone and gave this awkward little smile. If it's about mind control, I remember Luo Qingyu's power is also mental-based. Maybe she'll actually have a way to beat this. The final moments of the school day finally wrapped up. Outside, the sky had already shifted into this beautifully dreamy, faded pink sunset. The contrast to the horror is wild, but completely clashing with that soft view, Zhang Ping's face just looked more exhausted by the second. I can't believe they're outside the school too. He tried his hardest to look casual, slipping past the busy crowd like a total ghost. Staring right at these mutated beasts roaming freely in the streets, our guy could only shake his head. He silently wondered just how many of these things are actually out here. Pushing the panic aside, Zhang Ping rushed straight to the patrol headquarters to find his friend. The moment he walked into the lobby, a very eager receptionist greeted him. "Hello there. Is there anything you need help with today?" I could tell a deep sense of dread just hit him, but he forced himself to act normal. "I'm here to see someone. Luo Qingyu. She should be reporting for duty here today." The receptionist replied so calmly. She had zero clue that Zhang Ping already saw she was eaten and replaced by a monster. "Sure thing. Please wait just a moment." Zhang Ping was having a massive headache trying to process this. Heavenly Fox infiltrated the cleansing squad? Can't even high-level awakeners see through their illusions? While he was deep in thought, a super familiar voice snapped him back. "Zhang Ping, what are you doing here?" He jumped a little and quickly spun around to look. "Oh," he stood up awkwardly to explain, "I was just worried you wouldn't adjust well, so I came to check on you." Luo Qingyu looked so happy as she started introducing everyone. "It's totally fine. Let me introduce you guys. These are my teammates. They've all been taking great care of me." But watching Zhang Ping's eyes, man, his gaze shifted into something completely broken. "Is that so? That's great." Still totally oblivious to his completely horrified expression, she passionately shared her dreams. "I want to work hard and grow stronger. In the future, I'll hunt down those mutated beasts and avenge my parents." Meanwhile, our boy just stared at the floor, feeling utterly powerless. "Yeah." She playfully tried to tempt him. "Oh, right, my squad is actually short on people. Want me to pull you into the patrol team?" Hearing that, he aggressively shook his head and waved his hands. "No way, my abilities wouldn't help at all. I'm definitely more suited for logistics." Luo Qingyu pouted, looking genuinely disappointed. "That's a shame." On the flip side, Zhang Ping scrambled to find an exit. "Since you're adjusting so well, I won't bother you anymore." His smile died instantly, crushed by the brutal reality he just discovered. I felt so bad as he gritted his teeth in defeat. He finally turned his back, forced to abandon the people already consumed by the Heavenly Fox. "Goodbye, Luo Qingyu." He furiously cursed in his mind. And honestly, I agree. Are you kidding me? Weren't the patrol guards supposed to be Mingzhou City's strongest? How the hell did their entire squad get wiped out? Zhang Ping heartbreakingly clenched his fists. Luo Qingyu literally just arrived today, and yet, she's already gone. Right in the middle of the bustling street, his lonely footsteps suddenly stopped, weighed down by this invisible, crushing grief. He stood there frozen, looking like a totally lost soul in that chaotic city crowd. It looks like the Heavenly Fox didn't just infiltrate the school, they've taken over the entire city. Everyone living in Mingzhou City is just captive livestock to them. This plot twist is insane. Zhang Ping carefully reevaluated everything he knew. I managed to investigate a few things using my appraisal skill. Most Heavenly Fox are sitting at mid to high levels. He recalled the exact lore details perfectly. Levels 1 through 9 are beginner, 10 to 19 are mid-tier, and 20 to 29 are straight-up high level. 30 to 39 means peak level, but this brutal reality just completely destroyed that logic. The patrol squad actually had plenty of high-level awakeners in their ranks, yet they couldn't beat them. The beast who murdered Luo Shiyu is dangerously strong. His instincts are screaming it. So, what do we think he does next? Things are getting insanely intense. Our boy Zhang Ping constantly reminds himself that using his appraisal skill instantly locks onto his location. He can only risk it on high-level enemies. We are talking about literal king-tier threats here. Those other Heavenly Foxes punching way above their weight class against awakened fighters, it has to be because of that. Zhang Ping quietly studies every single move the civilians make, which is totally unlike normal mutated beasts. You and I both know these Heavenly Foxes are insanely smart. They master disguise, living peacefully among humans on the surface. His mind stays rock solid, but I can tell that is just an act. Their main targets are usually to boost their own power or hunt down people with high social status. My heart breaks for him as he realizes everyone else is basically just captive livestock to them. His mood totally drops when he thinks about his only option, because fighting a Heavenly Fox head-on is straight-up suicide for our main character. But he refuses to just stand by and watch innocent people die. He knows he has to level up and get stronger. Over a week passes, and the dark night sky stays incredibly thick, leaving the full moon shining like a lonely street lamp. Zhang Ping groggily realizes he is waking up earlier every day. His stamina is definitely shooting up, meaning his body needs way less time to sleep. I love seeing this growth. He trains so hard that his character design is actually starting to look different. Pushing his physical limits these past few days finally earned him a level up. Suddenly, he remembers that epic moment of discovery. Besides the daily grind, he keeps trying to create and eat gems every single day, hoping to roll a new power or talent just like those first 2 times. But the drop rates have been terrible. Ever since his awakening, every gem he makes turns out completely colorless, and eating them does absolutely nothing for his stats. Then, out of nowhere, a miracle hits Zhang Ping like a final ray of hope. Guys, today the gem actually has color. He closes his eyes and tosses the gem right in. It looks gross, but he prays for a buff. Suddenly, an explosive wave of pure energy bursts from his entire body. He instantly recognizes the feeling, and the stat panel pops up like it has a mind of its own. The level 2 gem contract grants a brand new talent upon waking, superior stealth and movement in the dark. Zhang Ping cheers like crazy, realizing he finally awakened a new talent, meaning he can totally go out and investigate at night now. The system keeps listing off crazy new stats. This level 2 gem contract triggers a talent every time he wakes, while giving the Nightwalker class insane vision and top-tier stealth in the shadows. This sudden twist leaves him completely stunned. Even his gem contract leveled up, making him wonder if it scales directly with his own player level. A wild theory pops into his head. What if he awakens a new ability with every single level up? I mean, wouldn't that make him totally overpowered? Zhang Ping gets hyped and jumps straight into action. No time to waste. He needs to grind right now and test out how broken this new talent really is. Right on cue, a system notification pings. Nightwalker successfully activated. Even though he has been grinding his training for a long time now, our guy shows zero signs of fatigue. His stamina pool seems even better than 3 days ago. Suddenly, his feet just stop when he spots a weird loot drop rolling on the side of the road. Zhang Ping is confused, guessing it is a ring. He spams his skill to check it. Appraisal failed. Appraisal successful. Assassin ring. Once equipped, all creatures subconsciously ignore the wearer. Only high-tier awakened characters or above have immunity to this effect. The moment the appraisal goes through, that crazy phenomenon kicks in again. A full holographic flashback. Let's watch this play out together. Zhang Ping sighs heavily, trying to figure out if this guy is the ring's owner. He watches the intense showdown, desperately trying to piece the lore together. Does this guy see Luo Shiyu as human? Or is he actually her enemy? That theory gets instantly shut down when Zhang Ping remembers a massive plot point. No, absolutely no way. He firmly confirms that Luo Shiyu is an orphan who never made any enemies. So there is only one logical explanation left. Besides him, there are other rogue players secretly fighting these monsters right here in Mingzhou City. Suddenly, a screeching, nasty voice aggressively roars out. Who goes there? Our guy is busy inspecting the assassin ring and literally jumps out of his skin. Not good! The Heavenly Fox goes completely crazy trying to find the high-tier item. The ring is gone, meaning someone was just here. The beast violently sniffs the air, trying to track the culprit's scent. Zero aura left behind. How is that even possible? To hide from me, it must be a mid-tier awakened or higher. Hiding behind a wall, Zhang Ping finally connects the dots. Oh man, they totally left the ring here as bait. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Fox is sprinting back to report the big news. I have to inform His Highness the Prince right away. He rubs the assassin ring in his hand before making his final call. The situation is way too suspicious now, so holding on to it is his best play. As the clock hits 5:36 in the morning, the sky paints a soft pink, setting up this rare, peaceful vibe. Zhang Ping is still grinding away, studying inside his room. Since the sun wasn't up earlier, his Nightwalker class and the assassin ring perfectly cloaked his presence. He realizes real power isn't just about base stats. Gear drops matter too. Suddenly, a violent crashing sound echoes outside his room, like something ready to tear its prey apart. Right then, a soft, gentle voice unexpectedly speaks up. Zhang Ping. I'm freaking out for him as he panics at the sudden intrusion, yelling out, "Who is it? Who's talking?" Meanwhile, Tu Zhao keeps desperately warning him, "Hide!" She gently steps closer and whispers right in his ear, "They." Her voice fades away as the Heavenly Foxes literally breach the room. Are here. Fierce winds furiously smash through the window, howling like a dark omen closing in. The mob of Heavenly Foxes instantly swarms Zhang Ping's room. It literally looks like they have absolutely no intention of letting any living creature escape alive. The leader flashes a demonic smile and asks, "Is it him?" Without hesitation, it charges up a massive attack, aiming straight at the figure lying on the bed. Die! Zhang Ping is completely fast asleep when Luo Shiyu's razor-sharp claws suddenly slash right past his face. With her claws hovering right over his face, she quietly analyzes her prey, not even a single flinch. If this trash was our missing target, he would have desperately jumped up by now. Plus, I don't sense the ring's aura. Then she just silently turns and walks away. Her lackeys look totally confused and ask, "Your Highness, why not just kill him? This guy jogs every single morning without fail, yet today he didn't. Isn't that super suspicious?" Luo Shiyu instantly shuts it down. It is not him. She bares her fangs, her eyes glowing a terrifying blood red. He is literally just food with absolutely zero utility value. Luo Shiyu proudly swings her claws, her eyes burning as she loudly commands, "Do not waste the food." Both of her minions instantly drop to their knees, bowing to the floor. Yes. A moment later, Zhang Ping snaps awake, his face pale with absolute panic. "Are you guys sweating yet?" He spits the ring out of his mouth and gasps in pure terror. "Too close. I nearly died of a heart attack." He anxiously realizes his mistake. He totally forgot about his daily morning jog. Our boy Trungbin puts the ring in his palm, breathing a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness he commanded his body into a deep sleep earlier, hiding his flaws perfectly. Tian Zhao's blurry silhouette suddenly flashes right back into his mind. I mean, was hearing her voice just now nothing more than a crazy hallucination? He tells himself to stop being so sentimental. Our protagonist needs to get stronger to avenge her. Bottom line, to keep that sneaky Thien Thung Ho from getting suspicious, he has to pretend to live his normal everyday life first. So he heads off to his academy just like normal. Suddenly, he overhears some intense whispering from the teachers nearby. "Hey, did you catch the news? Today, the patrol squad right next to our campus found a body slashed completely in half." She continues sharing the gossip, looking absolutely stunned. And get this, you guys, the corpse belongs to the infamous Huck Tin Koch, the #1 top assassin of Mingzhou City. Remember how the city lord got injured by him before? Well, those old wounds flared up, and he actually passed away peacefully. Hearing this, Trungbin starts piecing things together. Slashed in half? Could it really be that cloaked guy? He mentally calculates the odds, looking totally stressed and bewildered. I mean, even the ultimate #1 assassin got wiped out so easily. Lac Thivor's power level is seriously off the charts. Is displaying the corpse publicly just a warning to any rival factions opposing Thien Thung Ho? Our clever boy starts plotting a survival route, knowing they will absolutely increase their security from now on. He realizes he desperately needs to grab some defensive gear soon. Fast forward a bit, school is finally over, and the entire campus is bustling with students heading home. Trungbin hurries straight to the blacksmith shop, but his system keeps flashing annoying notifications. Appraisal failed, appraisal failed, appraisal failed. He complains internally, realizing practically every single forge in the city seems completely occupied by Thien Thung Ho. Then, his eyes shoot wide open in pure shock. The system suddenly pops up a rare success message. His beginner appraisal skill just leveled up to intermediate. This upgrade is a total game mechanic boost. Now he can actually appraise an item's true value. Without missing a beat, Trungbin uses it on the Thien Thung Ho guy right in front of him. Intermediate mutated beast class. It has a cognitive distortion talent that alters a target's perception, making them completely oblivious to anything weird. The Thien Thung Ho tries super hard to lure him in. "Young man, come inside and take a look." He quickly waves them off and coldly turns his back to leave. No, thanks. He calculates his next move. The top priority now is finding a safe zone that hasn't been taken over yet. Later, Trung Bin strolls past the Thi Chi Hon blacksmith when he catches Bao Kuok's super sketchy sales pitch. My gear is the absolute best around. Just look at this texture. Check out this brilliant shine. The guy waves the sword around, desperately trying to close the deal. You've had a tough time, old man. If you want to buy, I will endure the pain and give you my absolute lowest price. But honestly, those words just go right over Thiet Fong's head. Huh? What did you say? He casually blows a puff of cigarette smoke right into the dude's face and mumbles, Did you just say my daughter is waiting for me to eat? Bao Kuok scowls and screams at him, You crazy old man. He angrily slams his fist down on the counter, throwing out insults without holding back. Are you totally deaf? Meanwhile, Trung Bin wanders into the shop and randomly grabs the sword off Bao Kuok's table. The scammer glares at him, absolutely furious, and yells, Who goes there? But our guy just keeps admiring the blade with a totally chill, unbothered expression on his face. Appraise, Bao Kuok immediately bares his teeth, his eyes practically shooting fire as he lunges to snatch the sword back. You little brat, how dare you steal my stuff? The item stats pop up for Trung Bin. Normal quality. It looks cool but is completely useless in combat. Plus, it was previously broken. The value is a total ripoff. He drops his jaw and panics, shouting out, Hold on, this sword. But before he can even finish his sentence, half of the blade is already in Bao Kuok's hand, completely snapped. The scammer throws a massive tantrum, literal lightning bolts sparking all around his entire body. Damn it, you ruined my perfect hustle, he screams in a blind rage as explosive lightning blasts dirt and rocks everywhere. Do you even know who I am? Bao Kuok flexes so hard his muscles actually shred his shirt into pieces. Then he introduces himself, putting on this super intimidating and threatening tough guy tone. I am the direct disciple of Grandmaster Ma at the Hin Yi Vorn Quan. He strikes a combat stance and charges straight at Trung Bin, face burning with insane battle aura. Take this. Suddenly, a barrage of glowing light beams crashes down, making the ground shake violently. Bao Kuok moves like an anime ghost, flickering in and out of sight to launch attacks from every possible angle. But Trung Bin stays completely unfazed, simply swinging one arm and smacking him right in the face. He casually speaks up as the guy crumples to the floor, looking absolutely pathetic after taking just one single hit. Is that really it? Bao Kuok groans with a super weak voice. You little brat, you have 0 martial arts honor. Trung Bin doesn't even care and just uses his appraisal skill directly on him. Appraise. His talent is some ridiculous, supreme, invincible, earth-shattering chaos energy. Basically, using any martial arts move automatically generates these insanely flashy special effects. But here's the absolute hilarious part, only the user can actually see them. Overusing it just makes the person completely delusional, trapped in their own fantasy world without any self-control. Bao Kuok points right at Trung Bin's face and trash talks. Watch your back when you step outside later. Trung Bin just waves him off dismissively. Is this clown really just here for comedic relief? Nope. Bao Kuok instantly lunges from behind with this maniacal grin. My chance. But Trung Bin just delivers another solid punch, sending the scammer crashing to the ground, covered in bruises. Trying to sneak attack me? Who's the one with 0 martial arts honor now? Meanwhile, Thiet Fong just calmly watches the entire beatdown, still puffing that cigarette in his mouth. Suddenly, Lu Suk steps up to Bao Kuok's battered face and speaks. I step out for 5 minutes, and my shop gets this chaotic? Her threatening tone drops perfectly, sounding absolutely terrifying. Are you walking out yourself? Or do I throw you out? Trung Bin steps toward the exit, thinking to himself that he should just go check out some other stores. At the exact same time, Bao Kuok cowardly scrambles away. I am so sorry. But then, Lu Suk violently slams her hand against the wall, pinning Trung Bin right there. You, stay. Her expression suddenly turns dead serious. We need to have a little chat. Our guy awkwardly avoids eye contact and stammers. Chat? Chat about what? Lu Suk immediately presses her body closer against him, her lips curling into this incredibly alluring, dangerous smile. I'm just a fragile girl, hustling every single day just to survive. Plus, I have to take care of an uncle whose mind broke after losing his daughter. You seem decent enough, and your character isn't half bad. So, how about it? Trung Bin's cheeks flush bright red in pure panic. What do you mean? Lu Suk suddenly wraps her arms tightly around his neck, giggling as she drops the bomb. Stay and become a blacksmith. Take care of old man Lu Thiet Fong, and help me watch the shop. Obviously, room and board are fully covered, plus a salary. You guys know what this means. Trung Bin instantly considers the massive benefits. If he grinds the blacksmith skill, he'll save a fortune on gear later. Plus, this specific shop doesn't seem controlled by the Thien Thung Ho faction yet. He immediately accepts the quest, his face burning with absolute determination. All right, I'm going to become the blacksmith king. Hearing this, Lusuk gets so hyped she literally slaps him hard enough to cause a nosebleed. Perfect, just the man I chose. Trung Bin lies completely paralyzed on the floor, internally crying tears of deep regret. First things first, he has to actually survive being in her hands. A few days later, our hero officially starts his grueling blacksmith training under Lusuk's extremely strict, terrifying supervision. Hit it harder! Let's jump right into this scene together. Look at our boy Zhang Ping panting heavily with those newly bulging muscles. He nervously asks Sister Lusuk if doing this is really okay. Her gentle, encouraging voice immediately reassures him that absolutely no one is going to show up. She quietly places a finger on her lips and praises his work. Not bad at all. Turns out, she is actually teaching him the secret method to knead and mold these crafting materials. I love this lore. She explains this is their exclusive forging technique, the flower face forging art. You just knead it like dough to perfectly fuse all the raw materials together. Lusuk suddenly turns around and tells him to hang tight while she grabs a mold from the warehouse. But before stepping out, she gives a super strict warning. The fuel is in the barrel nearby, and he absolutely cannot let that fire die out. Our guy cheerfully agrees. He agrees, but then starts awkwardly checking the wooden barrels nearby. He completely panics, asking himself if all of this is actually fuel. Things are looking really bad. The flame is literally about to die. Watching him frantically grab ingredients from the barrel and clumsily toss them onto the furnace is hilarious. He just yells to throw it all in. Muttering to himself, Zhang Ping quickly tosses a chunk of coal inside, then chucks another into the bottom burner to keep the heat up. But the second he does, the furnace violently erupts. Thick, blinding smoke instantly billows out and completely swallows the entire room. The fiery smoke gets so insanely thick that you can see his body stiffening from the total lack of air. He literally thinks he is dead. This is the crazy part. That swirling smoke suddenly condenses and shoots straight into his racing heart. His eyes flash brilliantly as he clutches his chest, screaming out in absolute agonizing pain. Just as suddenly, the blazing fire vanishes into thin air. Zhang Ping opens his eyes, looking completely dumbfounded. Coughing violently, he can only wonder out loud why the flames just died. Right then, his heart starts burning up all over again. He instantly grabs his chest, his face twisting in total agony. It is too hot. He immediately triggers his appraisal skill. The system panel pops up showing some seriously insane stats. 4-star growth value and literally infinite mental strength. This crazy boost leaves Zhang Ping totally stunned, realizing his growth value just spiked again. Connecting it to what just happened, he forms a wild theory. Then, he quickly appraises the crafted item from earlier. It reveals that crafted items drain stamina and mental energy. But if a target willingly eats the gemstone, the summoner gains total control over their life, soul, and consciousness. So, Overpowered. A bonus effect just triggered. Because of this, we watch his skill stats steadily climb higher and higher. His basic Nightwalker skill gains a star, granting him flawless night vision. Plus, his presence during the night massively drops, while his movement speed gets a huge boost. If he stands in the shadows, he becomes completely invisible. What a crazy buff. Our hero starts putting the pieces together. Awakening a new talent actually increases his growth value, but upgrading an old talent, like his appraisal ability, will consume that very same growth value. He immediately checks his appraisal skill next. It is now at intermediate level, but dropped a star. The success rate now depends purely on the power gap between him and his target. He hits the jackpot with this conclusion. As long as he keeps awakening new talents, his growth value becomes truly infinite. Suddenly, a brand new skill pops up on his stats panel. Basic Fire Eater, up by 1 star. This means he can swallow flames and convert them into fire elemental energy stored right inside his body. He can unleash that raw power whenever he wants until the reserves run completely dry. You can see the total confusion on his face. He remembers that everyone else has a strict limit on their growth value. Is he really the only one who can awaken multiple talents? Staring blankly at his stat board, he is completely dumbfounded. He realizes the Fire Eater ability is exactly what just absorbed all those deadly flames in the room. He closes his eyes to think critically. Wait a second, let's look at this together. He hit level 3 this morning and ate the level 3 gemstone. How on earth did the effect only trigger by evening? Was it waiting for the perfect moment? Right on cue, Lusuk steps back into the room. She looks around in pure shock, demanding to know what on earth happened to the place. She rushes over, grabbing his wrist in an absolute panic. She begs him to say he did not toss the crimson sand scales into the furnace. It causes massive explosions, a tiny detail she forgot to mention. He stammers back, feeling incredibly guilty. He nervously asks Sister Lusuk about paying for the property damage. She just drops the mold on the table, completely confused, asking what he is talking about. She says she is just glad he is safe, but wonders how he put the fire out. Those scales are notoriously hard to extinguish. Looking super awkward, our boy replies that it is a long story. Lusak then stares at the material he just forged, her eyes wide with sheer disbelief. She is absolutely blown away by how perfectly the elements fuse together. She notes it takes insanely high temperatures to achieve this flawless result. Slowly placing the material into the mold, she praises his obvious talent. His old academy completely misjudged him. With this level of skill, he could easily join the big three factions. This gets Zhang Ping curious, and honestly, me too. He asks her a great question. People always talk about the patrol guard and the cleansing squad as part of the big three. So what exactly is the mysterious third organization? While he asks, we see Lusak intensely focused on shaping the item. Holding the freshly forged dagger in her hand, she finally gives him an answer. She confirms Mingzhou City definitely has a third faction, but what they are called, or what they even do, remains a complete mystery to everyone. She then hands the finished blade right over to him. She casually mentions that since he wanted to buy gear earlier, he should just take this one if he likes it. He grabs the brilliantly glowing dagger, completely mesmerized as he studies every little detail. He mutters that such a high-tier weapon must cost a fortune. Naturally, he uses his trusty appraisal skill to pull up all the hidden stats on this gorgeous blade. It is called Beauty's Tear. Outstanding quality, forged from cold iron, and easily capable of shredding mid-level mutated monsters. Lusak drops the price tag, and you can see his eyes nearly bulge out of his head. She casually estimates the market value of the materials alone at around 100,000. Our guy has a total meltdown. He makes $3,000 a month. He cannot believe he is holding something so insanely valuable. Lusak just bursts into a hearty laugh, telling him to treat it as a reward for his epic progress today. Then she quickly turns around, giving him a friendly wave goodbye as she heads out. She mentions she still has a mission to run. She asks if skipping school is really okay for him. Zhang Ping smiles softly, telling her not to sweat it. He already wrapped up his early graduation paperwork. Before leaving, she gives one last careful warning. She tells him to take good care of the old man. He is a bit senile, so definitely do not let him run the shop alone. The second she leaves, you can see the intense anxiety creeping onto his face. Sure, the closed shop kept the Heavenly Foxes away before, but that massive explosion earlier? There is no way those mutant monsters did not notice the noise. He decides to use his Nightwalker skill to patrol the perimeter. Just like that, the scene fades into the dead of night. While patrolling the area, he spots an innocent-looking little girl happily playing on a swing. But wait! He uses his trusty appraisal skill and uncovers her terrifying true identity. She is actually a level 3 mutated beast, a deadly heavenly fox. Its stats are crazy. A basic mutated beast with a cognitive distortion talent, it can literally alter a target's perception, forcing them to completely ignore any terrifying anomalies right in front of them. Watching this, our hero thinks to himself, it is his first time seeing a heavenly fox at such a low level. He immediately whips out his new dagger, calculating his odds. They are both level 3, but he has epic gear backing him up. He knows he can win. Even though the inner city guards fell, the patrol forces outside the walls should still be completely fine. This is where you and I have to love his strategy. If he simply hands over the Heavenly Fox corpse to those guards, the higher-ups will definitely take notice of his immense potential. Okay, so out of nowhere, this massive ice block spawns right behind our guy, and Cece's chilling voice drops. She actually asks if he is attacking orphans. The threat level here is insane. Freeze, or I kill you. Then she literally binds Zhang Ping in solid ice. She warns him to drop whatever attack he was planning. Guys, she is not messing around. You can see Zhang Ping sweating here. He realizes her level is way higher than his. I mean, he has the Nightwalker talent and an assassin ring equipped, yet she still spotted him instantly. Then Cece gets uncomfortably close and whispers, if you want to live, find me at Truong Luen Vo Koni Vien. Our boy Zhang Ping is totally confused. Truong Luen Vo Koni Vien, he just stares in awe as she completely vanishes from the screen. She is gone. His main character intuition kicks in, guessing she definitely is not teamed up with that Tien Tuong Ho villain. Otherwise, it would be game over for him. Zhang Ping just stands there, totally stunned, trying to process this crazy plot twist. So here is his hidden backstory. He grew up in an orphanage and practiced fighting at a local park, which he privately named Truong Luen Vo Ko Ni Vien. She definitely knows his secret. As he tracks the path into the woods, he cannot stop analyzing that mystery girl's motives. And honestly, there is way more to this encounter. She was definitely stalking him, interrupting his attack on purpose. She lured our hero out here for a reason. Suddenly, a venomous tail rat spawns right in front of him, flashing some seriously razor-sharp claws. Zhang Ping is completely caught off guard. A mutated beast hiding inside the safe zone? He quickly activates his appraisal skill. Let's check the stats screen. It is an armored venom tail rat. A beginner-tier mutant beast packing a deadly toxic tail and a poison sac, capable of firing lethal venom right from its stinger. Our protagonist looks totally stressed out here. This rat outlevels him by 2 ranks, but it seems cautious. He considers retreating to break aggro, gripping his dagger tight while hesitating on his next move. No way. He realizes he has to clear this monster right now. He thinks about the orphans to boost his morale. If he leaves it, those kids playing in the park tomorrow could get wiped out. Come on, it is just a beginner-level mutant beast. He checks his dagger's stats. Nyan Lei. Excellent quality loot forged from cold iron. This weapon can easily deal piercing damage even to mid-tier mutated monsters. After hyping himself up, Zhang Ping does not hesitate for a single second. He charges straight in, looking absolutely fearless. He claims his victory. Dashing forward, he remembers all those fantasy web novels he read in his past life, where the main character wakes up and just instantly masters combat. Total plot armor logic, right? He lacks combat experience but plans to use his summoned beast instead. Suddenly, the rat curls into a rolling buzzsaw and launches into the air. Our boy is completely shocked. Wow, the rat actually has a spin attack. Zhang Ping quickly braces his stance. He raises his weapon, shifting into full defense against the incoming strike. The moment his blade hits that armored shell, you see him struggling. The armor rating is way too high. Engi Nan Lei cannot break through, so he needs to outsmart it. With a fast parry, he powerfully deflects the beast, launching it into a high rock. Suddenly, highly toxic magic starts glowing from the monster's claws. It fires a lethal magic blast straight at Zhang Ping, but our hero's agility stats let him cleanly dodge the whole attack. Dodging like a pro gamer. Up, down, backstep, and a perfect dodge roll. Landing smoothly, our guy quickly scans for weak points. The eyes. That is the only spot without heavy armor. The challenge is hitting the hitbox while it rolls into its defensive form. He has to break that annoying guard stance. He channels his internal fire magic right into his palm and triggers another appraisal skill. The system shows he can store fire elemental energy using Nut Lua, letting him unleash pyro attacks until his mana pool runs completely dry. The smirk on his face right now is priceless. Got it. Zhang Ping shifts his stance, getting ready to counter. He mentally preps his combo, the Mingzhou City rat chaser. His expression is looking intensely focused right now. I cannot believe the lore about Mingzhou City from the history book is actually viable. This specific skill utilizes size advantage to crush smaller mob enemies. While the beast spams poison attacks, our boy cleanly dodges every single projectile, closing the gap like an absolute speedrunner. He winds up his dagger with a spin move, knowing he needs to bait out its attack first. Even with the rat locked in its spinning defense buff, Zhang Ping charges aggressively. He plunges his dagger in, triggering a massive fire explosion across its body. Stupid rat. He channels more fire magic into his palm with an epic smirk. Keeping the burn damage ticking, he hilariously taunts the mob. Do not be mad at me. Watch this footwork. He steps back to anchor his stance, spinning his flaming blade to charge up a heavy strike. He winds up for the ultimate finishing move, waiting for the exact frame its guard drops down. He dashes in and lands a critical hit right into its eye. The impact is so ridiculously powerful, it literally shatters the ground. A direct strike to the weak spot. That hit triggers a massive, earth-shattering critical explosion. After completely roasting the boss, the system notification pops up. He leveled up from 3 to 4. He gleefully realizes grinding real combat yields way more experience than training. As he turns around, dark, shadowy magic quietly creeps up right behind him. He starts overthinking, realizing a mutant rat spawning inside the city alongside the Tian Tuang Ho is super suspicious. Could there be more hidden monsters? Suddenly, that dark aura traps him, and he literally starts sinking into the ground. What the? He falls straight into this terrifying void of darkness. Cece spawns a whirlpool trap that binds him completely. I am giving you 5 minutes, she announces. Our boy is absolutely panicking right now. It is the same girl from earlier. Cece aggressively points her sword right at his throat and demands, "Prove to me you are human." Zhang Ping is completely stun-locked, unable to move a single pixel. He glares back, looking so annoyed. He is obviously human. Why should he prove it? With a blade against his neck, our protagonist mentally pieces the lore together. Asking him to prove his humanity? She must know shape-shifting beasts are infiltrating the city. She just lacks an appraisal skill to verify, forcing him to do it. When he was about to jump that Tian Tuang Ho earlier, he must have triggered her suspicion meter. He forces an incredibly awkward smile and asks, "Could I get a little hint?" Then it hits him. Was that toxic rat encounter just her way of testing his stats? Cece's dialogue remains dead serious. 4 minutes left. Our guy spams his appraisal ability on her, but her resistance is too high. The skill literally fails 8 times. Make that 20 fails. The countdown timer drops heavily to 2 minutes. After spamming it thousands of times, his appraisal skill randomly levels up. He fires off one last scan. Intermediate appraisal levels up to advanced. Oh my god, advanced appraisal can actually reveal target factions. The stat panel instantly flashes all of Cece's hidden details, and I am so hyped to see this. Faction is the Cleanup Crew, a massive 5-star growth rate, level 28. She controls the water element. By just drinking water, she can store and freely manipulate water energy both around her and inside her own body. So overpowered. Our boy Trung Bin gasps in absolute shock. So strong, level 28. No wonder she was impossible to appraise. Even the Nightwalker and assassination rings are useless against her. He closes his dark eyes, looking so incredibly nervous. I really feel for him right now. The Cleanup Crew faction? We have never heard of them before. Could this actually be the mysterious third major organization besides the patrol and investigation teams? Meanwhile, our badass Cece keeps counting down. 1 minute left. Trung Bin completely panics, and honestly, who wouldn't? He quickly speaks up and asks her softly, "You called this little park a martial arts ground, so are you from the exact same orphanage as me?" His mind is just racing with pure confusion right now. But looking back at his orphanage memories, there is absolutely no one named Leo Tu Thiern. If she came from there, she must have changed her name. Trung Bin starts rattling off a bunch of classic names. Are you Liu Donyan, Liu Nyet Thu, Liu Hok Shin, or maybe Liu Tin Ver? That final name leaves Cece totally stunned and surprised. Leo Cece? But then, out of nowhere, her sharp blade slices past, drawing a drop of blood from his neck. I was literally screaming. She keeps that deadly sword right at his neck. She steps closer and strictly warns him. That does not prove you are actually a human. Trung Bin's eyes go wide as he pieces it together. That reaction proves she really is Liu Cece. She is 3 years older. When he entered Mingzhou Academy, she had already graduated and joined the patrol team. You and I know this is a massive secret only they share. He instantly flashes back to his precious childhood memories at the orphanage. Back then, Cece passionately trained him in martial arts every single day. So nostalgic. This epic move is the heaven-splitting earth, shattering invincible two-fist. You better learn it well. Back then, our beloved Trung Bin was just a clumsy, adorable little boy. Yes, ma'am, he replied. He smiles brightly and awkwardly speaks up, making Cece blush so hard from embarrassment. First stance, second stance, third stance, heaven-splitting earth, shattering invincible two-fist. Trung Bin shouts with such a joyful expression. You really are big sister Cece. So you? Before he can even finish his sentence, Cece abruptly cuts him off. Second question. She points right at his face and fiercely questions every single detail of his story. According to the Academy's official data, your awakened power is the gemstone contract. Because you simply could not meet the activation conditions, you were brutally rated as a useless tier. So what the heck have you been doing all this time? Trung Bin answers honestly with the most trustworthy face ever. 2 weeks ago, I actually ate the gemstone contract and fully turned into a summoned beast. But I am only controlled by myself. Because of that insane loophole, I am totally immune to the illusions of mutated beasts. I can see right through their disguises. He immediately feeds her all the crucial lore he knows. Based on my recent research, a massive number of heavenly illusion foxes are hiding in the city. I strongly suspect a whole pack has fully infiltrated Mingzhou City. Their racial innate talent is cognitive distortion. Cece frantically rushes over and aggressively grabs him by the collar, looking completely panicked by this massive revelation. Is everything you just said actually true? Trung Bin quickly fires back with hard, undeniable evidence. Like Nierp Street, the Van Thurn breakfast lady, the Kuan furniture boss, Longcho Road, and the blacksmith. He stares intensely into Cece's eyes and declares boldly, and that heavenly illusion fox you literally stopped me from attacking. These guys are all low-level heavenly illusion foxes. They can only possess our bodies. Cece hastily turns her back and orders, you stay right here. I will be right back. She instantly contacts Kimba to verify if Trung Bin's wild intel is actually accurate or not. Kimba, is this crazy news reliable? On the other end, Kimba firmly confirms. The first thing we can be absolutely sure of is that this mutated beast called Heavenly Illusion Fox has never been spotted around Mingzhou City. However, this crazy cognitive distortion ability has actually appeared before. It perfectly matches our boy Trung Bin's exact description. He speaks with an intensely serious tone. I sent top agents to secretly capture the closest two. They should be back very soon. Suddenly, Varn Thurng wildly dives down toward him from above. Kimba swings a devastatingly powerful punch and furiously roars. You wanna die. He immediately lands a brutal punch right into her stomach, turning her face totally pale. She instantly crashes hard into the dirt, blood relentlessly gushing out from her ruined belly. What a hit, Kimba angrily mutters. You really do not know your own limits. Suddenly, this super dark, creepy magic aura starts rising straight out of Varn Thurng's shattered corpse. In just a flash, that body reveals its true form as a nasty heavenly illusion, Fox. Kimba immediately makes the call. It looks like the intel is real. We finally know exactly what our enemy is. I love this reveal. He boldly commands his terrified subordinates. Notify the other squads right now. Annihilate all the targets on sight. His team loudly replies back in perfect unison. Understood. Let's pause and check on Mingzhou Academy together, shall we? The villainous Thievour is lounging around, thoroughly enjoying the breeze with servants waiting on her every whim. Suddenly, her eyes snap wide open like she just sensed something huge. Her panicked minion loudly cries out, Your Highness! Thievour desperately takes flight as she feels that bitter loss. Another one of my forces just died on Lac Nierp Street. She glares with the most terrifying expression ever seen. To defeat them so incredibly fast and instantly hide their aura, completely avoiding my detection. Her evil eyes flash with absolute fury, the giant heavenly illusion Fox avatar looming right behind her. Who on earth did this? After watching Cece finish her intense call with Kimba, our boy Trungbin eagerly asks, Did you verify it? Cece still looks so suspicious. But we cannot be entirely sure yet. You suddenly gaining the power to see through the heavenly illusion Fox's magic. Could this be a deliberate trap set by the enemy? She finally retracts the epic water energy binding Trungbin and continues her plan. So you can only be used as a guide for now. Moving forward, I will secretly protect you from the shadows. If you happen to discover anything else, you can contact me directly. Trungbin awkwardly rubs his stiff shoulders after being tightly restrained for way too long. Protection and surveillance? Yeah, that is fine by me. As long as we can take down the heavenly illusion foxes, I do not care. Cece quickly tosses a piece of cold jade at him, then turns her back looking incredibly cool and aloof. Take this item. This jade is part of a pair. One is called cold jade, the other is hot jade. She carefully instructs him with that awesome veteran vibe. When in danger, just coat the cold jade with your fire. The hot jade in my hand will heat up. I will immediately know you are in grave danger and can rush to your rescue. Her strict voice rings out, sounding super serious. But I still demand that you rapidly boost your own combat power. No one can ever guarantee your safety 100% in this world. Meanwhile, Trungbin is heavily focused on wrapping bright fire around his cold jade, following her awesome instructions perfectly. Big sister too. He rubs his head and speaks with such an adorably embarrassed look. I was actually planning to find a dojo to learn martial arts, but I just do not have the funds to pay that tuition. Cece simply turns to leave, waving her hand effortlessly. I will request funding from the organization. You should take some time to find a dojo that perfectly suits you. Trungbin's face lights up with a massive smile. That is awesome. Thank you, big sister Cece. The next morning, he strolls down the street, deep in thought. The heavenly illusion foxes have really decreased these past few days. The cleanup crew must have wiped them all out. But you and I can see the truth. Cece still has not revealed her identity, meaning she does not fully trust our boy yet. You and I both know, if his appraisal skill hadn't just leveled up to reveal target factions, Zhang Ping never would have realized she was part of the cleanup crew. Watching him suddenly stop and close his eyes to think is always a treat. How did they even know mutated beasts breached Mingzhou City anyway? But our guy just shrugs it off as long as they help fix this mess. He does not care. I loved watching him stretch out his arms before hunting for a dojo. Plus, dropping 100,000 pearl coins right out of the gate, our guy is seriously generous. That is exactly when he spots Kitman trying to hand out flyers, only for everyone to brutally reject her. Want to learn martial arts? Does anyone want to learn Beast King boxing? My favorite guy Zhang Ping steps right up and reaches out. Let me see one. Kitman beams with pure excitement and hands it over. Sure, he studies the flyer, rubbing his chin in doubt. This fee is seriously high. Plus, I do not even know if this style actually fits me. Kitman blushes so hard, her cheeks turning bright red as she flashes him the most absolute radiant smile. It is definitely worth the price. Our Beast King boxing is incredibly famous here in Mingzhou City. Seeing our hero hesitate like that, she steps in close and hits him with a really tempting offer. If you do not believe me, I can demonstrate it right now. Just like that, she drops into a fierce combat stance, breaking down the basic techniques for him. The first three moves are Ape King, Giant Croc, and Phoenix Claw. Zhang Ping watches her every move like a hawk. I can practically hear him thinking this Beast King style crushes light boxing in both footwork and raw striking power. Kitman launches right into the first stance, throwing a sharp, picture-perfect punch. Then she plants her feet wide to form a solid base and whips her arms out with some seriously crazy flexibility. You can tell Zhang Ping is totally impressed. Next, Kitman leaps high into the air, unleashing a heavy strike for the third stance before calling out to him. Ape King movements are wild and never fixed. Zhang Ping stays locked in, analyzing every single twitch of her muscles, except there is just one tiny little problem here. Kitman completely botches the landing and falls flat on her back. Zhang Ping quickly realizes she totally lacks the mastery needed to unlock the style's true power. Suddenly, those massive meatheads, Hung Dai and Hung Ni, show up out of nowhere, barking out a harsh threat. Who gave Beast King Dojo permission to pass out flyers here? Ignoring them, Zhang Ping gently grabs Kitman's hand to help her up. Are you okay? She awkwardly scratches her head with a forced smile. I am fine. I had no idea we were not allowed to be here. Then Bao Kwok steps out from behind his two giant goons, instantly throwing a nasty insult. Why even bother learning pure garbage like Beast King boxing? You should do yourself a massive favor and join our Form Intention Dojo instead. My guy Zhang Ping points right at him, acting like he just recognized an old buddy. Ah, the Lightning 5 kneeling strikes. Bao Kwok turns purple with rage. It is the Lightning 5 hit strike. You are the one kneeling. Scowling hard, the loser screams, I still have not made you pay for that stunt at the shoe store. Today is your lucky day. Hung Dai, Hung Ni, crush him. But Kitman bravely steps right in front of Zhang Ping to shield him. I will not let you bully him. The two massive brutes roar back, their eyes burning with a scary rage that makes the whole block feel dangerously tense. Stick with me here, because this is exactly where the stats get wild. Zhang Ping immediately fires off his appraisal skill. Boom, their data panels pop up. Form Intention Dojo, 1-star growth, level 4. Carrying a physical enhancement talent. Basically, they traded away all their brain cells to get a decent body-strengthening skill. Bao Kwok flashes a smug, gross grin. Little girl, back off, or we will smash you too. Zhang Ping looks absolutely stunned reading the panel. Did they really trade away their intelligence for muscles? Our hero stares at the two meatheads, growling like wild dogs. He tilts his head with a mocking smirk. Are you guys absolutely sure that is actually a talent? Next up, he hits Kitman with the appraisal skill, and her hidden stats are wild. Beast King Dojo, level 3, packing a talent where hard work literally beats genius. Her baseline learning speed is crippled by 90%, but she can master absolutely any skill through daily stubborn grinding. Plus, her training growth rate stacks up by an extra 10%. It actually caps out at a staggering 1,000%. Watching his eyes widen in pure shock is priceless. Such a massive growth ceiling. Who would have guessed this clumsy girl was the ultimate hidden gem? But seeing her try to protect him with her current weak stats makes Zhang Ping facepalm. Is she literally just offering herself up as a punching bag right now? He casually tosses the stack of flyers right back into her hands. Gently pushing her aside, he flashes that signature confident smile of his. This is my fight. Let me handle these clowns myself. Her face twists into pure panic as she tries to warn him. There are 3 of them. Taking them on alone is a huge mistake. This is my absolute favorite part. Zhang Ping's eyes literally light up as a wicked smirk spreads across his face. Do not worry. Did you not just show me the Beast King boxing? These guys are the perfect punching bags for some quick practice. Hung Ni immediately launches his massive body into the air, charging right at our guy with a furious scream. You delusional little brat. Zhang Ping bolts forward like pure lightning, delivering a brutal, breathtaking chop right to the brute's thick neck. First stance. The moment he lands the hit, his eyes are already locked onto the second meathead charging in. He blasts a heavy palm strike straight into his gut, sending that giant mountain of muscle flying backward. Second stance. Seeing this, Bao Kwok loses his mind and charges in, sparking with wild electrical energy. Lightning 5 strikes. Our boy leaps high into the air, instantly shifting into a deadly combat stance. With the most savage, satisfied grin on his face, he dives down and lands a devastating kick right into Bao Kwok's most sensitive spot. Third stance. Bao Kwok instantly drops to the dirty pavement, curling into a pathetic ball while desperately clutching his crushed family jewels. Watching him suffer, Zhang Ping gloats with zero mercy. Such a pity, you should have brought at least 2 more guys. That pathetic lightning strike you brag about is absolute trash. Without missing a beat, he turns his back on the groaning losers. Come on, lead me to the Beast King Dojo so I can sign up. Kitman blinks in pure shock. Are you seriously going to register? He gives her the most relaxed, cheerful nod. Dead serious. She practically bounces with joy and endless praise. You learned the Ape King stance just by watching it once. If I ever get stuck on a move later, will you please teach me? Zhang Ping flashes a warm smile. Not a problem at all. Her face totally lights up with the most contagious, bubbly excitement. That is amazing. With your help, I know I can finally get stronger. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping is already doing the math in his head. With her insane potential, she is guaranteed to reach the high tier someday. Watching her, he flashes a subtle smile of genuine respect. She might even become a legendary top-tier awakened. Who knows? Our boy might actually be the one begging for her help down the line. It is barely morning, yet the Beast King dojo is already absolute chaos. People are sprinting everywhere. Someone spotted the coach down the street. Wait, what? The coach is already back? The whole place is running around like a headless chicken farm. Oh my god, did he not say he was coming back in 2 days? What do we do? I still have not even memorized half of the Ape King stance. That is exactly what you get for slacking off. Prepare to be punished. Hey, wake up. You and I are probably wondering the exact same thing as Zhang Ping. Why is everybody so completely terrified of the coach? Kitman quickly explains. Our coach Bok Duke is notoriously brutal. Anyone failing their tasks gets punished severely. Hearing this, our hero just has to ask, so, have you ever been punished? Surprisingly, she answers with the most upbeat energy ever. Oh, I definitely get punished the most. They kept me at it for over a whole month. Our boy Zhang Ping can't even nail the basic moves. He's seriously doubting himself here, like, is this actually something to be proud of? Boom! The door flies open like a switch flipping. The whole class yells, "Hello, instructor!" Jiamin quickly whispers, "The instructor's here. Stand up straight." Instructor Bai D steps in, radiating this absolutely insane, overpowering aura. Stand at attention. Anyone with bad posture runs 50 laps. The whole class screams yes, terrified to cross him. Right at that moment, Zhang Ping's appraisal skill successfully analyzes the guy. We find out Bai Day is actually a level 25 awakened, armed with a crazy multi-form shapeshifting talent. Right now, he's unlocked both the wolf and berserk lion forms. Our guy Zhang Ping just swallows hard, totally blown away. So strong. Power-wise, he's almost on par with Sister Cece. Then, the instructor's intense gaze snaps right over to him. Bai Day instantly figures out who Zhang Ping is. You're the kid who put the Jingyi dojo in its place yesterday. Zhang Ping stays completely cool and responds, what if I am? But man, Bai Day does not play by normal rules. Take this move, kid. Zhang Ping is completely caught off guard, but his body just reflexively dodges the incoming strike. Hold on a second. He shows off his crazy flexibility while trying to reason with him. You're going way too far. Attacking a total newbie like me over nothing? Bai Day looks a bit shocked, but he definitely isn't holding back. A newbie? If anything, the battle-crazed fire inside the instructor burns even hotter. Then why did I hear you mastered the Ape King stance after watching it just once? This epic meteor-like punch flies straight at him. Zhang Ping braces himself thinking, crap, I can't dodge this. But unexpectedly, he just gets a super light flick on the forehead. Bai Day bursts into a hearty laugh, thrilled to find such a hidden gem. I didn't believe the rumors before, but now I do. Your combat intuition is seriously impressive. He also takes a moment to roast his most troublesome student. It's just a shame the person who demonstrated the Ape King stance for you is a total amateur. Her footwork is incredibly flawed. Bai Day is totally willing to coach him now. I'll fix those mistakes for you later. Zhang Ping respectfully cups his hands together. Thank you, instructor. Then, Bai Day turns right back to terrorize the rest of the trembling class. All right, time to see if the rest of you have been slacking off. The instructor's face instantly goes dead serious, a total 180 from his relaxed vibe just a second ago. Everyone, line up. You'll spar with me one by one. Anyone who fails standard does 500 push-ups. And run 10 kilometers. Zhang Ping silently prays for those poor classmates. Honestly, what else do you expect from a body enhancement awakened? The training is always simple and brutal. Right then, a finger pokes Zhang Ping square in the back. He quickly turns around and asks, what's going on? Jimin looks super hesitant and nervous. She finally gathers up the courage to ask him a massive favor. The instructor hates teaching me. So, after he fixes your moves later, could you maybe give me some private lessons? Our guy agrees instantly without even thinking about it. No problem at all. After class, just follow me to the forge. I'll help you practice. Her enthusiasm to learn just shoots right through the roof. Really? I was so worried you were going to say no. But then, Zhang Ping suddenly remembers Jiamin's famously terrible, one-of-a-kind talent. Wait a minute, her talent drops her learning ability by a staggering 90%. He immediately starts sweating about his own future here. Is your innate skill literally just designed to torture whoever tries to teach you? Meanwhile, she's bowing to him with absolute sincerity. Please take care of me from now on. Zhang Ping can't really back out now since the deal is sealed. Honestly, I don't blame instructor Bai Day for giving up on her. A few days later, the duo is grinding hard at the dojo. That stance is wrong. Do it again. Sorry. He's basically reduced to a broken record at this point. Wrong again. One more time. After watching her clumsy fails on repeat, Zhang Ping actually revamps his whole teaching method. He breaks the Ape King stance down into bite-sized micro-movements for her to drill individually. Only then does she finally start making a tiny bit of progress. On the flip side, our guy is reaping some epic rewards of his own. This Beast King fist is seriously profound. He thinks, after grinding so hard these past few days, I can actually feel my level starting to level up. Suddenly, Lu Sei's crisp, cool voice cuts through the room. Zhang Ping, I finally made it back. Zhang Ping quickly gestures to Jiamin. Sister Sei is back. Keep practicing your forms. I'm gonna go check on her. Jiamin hastily nods just to brush it off. Okay. The second he walks into the room, he catches her intense venting. Damn it, we almost got completely wiped out this time. I have no idea what's going on with the monsters outside. The mutated fire beasts have practically vanished. Liu Sei starts breaking down her crazy expedition. We had to push super deep into the northern mountains. Eventually, we got ambushed by an entire pack of wolves. They were all storm wolves. Zhang Ping is completely floored by this wild news. He urgently checks on her. Sister C, are you seriously all right? Her expression is just as chill and unbothered as always. Luckily, we dug a trench with our shovels and hid inside. The wolf pack lost our scent, so they just started hunting the wildlings nearby instead. Now here is the juicy part you and I have been waiting for. I capitalized on the chaos and looted some top-tier gear from that pack. Come here, hold out your hand. You don't see authentic drops like this very often. The loot in her hand is an insanely rare wind gem. This beauty can absorb wind energy and fire it back out, creating massive attacks like wind blades and fierce storms. Thanks to his trusty appraisal skill, Zhang Ping instantly recognizes it. Whoa, a wind gem! She doesn't even look surprised by his knowledge. You definitely know your stuff. Even if you handed this thing to a toddler, they could still launch wind blades out of thin air, along with all sorts of crazy storm magic. The second he touches it, this flood of bizarre voices fills his head. Hey man, in broad daylight, we definitely shouldn't. Zhang Ping is totally weirded out, thinking, what exactly is this noise? But the voices just keep rolling in. Fan Family Blade. First stance. Sweeping Blade Aura. The birds are pairing up in the trees. The green hills are smiling. The lizard men are dead. The humans are dying. Today, I'm gonna feast on 2 more of them. Then, the holy grail of system notifications pops up. Level 4 gem contract secured. The level 4 bonus effect has been activated. He just awakened the Wind Whisperer talent. It's the beginner tier of Wind Whisperer. Whoever holds this talent randomly hears the loudest thoughts of anyone within a 10-mile radius, but they can't actively control it. Our guy Zhang Ping hits the absolute jackpot with this unexpected loot. It's an epic new talent. Just like his Fire Eater skill, the gem's contract effect kicks in on a delay. Suddenly, a super sinister voice whispers right into his ear. Listen up. Inside this shop, besides Wang Jiamin, there's also a guy. I think that guy is the exact same one who made His Majesty scream at us back at the academy dorms. Zhang Ping's head instantly snaps toward the noise. Wait, are these creepy voices actually coming from soaring foxes? Their sinister tone totally exposes how viciously hungry they really are. He smells like a pretty delicious meal. Stick with me, because things are getting intense. Let's eat them for lunch. I call dibs on the kid. You can have Wang Jiamin. Just by pure luck, he accidentally uncovers this terrifying plot. They are being watched right now. Meanwhile, just as Sister Cece finishes her shower, she spots the life jade flashing a bright, panic-inducing red. She instantly knows what's going down. This is bad. Zhang Ping is in serious danger. Back on his end, the tension is already stretched to the absolute breaking point. He's stressing out, thinking, it's been so long, why hasn't Sister Cece shown up yet? He can literally feel the 2 soaring foxes losing their patience, ready to ambush them at any second. Even Lu Sei suddenly notices his weird, panicked expression. What's wrong with you? Are you all right? But Zhang Ping is on super high alert and has 0 time to answer her. You and I know he's doing the math. They're both mid-level soaring foxes. Even with Sister Sei backing him up, they have absolutely 0 chance of surviving this. Today, you and I are watching Zhang Ping smoothly distract her. Oh, right, Sister Sack. I don't think you've visited Uncle Liu since getting back. How about you go see him first, and I'll grab some groceries to cook for us. Sure enough, Sack completely takes the bait. Sounds good. It's been forever since I had your cooking. I'll take the gem of defense with me. Zhang Ping just nods along. Guys, literally no one realizes he's already calculated a perfect escape route for them. But right now, he has to get Wang Jiamin out of here first to protect Sack and Lu. She has no clue the storm approaching. Zhang Ping, don't keep us waiting. After that, he heads alone to the blacksmith's backyard, where Kiat Man is still grinding her training. Zhang Ping, does my form look right to you? He doesn't even bother explaining, just grabs her hand. Quiet. Follow me. She obviously can't hide her confusion. What's wrong? Man, It's such a bummer their reaction time is just one step behind the illusion foxes. Where are you two headed? Zhang Ping instinctively curses under his breath. Damn it. But of course, Kiet Man stays totally oblivious. Mom? Dad? Why are you here? He instantly blocks her. Don't go over there. She just tries calming him down. Zhang Ping, they're my parents. It's fine. Only our protagonist can see through the human skin. Those are level 15 illusion foxes. Their innate talent literally alters reality so their targets won't notice a single flaw. On the surface, the monster plays the worried dad perfectly. Man, who is this boy? Why does he seem so scared of us? She honestly introduces him right as they lay their trap. He's my friend from the dojo. Ironically, their little scheme perfectly matches Zhang Ping's plan. A dark room. Absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, she panics, totally clueless. Wait, what is this? But those foxes are crazy sharp. Not good, they're trying to escape. Kiet Man still can't break free from their mind control. Mom, Dad, he has to snap her out of it. Don't look at them. Dodging attacks, he guards her close. Hold on tight. Zhang Ping burns all his stamina running, but it's useless against their insane speed. Crap. They already caught up. The illusion fox lands a brutal strike straight to his chest, draining all color from Kiet Man's face. Zhang Ping. When the dust clears, the monsters loom over their prey. She caught some collateral damage but only cares about his safety. Zhang Ping, are you okay? Wiping the blood away, our guy snaps right back into a combat stance. I'm fine. Even now, Kiet Man is just painfully confused by the whole situation. Dad, why? Zhang Ping finally shatters her illusion. Don't go near them. Those are mutated beasts. The foxes are actually getting intrigued by him now. Oh? You actually saw right through our disguise. Their killing intent instantly spikes. Then we definitely can't let you live. Just one clean strike is all it takes for Zhang Ping to realize the terrifying power gap. Too fast. I can't even dodge. Is this the difference in levels? Right then, the second monster tags in perfectly. Man, my sweet little girl. Our hero realizes he made a massive mistake. Crap, the second one is going straight for Kiet Man. Kiet Man's mind is practically completely hijacked by the fox's power. Mom. Zhang Ping can only watch this nightmare unfold in pure horror. Damn it all. I'm hitting my limit, but you and I are going to love this epic entrance. Cece's ice-cold voice drops like a lifesaver. Zhang Ping, move. Within seconds, she completely obliterates both illusion foxes. Zhang Ping barely has time to process it. Sister Cece. Meanwhile, Kiet Man screams, still trapped in their twisted illusion. No, don't! But man, Cece's attack crashes down like an unstoppable hurricane. After the chaos, she turns around, looking totally calm. Is everyone all right? But Kiet Man is just spiraling into absolute despair. No, the poor girl just refuses to accept the brutal reality right in front of her. Why? Why would you brutally murder my parents? Zhang Ping looks so heartbroken having to drop this truth bomb on her. Wang Jianmin, those weren't your parents, just illusion foxes wearing their faces. But she's way past the point of rational thought now. No way. You're lying to me. Those were obviously my real parents. He pauses, trying to convince her, and asks about the bodies. Why didn't their true forms reveal themselves? Kiet Man just keeps sobbing. CC drops some lore. There's likely a king-tier fox inside the city, severely buffing the clan's illusion abilities. That's how these low-level grunts fool high-tier awakened. The ones we killed earlier only dropped their disguises because they were outside the city. Zhang Ping suddenly gets a brilliant idea. If that's true, he has to use his unique power. I'm the only one who can expose them. Then he bluntly drops the bloody truth to snap her out of it. Kiet Man, these monsters murdered your real parents and stole their faces. Behind their fake parental affection was a sickening, long-planned scheme. Zhang Ping finally shatters the frail illusion. This is the truth. You literally see Kiet Man's entire worldview shatter right here. Later on, night falls and the moon hangs high. But down in the forest, the peace is ruined by frantic wheels and galloping horse hooves. Luo Shiyu lounges like a total queen, casually crossing her long legs. 9 of our kin died this week. It seems humanity finally found a way to shatter our illusions. Another woman crosses her arms and pitches an idea. Your Highness, let's just wipe them out right now and claim the city. The fat dude instantly pushes back. Wait, then what do we eat later? Grass? Suddenly, Luo Shiyu snaps, freezing the whole room. Silence, idiots. Eradicating humanity isn't practical, it just wastes our food supply. We drag those hidden rats into the light, then purge them one by one. Luo Shiyu turns to the guy nearby. Does the Vice City Lord have a plan? He bows. Your Highness, we could lure other insect swarms inside. Turn Mingzhou City into total chaos, then hunt every human elite. Her eyes go completely dark. What makes you so sure they're still hiding inside? He clenches his fist with absolute certainty. Outside the patrol and investigation forces, there's a third major organization. The city lord was heavily wounded by Vuong Trong earlier and forced to flee. I bet he hid in that third faction. He'll never abandon the city. He's just waiting for us to slip up. Another lackey quickly chimes in. Your Highness, luring the insect swarms isn't a bad idea. The fat guy talks while chewing. Yeah. I wanted to change up my menu anyway. Luo Shiyu slowly steps down, and guys, her head literally mutates into a monster. True. But right now, our king is still fast asleep. But she makes sure to ruthlessly threaten Troc Min. Help us or not, if you try anything funny, I'll kill you. She finally reveals her true form. Know your place, Hong Min Troc. He grovels. I devoted my life to the city, but the city lord is useless. So, what do you and I make of this insane cliffhanger? Let's jump right into this episode, guys. Troc Min's eyes gleam with absolute malice. He hopes Mingzhou City will be ruled by the strong, pure villain energy right there. Meanwhile, my heart breaks for Kiat Man. She trembles, stepping toward that horrible pool of blood. Tears shatter against her hands. Her tear-soaked face chokes out these agonizing sobs. Seeing her cry so helplessly just shatters me into a million pieces. I'm so sorry. If only I noticed sooner. But Cece hits her with a brutally cold reality check. Honestly, Cece is right. Even if she had found out earlier, what could she have possibly done to stop it? Zhang Ping quickly steps in. That is enough, Sister Cece. But Kiat Man screams in pure agony. Stop it. This is all my fault. Because I am just too weak. Someone like me cannot even master the most basic martial arts. Why did this terrible tragedy have to happen to my parents? This scene always hurts to watch. Why couldn't it have been me who died? Then, Zhang Ping finally wraps his arms around her. He gently comforts her. Listen to me. This is not your fault. His grip tightens, and we get this huge character reveal. I am just like you. I had someone incredibly important to me, but the patrol squad's heavenly foxes killed her. I always wonder, if I had stopped her from joining the patrol squad that day, could I have prevented this tragedy? Those heavy words actually make Kiat Man stop crying. But Zhang Ping knows the bitter truth. Even if he could rewind time itself, the ending would never change. The patrol squad was her ultimate dream, and absolutely nobody could have stopped her from pursuing it. Nobody can alter destiny, so her family's disaster is not her burden to bear. But she can change the future. She can grow stronger and protect the other precious people in her life. What an amazing speech. It beautifully reaches Kiat Man's fragile heart. I believe your parents in heaven will be so proud of you. Kiat Man shuts her eyes, letting those final, heavy tears fall. I am literally crying with her right now. Thank you, Zhang Ping. He helps her up, but mid-sentence, he suddenly coughs up a massive mouthful of dark blood. As for those monsters in the city, trust me, I will wipe them all out. Kiat Man screams in sheer panic. Zhang Ping! Zhang Ping! I gasped here. He just collapsed from such severe, unexpected internal injuries. Right before passing out, Zhang Ping feels total regret. He pushed his broken body to the absolute limit just to comfort her, but it only lasted a fleeting moment. Then, the blurry silhouettes of two figures fade into his darkening vision. He finally focuses his eyes, and it is just Kiat Man and Cece smiling warmly. Seeing him sit up, Cece quickly scolds him. Do not move around, or you will tear your wounds open. He simply clutches his dizzy, throbbing head. How long have I been asleep? Suddenly, Kiat Man grabs his hand with fierce determination. Zhang Ping, I have made my choice. I am going to become stronger. She holds up two fingers with absolute resolve. Then I will help everyone destroy the heavenly foxes. He smiles, so proud of her. Yeah, I know you definitely can. Seeing this sweet moment, Cece chimes in with a new plan. Miss Wong, your home is really not safe anymore. You should just stay right here with us. Stick together, and I will personally ensure you both stay completely safe. Suddenly, a voice echoes inside Zhang Ping's mind. The king is still slumbering. Know your place, Hong Troc Min. This subordinate wouldn't dare. Oh man, the plot thickens. With that distinct tone, our boy instantly recognizes the speaker. It is Luo Shiyu. Zhang Ping shoots a glance at Cece to drop the massive bombshell. Sister Cece, the heavenly foxes are making a move. She gasps in pure shock. What did you just say? After a tense moment, Zhang Ping spills all the crucial details. Hong Troc Min is actually the Vice Lord of Mingzhou City. Cece sharply pieces it together. He was communicating directly with the deadly heavenly foxes. It is highly likely that he has committed treason. As for this mysterious king, amplifying the clan's illusions to fool even top-tier awakened ones, that must be the supreme ruler of the heavenly foxes. She immediately forms a brilliant counterattack plan. If their king is truly fast asleep, then right now is our absolute best chance to strike back. Let's go. Zhang Ping, we need you to help us identify these heavenly foxes. He answers with stone-cold resolve. Not a problem. Meanwhile, Thiet Fong puffs his pipe, complaining loudly. I am starving here. Lu Sak is also losing his patience. Just wait a second. Zhang Ping should be back with our food very soon. Classic squad banter. Back at the sweeper squad base, Man Ni sounds super annoyed. First she makes me open the secret room. Now she wants the sky canopy deployed. She grumbles as she walks. C really loves bossing people around. Slowly, the massive doors ahead finally grind open. Hua Kiet finally chimes in. Man Ni, do you want some coffee? This deployment might take a while. She throws up a casual thumbs up. No thanks, I just had some. Then the trio starts casting. First up is Hua Kiet, charging the solar energy core. Done. Next is Man Ni, initializing the dark canopy. Done. Finally, Lok Vi locks in the light and shadow illusion. Done. I love this sequence. The phantom light canopy begins blanketing the entire city. After fighting side by side, the legendary sweeper squad is finally willing to share their deeply guarded secrets with Zhang Ping. You and I have been waiting for this lore drop. The sweepers are Mingzhou City's most classified organization. Their duty? Step from the shadows during cataclysmic disasters and violently purge the city's vile filth. Serving as Mingzhou City's ultimate trump card, the elite sweeper squad constantly executes deadly black ops missions. And their critical tactical support comes from a highly specialized unit known as the Barrier Team. According to CC's breakdown, the Barrier Team has 3 core members. Leader Man Ni wields the Black Ink ability. That freaky dark room space Zhang Ping entered before, she created it entirely by herself. Then there is Hua Kiet. Her power is Solar Energy Messenger. By absorbing ambient light, she supplies raw power to sustain her teammates' combat strength. Isn't she basically a human power bank? So cool. Lastly, Tran Lak Vi rocks the light and shadow illusion ability. She achieves perfect invisibility by shifting the hues of light and shadows across any physical surface. When all 3 combine forces, they unleash the massive phantom light canopy. It can literally drag any creature below the king tier straight into their inescapable darkroom dimension. Inside that pocket world, they can freely morph the environment to completely disorient their foes. So, if the Heavenly Foxes use twisted cognitive illusions to silently murder people, our squad is going to give them a brutal taste of their own medicine. Out on the bustling streets, villains Nguyen Ngi and Nguyen Ngia are eagerly scanning the juicy targets around them. She barely suppresses her dark cravings. Nguyen Ngi, should we just grab a few people here and take them back? A strange barrier reflects their wicked silhouettes. Nguyen Ngi looks super anxious. The city feels unsafe lately. But Nguyen Ngia just scoffs. Wow, you are scared already. She turns back, glaring at him with utter confusion. Then she glances up at the sprawling sky, suddenly sensing that something is very, very wrong here. She puts her hands on her hips, playing it cool. There is absolutely nothing wrong. You are just being incredibly paranoid right now. Suddenly, Nguyen Ngia's eyes widen in sheer terror. The suddenly dead, silent surroundings make her incredibly tense. Where did everyone go? Then, out of nowhere, a massive fist materializes. It silently rockets right toward their blind spot, triggering an absolutely earth-shattering explosion. The brawler emerges like a boss through the thick dust. Such a pity, I could not crush both of you with a single punch. Nguyen Ngia furiously screeches, Damn you! You are the bastard who has been slaughtering our kind lately around Mingzhou City. Her face twists in pure arrogance. And yet you dare to block our path and attack us? Aren't you terrified we will summon our reinforcements? The absolute legend who appeared as level 32, Kimba. Why don't you try calling them and find out? He talks a big game, but internally his heart is pounding. Based on Zhang Ping's intel, these 2 are around level 25. He thinks he can handle them. Stick with me, guys. This fight is going to be insane. Nguyen Ngia lunges forward. Arrogant fool. She violently reaches for Kimba's arm. But wait, he's suddenly bleeding from his stomach. Let's watch this together. Next, Nguyen Ngi rushes in, calling him a tiny snack. We see a random wound on Kimba's arm. He definitely blocked that hit, right? Then a massive rain of blows just pours down on him. Nguyen Nut roars like an absolute maniac. Is that it? I honestly don't get how their comrades even died. The second she finishes bragging, she eats a brutal punch that literally twists her face. Kimba blasts Nguyen Ngi across the zone. Now you know. Nguyen Ngi panics and screams out, Nguyen Ngi! She leaps up, claws extended, completely enraged. You bastard, I am taking your life. Meanwhile, our guy just coldly watches Nguyen Ngi charging closer. He finally figures it out. Kimba stops blocking and just grabs the Beast Phantom's arm instead. He instantly snaps it backward. As a fan, I think this power is insane for sneak attacks, but in a direct fight, It is completely useless. She thrashes around in pure agony, screaming her lungs out, "Weird Nyut, save me!" Obviously, Kimba easily notices someone else rushing straight at him. "Hello there." He literally throws Ngweetnir right into Ngweetnyut. Then Kimba leaps up into the air, totally blocking their escape route. He raises his leg high for another brutal strike. Kimba just kicks them both ruthlessly into the pavement. Ngweetnir is barely breathing, gasping out, "Why couldn't we sense our comrades?" Right at the end, Ngweetnut finally uses their brain. We fell into a trap. Kimba gifts them one last overpowered punch. Before getting completely wiped out, they scream, "I curse you!" That is how Kimba ends the fight. See ya. Trungbin and Cece just watched that massive explosion go off. Totally hyped. He is so strong. She sounds super proud, bragging that Kimba actually leads their elite combat team. Meanwhile, our boy Trungbin just cannot stop grinning. Honestly, his glowing aura design totally screams Super Saiyan to any anime fan. Cece is a little bit curious about that reference. What is that? Meanwhile, out in the real world, everyone is just going about their daily lives like nothing crazy even happened. Right on cue, Thoibark gives her a call. Lutu Thirn, it is Thoibark. The mutated beasts outside the city are suddenly swarming and causing chaos for absolutely no reason. If they break into the city now, it is going to severely overload the light barrier. Go outside the walls and investigate the situation. I notice Cece looking a little bit hesitant, but he totally reads her mind. If you are worried about Trungbin, just take him along. It is a great chance to level up his actual combat skills. Cece sounds instantly relieved. Understood. Plus, Thoeback drops another exciting lore detail. We recorded that sky-soaring tiger he pointed out earlier. I am officially sending our combat squad out to hunt that boss down. She takes the order. Understood. Our boy Trungbin starts piecing things together mentally. They ran into that massive pack of stormwolves earlier. Could that encounter actually be tied to this new threat? Cece spins around to leave. Let's move, Trungbin. We are heading outside the city. I will get guards for the forge. He follows her, acting super curious. Was that guy on the phone some heavy hitter? She answers honestly, he is our faction leader. Once this quest is completely over, you will get to meet him. Trungbin cheerfully accepts the hype. Sounds good to me. Let's look at the power scaling together. The beginner tier is level 1 to 10. Right now, Trungbin sits at a humble level 4. The intermediate tier goes from level 11 all the way to 20. Most sky-soaring tigers sit in that intermediate zone. Then you have the advanced tier, levels 21 through 30. Our girl Lutu Thirn is already level 28. A rare few elite tigers also hit this rank. Next up is the peak tier, spanning level 31 to 40. Keep in mind, 40 is the absolute human limit. That overpowered guy Kimba, he sits pretty at level 32. Nuirt Lang 2 might be peak tier 2. Finally, the legendary king tier is anything past 40. Mutated beasts have literally no level cap here, meaning a king tier tiger actually exists. With all this hype, Trungbin and Cece officially step out of the safe zone together. He gazes around the wasteland, completely fascinated. I have lived my whole life, but this is my very first time leaving the city. Are these bizarre things actually plants? Trungbin almost blindly steps right into a dangerous patch of acid grass. Thankfully, Cece yanks him backward just in time. Do not step over there. Out of nowhere, the plant shoots out a glowing green orb. It launches into the air and violently explodes, splashing this toxic green liquid all over the place. Cece is completely unfazed by this trap. She explains these plants are called acid grass, packed with highly corrosive acid. Ripe pods just detonate like deadly fireworks. She gives him a serious warning. They spread their seeds exactly like this, so you absolutely have to watch your step. Cece points out a bullet rabbit chilling right in the grass. Plus, there are mutated beasts that literally feed on this acid grass. Consider that your very first opponent. I need to go investigate this whole mutated beast riot situation. Stay right here and do not wander off too far. I love this part. Trungbin immediately runs his appraisal skill on the creature. The results pop up. Mutated beast, water-eating bullet rabbit, insectoid class, mutated rabbit variant. The stats are solid. Potential is 3 stars, beginner class beast, sitting at level 9. Its special talent? Firing highly corrosive water straight from hidden sweat glands inside its ears. Wasting no time, our guy aggressively equips his mere non-lair weapon. This fluffy rabbit might look like a harmless pet, but its actual level easily beats that nasty poison tail rat. While the mob is completely distracted, Trungbin totally seizes the opening. He bolts straight at the bullet rabbit, aiming for a heavy preemptive strike. Who would have guessed this thing is agile enough to actually dodge? He cuts off its escape, using his Min Queen ability to strike. But big mistake, Trungbin just enrages the beast. The bullet rabbit instantly fires counterattacking acid from both ears. He frantically throws both arms up to shield his face. I cannot believe it shoots that incredibly far. The bullet rabbit quickly repositions, bouncing across the acid grass. This triggers the dangerous plants to start launching their explosive pods everywhere. This is bad. The whole field of acid grass is triggered now. The inevitable happens, and those toxic pods start detonating. Trung Bin is forced to burn stamina dodging the explosive blasts. Like a true gamer, he quickly starts analyzing the combat mechanics. First off, he sprints straight through the danger zone while acid rains down. This rabbit's aggro senses are seriously off the charts. Its dodging reflexes are cracked, totally ruining his stealth attack. Watching our boy break this down is awesome. Trung Bin figures out its combat pattern. It spams ranged attacks. It is fully immune to the toxic grass environment, and the most annoying part is this. This mob is super cunning. First, it uses acid spray for crowd control to block his approach. Then, it actively baits him straight into the explosive pods. He glares at the beast's position, reading the field. Its movement speed is high, and its tactics are ridiculously tricky. This bullet rabbit is no easy beginner tutorial. Then Trung Bin checks out his completely uninjured hands, looking totally puzzled by the glitch. Wait, this is so strange. Why did this toxic acid deal absolutely zero damage to me? I literally just face-tanked those acid shots with my bare hands. He summons his fire ability again, and the game mechanics suddenly click for him. Is my fire buff giving me elemental resistance? Out of nowhere, the rabbit unloads another barrage of acid beams, basically squeaking out, "Eat my toxic spray, loser." But Trung Bin just casually waves his flaming hand, completely nullifying the incoming attack. The acid hits his fire and just evaporates instantly. Oh yeah, our guy has every right to get cocky right now. He officially figured out the boss's elemental weakness. Just as I thought, this acid is super weak to fire. It literally just vaporized. No wonder CC felt perfectly fine letting me solo an enemy way above my level. Suddenly, the beast triggers a second phase, looking way more terrifying. Damn it, you wasted my entire acid supply. It violently roars, lunging right at Trung Bin for a physical strike. Why are you not melting? He throws up his arms to block the heavy impact. This familiar sensation hits him. Wait, even a basic mob gets a second phase? He keeps throwing frantic counterpunches, but the raw damage still bleeds right through his physical defenses. Dude, you see that? Its claw attack does serious acid damage. Our boy gets completely scratched up and angrily yells, "You absolute bastard!" Seeing that the beast is hurt too, Zhang Ping shows absolutely zero mercy here. You know ranged attacks are completely useless against me, so you really want to brawl? So our MC unleashes his Fire Eater skill, with reserve at 43 out of 100. To avoid taking acid damage, he has to literally cloak his entire body in flames. Zhang Ping lights up like a blazing human torch. But honestly, burning like that drains energy way too fast, so he really needs to finish this fight right now. You can see him calculating his next move, trapping it in flames before he rushes in for the ultimate strike. Little rabbit, you can set traps all you want, but you're not the only one. What an epic chase sequence between them. He swings Beauty's Tear, landing solid hits right on that bullet rabbit. You have nowhere left to run now, just die already. At this intense moment, his Fire Eater reserve drops to a sketchy 3. Finally, his energy totally flatlines to 0. Zhang Ping watches the mob's escaping figure and mutters under his breath, "Wow, it actually dodged." Then he hits us with that classic smug protagonist smirk. Just what I wanted. He instantly activates his Fire Eater skill again, absorbing the flames. Boom! His Fire Eater reserve jumps from 4 right up to 13. He aggressively swings his blade like an absolute boss. Let's see how you manage to hide midair. The bullet rabbit gets completely roasted by the flames like barbecue. This fight took so much effort that Zhang Ping lets out a massive, exhausted sigh. My stats didn't budge at all. That rabbit must still be alive. I need to land a few more hits. Once the fight ends, he sheathes his weapon looking so cool. Seeing the system notification pop up, our boy is totally hyped. A level 9 mob is no joke. Killing just one gives a crazy 2 whole stat points. But sadly, his actual character level didn't go up at all. The lore drop explains that leveling gets insanely hard at higher tiers. After grinding mobs for experience, it's super common to only level up your stats while your main level stays the same. But pulling in that fire pushed his total energy to 1,000. His beginner Fire Eater finally upgraded to intermediate rank, boosting his max reserve up to 300. You can tell he's absolutely thrilled when his flaming sword gets an epic visual upgrade. Fire Eater leveled up. What an awesome loot drop. But suddenly, something sketchy happens that catches our boy's eye. The system decided his next surprise is an entire raging horde of bullet rabbits. I'm doomed. You can literally feel his pure panic as Chapter 14 kicks off. He desperately checks his Fire Eater interface. His reserve is sitting at 3 out of 300. He is totally breaking a cold sweat. I am so dead. That flashy attack earlier totally drained my energy reserve. He stares out at the absolute army of mutated rabbits in size. Why are there so incredibly many of them? The terrifying alpha rabbit lets out a massive roar. Suddenly, our MC remembers his trump card and frantically searches his pockets. Right, he barely manages to pull out his cold jade before sprinting away. This tiny bit of reserve can still trigger the jade pendant. Running away is honestly a totally valid strategy here. Zhang Ping sprints for his life, screaming out loud, "Sister Cece, please save me!" But out of nowhere, a squad jumps out to block him. He looks over his shoulder, sweating absolute bullets right now. Are you kidding me? Since when do these mobs know how to use a pincer attack tactic? And just like that, our guy is completely surrounded. I am so screwed this time. Trapped, Zhang Ping can only cover his head in total helplessness. I'll use my jacket to tank the first hit. But wait, suddenly, a massive, epic ice wall spawns behind him, completely blocking the deadly acid rain. He glances over, super curious. Wait, this familiar water element magic? Our boy literally jumps for joy at the sight. I knew it had to be you. Sister Cece! Our best girl steps up like a boss and commands, "Fall back." Cece unleashes crazy water jets straight from her hands. The bullet rabbits are rioting too. Gradually, her spell builds up into a massive, epic tidal wave crashing toward the mob. They don't even have a second to dodge before getting swept away. We see their terrified little rabbit faces constantly bobbing in the flood. Then, with just one iconic finger snap, Cece instantly freezes the entire raging wave into solid ice. Zhang Ping is totally starstruck. And honestly, same. So awesome. I literally went all out just to survive against a single one earlier. She turns her head and hits him with some serious questions. I really haven't been gone for long. Why did so many randomly spawn? He gives her the funniest, most innocent look ever. I honestly don't know. Cece glares back at the frozen bullet rabbits. The threat isn't over yet. Then our girl confidently summons a glowing ice sword. No matter how many show up, it changes absolutely nothing. But then the craziest thing happens. They just run straight past Cece towards the biggest ice block. They aren't attacking me? Is it because of their frozen leader? But it should be dead, right? She totally senses something is off with their AI. They're completely ignoring the fight, acting like mindless zombies drawn to a single glowing spot. Cece just slices her sword through the bullet rabbits one by one. If that's how it is, I definitely won't hold back. She hacks away until the horde is finally cleared out, down to the very last one. Cece locks all her focus right onto the frozen alpha. If my gamer intuition isn't wrong, the real answer is hidden straight inside this lead rabbit's body. The moment she says that, she touches the huge ice block, and spiderweb cracks start forming everywhere. Seconds later, the whole thing absolutely detonates, shattering into a million tiny frozen pieces. Cece immediately digs through the icy rubble, searching for clues. After a tense moment, she gasps, "Found it!" She holds up this incredibly mystical blue orb for the camera. It really is the infamous soul lure pill. Zhang Ping rushes over super curiously to inspect the loot. Soul lure pill? What exactly is this? It smells so incredibly good. Let's unpack this lore drop together, Cece explains. Some dark organization crafts these things specifically to mind control mutated beasts. Dropping a massive plot twist, she adds. The Chu family's beast tamers, they're finally making their move in this arc. She continues. Apparently, this soul lure pill emits a highly unique fragrance that only low-level mutated beasts are able to pick up on. Cece instantly tosses the mysterious pill toward the remaining bullet rabbits. That scent totally tricks the mutated beasts into eating it. This is completely different from your typical control gemstone. She watches the alpha rabbit absolutely losing its mind and theorizes. Any mutated beast that eats a soul lure pill completely loses its sanity, ultimately getting forcibly tamed. But how the Chu family actually commands these heavily tamed beasts afterward is a huge mystery we still haven't solved. Cece tightly grips the sinister soul lure pill in her hand. This quest item won't be digested. If we just ignore it, more mutated beasts will definitely fall under their control. Saying that, she literally crushes it into flying dust. Such a badass moment. Basically, this mutated beast riot is completely tied to the soul lure pill. I'm reporting this to headquarters immediately. Cece turns around with strict orders. Until we can officially confirm if the Chu family did this, you are seriously grinding levels with me outside the city. Zhang Ping instantly salutes like a good sidekick. Yes, ma'am. But out of nowhere, she violently launches an ice sword at a random nearby tree. Zhang Ping is totally confused by this cliffhanger. Wait, what just happened? The blade perfectly splits the trunk, but surprisingly, nothing is there. Cece pulls her hand back. Never mind, you can tell she's wondering if her radar was just glitching out. Time skip 1 week later. A creepy subordinate bows respectfully to the villainous Luo Shiyu. Your Highness, the entire Heavenly Fox tribe from Artisan Cliff has assembled here. Outside the walls, you can see these super ominous winds constantly howling by. She gives this incredibly annoyed frown. These mutated beast riots happening so often is all because Huang Zheming is pulling strings behind the scenes. Suddenly, Luo Shiyu stands up looking fierce. Whatever, I can't fully rely on that guy anyway. It's finally time for me to make a move. You guys, a super sinister red aura just exploded around Shiyu. I'm sure everyone here knows the humans finally discovered a way to break our powerful mind control magic. She glares at them. It's causing massive casualties for our entire tribe. This past week, I noticed our fallen kin were mainly wiped out near Artisan Cliff, exactly where all of you happen to live. Alright guys, let's dive back in. Giap might be the next target. The plan? Make some noise. Trick the enemy into thinking they found a solid clue. We know this is a risky move, but it's pure genius. He sternly orders them to run away, forcing the bad guys to strike early. You can totally see the hesitation in their eyes though. Thivor stares at her razor-sharp claws, eager to uncover who this enemy actually is. They answer in unison. Understood. Meanwhile, cut to another spot in the quiet forest. We see a pack of bullet rabbits just casually hunting for food. Suddenly, our boy Trung Bin raises Beauty's tear and attacks. One clean strike and a bullet rabbit drops dead. He doesn't stop there, sending the whole pack straight to the afterlife. After this wild rabbit-slaying spree, he instantly hits level 6. Not just that, he calmly watches them spit acid right at him. He has completely figured out their exact weaknesses and their entire attack pattern now. Trung Bin coats his entire body in flames. First, he blocks their ranged attacks, completely enraging them. Then, he dashes right in for a brutal counterattack. Once they get angry, they cover themselves in acid and try to wrestle him. But Trung Bin slashes right through one. That acid fluid actually catches fire. The burning time is really short, so it isn't life-threatening yet. But our guy tosses the bullet rabbits a special gift, using red snake scales as perfect fuel. Exactly as expected, the fire keeps burning them up. Trung Bin thinks about giving it an epic name. He considers calling it Fire Eater or True Samadhi Fire. But a second later, he just rethinks it and drops the idea entirely. He casually walks away from the scene, leaving behind a giant fireball roasting those bullet rabbits. Trung Bin takes one last glance. He used up all the snake scales he gathered earlier. Watching them burn, he feels super confident. Beating so many monsters at once should definitely give him a level up. He triggers his appraise skill. Seeing his stats, Trung Bin is absolutely thrilled. He totally leveled up. Plus, there is another stat that really catches his attention. Wait, the contract gem leveled up too. He beams as it turns a bright blue. Before, he assumed the contract gem's tier was perfectly synced with his own player level. But after jumping 2 whole ranks up to level 6, the gem remains at 4. Is it because the contract gem is just way harder to upgrade? Without hesitation, Trung Bin tosses it into his mouth. What new power will this unlock? He keeps wondering, totally missing the bullet rabbit being swallowed by black smoke. He really hopes it's a combat-type ability. Suddenly, the creature awakens under some weird pressure. The bullet rabbit continuously absorbs that dark aura. Trung Bin turns around, absolutely stunned. This thing is somehow still alive. He excitedly activates Fire Eater and Flamebind. Doing this again won't matter. He is completely different from before now. Both of them charge with crazy energy. Trung Bin spins his sword, hyped up, attacking straight on. But his blade just hits empty air. Surprised, he switches the sword to his other hand. What is going on? Did hunting way too many rabbits actually spawn a vengeful ghost here? He grips Beauty's tear tightly. Vengeful ghost or evil monster, it doesn't matter. Trung Bin slices a beautiful, clean strike right through its body. Die for me. And just like that, the bullet rabbit bites the dust a second time. Watching closely, he can't help but wonder. When did a bullet rabbit get this kind of skill? Trung Bin immediately probes with his sword. Was it controlled by a soul lure ring too? After a moment, he actually finds his prize. There really is something inside, but it definitely isn't a soul lure ring. Too eager to wait, Trung Bin casts Appraise, but the system throws back 5 rejections. Appraisal failed. He holds it up to inspect it closely. It's been ages since an item resisted appraisal like this. Suddenly, something clicks for Trung Bin. His system just keeps spamming the exact same annoying message. Appraisal failed. Finally, the system flashes a success message. Nether Mist Essence. Quality unknown. The essence energy was basically stored inside the star core of the goat Nether Mist. Right after that, the system triggers a cool playback feature to show us what happened. In the flashback, the goat Nether Mist charges straight ahead to attack a boar. The goat Nether Mist quickly disperses its form. Right on cue, the boar lunges, piercing right through and launching a brutal counterattack. Then the goat Nether Mist shoots directly into the boar's nose. The beast lets out an earth-shattering roar. Trung Bin intensely watches the system screen. Mutual destruction, huh? He definitely has a strong feeling about this. This pearl is likely a super rare item, kinda like the wind gem. But how exactly does he activate its power? Touching it directly does absolutely nothing. It's totally different from his last awakening. Don't tell me he actually has to swallow this weird thing? He stares at the core issue here. This thing literally came right out of that creepy goat nether mist. It's honestly pretty nauseating. Trungbin vividly remembers his intense battle with it. Die. He was gritting his teeth, using all his strength just to endure it. I'm doomed. I can't hold on. The goat nether mists just sneered back at him. Goodbye forever, To Tianjiao. Trungbin stares at the raw power in his hand, looking slightly amazed. You're weaker than a bug. Do you really have the right to be picky here? Suddenly, an intense, sickening feeling surges through Trungbin's chest. His eyes bulge wide, turning blood red and looking absolutely terrifying. Right then, he tightly grabs his head, screaming out in pure, raw agony. Kneeling in fear, he grips his head as Tianjiao's image suddenly flashes in his mind. Her poor, tragic silhouette keeps haunting his memory over and over. Trungbin, promise me, no matter what failures you face. Covered in tears, Tianjiao gently made him swear. You absolutely have to keep on living. Trungbin sprawls on the dirt, groaning in absolute agony. To Tianjiao, don't worry. Before I slaughter every last one of those Hoi Li, I absolutely refuse to die. The system finally pops up. Appraisal successful. Basic nether mist body unlocked. It can convert a living creature's fear into controllable mist. For every single point of mist reserve he burns, the maximum effect scales up to a whopping 1,000%. Moments later, our boy sits up, fixated on the raw power in his hand. This new talent is a full combat type, blending offense and defense. Its massive power seems tied to how much mist he consumes. You gotta see this! He stares at the system stats. His growth value literally shot up by 3 stars in a flash. The nether mist body is insanely broken. At this point, he just buries his face and sobs. Damn it. Trungbin clenches his fists tightly, practically drowning in guilt. Why am I making this kind of face? He sits by the fire, crying his eyes out. Frustration, joy, donterie, discomfort, who even knows anymore? Bottom line is, he'll be able to avenge To Tianjiao very soon. Just then, a group walks over to check on our guy. Hey brother, are you doing all right? We still need to move, don't be so nosy. Exactly, let's rush into the city while there are no mutant beasts around. Trungbin stays completely silent and slowly stands up. The group keeps pestering him. Hey man. He snaps his head back, flashing a terrifying ice-cold glare. Seeing that chilling face, the whole group instantly bolts in panic. A ghost! Run! A ghost! Let's think about this together, guys. Trungbin looks completely stunned. What? Still baffled, he deeply contemplates the strange power resting in his hands. Can he actually absorb other people's fear? Turning it into mist. This crazy mist gives him a vibe that it isn't real fog at all. It doesn't even feel like standard energy. What a massive cliffhanger. Look at his hand changing right before our eyes. The mist is literally shifting forms at his will. Our boy Zhang Ping just stares at this brand new power radiating from his palm, though he has absolutely no clue how strong the damage output actually is yet. He channels all his energy into that hand, testing out the most basic level attack. And wow, just a single strike completely topples the massive tree right in front of him. I can't believe it's this incredibly powerful using only one single point of stored mist. Right after that, the system screen flashes a notification. Mist storage level 1. Turning a whole tree to dust with one hit, Zhang Ping cannot help but cheer in pure joy. He calls it fascinating. It can slice through things and even block incoming attacks. If he uses this right, the tactical potential of this mist is completely off the charts. He looks up with this incredibly smug expression on his face. The nether mist body is totally going to be his ultimate trump card against those high-level mutated beasts. Next up, he waits for the cleanup crew to pull back. Mr. Fan vanishes from sight. Just then, Cece comes rushing up from behind him in an absolute panic. Zhang Ping! She dashes straight to his side, her voice completely serious and tense. She asks if he ran into the mist beast and where it went. I love how Zhang Ping instantly puts on this perfectly awkward, slightly terrified expression to play it cool. He thinks this familiar scene reminds him of the old sister Cece. He starts explaining what happened. After hearing his crazy story, she just screams out in total shock. What? You actually ate the nether mist essence? Seeing him do something so insanely reckless makes her absolutely furious. She literally asks him if he thinks he has been living too long. How could you just eat random unidentified things? Did you know you almost died? After getting thoroughly scolded by her, our guy just laughs it off and follows right behind her. He argues it wasn't that bad since he used an appraisal skill first. Smiling, he tries defending himself, saying it is totally fine. If anything went wrong, he could just command his own body to throw it back up. Hearing this nonsense, Cece angrily snaps back, asking what makes him so sure he could even vomit it out. Holding a glowing gem, she bluntly asks if he ever considered it might be a parasite. You can see Zhang Ping genuinely freeze up inside. Sister Cici, are you saying the thing I just ate was actually something incredibly dangerous? She frowns and explains the lore in a grim tone. Mist beasts are entirely unknown entities in this world. They have no physical form and usually survive by parasitizing other living creatures, just like that black goat and purple bullet rabbit he mentioned earlier. Those were probably just puppets of the mist beast. Once the host dies, the mist burrows deep into their organs, just waiting there to infect a brand new host. After breaking down all these crucial details, she hits us with the most terrifying fact. The main point is that mist beasts can entirely mind control anyone they infect. Hearing this, Zhang Ping looks completely stunned, unable to believe it. Doesn't that mean the mist formed a contract with him instead? He thinks back, deeply troubled. Was that intense agony he felt after eating the mist essence actually the beast, trying to forcefully steal control over his entire body? After pondering for a moment, he cautiously asks if his survival means the parasitic takeover just failed. But Cece shakes her head, giving him a very blunt answer. She honestly doesn't know. She says he is unique. Maybe he already has another parasitic monster inside him that killed off the mist beast. Or perhaps his absolute self-control is so incredibly strong that even a successful parasite literally cannot affect his mind at all. Stepping closer to him with a terrifyingly serious expression, she drops a heavy warning. Basically, if she notices him acting strange, she will have no choice but to eliminate him. Hearing this threat, our boy turns pale with absolute fear, quickly admitting his mistake. But suddenly, a cute little spider drops in out of nowhere. Surprise, you guys. Seeing the spider, the tough Cece completely freezes up and screams in pure terror. A spider! Panicking, she drops her guard and jumps right into Zhang Ping's arms, clinging to him tightly. Hurry! Chase it away right now! He just pats her head with this incredibly gentle smile. Still scared of bugs, huh? Exactly the same as when they were kids. Oh, we are getting a flashback! The timeline suddenly shifts to their past. A tiny, eager Zhang Ping runs over, asking her to look at what he caught. Young Cece is sitting under a tree reading, and she asks to see it. He walks over holding a bug, and she instantly freaks out, waving her hands in horror. Get that thing away from me! The bug quickly flies off, and he watches it go with such a sad look. He complains she chased away his brand new friend. Feeling bad, she gently rubs his head to comfort him. She calls him silly, saying there are so many kids in the orphanage to be friends with. Why make friends with bugs? He looks a bit gloomy, pointing out that one day, all those kids will eventually leave the orphanage. What will he do when that happens? She wraps him in a warm hug and softly promises him that she agrees to stay. No matter what happens in the future, she will always be his friend. He innocently asks if she means it and begs her not to lie. Nodding firmly, she promises and they hook pinkies. Back in the present, we see Zhang Ping holding her close, gently comforting her. A moment later, she snaps back to reality, flustered, and pushes him away. Why are you hugging me so tightly? Cece instantly switches back to her cold, strict mentor mode. She lectures him that out in the wilderness, any item of unknown origin carries unpredictable, deadly risks. There are no free lunches in this world. Even though he luckily dodged a bullet this time, he absolutely cannot afford to let his guard down around things like that ever again. Brushing back her hair, she gives him one final warning. She tells him to carve that lesson into his brain. He immediately nods, saying he understands. He gazes at her with total adoration in his eyes. You and I know he always thought she became cold and distant after joining the cleanup squad. But looking at her now, it is obvious she hasn't changed one bit. She still cares for and protects him just like in the old days. She just doesn't want to show it openly. Right at that sweet moment, a communication gem lights up. She grabs it, looking puzzled. Why would that happen? Understood. I get it. Then she turns to leave, tossing some quick orders his way. Her current investigation mission and his special training are officially over right now. They have to head back to Mingzhou City immediately. His face shows clear confusion as he asks what is going on. CC gives it to him straight. Team leader Jin Ba was critically wounded by a heavenly wolf tiger, and she needs to provide backup at the city immediately. He quickly chases after her, shocked that even a guy like Jin Ba got hurt. He stops and asks why they do not just request help from the external investigation squad or call for backup from neighboring cities. But she shuts that idea down instantly. That would only alert the enemy. Plus, the world outside the walls is insanely complicated. She promises to explain the whole thing to him while they travel. On the way, the two of them start discussing the harsh reality outside. Nobody knows exactly when it started, but mutated beasts have been running rampant everywhere. Let's look at the bigger picture here. To survive, humanity had to build massive barrier walls for protection. Because travel is completely cut off, the cities entirely rely on investigation teams and awakened individuals to clear the map. Right now, based on their scouts' intel, the areas with villages and wild humans actually have far fewer mutated beasts than the zones surrounding Mingzhou City, especially the regions far across the ocean. But because there are apex-level sea monsters out there, they cannot continue exploring the waters yet. Are there even other human cities left alive? What exactly is waiting for them on the other side of that vast sea? Eventually, Zhang Ping and Cece reach the outskirts and immediately check on the crisis. How are things inside the walls right now? Jinba gives them a blunt response. You and I have been waiting for this. The squad had Mingzhou City locked down for days using the blacklight canopy. No Frost Fox activity at all until last night, when a mid-level nest spawned right in the Craftsman district. The team rushed in to fight, but man, it was a brutal trap. The enemy boss was waiting for them. Captain Kimba actually took a massive, critical hit just to cover the squad's retreat. So the commander orders CC to step up, take Kimba's spot, and guide the escort safely back to Mingzhou City. Watching CC give that serious nod, saying, I know, gave me chills. Then we have our boy Zhang Ping casually chiming in, Need my help? CC quickly shoots him down. No need. Head back to Iron Soul. I'll come find you when I have time. Zhang Ping doesn't push it and just nods. Okay. He stands there watching CC and Kimba walk away. As a fan, it hits hard seeing him silently pray for his two friends' safety. Cut to Zhang Ping stretching out a massive yawn. Anyway, finally I can relax, he mutters. He is completely burned out from grinding outside on the field for days. He wanders off alone, wondering if Wang Kaiman is actually mastering the Beast King fist. Suddenly, a random guy walks up nearby saying, I want this. The second that voice drops, Zhang Ping freezes hard. He definitely senses something completely off. Zhang Ping quickly scans the crowd. This mysterious guy is just standing eagerly at a stall, casually asking, Why aren't these people moving anymore? So creepy, right? Out of nowhere, the guy blocks our protagonist. Brother, Zhang Ping panics. Who's there? He instantly triggers his appraisal skill. The system pings a success. And seeing those wild stats flash, he mutters, What are these attributes? This guy is none other than Tho Bak. He completely corners our boy and casually asks, Can't read them, huh? Trying to scan my power? I have to give you props, Tho Bak says. He drops some heavy lore, noting that even top-tier Awakened can only use high-level appraisal under 10 times a day, yet Zhang Ping can spam his infinitely. Hearing that, you can see Zhang Ping getting pretty annoyed inside. He totally ignores the warning and forces another appraisal check anyway. Like, yeah, it's unlimited, but wait, how did Tho Bak know that? Zhang Ping gets super defensive and snaps, Old man, what do you want from me? While cautiously backing up. This old guy looks totally average, but his aura is absolutely terrifying. It literally gives me goosebumps through the screen. Tho Bak just calmly demands, Play with me. Zhang Ping is on high alert, this dude is definitely bad news. When our hero doesn't budge, Tho Bak openly taunts him, Why haven't you attacked yet? Zhang Ping firmly stands his ground. I have no reason to fight you. Tho Bak hits back with, Does getting stronger need a reason? That does it. Zhang Ping instantly lunges in for an attack, while Tho Bak casually stands there waiting. So your vow to avenge Luo Qingyu was just empty talk? Oh man, low blow. Zhang Ping closes the gap, growling, Repeat that. But before he even connects, a crazy space-time rift rips open right in front of him. Zhang Ping gets blasted away instantly. I love this part, he realizes mid-air. Wait, that's a space-time skill, he just teleported right behind me. But our protagonist never gives up. He goes absolutely all out for another strike. Tho Bak blocks it effortlessly, smirking. Your speed still needs work. Zhang Ping stops and sharply replies, Is that so? Right on cue, Zhang Ping ignites pure power in both his hands. He targets Tho Bak and fires off his flame entanglement skill. It looks like a clean hit, but suddenly, Zhang Ping's face drops. Something is definitely wrong here. Tho Bak starts charging up his own crazy energy right then. You've attacked long enough. It's my turn now. Zhang Ping is completely overwhelmed by the sheer power level. It was just a clone, he realizes in shock. And this time, it's the water element. Outmatched, Zhang Ping is forced to dodge and run for his life. Damn it, how many skills does this guy have? He's an absolute monster. Right when the tension peaks, the system flashes. Missed energy, 18 out of 100. Let's see how our boy handles this. Backed into a corner, he decides to risk it all. I can only try that move. Water blasts slam into him, but his shield holds. He silently plots his strategy strike first to force an opening. In a flash, he dumps all his energy into a massive strike. Tho Bak dodges effortlessly, but Zhang Ping shadows his every move. Then, boom, he triggers Nightwalker for a brilliant sneak attack. Seeing this new combat tactic, Tho Bak actually gives him some praise. Pretty clever, the old man says. but unfortunately, your raw power level just isn't there yet. Zhang Ping's eyes go wide, trying to process what that means. Suddenly, an intense, blinding light erupts and blasts our guy halfway across the battlefield. Caught totally off guard, he actually screams out in pain, though Bach is totally unfazed, just lecturing him. Still, for someone at your current level, possessing that kind of strength is incredibly rare. Zhang Ping is pinned to the dirt, groaning. He even has telekinesis? Man, that is so broken. Though Bach just drops his stance and calmly orders, "Talk to me." Zhang Ping slowly pushes himself up, suddenly realizing the crazy truth: the paralysis is gone. He can move again. Zhang Ping stares at Toy Bach in absolute pure shock. This overpowered monster went through all this insane trouble just to test his abilities? I mean, this guy's power easily eclipses Kimba and Cece combined, plus he's a master of stealth. The only person in the city that strong has to be the leader of the cleanup squad. Zhang Ping finally steps up with complete respect. "How should I address you, sir?" Though Bach takes a seat and just smirks. "Playing politics already? A name is just something people use to call you. Call me whatever." Then he flexes hard. "Do you honestly not know who I am?" Zhang Ping instantly realizes the cleanup squad has his entire file memorized. But why did Tobak pull this whole stunt just to test him? Sitting down awkwardly, our boy keeps it super respectful. "Senior, what exactly did you come here for?" The old man completely ignores the question and drops a massive tip instead. "Zhang Ping, until you learn how to block mind-reading abilities, it is best you stop overthinking everything." Then Toy Bach gets this deep, nostalgic look. "It's been 200 years since Mingzhou City saw another infinite tier awakened after me. Did you really think I wouldn't come check you out?" Zhang Ping's jaw drops. "Wait, you're saying I'm infinite tier? What even is that?" Like all of us, he fully believed the absolute ceiling for human talent and stats was just peak tier. Though Bach doesn't mock him, he just casually rewrites the lore for us. Normally, no matter how powerful an awakened is, they only ever unlock one core ability in their life. But infinite tier completely breaks that rule. It completely shatters the limit on the number of talents you can hold, allowing you to endlessly awaken new ones. Suddenly, Thobak's gaze gets dead serious. "There is one specific thing I am incredibly curious about, though. I want to know if your infinite tier prodigy's path talent is actually strong enough to copy my infinite tier gem contract talent." Guys, the power scaling right here is absolutely insane. Thobak sweetens the deal to get him on board. "Of course, I'm not asking you to be my lab rat for nothing. Win or lose, you're getting a very special gift today. Plus, I'll answer every single question you have." Zhang Ping doesn't miss a beat here. "So, can I refuse?" Though Bach just smirks, pulling out this shiny gold bracelet and setting it down. "Of course you can, but shouldn't you check out the loot first?" Though Bach goes ahead and drops the legendary item's lore. "This is the golden treasure bracelet," he says. "It was my go-to gear back in my rookie days. It can hold one backup skill in reserve. I'm pretty sure you realize exactly how broken that is, right?" Looking at that insane top-tier loot, Zhang Ping is practically drooling. "Old man, you are way too generous. An extra storage slot is exactly what our boy desperately needs for his build right now." Though Bach calmly extends his hand, ordering, "Give me your hand." Zhang Ping eagerly complies, and Toy Bach starts channeling a massive power surge straight into him. But then, the old man suddenly goes dead silent, whispering to himself. What is he murmuring? "You and I will just have to find out next time. You and I have got to talk about this epic scene." A moment later, Thoibak finally lets go of his hand, letting out a quiet sigh. Zhang Ping just stares, completely confused. "Is that it?" he wonders. Thoibak gives a firm nod. "It is finished. Your ability, I actually cannot copy it. Even that secondary talent failed to copy," he admits. "It looks like you are incredibly special." The old man slides the box right back. "All right, from now on, this belongs to you." Zhang Ping immediately answers with deep respect. "Thank you, Mr. Tudao Lao." He grips the golden ring tightly, ready to test it out. Right on cue, the system chimes. Appraisal successful. Playback initiating. Suddenly, a totally horrifying vision flashes right before his eyes. Wait, is this seriously the brutal process of how this exact ring was made? Zhang Ping watches every single gory detail. Were all these special items literally forged by sacrificing innocent human lives? Doing something like that, it is just way too cruel. The playback ends. He glares straight at Toy Bach and demands the truth. "Mr. Tu Dao Lao, is the crafting process for every single special item out there this incredibly ruthless?" The old man pauses, reflecting, before sharing the dark lore with him. 200 years ago, yes, they all were. Even with strict bans today, underground criminals still sacrifice living humans to forge weapons in the shadows. I originally wanted to destroy this thing, but if you can use it right, destroying evil and doing good, then the trapped souls inside might finally rest. The more he listens, the more Zhang Ping's curiosity completely spikes. What exactly was Mingzhou City like 2 centuries ago? Did everyone just treat human lives like worthless garbage? Thobak grabs his water cup and gives a grim nod. Exactly. Looking back at the past, he seriously explains, 200 years ago, the Beast Taming Chu family completely ruled Mingzhou City. Every single human living in Mingzhou City was nothing but a slave to the Chu family. They had zero future, absolutely no hope. Men worked themselves to the bone day and night, just earning crumbs to eat. Any woman with decent looks got picked as a servant, turning into mere playthings for the spoiled Chu family sons. And the little kids? They were all gathered up in one spot, brainwashed day and night to sacrifice themselves for the Chu family. Though Bach hesitates for a second before continuing the horror story, and the elderly, who could not work, they became literal livestock, fed to the mutated beasts the Chu family raised. Back then, whenever someone officially became awakened, they were either brutally brainwashed and tortured, or they just became raw materials for crafting special gear. Though Bach's eyes narrow with pure, unfiltered rage. Because the Beast Taming Chu family committed so many horrific atrocities, righteous people secretly gathered their strength. Eventually, all of them joined forces and finally managed to completely overthrow the Chu family's evil reign. Hearing this intense lore, Zhang Ping can only sigh. So that is what happened. Though Bach looks at him calmly. Any more questions? He slowly pours tea for the old man, pushing further. Mr. Tu Dao Lao, you are incredibly powerful. Why not just strike down Inguyet Vuongtu and free the city all over again? Right then, the system officially triggers a talent, encrypted silence. Though Bach stays perfectly serious, answering him, it is not that I refuse to act, it is that I literally cannot. You might wrongly think Mingzhou City's defense system is incredibly weak, completely blind to Heavenly Fox's massive invasion. But that assumption is totally wrong. In reality, our city's defense system is practically flawless. Thinking back, he smoothly brings up the investigation squad before breaking it all down for him. Now here is where the lore gets amazing. Stick with me. Outside, the investigation squad hunts mutated beasts. At the gates, sweepers handle threats in the shadows. And inside, we have the king-tier artifact, the Not Nguyet Mingzhou. Within the range of the Not Nguyet Mingzhou, every single creature gets severely nerfed down to level 40 or below, meaning even if a supreme king-tier mutated beast invades, it drops straight down to apex tier. He stands up, turning his back to leave. And without a single doubt, I am the absolute strongest fighter at the apex tier. Walking away, Thobak stops cold. But right now, before he can even finish that sentence, Zhang Ping frantically leaps to his feet. Mr. Tu Dao Lao, are you saying we have a traitor inside the city? Hearing this spot-on deduction, the old man firmly praises him. Smart. Thobak gives him a sharp look, dropping huge intel. After the city lord vanished, only I and the lingering remnants of the Chu family know how to actually forge divine artifacts in Mingzhou City. Zhang Ping pieces the lore together, practically shouting in pure anger. The Chu family shut down the Not Nguyet Mingzhou and unleashed Heavenly Fox into the city. Those recent massive beast riots are totally linked to them too. Why didn't you guys just wipe them all out back then? Thoibok just sighs, answering him in a very soft tone. After completely overthrowing the Chu family's dark reign, we constantly tried to purge every last one of their remaining survivors. But weeds like that are just impossible to wipe out entirely. They have existed in Mingzhou City for a whole century. Their underground roots are just incredibly deep. Hearing this, Zhang Ping's mind immediately starts racing with theories. Exactly. This Heavenly Fox invasion is way too suspicious. What is the Beast Taming Chu family's real endgame here? Is the city lord dead or alive right now? What truly triggered this massive beast riot? And the king of the Heavenly Fox clan, what kind of insane abilities does he possess? He stares thoughtfully at Toy Box retreating back, silently realizing something. None of these massive questions have any answers yet. Tudao Thoibak has to be extremely careful making a move. If he falls into an enemy trap and dies fighting, Mingzhou City is absolutely doomed. Just like nukes in past wars, he is a major threat who cannot strike until the absolute breaking point. Even with Nguyet Vuongtu constantly provoking and slaughtering people, everyone else might lose it. But Tudao Thoibak absolutely cannot. Taking a few steps, Thoibak stops again to add one last thing. Even though I cannot copy your power, we desperately need you. He turns his head back, offering a gentle, quiet invitation. Brother Zhang Ping, are you willing to officially join the sweepers? His eyes are completely filled with deep, genuine hope from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Ping instantly reaches out and firmly grips Thoibak's hand. Giving a serious, determined nod, he says, I accept. Now, let's jump to the Thiet Shihan Forge, where Kiat Man's curious voice rings out. Sister Sak, why are you randomly repairing gear? Lu Sak keeps working, replying casually. Just using my free time these past few days to get things done. Kayat Man slumps into a chair, totally exhausted. It has been days. I wonder when Zhang Ping will finally return. Lusak catches her totally miserable expression and teases, "What? Missing him already? No wonder you have been spacing out lately." Kayat Man frantically shakes her head, denying it. "No, not at all. It is just, nobody is teaching me martial arts right now, so Kayat Man lets out a sigh, her cheeks flushing bright red. "I just don't know how he is doing out there. What if he runs into serious danger?" Seeing this adorable reaction, Lusak steps closer to playfully roast her. "Look at you acting like an anxious little bride, and you still claim you don't miss him." Flustered, Kiatman shakes her head. No. This world-building detail is super cool for us fans." Lusak brings the freshly forged blade to the water bucket nearby. "All right, I'll stop teasing." Plunging it in, she casually reassures her. "Honestly, the villages outside the city and safe zones without deadly beasts are already fully mapped out. As long as Zhang Ping avoids those red zones, he will basically be completely fine." Kiatman blinks in pure confusion. "Wait, there are actual villages outside Mingzhou City?" Lu Sak chuckles softly at that and replies, "Of course there are. Those remote villages are just totally closed off, backward, and extremely unwelcoming to outsiders." "All right, guys, let's jump right back in." Lu Sak is flashing back, warning about the mutated beasts, evil spirits, and literal gods out there. She says, "If you explore the wilderness and find a village, it is best to just avoid it completely and keep moving. Because if they catch you, there is a massive chance you end up as a slave or a living sacrifice." Kayat Man's reaction here is priceless. Her eyes go wide with shock. "We are all human, so surely we can just communicate, right?" Lu Sak steps close, putting on this super creepy, threatening face. Fundamentally, they do not even count as human anymore. This lore is wild. Out in the wasteland, the most dangerous threat isn't the mutated beasts, it's those savages. Some of them wear these freakish masks, just quietly spawning right behind your back when you least expect it. Right on cue, Kiatman accidentally spots a dark shadow lurking right behind Lusak. "Sister Sak, is what you are talking about anything like that?" She instinctively turns around and casually replies, "Yeah, pretty much just like that." Lusak then fully turns her head to get a much closer look at what this shadowy figure actually looks like. Lusak calmly watches the fog, while poor Kiatman completely panics, screaming and sprinting away. Without missing a beat, Lusak delivers a brutal kick. The dark shadow drops its disguise, turning right back into our guy, Zhang Ping. Taking a surprise kick straight to the family jewels, he is absolutely writhing in agonizing pain. He just stays crouched like that for a little while. Zhang Ping shivers in pain but tries playing it cool like nothing even happened. He finally complains, "Sister Sak, that move of yours is way too vicious." But Lusak is still totally on guard. "Who are you?" Zhang Ping drops the act completely, trembling as he answers, "It is me, Zhang Ping." Seeing it really is him, you can see both girls breathe a massive sigh of relief. Lusak marches over, grabs his head, and lectures him. "You brat, coming back without a single word and playing ghost just to scare us." Zhang Ping just gives a sheepish laugh and tries to gently explain himself. "I literally just got back and heard you two talking about those savage villages. I just wanted to add some spooky atmosphere for you guys. I never expected you to spin around and kick me." Lusak walks over and picks up her jacket. "Looking at you like this, I guess your training is officially done." Zhang Ping gives a soft smile and nods back. "Yeah. Next up, I will stay inside the city to boost my own power." She puts on her jacket, looking genuinely happy. Perfect timing then. We actually just found a fresh clue regarding Sanson today. Before heading out, Lu Sak adds a quick favor. "I am preparing for a trip outside the city too. Take good care of Uncle Lu for me." Zhang Ping looks totally confused. Leaving that fast, Lu Sak waves goodbye with a tease. "I do not have someone waiting for me every day like a lingering ghost, so I will not interrupt." Meanwhile, Kiatman gets super shy, awkwardly avoiding Zhang Ping. "Well, it is getting late, so I am heading back to my room to rest." Reaching the door, she suddenly stops. Zhang Ping. He just stares blankly at her back. "Yeah?" Kiatman looks over her shoulder with this huge, beaming smile. "You came back safely. That is really good." Hearing that, our guy chuckles to himself, realizing he has been in this world so long now. This is the very first time he actually feels at home. But right during this touching moment, Thick Fong jump scares him from behind. She already went to her room. "Why are you still standing there smiling like an idiot?" The old man sighs and drops a serious task. "Tomorrow morning, go find little Sak. Tell her I am terribly sick, and tell her not to leave the city." Zhang Ping looks like he barely believes it. "Uncle Lu, you?" Seeing his doubt, Thick Fong just whacks him right on the head with his walking cane. "Do not look at me like that. I am not stupid, and I am not sick." I am just faking it. Zhang Ping rubs his throbbing head. Then why? Before he can even ask, Thickfong starts explaining the real reason. Sansan has been missing for a very long time now. Let's piece this together, guys. She likely met a tragic fate. He sits down heavily, quietly sharing his fears. I know my daughter's power better than anyone. Little Sack wants to investigate what happened to Sansan, but I am terrified she will end up in danger too. So, I have to fake this illness to keep her from taking risks. Zhang Ping just rubs his head, standing quietly in front of the worried father. Uncle Lu. Thickfong casually lights up a cigarette and continues. That girl values loyalty above absolutely everything. Once something weighs heavily on her mind, she will overthink it and avoid taking risks so easily. Zhang Ping forces a sympathetic smile. Uncle Lu, you work so hard. Suddenly, Thickfong gets dead serious. You have crazy talent in forging, but Little Sack has no idea how to teach anyone. And honestly, she does not even care much about blacksmithing anyway, which means she makes quite a few major mistakes. Here is the payoff. For the next few days, I am teaching you the true flame forging technique. He points directly at Zhang Ping, delivering a firm order. Even though our methods are not exactly top secret, they are still the exclusive craft of the Lu family. You need to put your heart into learning this. Zhang Ping looks totally hyped and determined. Yes, I definitely will not let you down, Uncle Lu. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu just magically appears right next to him. Zhang Ping, it is me. She stays close, whispering softly. Keep going. I am waiting for you. Zhang Ping unconsciously murmurs her name out loud, Luo Qingyu. After that, Lu Sack actually falls for the trick and stays inside the city. Meanwhile, Uncle Lu secretly starts passing the legendary flame forging technique down to our boy. Thickfong is just chilling in his chair, casually puffing away on a cigarette. I can feel the risk of lung cancer. Lu Sack snaps back angrily. Then stop smoking. She applies the forging technique to her fog, making its form way more precise. In a weird way, you could say she has leveled up her power too. And get this, Kiatman actually successfully mastered the first 3 moves of the Ape King Fist, but later that same night, Zhang Ping confirms something totally crazy. He is absolutely certain he actually heard Luo Qingyu's voice. It felt way too familiar, so that night he actually asked the cleanup crew to search for hard evidence. Zhang Ping tries to observe everything carefully and reports, Captain, is there a disguised heavenly fox lurking anywhere near the forge? I just heard it loud and clear. Hearing this, Thoibok replies instantly without missing a beat. Zhang Ping, we completely cleared out your living area ages ago. There is absolutely no way a heavenly fox is hiding in there. If a wind speaker did not hear it, then what the heck was it? Zhang Ping starts considering a completely wild new theory. What if Luo Qingyu is not actually dead? What if she is living on in some other form, for revenge? And to finally get some answers, he knows he must personally rip the mask off the heavenly fox Luo Qingyu. Fast forward 3 whole days. As the sun goes down, we see some absolute creeps sneaking around, trying to pry a door open. Inside, there is a woman completely fast asleep. Seeing her knocked out cold, Tu Fam gets totally excited, sleeping like the dead. Looks like my drugging trick worked perfectly today. He aggressively yanks the blanket off and starts laughing like an absolute maniac. I have heard for ages that the Toe family miss has an amazing figure, smooth skin, and a gorgeous face. This creep actually reaches out to touch her. It is disgusting. Today, I am tasting the real deal to see if the rumors are true. But right at that moment, a spooky, ghostly voice echoes straight through the room. Tang Tu Fam. He panics, whips his head around and screams, Who is there? That eerie voice just keeps ringing in his ears. Tang Tu Fam. Nickname, Short-Legged Teddy. Height, 1.5 m. Looks, completely vulgar and cheap. Terrified, Tu Fam stammers out, Who? Who is out there? The freaky voice keeps right on taunting and interrogating him. Never loved by women, so your mind slowly warped into a twisted, pathetic pervert. You guys, this cliffhanger is crazy. Over the last 10 years, you have killed countless girls. Am I wrong? Shaking with pure terror, the guy gasps out, You! Who the hell are you? Let's break this episode down together. That mysterious voice gently warns, I'm ordered to take your life. Tu Fam absolutely bolts in terror. We know Tu Fam already drugged the entire Tu family unconscious. As he's sprinting away, you can see him panicking, wondering, who the heck is this guy? A literal ghost? He barely makes it a few steps before something completely pierces his calf, sending him crashing to the dirt. The system window pops up on screen showing his fear levels spiking. That chilling voice echoes again. Still trying to struggle, Tu Fam scrambles backward, looking absolutely terrified. Don't you come any closer! The animation here is crazy. His face goes completely pale, totally drained of blood. The guy literally wets his pants in fear. Then our mysterious hero steps out, Mocking him, I thought a serial killer would actually be tough, but you're already passing out. Of course, it's our boy Zhang Ping showing up to serve justice. That officially wraps up his very first squad mission. Now he just needs to hand this trash over to the authorities. Then we hear the system chime in appraisal. Appraisal successful. The system screen flashes, displaying all the stat panels. Zhang Ping scans through the raw data and just shakes his head in pure disgust. Such strong awakened powers, yet you chose to be human garbage, he mutters. Then the system shows a flashback, and honestly, this scene broke my heart. A young mother is crawling on the floor, sobbing endlessly. Please, please let my daughter go. Tu Fam snaps back. You drank my poison and you're still acting up? If you want to die so badly, go join your dead husband. If he hadn't died so early, I never would have targeted you two. The villain mocks her husband, a patrol guard who swore to protect Mingzhou City with his life. Tu Fam just laughs at him, calling his noble death a total joke. The flashback reveals Tu Fam's sick mind as he gloats. Honestly, I really should thank that dead loser for leaving you and your kid behind for me. The little girl is just screaming for her mom. Tu Fam sickens me here. He brutally yanks the kid up by her hair. Don't rush, he sneers. Once I'm done having my fun, I'll send you straight to him. He gives this totally psychotic, twisted smile. You're all just my toys. You and I both know exactly how Zhang Ping feels right now. His face goes completely dark watching this replay. Our hero slowly walks over to where this scumbag is bleeding in the dirt. Tu Fam still tries to launch a desperate counterattack, but he's about to face absolute, unhinged fury. The script says Zhang Ping shouts here, but it's actually Tu Fam yelling, "Where did you come from, brat? Ruining my plans. That drug could drop a giant mutant beast. Once you pass out, I'll torture you slowly." Zhang Ping just glares at him, his voice ice cold. You're dead meat. Tu Fam completely loses his mind in panic. What? Why isn't the drug working on you? Do you have damage immunity? Before the villain can even process it, Zhang Ping blasts him with another heavy strike. The animation gets so cinematic here, heavy rain starts pouring, thunder booming overhead while our boy summons his ultimate power. This blade is for every mother who gave her life to protect her little girl. You can literally see righteous fury burning deep inside Zhang Ping's eyes. This blade. Zhang Ping unleashes a massive, relentless combo directly onto Tu Fam. Is for the young women who chose death over submitting to you? The scumbag screams in agony, but Zhang Ping doesn't hold back at all. This blade is to honor the brave heroes of the city's patrol squad. He just keeps swinging, landing heavy hits one after another. This strike is for the memory of that righteous scout. And this final strike is to honor that nameless awakened soul. Tu Fam is twitching in the mud, crying and spitting curses. Zhang Ping steps right over him, leaking pure killing intent. With modern medical tech, you could still survive this if treated quickly, so I'm giving you one chance. If you can just crawl out of those main doors, I'll spare your life. Zhang Ping is serving poetic justice here. Tu Fam, you forced pure despair onto innocent people. Now, I'm returning that pain tenfold. He is totally merciless. Remember, this right here is your final chance. The animators did a brutal job on Tu Fam's design. His face is completely smashed, bruised, and swollen shut. Scraping himself along the floor, the villain is already plotting his comeback. He's thinking, just wait until I heal up. I swear I'll make you pay for this. I'm going to chop your body into tiny little pieces. He actually forces out this sick, twisted grin. I refuse to die in a place like this. There are way too many beautiful girls left in the world for me to enjoy. He inches closer toward those giant exit doors, just a bit further. The tension in this scene is wild. He weakly extends his bloody hand, desperate to grab the handle. He just needs to push that door open to escape. He's literally inches away from his freedom. Just a tiny bit more, but he just can't reach it. Tu Fam totally loses his mind, screaming at the ceiling, damn it all to hell. Zhang Ping just strolls up like a total boss. You could spend your entire life trying, but you'll never open that door. I gave you a chance, and you wasted it. You lose, Tu Fam. The villain just thrashes around screaming, no! Our protagonist doesn't waste another breath. He activates his skill and finishes the scumbag off for good. Absolute trash. The fight ends, and we see the system pop a clear notification panel. I love the cinematography here, Zhang Ping, standing alone in the pouring rain, looking incredibly burdened. I really thought that killing the Heavenly Fox would finally bring peace back to Mingzhou City, that I could save everyone. He stares up into the storm, questioning everything. But do monsters like him actually deserve saving? Heck no. Garbage like that deserves to die. There's zero reason to play the saint in this cruel world. Suddenly, that intense killer instinct flashes right back into his eyes. He intercepts a new target message. The asset is confirmed at Hanhai Academy. Today is a special window. Find an opening and extract them. You can see the pure shock hit our hero's face right here. Captain, I've officially eliminated the primary target. Also, I managed to intercept some chatter near the Hanhai Academy using my Wind Whisperer. It really sounds like a hidden group is planning to smuggle something extremely valuable out of there. Cut to the cleanup squad's command base. Though Bach takes one sharp look at her massive monitor displays tracking Hanhai Academy, she just shakes her head. No good. I'm completely blocked from sensing anything inside. Someone set up a heavy barrier. If a pro like her can't hack the signal, we know these villains are next level. Though Bach immediately radios our boy back with new strict orders. Zhang Ping, secure the perimeter and give me visual confirmation. I'm calling Lu Tuthian for backup right now. Do not engage the enemy until the cavalry arrives. Hearing the plan, our hero gears up to move out. Understood. The anime transitions to this massive, dark building getting hammered by the storm. We spot 3 sketchy figures decked out in tactical gear, quietly breaking into the facility. One of the sharp-looking intruders is already whining. Damn it, we've been tearing this place apart for 15 minutes. Where the heck did Tran and Jock Lich hide it? But his partner, Ho Hung Ni, suddenly tenses up. Boss, we have a major problem. Someone just tripped our stealth barrier. Hoang Tom totally panics at the news. What? Are you kidding me? Has our secret raid already been exposed? But Troc Tuan just glares at his crew, immediately rejecting the idea. Don't be stupid. We have the Dragonstone array and the lantern casting a double-layer shield. Nobody is tracking us down. Grabbing his glowing oil lamp, the boss confidently goes right back to searching the dark corridors. Still, if the guy walking into our trap ends up alerting Tran Nok Lich, we're totally screwed. Even with our auras fully masked, we can't exactly kidnap our target right in front of his eyes. The 3 villains scan the area and quickly push deeper into the facility. Move it! We are running out of time here. We absolutely have to find her tonight, no matter what it takes. Cut back outside. Zhang Ping is completely drenched, staring up at the massive academy. Suddenly, a magical Dragonstone array materializes right next to him. Let's see what happens next as he triggers his system. What the heck is this? Appraisal. The system spamming notifications is insane. Appraisal failed, then boom, success. The frozen true Dragonstone. Guys, it's actually an epic teardrop. The system triggers a replay, and we get this brutally gory flashback. Our boy Zhang Ping is stunned. He realizes the true Dragonstone was forged through human sacrifice. But wait, hasn't this dark magic been banned from the public for ages? He glares at the building ahead. These goons definitely don't look like members of the other 2 syndicates. Could they actually be the lingering remnants of the notorious Chu family? Zhang Ping pieces the lore together in his head. The Chu family's beast tamers are the masterminds. They lured the Heavenly Fox and rallied the mutated beasts outside the city. But what is their ultimate endgame here? Standing before the hideout, his mind races with fan theories. Maybe this specific raid will finally drop the clues we need to expose them. We see through Zhang Ping's eyes as he scouts the area. He quickly figures out something is sneaking out, realizing he needs to hide immediately. Right on cue, the system activates the awesome Nightwalker buff. From the enemy point of view, we literally watch 3 sketchy Chu family assassins quietly slipping right out of a window. One of them vaguely notices where Zhang Ping was standing and gets confused. He mutters about whoever entered the barrier apparently not being there anymore. Jaijun scans the area and assumes it's clear. He orders them to kill the flashlights to save energy for emergencies. Then he turns away, declaring he will retrieve the true Dragonstone so they leave absolutely no trace behind. Once Zhang Ping finishes his appraisal, he immediately reports to Shibai. Just as we all suspected, the enemies are definitively the Chu family forces. Look at this enemy party comp. 1 level 20 lightning summoner, 1 level 17 telekinesis user, and to top it off, a level 15 hypnotist. Shibai gives a quick radio-style copy. The system chimes in again. Appraisal, successful. Zhang Ping suddenly pieces it all together, finally understanding why they were completely invisible just a moment ago. Stealth armor. So they use that gear to mask their auras, but honestly, the energy looks practically drained now. Checking the detailed system stat panel, Zhang Ping starts deeply questioning the plot. Is that innocent girl actually their main kidnap target tonight? Her growth potential is absolutely off the charts. Plus, her unique ability is basically an evolved version of the contract gem. Does the Chu family want her for mind control? Either way, she is completely innocent. Let's watch this together. Zhang Ping tracks every single move the 3 villains make, vowing right then and there to completely derail the Chu family's sick master plan. In a split second, the 3 villains vanish into the torrential downpour. The moment they leave, Zhang Ping rushes the scene. The appraisal drops. He frantically radios Man-Er, asking if she can track their escape route. Back at the sweeper base, Man-Er analyzes the data and confirms she has their sensor signatures. They are booking it straight toward the city outskirts. At their current movement speed, there is no way Cece can catch up. Our protagonist instantly claims the hero role, volunteering to intercept them. Shibai immediately jumps on the comms to stop him, warning Zhang Ping not to act recklessly and to prioritize his own survival first. Zhang Ping keeps his eyes peeled and reports back. The Chu family is the final boss of this crime wave, and they cannot escape. He admits he might lose a fight, but his fog skills can easily stall them, buying precious time for CC. Meanwhile, the Chu trio dashes straight into the dense forest. Suddenly, Jai Jun freezes mid-step, clearly sensing something triggering his radar. Amidst the pouring rain, a mutated fog beast spawns in this is actually Zhang Ping's epic alt form. The villains are absolutely stunned and on guard. Why would a mutated fog beast spawn inside the city limits? Playing the beast, Zhang Ping aggressively lunges forward. The fog disguise is top tier, but he knows he must avoid getting scanned by that level 20 appraisal user at all costs. Jai Jun instantly pops his appraisal skill on the spot. He notes the wolf's eyes look incredibly powerful and tries to check its level. Zhang Ping charges and roars right at Jai Jun, perfectly interrupting the appraisal cast. Jai Jun curses under his breath about the cancel. Our boy uses the momentum to keep dashing aggressively forward. Jai Jun is totally caught off guard, completely missing Zhang Ping's flank attack. Realizing the bad aggro, he barks an order for Huang San to hypnotize the beast immediately. Huang San doesn't hesitate, spreading his arms to block Zhang Ping's path. He channels his power, using a soft, enchanting voice to command the beast to stop. Zhang Ping's eyes glow bright, acting like he took a massive stun debuff. Huang San sees the beast's movements halt and gets super smug, bragging that his crowd control worked perfectly. But behind the disguise, Zhang Ping is smirking. His mental stat is 1,000, meaning he has total immunity to any mind control. He realizes he can totally exploit this fake-out. Huang San keeps chanting his spell, telling him not to move. He has zero clue that Zhang Ping is playing 4D chess, faking the mind control just to close the gap. Huang San foolishly reaches out to comfort the beast, whispering not to move. Suddenly, Zhang Ping lunges with a blood-curdling roar. This is the ambush! Huang San is completely paralyzed by shock, wondering how the stun broke. Zhang Ping pounces with a ferocious roar. He bites straight into Huang San's neck, triggering agonizing screams. The hypnotist's cries just brutally fade into silence. He begs his boss for help. While Jai Jun just helplessly screams his fallen teammate's name, Huang who is still carrying the hostage, actually recovers from the shock first. He effortlessly gathers spiritual energy and hurls it straight at Zhang Ping, furiously screaming at the beast to back off. Despite getting knocked back, it's exactly the trajectory Zhang Ping wanted. Phase 1 complete. Now he just needs to block these two. But plot twist, Huang opens his hand and casts super gravity telekinesis. In his epic fog wolf form, Zhang Ping instantly sniffs out the approaching danger. Seconds later, a wildly crushing magnetic field pins his entire body down. He curses internally. This is really bad. He is totally stun-locked. With literally zero interruptions left, Jai Jun easily completes the appraisal scan. Name: Zhang Ping. Level 9. Beginner Awakened class. Affiliated with both the Iron Soul Forge and the Sweeper Squad, boasting rare spatial abilities. He grinds his teeth in pure rage. It's actually a human. And worse, just a level 9 rookie who has the absolute audacity to play the tough hero. Jai Jun closes in for the kill, bluntly stating that since Zhang Ping works for Sidu Shibai, there is zero chance he leaves this forest alive. Zhang Ping totally ignores the villain monologue, his brain working in pure overdrive to solve this. Situ Shibai used this exact supergravity move on him before. He stays chill, knowing there must be a counterplay. Above them, cinematic lightning relentlessly slashes across the stormy night sky. Staring down the enemy, Zhang Ping's tactical mind is spinning wildly. He notes that the appraisal caster doesn't seem to have any actual offensive skills, but his special weapon is a massive problem. It's an epic tier item. Let's think about this, guys, while holding his beast form. Zhang Ping deduces that the Chu family's raw power heavily relies on their overpowered gear. Luckily, even with his physical body totally suppressed, it doesn't block his ability to spam his fog powers. But watching them constantly dodge, Zhang Ping gets highly suspicious. Why exactly isn't the telekinesis guy using his psychic attacks to actually fight back? Oh, it's a classic bait and switch. They distracted him just so Jai Jun could jump in as the main DPS. Jai Jun exploits the exact moment our boy is busy tanking Huang, blasting a lethal wave of heat straight from his arm. Let's break this scene down together. Truck Tuan is attacking like a beast, getting super cocky. He taunts, "Guess your powers are draining. Let's see how long you last." But look at Zhang Ping. Our guy isn't even flinching. He's just deep in thought, calculating his next move. I honestly think Zhang Ping isn't choosing to hold back. He literally can't strike back yet. Seeing him zone out like that, Truck Tuan gets confused and yells, Why are you just standing there? Then the villain drops another massive, heavy attack right onto his prey. Meanwhile, you can see Zhang Ping finally figuring out his strategy, deciding to test out that epic new move. After tanking those hits, his fog reserves are dangerously low. The stats show he only has 25% left out of 100. The fog suddenly morphs into this storm of razor-sharp darts, flying straight at Trok Tuan. He jumps wildly, dodging left and right, thinking he can escape that easily. But after all that chaotic dodging, both he and Hong Ni just stare in total confusion. Then Zhang Ping drops the act and exposes their whole trick. You didn't counter my attack because you need to lock onto the same target to use your power. I love how Hong Ni just blurts out, "What?" in pure shock. Trok Tuan whispers his partner's name, Huang Ni, but our boy Zhang Ping is already charging in with absolute resolve. Just as he predicted, locking this guy down disables their power. Facing this head-on threat, Hong Ni can only panic internally. He is way too fast. I was hyped when Zhang Ping spent 10 fog points to forge a brand new weapon. He stabs Huang Ni right in the gut, leaving the guy totally paralyzed by shock. But Huang Ni snaps out of it and uses a self-damaging power. Even Zhang Ping has to respect the crazy move, thinking he actually unleashed his ability on himself. Escaping that fatal strike, Hong Ni gets his arrogant smirk right back. He actually brags, "You almost had your way, but good thing I forced control over my right arm to break free." Trok Tuan excitedly yells out, "That was your last bit of energy, right?" Meanwhile, Zhang Ping is still entirely focused on exposing the villain's weakness. He tells him, "Just crippling my arm is not enough. You need to destroy my whole body. And with that kind of attack, it is basically impossible." Before the guy even finishes, Zhang Ping hits him with the ultimate Fire Eater move, Flame Entanglement. You can see the burning fire reflected in Hong Ni's terrified eyes. He frantically pushes our hero away, cursing out loud, "You absolute bastard!" Even with the distance created, I noticed Zhang Ping instantly realizing, this is bad. He looks down at the scorching burn on his own chest and lets out a painful groan. Completely unharmed, Hong Ni waves his hand and mocks him, "You've got quite a few tricks." It hurts to see Zhang Ping so frustrated by this plot twist. Who would have guessed their clothes were fireproof? Losing patience, Hong Ni powers up to finish the fight, declaring, "But this ends right here and now." Facing a double attack, Zhang Ping just calmly says, "Time is running out." Trok Tuan arrogantly replies, "You mean the time until you die, right?" Our hero just stares straight into their eyes and delivers the absolute coldest, shortest comeback ever. He unleashes this massive pressure to kick off his counterattack, saying, "The time that I needed to stall you. Stick with me, this is where it gets insane." Hong Ni gets pierced by a water arrow and barely gasps. Trok Tuan dodges, totally blind to the real danger, mocking, still talking tough at death's door. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping locks his eyes firmly onto that enemy bow. As an arrow grazes his shoulder, our guy mentally notes, "Dodge right." Out of nowhere, Cece appears, striking the Hong duo from behind with her sword. At this exact moment, Trok Tuan finally realizes the brutal truth. The backup forces have officially arrived. His heart is absolutely racing as he thinks, who is this girl? One strike and Hong Ni is totally done for. Trok Tuan is so busy asking questions, he forgets his own life is hanging by a thread. He jumps back in a panic, dodging Cece's sharp blade, and furiously demands, "Who the hell are you?" She just answers with this icy, emotionless stare. Then she relentlessly swings her sword, forcing Trok Tuan into a frantic retreat. You can see him grinding his teeth, swallowing his bitter frustration down. Damn it, that bastard drained too much of my energy. Trok Tuan uses the brief opening to pull out a secret weapon, muttering, "I have to use this." He quickly slips the ring onto his finger, and this blinding light erupts, making Cece pause her attack in suspicion. Suddenly, Trok Tuan fires off a brilliant golden lightning bolt. Seeing this epic threat, she instantly dashes forward to stop him, screaming, "Stop right there!" Rocks and dirt explode around him, shooting violently straight up into the air. A massive, blinding tornado quickly forms right where Trok Tuan is standing. Cece manages to catch her teammate in time, feeling incredibly relieved. Thank goodness, Zhang Ping is actually safe. But seeing Trok Tuan teleport far away, she sighs with genuine regret. Too bad we couldn't capture the last surviving remnant of the Chu family alive. After that, Cece turns all her attention back to an utterly exhausted Zhang Ping beside her. Before she can process things, Man Ni's voice crackles over the radio. "Cece, bring Zhang Ping back immediately." Startled by the urgency, she quickly asks, "What is wrong?" Man Ni's answer turns her face completely pale. The heavenly ink illusion barrier has been shattered. Cut to Luo Shiyu, standing on a rooftop with an umbrella, scanning the area. Trok Min suddenly appears behind him, cautiously asking, "Your Highness, why did you summon me back here?" Luo Shiyu does not even bother turning around, just calmly seeking out the new intel. How is the mutant gathering outside the city going? The guy respectfully reports his arrangements. Your Majesty, everything is prepared. But right at that moment, a massive lightning bolt tears across the sky, startling them both. Luo Shiyu frowns and questions it. What was that sound? You can tell Trak Min is internally panicking, realizing that is the 10,000 lightning strike. Chu Trak Tuan is in serious trouble. He knows this will attract the fox's attention, but outwardly he fakes ignorance, saying it might just be a crack of thunder, right? Luo Shiyu unleashes his terrifying aura and persistently asks, did you notice any anomalies? The man clenches his jaw, stammering out a denial with a simple no. The prince slowly turns around, emphasizing every single word. Then why are you so tense right now? Terrified, Trak Min drops to his knees and explains, Your Majesty, I have been deeply afraid of thunder since childhood. And so? Before he finishes, the prince cruelly mocks him. You useless trash. I love how Luo Shiyu just goes back to observing, analyzing the situation mentally. That sound came from inside the city, yet nothing is visible now. It is exactly like before. He suddenly flashes back to his clash with Kim Ba, comparing the two events. Back then, that person was heavily injured, so no suspicion was raised. But turning just one single corner, the guy entirely vanished without a trace. He thinks, to openly escape my line of sight just like that. So what do you and I make of this? Luo Shiyu jumps off the roof, concluding, it seems this is just a high-level trick. Human illusions cannot affect my clan. Floating in mid-air, the prince starts piecing the general direction together. But they could use something else to indirectly block my vision. Perhaps this entire Mingzhou City is completely fake. This shot is awesome. Luo Shiyu's eyes are slowly overtaken by a glowing crimson red. Just as I predicted, he doesn't hesitate, expanding his domain and scanning the entire space. The massive shift in Mingzhou City is so intense that even Cece finally notices it. Where did the Hanhai Academy student go? Tilting her head, she quietly shares her read on the situation. Even though I don't know what is happening, the heavenly ink is definitely vanishing. Right at this crazy moment, Zhang Ping shakily wakes up. Sister Cece. He struggles to point his finger at the object next to Hong Ni, gasping, use that. Cece blurts out in confusion. The wild warbler lightning lamp? Knowing she caught on, he weakly issues a warning. You and I both know this is the most intense part of the arc. Luo Shiyu's domain sweeps through every single corner at top speed. It masterfully probes from the glaring light straight into the pitch-black shadows. Those creepy eyes multiply faster and faster, layering across the entire sky exactly like a massive radar grid. When that domain washes over a massive skyscraper, I always get chills seeing Luo Shiyu suddenly freeze. Countless eyes silently lock onto the target. Found him. Poor Trak Tuan has absolutely no idea he is already in the crosshairs. He just keeps running, thinking to himself how he almost forgot to drag the Saintess along during that chaotic escape. Luo Shiyu suddenly calls out, asking who would leave the city this late. I could practically feel Trak Min's heart skip a beat right here. He panics, knowing they are exposed. Desperate to buy time, he yells at that retreating pink silhouette, Your Majesty, wait! But Luo Shiyu just blasts forward like a hurricane. Trak Min is literally sweating bullets now. He knows it is completely ruined. Nothing can stop it. Cut to another ruined corner, where the Chu family gets a frantic update through their communication stone. Urgent intel! Urgent intel! That cleanup crew hiding out in the city actually has an assassin with them, a guy named Zhang Ping. As Trak Tuan explains the situation, their faces turn completely pale. He ruined our entire operation tonight. Hong Tam and Hong Ni are dead. When the cleanup crew reinforcements showed up, I had zero choice left but to unleash the myriad lightning strike. Drake Van frantically double-checks the intel. Little brother, are you trying to tell me that this Zhang Ping guy is still alive? Trak Tuan confirms it with absolute certainty. That is right. But I looked into his background. Aside from the cleanup crew, he also hangs out at a forge called Iron Soul. Drake Van processes this massive lore drop and reminds his brother. Got it. But your priority right now is sneaking the Saintess out of the city. Suddenly, a totally panicked voice bursts through the comms. Lack, Luo Shiyu, why are you here? Drake Van asks in total confusion, what are you talking about? But his only answer is a long, agonizing scream. Trak Van desperately screams into the device without stopping. What just happened? Answer me right now, Uncle Trak Tuan. He only calms down when Trak Min steps into the scene. You idiot, stop calling. The plan failed. Your Uncle Trak Tuan was just killed by the fox. Furious, Trak Van absolutely shatters the communication device in his hands. Damn it, did all our years of hard work just go down the drain? Despite that epic tantrum, Trak Min calmly rubs his chin and analyzes the board. No, the Saintess is still alive. She is the ultimate counter to the sky-soaring fox. Once Nguyen Phuong Tu realizes she cannot be killed, he will definitely take her back to the city lord's mansion. Troc Van frantically rushes over and yells, "Then tell me what we should do. Without the Saintess, how are we supposed to control those foxes?" At this crazy turning point, he finally drops the massive secret he has been hiding. The city lord's mansion has a secret passage leading right outside the city. I am the only one who knows it. Send the mutated beast through there to cause chaos for the fox. I will use that distraction to extract the Saintess. Another guy hears this wild plan and immediately starts questioning it. You make it sound easy. Nguyen Phuong Tu is defending the mansion. What can our mutated beast army even accomplish against that? But Troc Min, being the tactical genius he is, already prepared a script for this exact problem. That is exactly why we must exploit Zhang Ping, the assassin from the cleanup crew. Right now, Nguyen Phuong Tu is monitoring the entire city. If any situation pops up, he will take action personally. We just need to send elite troops to the forge to ambush Zhang Ping. That will definitely lure Nguyen Phuong Tu and the cleanup crew right over. Bridge number 2. This is where the strategy gets insane. Let's look at the trap they set. While both sides are fighting, we control the beasts to raid the city lord's mansion, catching them totally off guard. Another guy points out the massive risk, but doing that means turning completely against the sky-soaring fox. Troc Min is dead set. That is why we can only succeed. Failure is not an option. And one more thing. Do not blow my cover when you guys make your move. Reaching this critical point, the Chu family crew has absolutely no more questions to ask. Fine, you truly are a worthy successor to the Chu family bloodline. I will keep helping you play the role of the deputy city lord. We are leaving the Saintess to you, Uncle Troc Min. Meanwhile, our boy Zhang Ping finally opens his eyes. He groggily sees Cece leaning over him, asking, "You are awake? How is it? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Zhang Ping sits up looking totally lost, scanning his new surroundings. "Where am I?" Cece slowly explains to him. "This is the cleanup crew base. Things were critical earlier, so we could only bring you here." Then, Zhang Ping glances at the bed next to him. Captain Kim Ba got hurt that badly? By now, Kim Ba is completely wrapped up in bandages. His eyes are shut tight, trapped in a deep coma. Cece answers bitterly, "I heard Luo Shiyu did this." Stepping in personally without hesitation, it seems she has finally sensed our existence in the city. Just then, a shadow suddenly walks right into the room. "Awake already? Your recovery is not bad at all," Hua Keat asks loudly. "Taking on 3 opponents 10 levels above you all by yourself and actually managing to kill one of them. How exactly did you pull that off?" She approaches his bed, constantly evaluating him like a fan checking stats. Normally, a 5-level gap means instant death. Cece steps up to interrupt her. "Hua Kit, I introduced him earlier. His ability is solar charge." Zhang Ping thinks to himself, "I am just a rookie. It is definitely better to keep a low profile." Cece continues talking. "She is actually the one who healed your injuries." Hearing that, Zhang Ping bursts out laughing. "I am just lucky. Surviving a great disaster brings great fortune. Thankfully you were here, Sister Hua. Without everyone, I would have died 10 times over by now." He looks up, quietly analyzing her character design. Rumor says Sister Hua is super strict, but she honestly does not seem like it. Hua Kit nods in agreement. "It was nothing. Besides, I do not need to maintain the Heaven's Ink right now anyway." Her tone instantly turns serious. "All right, enough with the empty small talk. Since you are awake, let us go meet everyone." Zhang Ping tells himself, "I officially take back what I just said." Hua Kit slowly brings up the crazy events from tonight. We need far more comprehensive intel. Meanwhile, in another location, while Lac Vi is deep asleep and sleepwalking, Man Ni sits next to her, constantly complaining in total exhaustion. Why is there always an endless pile of work to do? She slumps her whole body onto the desk in total frustration. "Captain, I am submitting my resignation." Out of nowhere, Lac Vi raises her hand and speaks. Approved. Hearing this is like catching a lifeline for Man Ni. Her eyes light up with massive excitement. So little Vi is finally awake. "Hurry up and help me clear out some of this workload." However, her only response is Lac Vi's endless snoring. This scene is so funny. Man Ni is so furious right now she completely crushes the paper in her hand. She rushes over, throwing heavy punches while screaming, "Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up." But every single punch she throws is perfectly dodged by a completely asleep Lac Vi. Watching this hilarious chaos from afar, Thobak is totally stunned. He awkwardly speaks up. "There is no other way. Headquarters is short-staffed right now. Just endure it a little longer." After he says that, the entire room drops into this super eerie silence. Man Ni freezes and replies, "Captain, he is here." Then she playfully jumps onto Hua Keat, forcing her to totally surrender. "Let me handle a portion of the workload for you." Manny happily chirps back. Sister Hua loves me the most. So what do you and I make of this closing twist? Though Bach drops his serious voice. Let us get straight to the main topic. We originally predicted the Chu family teamed up with the sky-soaring fox to wipe out their rivals. But right now, I believe there is zero actual alliance between those two forces. Heavy rain is pounding outside the company in this scene. His flat voice echoes without a pause. It is so obvious the Chu family set up a barrier here. They definitely know the Tianmo blood crown exists by now. Keeping this secret from Tianchang proves they are plotting to use Tianmo for their own shady goals. Shibai drops a major plot point here. Submitting to anyone is not the Chu family style, especially with their current power level. They literally cannot fight the Tianchang fox right now. So that girl they snatched from Hanhai Academy last night, she has to be the ultimate key to defeating the fox. Shu Shi flips through the lore drop. Hanhai Academy's master, Chen Shui Li, only had one son named Chen Hao Wen, and the files confirm this guy died 40 years ago. He never married, yet that exact same year, Chen Shui Li randomly announced to everyone that he had a granddaughter named Chen Junting. She continues the lore drop. Our investigation shows Chen Junting completely lacks Ice City blood. She most likely came from a mysterious village right outside the city walls. Shu Shi casually mentions how much Chen Shui Li doted on this granddaughter. For 40 whole years, he kept her completely isolated from every single person. Her character profile is basically completely blank. There is zero record of her awakening or what her actual powers are. Then our boy Zhang Ping suddenly interrupts, claiming he knows exactly what her ability is. He used his appraisal skill on her earlier. Her power is apparently called Blood of the Holy Mother. Hearing this insane reveal makes Shibai frown deeply. Outer City? Holy Mother? Could it be Qingzhou Village? He thinks this coincidence is way too crazy. But Zhang Ping keeps dropping lore bombs on us. That power's effect is. Then the scene cuts. At the Qingzhou mansion, Junting and Shiyu share tea. Junting happily chats over a donut. She calls the place huge, asking if Shiyu always lived here. Shiyu gives a cold nod. Junting gets worried, pointing out that she looks pretty awful. Are you sick? Shiyu quickly shakes her head. Junting happily stands to pour tea. I know why. Her grandpa said eating helps when sad, offering tea. But in this exact frame, Shiyu's face goes totally dark. Her hair floats up, eyes glowing blood red like a wild beast, and she growls a terrifying death threat. Sharp energy blasts, looking exactly like flying blades, launch straight at Junting, sitting right across from her. Shiyu's pupils shrink. Her heavy breathing makes the room's atmosphere suffocatingly tense. But completely ignoring this villainous aura, Junting calmly closes the teapot lid like absolutely nothing happened. She flashes a sweet smile and pulls out a cookie. Without even waiting, Junting literally shoves it straight into Shiyu's mouth, happily bragging about how delicious it tastes. Shiyu is totally baffled, wondering why her attack failed. Junting claps eagerly, asking if it tastes good. This insane reaction leaves the villain spiraling in her thoughts. She suddenly feels deeply ashamed for attacking her. Wait, since when does a powerful villain feel guilt toward a weak human? Then out of nowhere, Junting spits out her mouthful of tea. She gags on the awful taste. Coughing wildly, she complains this tea is pure garbage and calls the brewer a massive idiot. Shiyu just sits there, completely flustered. The villain realizes she is the idiot. Junting looks up, saying no wonder she is upset. She happily stands up, promising to brew a much better pot if she just waits. The moment she leaves, Shiyu clenches her fists in pure confusion. She knows this is incredibly weird and cannot figure out why she actually feels so terribly guilty. Biting her lip, she analyzes the situation. As an elite of the Tianchang Fox, her own stats are flawless. The glitch has to be coming from that human girl's hidden power. Shiyu finally asks the big mystery, who exactly is this girl? Meanwhile, the scene shifts. We finally get to see Cici and Zhang Ping training hard together. Cici explains the magic system. His fog is super similar to her water element, like mind control and shape-shifting abilities. But the core difference lies entirely in where the power actually originates from. Cici spins gracefully, launching a beautiful attack animation. She explains her water element is fully recyclable and loops perfectly. But his fog? That is just a strict one-time consumable resource. Zhang Ping uses his sword to desperately block her endless combo. She points out he cannot revert physical fog back into vapor. It would be way more practical if his fog worked like water, effortlessly swapping between gas, liquid, and solid states mid-fight. He ducks his head, thinking of the perks. Non-physical fog gives a huge inventory advantage. He doesn't even need to carry a bulky gourd around to store his weapon. Suddenly, Cici closes the gap, yelling at him to focus. She thrusts her hand, casting a massive whirlpool spell that blasts Zhang Ping straight onto his back. His arm scrapes hard across the dirt while thick fog completely engulfs his body. He mentally praises his own build. Relieved he can still spam fog to absorb that crazy impact. Now Cece floats into the air, extending her arms to summon an epic blizzard ultimate. Luckily, our protagonist's passive lets him absorb creature fear to generate fog, perfectly buffing his terrible durability stats. The exact second those icy projectiles drop, Zhang Ping immediately hits a clean dodge roll, smoothly evading the lethal damage. He boasts he can dodge this attack tier, but immediately after, his entire body completely freezes. His face shows pure shock and utter confusion at this sudden crowd control lock. These super sticky water blocks latch onto Zhang Ping, totally paralyzing him from making a single movement. He panics internally, realizing his agility stat means absolutely nothing right now. He realizes it is an ice trap formed from her water. She baited his aggro with those falling icicles. Cece touches down flawlessly and drops some combat wisdom. If enemies are not terrified of you, your fog simply evaporates and drains your mana pool instantly. Zhang Ping shoots her an intense glare. He claims if that is the case, he just needs enough raw damage to completely one-shot his enemies before they can even counter. Right on cue, Zhang Ping's sword flies straight at Cece like a homing missile. This unexpected surprise attack visibly startles her for a split second, but she recovers her stance instantly, casting Water Prison as a defensive buff to test his damage output. Right then, the blade closes in. That chaotic fog energy flashes like lightning, literally tearing the space apart with epic visual effects. This visual leaves Cece absolutely stunned, her jaw basically dropping. She thinks to herself in pure disbelief that his attack actually managed to pierce her elite water prison defense. Now Zhang Ping drops the coolest slow line. "You lose, Cece." She calmly replies, admitting it is genuinely shocking that his fog can completely bypass the level gap and shatter her high-tier armor. She casually cancels her water prison skill. She theorizes that his fog mutation beast might actually be descended from a king-tier monster. Inheriting those insane genetics completely explains why his fog carries such wild, level-breaking damage output. But then Cece raises her voice for a reality check. She points out his terrible combat experience. In a real deathmatch? You and I both know he would already be dead. Zhang Ping echoes her, totally confused. Dead? Suddenly, the water blocks glued to his body violently start boiling. Zhang Ping screams in pure panic about how incredibly hot it is. Why is the water suddenly boiling? He slowly turns around, dropping some final advice. Understanding your own ability traits is absolutely crucial, so you better keep grinding those skills. Okay guys, Zhang Ping's face suddenly gets super sketchy here. While Cece isn't looking, he stealthily whips up this dense cloud of fog. She keeps explaining the deep lore, saying how water changing into ice or hot steam can trigger totally unpredictable consequences during combat. Right on cue, Zhang Ping spins around and casually holds up a literal spider in his hand. Like this, for example. The moment she sees it, Cece completely loses it. Blushing, she launches a massive water sphere straight at him and screams, "Spider, get away! Stay away from me!" This part is hilarious. The sphere blasts right into Zhang Ping's mouth, and he totally just swallows it on reflex. Cece catches this instantly. Panicking, she sprints over, violently shaking his shoulders, and yells, "Spit it out right now! My water element is perfectly pure, but it is heavily poisoned." Zhang Ping barely manages, feeling instantly guilty. Cece quietly whispers, "I am so sorry." Zhang Ping hesitates, clearly confused. "But my form feels a little weird right now. I feel entirely mushy, like I have zero control." Then, Zhang Ping's pants just randomly drop to the floor. His entire lower half has literally turned into water. Panicking, he raises his slimy liquid arm and yells, "Look at my hands!" Zhang Ping thinks to himself, "Wait, did I just awaken a brand new skill?" He runs an appraisal. Instantly, that classic robotic system voice chimes in. Appraisal successful. Stat panel updated. Alien Eater. Basic pure water body. Hearing those epic stats, Zhang Ping excitedly realizes something huge. The insane effect of that level 6 gem actually let him unlock 2 brand new talents at once. The pure water body makes total sense, he mutters. He strokes his chin, visibly racking his brain. But what in the world does this Alien Eater ability actually do? Meanwhile, Cece hesitantly reaches out. She wants to touch him, but quickly pulls back. "Zhang Ping, what is happening to you? Did my poison completely mutate your body?" Zhang Ping gently shakes his head. "I am fine. I can probably change back, I just need a second to adapt." He closes his eyes to focus. As fans, we know the fog body and this new pure water body definitely share similar mechanics. The transformation trick must be identical to the fog, he figures. I just have to feel out my body and experiment. Focusing hard, Zhang Ping completely melts into a literal puddle of water right on the floor. Alright, that works. Next up, he shifts his form into this hilarious little stick figure. Okay. Then, he morphs into a spooky, floating slime blob, slowly echoing, "Okay, we are getting somewhere." A few minutes later, Zhang Ping cheerfully announces, "Hey Cece, check it out. I am fully back to normal." He's back to human form, all right. But Cece wildly panics, covers her eyes, and violently turns around. "Please, just put some clothes on first," she begs. Once he's decent, she seriously demands some answers. "What in the world just happened to you?" Pulling his pants up, Zhang Ping casually drops a massive lore bomb. "Looks like accidentally swallowing your custom poison water actually let me awaken the pure water body." CC stammers, completely shell-shocked by the reveal. The pure water body? She just stands there completely stunned, analyzing how insanely fast Zhang Ping is leveling up. That pure water form? It is quite literally the ultimate god-tier ability that any water element user has always dreamed of possessing, and he managed to awaken it that easily? Is his potential actually infinite? Suddenly snapping out of her intense thoughts, CC gets flustered and immediately spins around again. Looking slightly embarrassed, Zhang Ping asks her a question. "Hey CC, are you feeling okay?" Flustered, she quickly stammers, "No, I am totally fine." But guys, right at that exact moment, the emergency base alarms start blaring everywhere. CC snaps into leader mode. "What is going on?" Over the radio, a panicked guard screams back. "Captain, the Iron Soul Forge is under a massive attack. We need heavy backup right now." Keeping her cool, CC barks orders. "Call in any squads patrolling nearby to back you up first." "I am heading there immediately." Hearing her voice, the frantic guard immediately steadies his tone. "Understood." Getting the picture, Zhang Ping loudly steps up. "Wang Jiamin and the others are in mortal danger. I am coming with you." CC instantly waves him off. "Absolutely not. This entire thing reeks of an ambush." Zhang Ping flashes his new liquid arm to reassure her. "Relax. I literally just unlocked the pure water body today. If things go south, I can easily just melt down into a puddle and escape unseen." Knowing she can't win, CC throws her hands up in defeat. Sprinting ahead, she yells back, "You are absolutely impossible. Just stick close to me and do not fall behind." "Got it," he answers dead serious. Moments later, they hit the Iron Soul Forge. They kick open the doors, and the visual is just brutal. Lifeless bodies scattered completely across the floor. Horrified, CC screams out, "How did this many armed assassins breach the facility?" Without missing a beat, our boy Zhang Ping sprints deep inside. CC stays back and instantly commands the squad. "You, take a team and sweep for survivors. You, lock down the defensive perimeter right now. Watch out for any remaining assassins in the shadows." The guards quickly nod. "Yes, ma'am." Sprinting through the chaos, Zhang Ping frantically scans the area. "Uncle Lu, Wang Jimin, Sister Lu." Suddenly, from the far end of the room, a deeply trembling female voice calls out, "Chuang." We see Liu Se barely leaning against the concrete wall, her entire body shaking violently. Zhang Ping. Panicking, he rushes to her side, screaming, "Sister Liu!" Stumbling forward, she weakly raises her hand and points down the dark hall. "Hurry, Uncle Liu and Wang Jiamin." Just as Cece finally catches up to them, Liu Se gasps. They are both critically injured. Using every ounce of her remaining strength, Cece sprints ahead, barking out one last command. "I will check on them. You stay right here and look after her." A few moments later, Zhang Ping is carefully wrapping up Liu Se's severed arm. The pristine white medical gauze is already completely soaked in dark crimson blood. Seeing the brutal injury, he freezes for a second. His eyes trace the terrible wound before he hesitantly stammers out, "Sister Liu, your arm." Looking deeply troubled, Liu Se awkwardly pulls her stump away. Her face is an emotional wreck as she mutters, "I am perfectly fine. Losing an arm won't kill me." Right then, CC and the med squad rush into view. CC points straight. CC gently pats his shoulder. "Do not panic. They took a bad hit and passed out, but it is nothing life-threatening." With that sorted, the entire medical crew quickly transports the injured out of the destroyed facility. Out of nowhere, Liu Se slowly turns her head. "Knowing those two are surviving gives me peace of mind. But you, kid, you really need to watch your back right now. Every single one of those assassins was actively hunting you." Zhang Ping, "Did you seriously tick off some massive VIP lately?" Trying to act tough, he smiles back. "I am totally fine, Sister Liu. Stop worrying about me and just focus on healing up your injuries." Cece watches the stretchers roll out and grimly mutters, "This entire city is compromised. It is not safe anymore. The cleanup squad is routing them to a hidden bunker just outside city limits." Seeing the bloody aftermath, Zhang Ping furiously curses, "Damn it, this is entirely my fault." You and I both know who he's thinking of. He angrily clenches his fists. The Chu family beast tamers. Here in Mingzhou City, they are the only ones desperate enough to kill me. Cece replies coldly, "I am dispatching an elite investigation squad immediately." But then, a terrifying new voice suddenly echoes right behind Zhang Ping. That massive energy spike definitely originated from this spot. A lot of my clan members died right around here. Could these two puny humans be involved? Zhang Ping's eyes go wide. That voice. It is Luo Shiyu. This insane scaled windspeaker enemy is incredibly fast, and it is right on top of them. Looking up, Zhang Ping spots a terrifying shape dive-bombing them from the ceiling. The creature sneers. We are living in highly desperate times. I would rather waste good food than let any potential threat walk away alive. Look out! Zhang Ping fiercely tackles Cece, throwing them both out of the crash zone. Landing gracefully on the high beams, Luo Shiyu stares down at the massive, shattered crater he just made. Well now, this is interesting. We are jumping right into the action. Her eyes light up as she mutters, "You actually sensed my attack." Our guy, Zhang Ping, stands up, dead serious, asking if she is okay. Cece shakes her head. "I am fine," she says, "but this whole mission was top secret. How did she even find us here?" Zhang Ping just slowly replies with that classic cool vibe. "I am guessing she has the entire city under surveillance." Thivur bites her lip, looking absolutely lethal like a predator locking onto its prey. She screams, "Zhang Ping, our boy plays it cool. Who are you? Long time no see." But inside, he is totally trying not to panic. "Calm down, appraise." The legendary system instantly pops up, appraising. While the system is just spamming appraising in his head, best girl Cece literally throws herself in front of him. "You need to run," she yells. "I will hold her off." Saying that, Cece launches an epic blizzard straight at Thivur, hovering up in the sky. Zhang Ping is stressing out, muttering curses. "Damn it, the appraisal range is too short. You and I know she is dangerous." Thivur coldly watches the razor-sharp ice flying at her. Dropping a killer move on me with zero hesitation, she thinks, "My cover is definitely blown." Thivur just casually waves her hand, stopping the ice dead in its tracks. "So you guys are behind everything lately," she smirks. Right at that crazy moment, a deep, glowing red portal suddenly swirls into existence right behind CC. Acting on pure instinct, she throws up an ice shield, but that insane red energy strikes down like a drill, completely shattering her defense in a split second. Luckily, CC jumps out of the way just in time. Shattered ice explodes everywhere into the air. She is totally stunned, thinking to herself, "I cannot believe she broke through my maximum defense in one hit." Now Thivur is just getting hyped up. "Who cares if my identity is exposed?" she thinks. She cannot even see through my illusions. She is just using the shifts in the cold air around us to predict my attacks. That is such a genius tactical move. Stick with me. What happens next is wild. She instantly unleashes absolute fury. Boiling red energy surges around her like a blazing inferno as she charges at Cece. "Let us see what you got. How exactly are you going to defend this time?" Her body instinctively unleashed a blast of freezing air to block the attack. Cece frantically scanned her surroundings. "Over here, here, and over here too," Zhang Ping shouted in a panic. "Cece, watch your upper left." Hearing him, she instantly whipped her head around. Thank God Zhang Ping showed up. Without him, she would not have even stood a chance to fight back against that strike. Their teamwork was absolutely flawless. Zhang Ping's rapid-fire callouts made it incredibly easy for her to dodge every single incoming strike. 3, 7, and 9 o'clock. Cece dodged gracefully to the rhythm of his voice, her footsteps flowing like water. 4, 8, and 10 o'clock. 1, 2, and 11 o'clock. 5 and 12 o'clock. Watching this flawless evasion made Shiyu's face darken with rage. How does Zhang Ping know my moves? Could it actually be? She finally decided to shift her attacks right at Zhang Ping. Catching on instantly, his eyes flashed with intense focus as he threw his entire body out of the way. Shiyu watched his footwork closely, grinding her teeth in total frustration. "I knew it," she thought. "He dodges perfectly every single time I strike. It looks like Zhang Ping really is the one guy who can see right through our clan's disguises." Furious, Shiyu let out a massive roar. "I should have killed you when I had the chance. Let us see how much longer you can keep dodging." Hearing that threat, panic flared in Zhang Ping's mind. "This is really bad. I cannot keep dodging these attacks and call out positions for Cece at the same time." He twisted his body to weave through the incoming waves, successfully slipping past her deadly strikes. 3 spins left, 3 spins right. Catching the rhythm, Zhang Ping leaped right next to Cece, leaving her completely stunned. "Zhang Ping?" she whispered. He grinned broadly, quickly throwing up a protective layer of thick fog armor. Made it just in time. "She seems incredibly angry right now. Did she just go through a bad breakup or something?" His mocking attitude actually made Shiyu burst out laughing, flashing a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. "How interesting." She threw her head back, laughing like a maniac. Her glowing red eyes overflowed with pure killing intent as she growled back. Zhang Ping, you hid your skills quite well. I tested you so many times, yet you fooled me every single time. Suddenly, streams of pitch-black energy shot out from all directions, screeching through the air like demon claws. Shi Yu let out a chilling scream. But this time, you are totally doomed. Massive black spikes slammed into the ground like razor-sharp blades. Their tips glowed a terrifying blood red, looking ready to devour the entire area. You blocked 3 of my tails, but what about 3,000? Cece threw up her hands to forge another layer of ice. Its attack power is insane, she yelled, shaking. The shield started to crack. Zhang Ping clenched his teeth, shivering as he struggled to hold the line. The system chimed, "Fog reserves at 50%. The robotic voice grew even louder. "Fog reserves at 30%. Shi Yu smirked, casually tucking some hair behind her ear. "If you survive for 10 seconds, I will call it your win." At 0.6 seconds left, Cece bit her lip, bracing for the worst. The system kept blaring. Fog reserves down to 10%. Fog reserves dropping to 8%, then 5%. At 0.9 seconds, fog reserves hit 0%. A million thoughts raced through Zhang Ping's mind. I unleashed 100% of my fog and still could not hold her back. Am I actually going to die here today? Suddenly, Shibai's silhouette materialized with a calming voice. "Good job holding out, kid. I can only buy you one single opening." Zhang Ping shot a nervous glance, realizing it was the captain's combat clone. The battlefield was absolute chaos. Shi Yu's relentless barrage of thorny spikes kept slamming against his failing armor, filling the air with chilling shrieks of cracking magic. She looked down, completely confused as mysterious smoke began binding her tightly. "What in the world is this?" she muttered. Seizing the tiny window, Cece screamed from behind. "Zhang Ping, do it now!" Hearing her voice, his eyes instantly lit up. "Got it!" Zhang Ping clenched his fists hard, forcing a massive surge of dense fog energy to erupt around his entire body. Moving fast, he tightly grabbed onto Cece's hand. Then Zhang Ping bolted, leaving nothing but a thick trail of dark fog in his wake. "Cece, let's go," he urged. Those words reached Shi Yu's ears instantly. Grinding her teeth, she let out a furious roar. Trying to run, Shi Yu threw her hands up, summoning a monstrous mutated beast right behind her. Its massive, towering body looked strong enough to crush literally anything in its path. "Smash them!" she screamed. But the moment Shi Yu looked back down, the two of them had already vanished, gone without a single trace. The mutant beast opened its massive jaws and unleashed a terrifying roar. "Listen up, everyone. Hunt Zhang Ping down with everything you have." A little while later, inside the cleansing squad's safe house. Resting quietly in the hospital bed, Liu Se looked at him and asked softly, "So you are telling me you are an official member of the cleansing squad now? And Mingzhou City has completely fallen into the hands of those filthy foxes?" Zhang Ping nodded slowly in response. "Yeah, they aren't making any reckless moves yet, but staying in the city is extremely dangerous." He lowered his head, guilt washing over him. "I am so sorry. This is all my fault." Liu Se quickly cut him off. "Stop it. I just lost an arm. It is not the end of the world. Besides, I should be thanking you for rescuing Uncle Liu and the rest of the crew." Just as Cece walked into the room, she caught the rest of his sentence. "I promise I will find a way to take the forge back, but until then, everyone will just have to lay low outside the city for a while." Cece pressed her lips together, thinking about everything they just survived. She suddenly realized just how much he had matured lately. Right then, Liu Se finally noticed her standing in the doorway. She smiled warmly at him. "That girl is still waiting for you. Go take care of your business first." A few seconds later, Zhang Ping and Cece stepped out into the hallway, and he quietly shut the door behind them. "Cece, did you need to talk to me about something?" Hearing that, she crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks. "What exactly did you just call me?" Zhang Ping scrambled to correct himself. "Sister Cece?" he blurted out. He groaned internally. "This is totally Sister C's fault. Calling her that girl completely messed up my brain just now." Zhang Ping pressed his lips together, a cold sweat breaking out. "Honestly, calling her Sister Cece used to feel totally fine. But now that we are closer, it just feels super awkward. I mean, I have lived 2 lifetimes already, so I am technically way older." Suddenly, Cece turned her back to him. Biting her nail, she sighed casually. "Forget it. It is just a title anyway. You can just call me whatever you want from now on. Now, come follow me." As they walked, she gave him a serious warning. "Your identity is completely blown. I highly doubt you can step foot in Mingzhou City right now. We will just have to wait for the captain's orders." A little while later in another room, Cece pulled out a glowing glass vial. "That juicy intel you handed over about the Holy Maiden ended up being incredibly useful to us. Add that to how flawlessly you handled that creep's mission, and you definitely earned this. It is an official reward from the cleansing squad." Zhang Ping carefully took the vial, Wait, is this golden blood? He held it up to the light, studying it closely. This is not the legendary golden blood, is it? Cece gave a soft nod. It is actually Jinba's golden blood. He has to regularly drain some of it just to keep a stockpile. We usually save this blood to heal our wounded teammates, or occasionally use it to extend the lifespans of some older veterans who served us well. You should test it out in the training room later. Let's see if it unlocks any cool new powers for you. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she remembered a crucial detail. Oh, right. This golden blood is a rare ability bloodline. That means the traits can actually be passed down to your future kids. You better mentally prepare yourself, Zhang Ping. Watch out for any shameless girls trying to get their hands on you. Zhang Ping stared at the golden blood vial. He figured it only had a small chance of passing down the bloodline anyway. It wasn't exactly guaranteed. Plus, who knows if he'd even get married in the future? No point overthinking it when he needed to level up now. He didn't hesitate. He downed the whole thing, praying his consumption skill would actually kick in. That was exactly how he unlocked the underworld fog and pure water bodies before. A moment later, Cece chimed in, asking if he scored any new powers. Zhang Ping looked down at his hands. Doesn't look like anything changed, he muttered. But the second those words left his mouth, a sticky, glowing red liquid started oozing straight out of his fingertips. Zhang Ping stood there completely stunned. He muttered to himself, the appraisal actually worked. The system suddenly chimed, confirming the mutation was active. He realized his Devourer ability was an infinite rank skill. Zhang Ping quietly guessed that this pure blood body could accurately sense his target's exact status. Meanwhile, that weird red liquid just kept pouring from his hands. Cece took a step back, totally panicking. What on earth is happening to your hands? She yelled. He looked up and asked gently, Cece, do you have a scar on your face? She nervously pushed up her glasses, telling him to drop it. Zhang Ping figured there was a deeper, hidden story behind that old wound of hers. Brushing it off, she quickly changed the subject. So, besides the creepy hands, did any other stats change? Zhang Ping lowered his voice, visibly thrilled. In this form, I can sense the life force of every single living thing around me. I can even physically merge right into another person's body. It lets me completely heal any wound on someone else's body, and yeah, that means erasing scars too. Hearing that, Cece's face lit up. She rushed over. Wait, does that mean you can actually regenerate 9 colors missing arm? Zhang Ping clenched his fists, eyes filled with determination. As long as I have enough blood. Honestly, even if someone was reduced to nothing but a single layer of skin, I could entirely rebuild their body from scratch. He thought about his growing arsenal. The pure water body gave him insane evasion, and now the pure blood body made him a master healer. Cece excitedly shoved him forward, urging him to go heal 9 colors right away. He just smiled and nodded. All right, I'm on it, he agreed. But before leaving, he glanced back. Hey, Cece, when we get back, can we talk? Not as hunters in the same squad, but just as old friends? Hearing that, her face instantly flushed bright red. Cece looked down, gave a slow, shy nod, and quietly agreed. Deep in the wilderness that night, a group of beasts gathered by the river to drink. Suddenly, a deer sensed a strange shift in the air and snapped its head up to look. What it saw was pure chaos. A massive horde of mutated beasts was charging forward in an absolute frenzy. Their eyes burned a glowing, vicious red. Every heavy footstep slammed into the dirt like a war drum of death, signaling a terrible nightmare was coming. Meanwhile, in another location entirely, Manhwa was walking by when Thobak caught her eye. She paused, noticing what he was reading. The files on Holy Ancestor Village? Captain, why are you looking into that? Hearing her voice, Thoibok slowly looked up. I wonder if you still remember the history. Look, even though the Chu family committed some completely ruthless and inhumane crimes when they were in power, their beast tamers were actually heroes in the very beginning. He thought back to the horrific winter freeze disaster. To fight off that catastrophe, the Chu family patriarch, Chu Sichuang, physically fused his body with the sun god bird, Thoibok sighed. Every single day, he flew high into the sky, bringing essential light and warmth to the survivors below. He kept that up for 10 long years, until he finally drained all his energy and died. Manhwa took a sip of her coffee and nodded. Yeah, I know that story. After Chu Shishtuang passed away, he was buried out in the Sunset Mountains, right outside Mingzhou City. The survivors living out there were incredibly grateful, so they protected his grave for decades. Over time, those people married, had families, and built a settlement, which eventually became known as the Holy Ancestor Village. But what does any of that ancient history have to do with the village right now? Thobak kept his voice perfectly calm. Every 100 years, the Holy Ancestor Village produces a unique saintess. Her bloodline alone forms a barrier, keeping the village completely safe from mutated beast attacks. Hearing this, Manhwa dropped her casual attitude and gasped. Wait, are you telling me that Tran Quan Din is actually the saintess from the Holy Ancestor Village? Dobok didn't look up, he just answered slowly. The Chu family plans to use the saintess to take control of Paradise Lake. She rested her chin on her hand, clearly confused. But why would the saintess show up at Hanhai Academy? And after all this chaos, why hasn't the village made a single move to find her? Though Bach didn't give a straight answer. Instead, he frowned. What if they planned it this way? Claiming their saintess is locked up inside our walls gives the Holy Ancestor Village the perfect excuse to declare war on Mingzhou City whenever they want. A cold sweat broke out on Manhwa's forehead. But why would they even want a war? Though Bach immediately broke it down for her. 150 years ago, Mingzhou City was ruled by an absolutely brutal, dictator-like city lord. Refusing to let history repeat itself and create another Chu family, the cleanup squad marked her as a dangerous fugitive and put a massive bounty on her head. They teamed up with the current city lord and managed to banish her from the city forever. Somehow, against all odds, she clawed her way to the top and became the leader of the Holy Ancestor Village. Manhwa listened closely. So she never stopped plotting against Mingzhou City. She's just been biding her time, waiting for the perfect moment to launch an invasion. Meanwhile, the security forces had previously established a huge network of hidden safe houses out in the harsh wilderness. These survival bunkers were kept highly classified. Some were carved right into solid rock, while others were buried deep underground or hidden high up in the trees. Inside safe house number 3, Cece carefully peeked outside. She muttered to herself, "Is all this commotion just another dirty trick from the Chu family? I've got to head out there and scout the area." She quickly weighed the risks. If this dungeon hideout got discovered, all the injured hunters would be sitting ducks. She stared at Zhang Ping's back, wondering if it was a mistake to leave him behind to guard the place all by himself. Could he really handle it? Suddenly, Zhang Ping snatched up the phantom lantern. He let out a loud, excited yell. Yes, it actually worked! Cece stared at his buzzing reaction, completely lost. What worked? I thought that lantern ran out of juice ages ago. Zhang Ping turned around with a grin. It did run out of energy, but throwing away a magical artifact just felt like a massive waste. So, I decided to test if I could manually recharge its core. Fire Devourer, activate flame disturbance. The phantom lantern immediately glowed with the deep blue of his pure water body, followed by the blinding crimson of his pure blood trait. Finally, it shifted into the eerie purple of his underworld fog body. Zhang Ping slammed the lantern onto the cot. Pumping my fog into it sparked it right back to life, and the buff is way stronger now. Cece shook her head, unable to hide a smirk. Talk about pure dumb luck. Zhang Ping totally ignored her jab. If we use this lantern to cloak the safe house, we can finally head outside and scout without worrying about the others. Out in the desolate wasteland, he took one look at the approaching horde and gasped. Isn't this monster wave a bit insane? Since when did the Chu family have the power to control this many mutated beasts at once? Cece grabbed her comms, dead serious. Headquarters, this is Lu Tu Thien, reporting from near Safe House 3. We have an estimated 10,000 beasts marching straight for Mingzhou City. Levels are mostly low tier. The horde is packed with forest wolves and purple bullet rabbits. Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes, clearly confused. This makes no sense. Why are all these monsters sprinting so hard? They don't look like an invading army. They look like they're running for their lives. Then, he caught a glimpse of something in the distance. His eyes widened in pure shock. He frantically pointed toward the horizon, yelling, Cece, you need to look over there right now. Cece listened and immediately turned around to check. She let out a terrified scream. Out of nowhere, a massive horde of zombies was marching straight toward the city walls. Staring at the glowing red mob charging forward, Cece gasped. She guessed there were roughly 50,000 of them. Meanwhile, in his office, Toybok slammed his fist onto the desk, his mind racing. 50,000! He pursed his lips, running the numbers. 10,000 mutated beasts. 50,000 zombies. And on top of that, the city still held Tian Dian Ho and the surviving members of the Chu family. The team was severely short on manpower right now. There was zero chance they could fight off that many enemies all at once. Was he really going to have to step in himself? Thinking about this, a spark of electricity literally flashed through Toybok's eyes. He turned his head. Wait, no, there was still another way. Finally, Toybok yelled out loud. Manhwa, Chanlak Vu, Hua Kiet, get ready to activate the sky barrier one more time. Manhwa hesitated, completely confused. But not that sky barrier. Hua Kiet crossed her arms and fired back. What exactly do you mean, Captain? Thobak quickly explained. Yesterday, while covering Zhang Ping, I managed to temporarily suppress the Moon Prince. Its energy levels definitely haven't recovered yet. He laid out the plan with a dead serious tone. Look, Even though we absolutely cannot rely on the city patrol or the main investigation team right now, there are still plenty of heavy hitters hiding out inside the city. We will carve a message right onto our sky barrier, broadcasting the news of this zombie raid to the entire population. The reality we are facing is a massive zombie invasion, though Bach kept pushing them. Once the awakened fighters inside the city finish gathering up, we will slip right back inside. We protect Mingzhou City, and at the exact same time, we dodge Thien Dien Ho's surveillance net. Let us move now. The group immediately fell into line, shouting back their agreement. He raised his hand, channeling a burst of energy to open a secure group comms line. Lu Tu Thien, Zhang Ping, I am ordering the two of you to block as many of those mutated beasts and zombies outside the city as you possibly can. You need to buy enough time for our forces inside to group up. Everyone shouted back in unison, Yes, sir. Over at safe room number 5, Lu Khan spoke up with a heavy voice. This is the branch base. Awaiting your orders, Captain. The voice crackled through the receiver on the other end. Move to safe room number 3 immediately and provide backup for Lu Tu Thien. He instantly replied back. Copy that. His squad pumped their fists and yelled, Let us go. Lu Khan raised a hand, casually summoning his energy as he announced. Move out. It is finally our turn to fight. Over at the city lord's mansion, Troc Min paced slowly, his mind spinning with anxious thoughts. The raid on the blacksmith shop had to be a success by now, right? He quickly checked the latest updates before moving to his next phase. Just as he suspected, the Moon Prince was nowhere near the mansion. Time to kick off the next step of the plan. Suddenly, a notification pinged from the communication device held tight in his hand. I am really sorry, but we just ran into some serious trouble out here. Troc Min's eyes went wide with anger as he snapped back. What kind of trouble? The guy on the other end scrambled to explain the total mess. Some completely unknown squad just showed up outside the city walls. The mutated beasts are terrified right now, and we have totally lost control over them. We have no idea who is behind this. Troc Min's face instantly went pitch black. He scowled, his voice rising into a furious shout. Shut up with the excuses and fix it right now. Hanging up, he cursed under his breath. You really could not rely on these useless fools for anything. There was simply no other way around this. I need to track down the Holy Maiden first. Once the timing is right, I will grab her and get out immediately. The air in the room suddenly shifted, feeling incredibly strange. Troc Min whipped his head around, sensing that something was terribly off. His eyes widened in absolute shock and panic. Right there, practically out of thin air, stood Kak Ditch along with the entire roster of Patrol Team Number 1. Lam Kak Ditch, the captain of the patrol team? What in the world was he doing here, and why did he bring an entire army of people with him? Troc Min quickly stepped forward, offering a polite bow as he greeted him. Well, if it isn't Captain Lam himself, what brings you out here with so much free time today? Since the City Lord has not returned yet, you can pass any important messages directly to me first. But Cockdish did not reply. He just stood there, staring coldly without saying a single word. He and the rest of his squad just coldly brushed past him. Troc Min felt a wave of pure panic. They completely ignored me. Could he have actually figured out what I am doing? Cockditch marched straight ahead, shoving open the heavy doors to the grand banquet hall. Watching this unfold, Troc Min's eyes went wide with pure anxiety. Wait, what is going on here? He stood totally paralyzed as a smooth, melodious tune drifted out. Inside, absolutely everyone was dancing together, totally lost in the music. What on earth was happening? Just then, Quan Din walked over. She flashed a bright, glowing smile and held her hand out toward them. Looks like we have even more friends joining the party. Let us all dance together. Cockdick slowly picked up a glass of red wine, casually taking a small sip. Suddenly, he flinched, staring blankly at the glass of wine in his own hand. Wait a minute. Why am I even here? His Royal Highness definitely gave me an order to follow. The memory of his actual mission flooded back, shocking him so badly he spat out the mouthful of wine he had just swallowed. Oh, right. I need to capture Zhang Ping. Quan Din strolled over from across the room, sighing softly. Honestly, this old guy is just way too clumsy. Hackditch stared right at her, his mind spinning. Did she seriously invite me in here just to party? A look of absolute shock washed over his face. This strange aura, it feels exactly like the royal bloodline of my people. Quan Din grabbed a cloth, gently wiping the spilled wine right off his shirt as she spoke. Grandpa always told me never to let anything go to waste. Cockditch instantly dropped to his knees, bowing his head in total submission. Understood, Holy Maiden. Quan Din frowned, clearly annoyed by the formal gesture. Why do you guys always call me that? I literally just told you that we are all supposed to be friends here. Without warning, she grabbed his hand tight and dragged him along. You know what? Forget it. Come on, let us just go dance. Watching intensely from the shadows, Troc Min started connecting the dots in his head. The Holy Maiden? Wait, Her powers are only supposed to work on the mutated beast. Was it possible that Lam Kak Ditch had already been swapped out by Thien Dien Ho? Why would that sneaky fox keep such a massive secret from me? Looks like that monster really does not trust me all that much after all. Watching Kak Ditch clumsily dance with Quan Din and feeling the bizarre vibe coming off everyone else at the party, his suspicions only grew stronger. Judging by how this looks, every single member of the patrol squad was probably dead. In fact, every person standing in this room right now might just be Thien Dien Ho in disguise. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as a sly, wicked smirk crept across his face. Still, it definitely looks like Chan Quan Din has accidentally mind-controlled every single one of them. And the best part? The girl has zero clue she is even doing it. If I can just convince her to work for our side, we can fast-track this entire plan straight to the next phase. Trek Min quickly slid over, closing the distance to Quan Din. Hey there, little Chan Quan Din. Are you having a good time tonight? Quan Din beamed at him, bubbling with absolute excitement. Honestly, at first, I just wanted to make a few new friends. I never expected Big Sister Lack to throw such a massive dance party just for me. Speaking of which, why hasn't Big Sister Lack come back yet? Trok Min held up a single finger, forcing an incredibly awkward smile as he replied. She probably just has some unfinished business to take care of. Inside, he was aggressively cursing her out. You clueless little brat. You are obviously the one trapping all these people in here. Without warning, Trok Min grabbed her wrist tight, flashing a creepy smile. Listen, Uncle knows a spot that is way more fun than this. Want to come check it out? Quan Din violently ripped her hand away from his grip, shutting him down instantly. No way. She gently rubbed her wrist where he had squeezed it, glaring at him. I am not done partying here yet. Plus, I do not even know who you are. Her tone was sharp, heavy with caution and doubt. How exactly did you find out my name? She demanded. The atmosphere suddenly grew incredibly dark and freezing. Without warning, the eyes of everyone around them began glowing with an eerie, unnatural red light. Meanwhile, Cece quickly landed right next to the safe room, ready for whatever was coming next. She skillfully used her water magic as a springboard, boosting her speed and agility to dodge around. Above her, Zhang Ping floated in midair, completely wrapped in a fierce aura of dark magic. After successfully luring the massive horde of mutant beasts right to them, he quickly mapped out their battle strategy with CC. See, I dragged them all into one spot. Hurry up and freeze them solid. Cece instantly unleashed her frost magic, freezing the mutant beasts solid in the blink of an eye. But waves of new monsters kept charging in at a terrifying speed. Panic flashed across her face as she screamed out. This is bad! There are just way too many of them. Zhang Ping bolted forward and yelled out, I will hold them back! Leave this to me! He instantly dashed into the horde, a massive surge of immense power erupting violently right behind him. These mutant beasts are going to generate a massive amount of fear energy for me. That means I can finally use my dark fog magic as much as I want. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth, pushing his limits to draw out the dark fog's magic. In a flash, he unleashed 100 stacks of the shadowy mist. Triggering his dark fog dragon transformation skill, he instantly morphed into a colossal dragon, crashing down heavily from the sky. Down on the ground, endless hordes of monster beasts were swarming in like crazy. Seeing this pure chaos, Zhang Ping made up his mind. He absolutely had to hold the line until backup arrived. Right then, the Information Bureau broadcasted a live map of the entire battlefield. It included some key intel. Ho Thien Thuong was currently stationed at the City Lord's mansion, completely holding his ground. After transforming, Zhang Ping soared high into the sky, tearing through the thick, heavy fog. What you all see are mutant beasts. What I see is an endless stream of dark fog energy and sweet, sweet experience points. He suddenly dived, launching a sweeping attack that wiped out entire waves of monsters. His leveling up experience points just kept climbing higher and higher. He laughed, gleefully tossing them into the air. Smashing a few hundred of these things would definitely level up his stats or his overall rank. The alpha of the mutant pack suddenly barked an order. Scatter! Split up and surround that dragon! Hearing the command, the beast horde instantly broke off into smaller groups. Hovering high above, Zhang Ping watched closely, analyzing their every move. Wow, they are actually pretty smart. These mutant monsters are just trying to escape. They clearly have zero intention of putting up a real fight right now. Out of nowhere, one mutant beast was violently impaled by Cece's razor-sharp ice spike. The remaining monsters panicked and scattered in absolute terror. One of them shrieked out in a panic, Brothers, it is a dead end! Without missing a beat, Cece summoned heavy ice spears right out of the water, violently impaling and launching dozens of beasts into the air. I will clean up the ones that slipped through the net, a beast angrily roared. You tricked us! Seeing the perfect setup, Zhang Ping grinned with pure excitement. Cece, amazing job! He thought to himself, man, It would be awesome if I had a system to track my monster kill count. Seeing another massive wave of beasts charging their way, Cece quickly yelled out a warning. Do not get distracted. Here they come again. The horde suddenly piled onto him, making him roar in pure frustration. Damn it, they just keep coming. But then, raging columns of fire suddenly appeared from a distance. The flames instantly merged into a massive fireball, rushing straight at Zhang Ping and catching him completely off guard. Boom! The giant fireball violently exploded the second it slammed right into his body. What the hell was that? Zhang Ping widened his eyes, scanning the direction the attack came from. A huge crowd of zombies stood towering right in front of him, leaving him completely shocked. These are zombies! Panic gripped him as he realized the truth. They actually know magic? I thought the undead only knew how to bite people. You really cannot trust the usual tropes here. Zhang Ping quickly cast his appraisal skill on the horde. Appraisal successful. Thon to Thon, level 6. He looked totally stunned after reading the system data he just appraised. Than to Thon! Suddenly, the entire zombie mob rushed him at once, grabbing tight and mercilessly tearing right into his body. Zhang Ping grew deeply worried. I need to find a way to sync this intel with headquarters fast. He instantly flapped his dragon wings, violently knocking them away before letting out an earth-shattering roar. Get off me! He fought them off while frantically plotting his next move. Zombies feel absolutely no fear. If this keeps up, his dark fog energy will completely run dry. Cece quickly threw up a water shield to protect Zhang Ping from the undead swarm. Zhang Ping, keep your distance from them, she yelled out. He replied with absolute certainty. Got it. He instantly swung his massive hand, crushing the zombie mob right in his grip. Let us see how you handle this attack. Then, he unleashed his magic. His battle flame skill caused a raging inferno to violently erupt right out of the ground, completely roasting the undead trapped in his hand. My fire runs a little hot, so try to bear with it. Zhang Ping summoned intense, crashing flames down from the sky, drowning the undead horde in a blazing sea of fire. Go, zombie fireball barrage. His experience points just kept shooting up like crazy, leaving Zhang Ping feeling absolutely thrilled inside. Perfect. My stats are nearly double those of any awakened hunter at the same level. Meanwhile, Cece was still fighting hard. Yet, there was not a single trace of fear on her face. Sword art, flaming blade, form 24. She swung her blade in a rapid combo, each slash tearing through their rotting bodies with totally overwhelming power. Suddenly, a fresh mob of undead monsters rushed her from behind. Cece panicked, knowing she could not react fast enough. Oh no! Right on cue, Zhang Ping lunged over and stomped them completely flat into the dirt. Eat this! The heaven-shaking, earth-shattering, Cece invincible dropkick. Cece looked super confused. What the heck are you talking about? Zhang Ping stammered awkwardly. Nothing. Never mind. The dark mist grew thicker by the second, making the whole area feel suffocatingly grim. Zhang Ping quickly assessed the battlefield. The first wave of beasts and zombies is wiped out. That was roughly 1,000 of them. We can definitely clear the second wave in about half an hour. He quickly shifted back into his human form and kept talking. But seriously, how do these zombies still know how to use magic? Cece frowned, looking incredibly worried. I'm afraid they were all awakened hunters when they were still alive. She quickly voiced her dark theory. Using such dirty tactics, could the Chu family be behind this? Zhang Ping immediately shared the system intel he just gathered. Maybe, but my appraisal skill showed these zombies actually belonged to Thon to Thon. At that very moment, Thobak was deep in thought, carefully piecing the puzzle together. Exactly. The Chu family is deeply ruthless, sure, but beast taming is practically a sacred religion to them. They would completely look down on cheap, shady shortcuts like controlling rotting zombies. He immediately reached out over the comms to warn Cece. Based on my initial analysis, this whole mess is very likely connected to Thon to Thon. Zhang Ping's system appraisal only proves this point even further. Hearing that exact name, Cece flinched and screamed out in sheer panic. Thon to Thon. She instantly stood up straight, clenching her fist tight with absolute fiery resolve. In other words, that specific person is the one behind all of this. Suddenly, some incredibly dark and painful memories from the past came rushing back into Cece's mind. The terrifying, wide-eyed glare of Now Tuyet kept haunting her, refusing to let go. Suddenly, thick plumes of toxic smoke began rising up all around them. Cece quickly covered her nose and yelled out a warning. Zhang Ping, hold your breath right now. This gas is completely toxic. Zhang Ping held his breath, gently touching the toxic smoke with a deeply thoughtful expression. He knew this smell from somewhere. That distinct stench of rotten eggs, it was hydrogen sulfide, H2S. The memory of his past experiences suddenly flashed right back into his mind. Back in his rescue team days, he faced a massive fire caused entirely by hydrogen sulfide, H2S. If this toxic gas contained that exact chemical, it was highly flammable. His voice dropped as he warned her. See, watch out for an explosion. Startled, she immediately asked him what he was planning to do. Zhang Ping stepped forward, his face locked in absolute determination. No time to explain. Just trust me. Without a single second of hesitation, Cici nodded in agreement. Zhang Ping quickly activated his Fire Eater skill, sparking a bright, flickering flame right at the tips of his fingers. He instantly hurled the blazing fire straight ahead, triggering a massive, violent explosion that erupted into a terrifyingly huge inferno of roaring, swirling flames. That intense explosion Zhang Ping just triggered managed to completely blow away the blinding, toxic smoke surrounding them. Right then, his system interface chimed in, notifying him that his Fire Eater skill's firepower reserves were rapidly increasing. He urgently called out the situation to her. Get ready, the second undead wave is coming. Cici looked completely confused by this sudden warning. Didn't you just say we still had at least half an hour left? Zhang Ping suddenly spoke up, his eyes catching a dark, shadowy figure hiding behind the fading smoke. Hold on a second, what in the world is that? He immediately checked the target's information, casting his appraise skill. Standing tall right in front of him was Huang Min, proudly riding on the back of a massive, terrifying undead zombie. His leveling system was still processing the detailed scan. Huang Min's eyes flashed sharply. He stroked his beard and sneered with overwhelming arrogance. To think you actually managed to neutralize my deadly corpse poison, you two brats really have some nerve. Zhang Ping touched his chin, a deeply worried and confused look washing over his face. This is weird. Appraising that squad captain earlier worked perfectly fine. Yet this specific appraisal failed completely, exactly like what happened with Luo Shiyu. Is it because I simply haven't trained my skills enough? Can I not appraise high-level targets from far away? In that case, system command. Scan and appraise every single undead monster currently within my line of sight on the battlefield. The system immediately announced a totally successful appraisal, and dozens of detailed status screens for the surrounding undead popped up in a flash. Right at that exact moment, Zhang Ping's appraisal skill unexpectedly leveled up, evolving straight from an advanced appraisal into a highly powerful strategic tier appraisal ability. He finally managed to successfully read the stats of the old man Huang Min standing before him. Level 39. He has the power to create corpse poison. Anyone infected turns into an undead zombie, totally controlled by the awakened user. Huang Min felt a pang of regret. Even though I really want to kill you myself, I have much more important business to handle right now. The old man quickly waved his hand, issuing an order to the goblin. Go on, drag those two over here to me. I don't care if they are dead or alive. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping quickly turned to ask his partner. The scan says this guy is a level 39 Fallen One. Cici, what exactly does a Fallen One mean? Cici's face went completely blank with shock. Level 39? She quickly explained that an awakened hunter's special ability will slowly change depending entirely on their specific usage habits. She went on to clarify that, eventually, the skill mutates into a form that perfectly suits the user. Staring at the old man Huang Min, she spoke calmly. But if an awakened person's mental strength isn't high enough, they will suffer a massive backlash right from their very own powers. They end up becoming total slaves to their own abilities. We call people who suffer that terrible fate the Fallen Ones. She finished with a very grim warning. What's worse, the combat strength of a Fallen One is always incredibly high. Zhang Ping immediately took a defensive stance, seeing a massive horde of undead suddenly rushing right at them. Here they come, Cici shouted, her tone dripping with intense frustration. We are in deep trouble this time. A zombie suddenly bared its rotten teeth, roaring wildly as it charged straight ahead with its sharp claws swinging. Zhang Ping instantly swung his sword, slicing the monster to pieces in a split second. At that exact same moment, the massive axe-wielding goblin charged viciously towards Cici, pure hatred in its eyes. It wildly swung its heavy axe, screaming at the top of its lungs. Kill, kill, kill. Cici fought hard to hold off the goblin, quickly opening her comms to report the dire situation. Headquarters, this is Lu Tutian. Her voice turned incredibly deadpan and serious. We have a confirmed sighting of a Fallen One, and he is riding on top of a gigantic undead monster. My current strength is nowhere near enough to stop this guy. He is leading a massive horde of undead straight toward the northern side of the city. She kept her eyes glued to Huang Min while feeding intel back to base. He is level 39, heavily armed and extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping quickly scanned the raging goblin with his upgraded appraisal skill. Level 29. With a fiercely determined look, he instantly wrapped his entire arm in a surging flow of raw magic power. Let's try to pin this ugly beast down first. He then shot a glowing chain forward like an arrow cutting through the wind, wrapping tightly and locking the huge goblin down in place. But the monster thrashed wildly, violently swinging its heavy axe and shattering the chains to pieces without hesitation. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth, his face growing incredibly tense. This is bad. This specific monster is on a totally different level compared to the weak ones we fought earlier. Suddenly, a massive, earth-shattering boom echoed through the air. The loud noise left Zhang Ping feeling a rush of frantic anxiety. That sound came from right inside Mingzhou City. Did the enemy forces already break through the city walls? At that same moment, over at the north gate of Mingzhou City, endless swarms of undead and mutated beasts were flooding in, invading the streets. Even so, Lai Tian stood proudly right in the breach, giving everything he had to defend his home. With just a single powerful punch, he effortlessly sent the mutated beasts flying far into the distance. Lai Tian's face was completely fearless as his booming voice echoed out, "I am the master of the Beast King Fist Dojo." He suddenly paused, taking a long, deep breath. Then he clenched his heavily bruised fists tight and made an absolute declaration. "Not a single one of you monsters is getting past me today." Bok Duke immediately charged to the front lines, shouting loudly to boost everyone's sinking morale. "Let's push forward together. We absolutely cannot let these filthy beasts advance even half a step further into our city." Lai Tian suddenly glanced to his side, his eyes widening in total surprise. "Oh, that is." Bok Duke and the other fighters quickly rushed in, unleashing a storm of kicks and punches that completely swept away the charging undead and beasts. Ban Thach suddenly leaped high into the air, pulling his arm back to deliver a crushing punch. Lai Tian quickly raised his arms to block, his face twisted in deep anger. "Hold it right there. I didn't notice it before, but your movements are completely different from all the other zombies." The spot where his arm collided with Ban Thach's heavy fist suddenly started dripping with dark, fresh blood. Ban Thach glared with wildly ferocious eyes, instantly throwing a rapid barrage of highly destructive punches straight at Lai Tian. The old master quickly threw up his arms to defend, his voice cracking with sheer disbelief. "This specific technique is this martial arts?" Seeing these incredibly familiar combat forms made a dark suspicion rise in his gut. Just who exactly are you? As Ban Thach charged forward again, a crazy thought flashed through the master's mind. Could this be my idiot junior brother? Ban Thach's fist flew in like lightning, but thanks to his agile footwork, Lai Tian barely dodged the fatal blow. Without hesitating for a single second, he launched himself straight at Ban Thach. With his eyes burning red with resolve, Lai Tian triggered his ultimate Beast King fist technique, effortlessly lifting the attacker's heavy body high into the air. Lai Tian grabbed him in a brutal, crushing iron grip. Then, channeling a massive blast of blazing fire, he violently slammed Ban Thach face first right into the solid ground. Lai Tian's ultimate Crimson Phoenix high-speed regeneration strike completely knocked out the fierce opponent in the blink of an eye. Ban Thach lay utterly defeated on the ground, a small, mysterious token slipping loosely from his pocket. Lai Tian stepped forward, grabbing the token with a blank stare. Did this really drop from that undead monster? Why does it look so familiar? He checked the carving on it. It read Lamban Thick. Panic hit Lai Tian like a truck. This was a sect token. His mind raced with disbelief. Not only did that thing know the Beast King fist technique, but it was also carrying his senior brother's exact token. He froze in pure shock. Could this actually be his senior brother, Lamban Thich, the man who had been missing for over 30 years? Ban Thich seized the opening and charged with eyes full of rage. "You foolish junior brother! Hate me! Let that anger out!" Lai Tian choked out the painful past. "Last year, you went out to investigate the missing awakened fighters, but then you just vanished without a trace yourself." He gritted his teeth, throwing a heavy punch as he yelled, "I cannot believe you got turned into a living corpse, ending up like this." The two warriors just kept trading brutal, lethal punches without a single second of rest. Ban Thich quietly thought to himself, "You are the absolute only one who can stop me now." Then, Lai Tian's voice broke through the chaos, choked with pure sorrow. "Senior brother, are you really gone for good?" He could not help but remember the old days when they trained martial arts together. "Faster! You need to move a little bit faster." Back then, Ban Thich had pushed him relentlessly with incredibly strict training. The movements of the Ape King stance have to flow properly. You can't just be that stiff. And whenever he collapsed from pure exhaustion, Ban Thich was always there, reaching out a hand to encourage him. "Even though Master never really valued you, it is obvious you are leveling up and improving so fast." He would smile warmly, his face totally glowing with pride. "Come on, let us keep training right now. Once you finally master this technique, wouldn't it completely embarrass that old man?" Snapped back to reality, Lai Tian blocked the endless barrage of punches raining down from Ban Thich. Is this really it? Tears streamed down his face as a heavy, agonizing grief completely choked him. "Why have your fists become so incredibly weak and powerless after all this time, senior brother?" His entire life, Lai Tian never stopped cherishing the kindness and memories he shared with Ban Thich. "How dare you insult the Beast King fist? How dare you disrespect my senior brother like this? To show his iron resolve, he instantly raised a hand and burned his own shirt to ashes with roaring flames. Lai Tian spoke with absolute unwavering conviction. I do not care who the real culprit is, I will drag them out today. He instantly triggered his ultimate skill, Crimson Emperor Flaming Blood. In seconds, his entire body was engulfed in fiercely burning, unstoppable flames. Gritting his teeth in fury, Lai Tian shouted a warning to the crowd. Everyone else, fall back! Don't get caught in the crossfire! The second he finished, he shot straight toward Banthic at lightning speed. He threw a brutally explosive punch right at him. Even after the monster collapsed to the dirt, Lai Tian did not stop, unleashing an endless barrage of heavy strikes. He threw punch after punch, hot tears of pity and grief gathering in his eyes. Finally, Lai Tian unleashed a massive explosive burst of fire. The heat was so intense it felt like it could incinerate everything in its path instantly. That fire blasted forward, sweeping right across Banthic's body. His eyes suddenly turned pitch black, while every single ounce of his flesh melted away under the ravenous flames. He collapsed to the ground, his body totally destroyed and paralyzed. You are so strong, junior brother. Lai Tian slowly turned his back and walked away, his face heavy with deep sadness. Rest in peace, my senior brother. Right then, Huang Min suddenly appeared out of nowhere, his voice dripping with absolute malice. How dare you destroy my proudest undead masterpiece like this? The old man instantly barked a threat. Since you ruined him, you can take his place. Lai Tian whipped his head around, totally shocked and bewildered. Who is there? His eyes went wide, and he instantly dropped into a combat stance, blazing fire wrapping his entire body. You are the one who turned my brother into a living corpse, right? Huang Min sat tall on the back of a giant zombie beast, smirking with total arrogance. Yeah, I did. So what? A terrifying red glare flashed in the old man's wicked eyes. You really think a tiny little bug like you can actually stop my entire army? He brought an entire legion of living corpses with him, their eyes glowing, ready to tear apart any prey. Meanwhile, over at the Chu family estate, Ha-Hai Academy's plan to kidnap the Holy Maiden completely failed. Now, the cleanup squad was actively investigating the Chu family. Using the chaos as cover, their secondary plan worked. Nguyet Fuangtu was dragged outside, and they are now hunting for Zhang Ping across the city. Luring mutated beasts to invade the city lord's mansion failed. The zombie horde was totally cut off from the beasts. Kidnapping the Holy Maiden from the mansion also failed. A massive swarm of heavenly foxes had already gathered defensively inside the estate. As for the cleanup squad's headquarters, they uncovered the Chu family's real goal. They wanted to attract the foxes, use the Holy Maiden to control them, and ultimately dominate Mingzhou City. Investigations revealed the zombie horde's origin tied directly to Thon Tu village. They successfully rebooted Thien Mac and began rallying the city's remaining combat forces. The first undead wave hit the north gate, then spread out toward the west and east gates. The south gate was blocked, so no invasion threat there. Right now, the Beast King martial arts gym and awakened fighters have successfully gathered at the north gate. Back over at Thon Tu village, Ngao Tuyet was leading a massive squad of his loyal subordinates right behind him. Du Than Hai dropped to one knee and reported loudly, "Cult leader, everyone has finally assembled." Ngao Tuyet waved his hand, his voice stern as he initiated the next phase. Everyone, listen up. This operation involves coordinating with the low-level zombie army to completely ruin the city's order. While you are at it, loot whatever supplies you can find and spread our teachings along the way. He laid out the strict orders. Also, the true brothers must not stay back for even a second. Every single subordinate instantly obeyed the command. Understood. Du Than Hai then spoke up. Cult leader. He looked a bit hesitant as he spoke. This subordinate has a few burning questions. He frankly expressed the worries on his mind. Will that king-tier mutated beast inside the city become a wild card and cause instability for us? And one more thing. Since we already started a war, why must we evacuate after retrieving the Holy Maiden? Ngao Tuyet glared, his voice incredibly vicious as he answered. You mean that old fox? Truth is, it actually awakened a long time ago. Right now, it is just waiting for failure before making a personal appearance. Du Than Hai could not help but feel completely torn. If we attack right now, wouldn't the army be in serious danger? Ngao Tuyet just smirked with a cunning grin. Relax. He looked insanely proud of his brilliant master plan. Even though the Holy Maiden's awakening is not totally complete yet, the massive influence she projects cannot be easily brushed off at all. Not even by a king-tier mutated beast. Before we actually take her away, the Heavenly Fox won't do anything reckless. Zhao Tuyet broke it down further. If we want to fully conquer Mingzhou City, then, aside from the Fox, the only thing posing a major threat to us is the sheer strength of the cleanup squad that he is currently leading. Then he brought up his trump card with the zombie horde. That is exactly why I planted sleeper agents to open the city gates. The whole goal is just causing enough chaos inside. Now Tweet broke down her plan step by step, anticipating Thoibok's next move. Phase 1. Use the Holy Maiden as the ultimate bait to spark a full-scale war, paving the way for her undead horde to breach the city walls. If the cleanup crew wants any chance of stopping an invasion on this massive scale, they've only got one real option left. They have to activate the Moon Origin Pearl. Once they fail, they'll be forced to use the Moon Origin Pearl to purge all the low-level mutant beasts and the undead currently swarming the city. Laying out her sharp logic, she hammered home their strategy one more time. By making this move, both her own forces and the entire cleanup squad would be completely exposed. Why the sudden retreat? Simple. Without the Holy Maiden on their side, keeping that cunning fox under control is just impossible. That leaves the cleanup team totally exposed. Think about it. Once the fox and the cleanup squad tear each other apart, they'll both be crippled. If we launch a second strike on Mingzhou City right after the dust settles, taking control will be an absolute walk in the park, right? Du Thonhai wasn't fully convinced. He pointed out that, according to their spies, the Chu family was actively hunting down the Holy Maiden's power for themselves. Could they end up ruining our operation this time? Ngao Tweet just turned her back, calmly addressing his lingering concerns. I already figured they'd try something like that. I felt it. Right now, the Holy Maiden is probably still in total shock. Because of that, the Chu family won't be able to just talk her into doing their dirty work. That is exactly why I sent the Triu brothers out to go grab her. They have the blood of the Holy Apostle flowing through their veins, which lets them communicate directly with her. Wrapping up her theory, she added one final point. To keep things completely under the radar, the Chu family's top brass likely won't get directly involved in this mess at all. She crossed her arms, a smug, arrogant tone creeping into her voice. If those Chu family grunts inside the city try using brute force to drag the Holy Maiden away, they won't stand a chance against the Triu brothers. Hearing this, Du Thonhai shouted with absolute respect. A brilliant plan, cult leader. With that settled, now Twit stepped right up to lead the massive army waiting behind her. Move out. It is time we get going. Her loyal subordinates roared back in unison. Understood. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping was fighting for his life, wrapping his dagger in the dark power of the underworld fog to slash through the undead. He and CC charged into the chaos together, perfectly syncing their attacks to ruthlessly cut down the mindless ghouls in their path. Hacking away with his blade, Zhang Ping gritted his teeth in panic. There's just way too many of them. At this rate, we're never going to make it out alive. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. A heavy sense of danger hit him like a truck. Looking up, he spotted a massive ghoul leaping through the air, swinging a deadly blade right at his partner. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "CC, watch out!" She spun around, totally caught off guard by the sudden ambush, but just as the monster's weapon crashed down, CC snapped her own sword up, blocking the lethal strike by a mere fraction of a second. But the sheer force behind the blow was way too heavy. The steel groaned, violently cracking under the pressure before completely shattering into 100 jagged pieces. Seizing the opening, the creature violently hurled CC across the battlefield. Wasting no time, the monster hoisted its blade high and charged right at her exposed body. Zhang Ping tried to sprint over and save her, but another ghoul blindly blocked his path. To make matters worse, his underworld fog was basically running on fumes. Damn it, I'm completely burning through my energy. Right then, the towering undead brute launched itself into the sky, bringing its heavy sword crashing down towards CC. Completely helpless, Zhang Ping could only scream out in pure desperation, "CC, get out of there!" But just as the ghoul's blade came chopping down, it violently slammed into a razor-sharp, glowing shield. Thu Trung flashed a massively cocky grin. "How do you like my grandpa's shield?" Staring up at his towering figure, CC stammered out in pure disbelief. "Wait a second, are you Truong Thu Trung?" But before he could even answer, a blistering volley of arrows suddenly rained down from afar, tearing through the battlefield. Watching those arrows brutally pierce the ghouls trying to rip him apart, Zhang Ping was left absolutely speechless. Phantom blades? Could it really be the elite squad? He muttered. Those devastatingly heavy arrows tore right through the rotting monsters, violently launching their broken bodies straight up into the air. Duke Deep hit the scene out of nowhere, delivering a nasty combo of kicks that totally wiped the floor with the undead. "Sorry about the wait. Fashionably late as always," she shouted. Instantly, a swarm of glowing phantom blades shot across the zone, locking right onto the ghoul threatening CC. The spectral blades slammed deep into the dirt, erupting with a blinding flash of light that shot straight toward the massive monster. Luke Han basically teleported right behind CC, casually asking, "You getting used to that sword aura yet?" Still recovering from the shock, she gasped. "Luke Han, you're here?" As the squad crashed into the fight, attacking from all angles, they shouted a quick warning. Stay sharp. Standard physical attacks don't work well. Zhang Ping quickly grouped up with CC and the Sector 5 strike team. Listen up. I think I figured out how to kill this thing. Gripping his weapon tight, ready to dive right back into the bloodbath, he called out, Senior Liu Khan, keep it pinned down for me. The swordsman just gave a cold nod. Understood. Moving like a blur, Liu Khan leaped at the mutated goblin, unleashing a lightning-fast flurry of slashes. But as his legendary family sword carved through the air, it violently clashed against the beast's giant iron-forged hammer. Seizing the perfect distraction, Zhang Ping slipped right around to the monster's blind spot. He remembered his analysis of the Fallen One. It controlled the undead using a vile corpse poison, and standard flames were totally useless against that toxic sludge. He threw his hand out, summoning a massive, glowing purple hammer out of thin air. Staring down the mutant beast, he roared, Eat my crimson serpent scale strike! The only real fix is to completely incinerate the corpse poison inside its body, keeping the underworld fog cost under 100. That is the only guaranteed way to sever its mind control. Following his own internal logic, Zhang Ping mercilessly slammed his heavy hammer right into the goblin's spine. The crushing blow left the beast totally stunned. But he wasn't done yet. Eyes burning with pure killing intent, he instantly swapped to a blazing new weapon. The serpent scale spike had already pierced the creature's thick hide. Setting up his lethal finisher, Zhang Ping unleashed his fire eater skill. Rending flames, he screamed, driving a devastating explosive burst directly into the monster's exposed back. That apocalyptic strike triggered an absolutely massive explosion on impact. A blinding pillar of raging fire lit up the entire battlefield, completely frying the goblin's spine and sending it crashing face first into the dirt. Seeing the ugly beast finally go down, Duke Deep casually stretched her arms out and let loose a massive yawn. Well, guess that takes care of that mess. These freaks were actually pretty tough to put down, huh? She joked. Retracting his weapons, Zhang Ping kept a deadly serious look on his face. No, the real heavy hitters have already breached Mingzhou City. He turned to face the Sector 5 squad, gesturing urgently to lay out the grim reality. Seniors, we've still got a ton of heavily wounded civilians hiding in Safe House 3. I'm using a stealth artifact to mask their life signs right now, but I honestly have no idea how long it'll hold out. Liu Khan just crossed his arms, his icy gaze calculating their next tactical move. Don't sweat it. Captain Tudu already briefed our whole team on the bigger picture here. We'll handle evacuating the wounded civilians from here. Besides, we all just saw what you're truly capable of in a fight. Giving a brief, dismissive wave, he started walking away. Get moving. The inner city needs your firepower right now. Leave the rescue op to us. Hearing that, a wave of relief washed over Zhang Ping as he quickly nodded his goodbye. I'm leaving the rest in your hands, seniors. As he sprinted off, Cece watched his back with a look of heavy concern until he vanished from sight. Catching her worried expression, Liu Khan gave his teammate a subtle nudge. Lu Tutien, you should head back to the city and back him up. We've got things totally locked down here. Cece just gave a cold, silent nod, fully accepting the commander's orders. Up ahead, Zhang Ping was still sprinting when he heard her rushing up from behind. Hey, Zhang Ping, hold up a second. Meanwhile, over at the towering south gate of Mingzhou City, grotesque mutant beasts were already roaming the streets with absolute freedom. Lai Tian's entire body erupted in flames. Annoyed by this ragtag mob, he unleashed his ultimate skill, the Crimson Emperor Immortal Body. Fueled by high-speed regeneration, he charged in to wipe them out once and for all. Bok Duke, fully transformed into his wolf combat form, casually turned to chat. The guildmaster is recovering right now. Guard him with everything you have. But suddenly, a massive shout echoed from right behind him, blaring like a warning alarm. Fall back, get out of the way. At that exact second, a massive fireball shot forward at lightning speed. It looked ready to incinerate absolutely everything directly in its path. Lai Tian was the one who threw the fireball. Planting his feet wide in a combat stance, he launched another strike and shouted out a challenge to the enemy. Is that all the power you've got? Show me whatever cheap tricks you have left. Bring it on. Huang Min calmly stroked his beard. Keeping his eyes tightly shut, he finally spoke up. Originally, this zombie poison was created to have the absolute highest efficiency. Who would have guessed I would randomly run into a fire-class awakener right here? You really dare to underestimate me? The second he finished talking, Lai Tian lunged. With a blazing fist, he aimed a brutal strike right at his arrogant senior brother's face. The massive punch connected, sending Huang Min flying clean off the back of the mutated beast he was riding. Lai Tian gritted his teeth, forcing out every single word. It is time to end this. But out of nowhere, he started coughing up blood. The heavy internal damage was catching up. Lai Tian landed a vicious uppercut. The blow launched Huang Min into the sky in a blinding, beautiful flash of fire. Explode! Sparks blasted in every direction, raining down on the battlefield like fireworks. Lai Tian kept his fists tightly clenched as he walked toward Huang Min, who now had a massive gaping hole in his chest. To stop the undead mob, you always have to kill the king first. Suddenly, a really strange noise caught his attention. He spun around to look, completely shocked. What is going on here? How are these zombies still moving around? Instantly, Huang Min activated his zombie poison, reviving his ruined body. He slammed a vicious punch right into Lai Tian's gut and smirked. Wait, what? You really thought you could kill me? Right after landing the ambush attack, Huang Min jumped far back out of range. Lai Tian cursed at him in absolute frustration. This zombie poison, he is using the dead to take over souls. He actually came back to life. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Lai Tian's organs, like a highly toxic venom spreading inside him. He clutched his side in shock. What exactly did you do to me? That question just made Huang Min laugh. He glared back with a seriously sinister look in his eyes. You noticed it already? He stared right at the infected pressure point and explained. I injected my undead venom directly into your system. Once that poison spreads through your entire body, you will become nothing more than my personal zombie. Finding this totally absurd, Lai Tian scowled and fired back. Like hell that's happening. He quickly channeled his mana, activating the second phase of his Crimson Emperor immortal body. The heat around him instantly spiked to 1,000 degrees, boosting all his combat stats. Huang Min burst out laughing and threw his head back. You really think you can burn away my undead venom by cooking yourself? Don't waste your energy. Fire can only burn away the most basic toxins. The venom I use to control these zombies comes in many different forms. Realizing things were going bad, Bok Duke yelled from behind him. Vice Guildmaster. Meanwhile, Huang Min kept endlessly bragging about his ultimate skill. Any undead with real power is blessed with multiple layers of my lethal venom. Immortal poison creates immortal undead. Hearing his ally shout, Lai Tian quickly glanced back over his shoulder. Do not worry about me right now. Meanwhile, over by safe house number 3, a massive goblin glared with glowing red eyes. It let out a furious, deafening roar. Kill! Engu Khan and Tuyet Tiep stared back at the monster, completely shocked and confused. Wait, what? Back with Lai Tian, he was desperately holding his ground against the mutated beasts. Huang Min just chuckled, mocking his struggle. Let us see exactly how long you can last. Scanning the area, he shouted out, Where is our senior brother? A mutated beast suddenly lunged at him, but oddly warned him out loud. Junior brother, stop me! Surrounded by attacks from all sides, Lai Tian stood firm and screamed a threat right back. I will never forgive you for this. Huang Min just smiled like a demon. He reached out with his clawed hand, preparing to cast another spell. You really do not understand the situation here. If you miss your senior brother that badly, then you should just go join him. Lai Tian quickly seized the tiny opening. He channeled his mana for a massive strike. I have to end this fast. He quickly countered the red mutated beast with a brutal punch, sending all the surrounding monsters flying backward. But the heavy toll caught up, and blood dripped from Lai Tian's mouth. His internal organs were heavily damaged. Finally, the red mutated beast was completely overpowered and sent crashing far away into the distance. Lai Tian's body was completely drained of energy. He looked ready to collapse right there. He stared at his arm. It was turning purple from the vile toxins. This poison is spreading way too fast, he worried. Looking up, he saw the rest of the mutated beasts charging right at him. Lai Tian could not afford to rest for a single second. It is not enough. Even with the Crimson Emperor immortal body fully active, my final form's energy falls short. If this keeps up, I will turn into a mindless zombie too. Lai Tian quickly glanced over at Bok Duke, who was fighting for his life. A dark thought crossed his mind. If I lose here, the North Gate will totally fall. Is the sky itself trying to destroy Mingzhou City? Suddenly, a loud shout echoed across the area, grabbing the attention of the entire battlefield. It was Zhang Ping charging right into the fight. His teammate, Cici, calmly shared the intel. Based on the barrier team's info, that is the master of the Beast King Fist. Fighting off monsters, she quickly barked an order at him. Save him first. Zhang Ping simply nodded, wasting no time. Got it. As Lai Tian's strength finally gave out, he began to collapse. Who on earth is that? Cici smashed through the wall of beasts, rushing to back up her ally. Hang in there, senior. Zhang Ping blasted the two beasts standing right in front of Lai Tian. The guildmaster instantly spotted his chance. An opening! Pushing past his limits, Lai Tian channeled every last drop of his remaining strength to strike back. He fired a massive punch skyward, spawning a violent tornado. Lai Tian collapsed hard onto the dirt, but still tried to warn him. Kid, get out of here. It is way too dangerous. Zhang Ping just calmly smiled. Do not worry about me, senior. I came fully prepared for this. Let me heal your wounds first. Lai Tian quickly tried to stop him. Wait, this damage is too severe. Before he could finish, Zhang Ping activated his pure blood body skill, instantly flooding him with healing energy. Kid! Zhang Ping easily calmed the older man's rising panic. Relax, senior. This is just my personal healing method. Lai Tian stared in utter shock, his jaw practically hitting the floor. This healing skill is incredibly strange. It did not just fix my physical wounds. Even my drained stamina is completely back to normal. Kid, you really have some serious skills. But Zhang Ping looked down, an apologetic expression on his face. Sadly, I cannot actually cure the venom inside you, senior. The best I can do right now is just stop the infection from spreading further. Lai Tian clenched his fists, completely fired up again. He smiled at the young healer. Just pausing, this undead venom is incredible work. Honestly, that is more than enough. Fully healed, Lai Tian looked stronger than ever. He roared with pure rage. You really dare to mess with us? He glanced back. Kid, just give me a minute. I'm going to rip that half-ghost freak apart. Suddenly, a system alert popped up. Appraisal successful. Healing speed has leveled up. Zhang Ping thought about Lai Tian's bold words. He made it sound so easy, but that enemy is a fallen awakener. Just in case, I better scan the guildmaster's stats first. System appraisal. Meanwhile, Huang Min just stood there, casually clasping his hands behind his back. He smiled and issued a dark order. Just be good and become my zombie. Lai Tian roared as fiery power surged through his entire body. No way you're getting away with this. Appraisal successful. Stat window open. Healing speed increased by 200%. He channeled his energy, radiating intense flames in every direction. Raise the heat. Body temperature hitting 3,000 degrees. All stats boosting. The massive flames morphed into a blazing cape right around Lai Tian's neck. He dashed forward, carving a path straight through the horde and throwing the panic-stricken zombies aside. Lai Tian closed the gap instantly. He stared down a completely stunned Huang Min and offered a cold greeting. Old man. He landed a brutal, direct punch right to the old man's face. Raging flames instantly swallowed the enemy, burning him alive. Zhang Ping stood behind him and called out, Senior, my appraisal shows his life force is bound to these nearby zombies. If you want to kill him, you have to wipe out the entire horde first. Suddenly, Huang Min lunged forward and grabbed Lai Tian's massive arm. You can't kill me! Taking advantage of the opening, the endless waves of undead immediately swarmed toward Lai Tian. Gripping Huang Min tightly, he roared and cranked the heat even higher, his body burning like a furnace. System warning. Body temperature reaching 4,000 degrees. All combat stats are continuously rising. In a flash, every single zombie nearby was scorched and roasted crisp, like some twisted barbecue right before Lai Tian's eyes. He let out a long breath and shook his head. Still not enough. Hey brother, you got any trick to help me boost my heat faster? Zhang Ping grabbed his head and looked down, completely helpless. My flames don't burn anywhere near as hot as yours, senior. I don't think I can help. Then it hit him. He shouted and quickly tossed an item straight to the older martial artist. Oh right, this should definitely do the trick. Lai Tian caught it easily and chuckled. You had top-tier loot like the Crimson Snake Scale and didn't pull it out sooner? Zhang Ping scratched his head and replied awkwardly, Well, you never asked me earlier. Watching the man literally chew the scales, the boy was amazed. Incredible. So this is a true Fire Eater class. Lai Tian then glanced around at the undead monsters creeping closer. He leaped high into the air, unleashing a massive shockwave that instantly wiped out the entire horde below. CC and Bok Duke actually stopped their own fight just to stare. What in the world is happening? I never thought I would live to see the master in this legendary form. Up above, Lai Tian looked down with absolute confidence. His voice boomed. Looks like this fight is finally coming to an end. The system notification flashed. Crimson Emperor Immortal Body, Sunflame form unlocked. Zhang Ping stood by like a fanboy, completely amazed and praising the incredible power. This form is completely broken. Even a max-level Fire Eater can barely handle this heat. Lai Tian glared at Huang Min, then gave a serious order to the boy. Brother, this ultimate leveling form puts a massive strain on my body. I need you to keep spamming healing skills on me. The boy nodded eagerly. Consider it done. Leave it to me. Then, he summoned a pair of absolutely stunning, freezing wings from his back. Everyone fall back. Don't get caught in the crossfire. The rest of the guild quickly shouted at each other to retreat and preserve their remaining numbers. You heard the man. Get back to the city. Huang Min watched his own body slowly withering away, pure confusion written all over his face. Impossible. The corpse poison I planted inside his body, it completely vanished. Panicking, the old man barked out an order. Entire undead army, listen up. Capture that guy right now. Lai Tian leaped into the air and unleashed the Beast King's secret art, Chaos Breath. He blew a massive stream of energy straight at the zombie horde. The shockwave annihilated everything in its path. The monsters thrashed around in absolute agony, entirely helpless as their bodies slowly disintegrated into pure dust. Finally, Lai Tian stared down at the massive pile of remains. All these undead monsters have been reduced to ash. Cece watched the whole battle unfold, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Such terrifying power. Out of every awakened player I know, his combat stats easily rank in the top 3. A frantic soldier ran out from the city to deliver terrible news. We have a major problem. The masters of the other 2 dojos betrayed us. The west and east gates have completely fallen. Lai Tian turned around, absolute fury in his eyes. What? Niao Donghai and No Nuok Vu betrayed us? Why? Hearing this, Huang Min burst into mocking laughter. Mingzhou City has fallen. I guess I don't need to waste time stalling you out here anymore. I will give you the win this time, but I am saving a special spot just for you. Let us hope next time we meet, you are still acting heroic and invincible like you are today. Lai Tian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth at his enemy. Next time we meet, I will absolutely kill you. He instantly shouted orders to his remaining forces. I can handle things out here. Everyone else, fall back and defend the city. Brother, the corpse poison is completely gone. You need to retreat too. Zhang Ping stood there quietly, thinking to himself. Honestly, if I step outside right now, I'm not going to melt, right? Meanwhile, panicked civilians inside the city were desperately sprinting away from the invading mutated beasts. Screams echoed everywhere. Mutated beasts, run for your lives. Somebody save us. Set up the defensive lines, right now. Hurry. Up on a rooftop, Troc Min watched the city burn and let out a vicious sneer. Take your time and enjoy the slaughter. This is exactly what Mingzhou City deserves for losing the protection of our mighty Chu family. Without even turning around, he barked an order. Status report. Where do we stand? 2 henchmen quickly gave him the exact details. About 1,000 mutated monsters have already breached Mingzhou City. Every single one is completely under our mind control. Troc Min flashed a sick, incredibly satisfied smile. Excellent work. I want you to command the beast horde to attack the city lord's mansion. Get it done as quickly as possible. One of the men looked completely shocked. Wait, the city lord's mansion? Are you crazy? Tron Quan Din is staying right inside that mansion. If the monster waves get anywhere near that place, they will be totally corrupted by the Holy Mother's blood inside her. Yeah, even a high-tier beast like the Heavenly Frost Fox will just become her loyal pet. How are we supposed to capture her then? Troc Min scowled, visibly annoyed by his clueless minions. You idiots really do not understand anything at all, do you? Tron Quan Din hasn't even fully awakened her true class yet. Her mind right now is basically stuck like a little kid. Because of that, she can only unconsciously and passively control the mutated beasts that are right next to her. If a massive horde of monsters gets close to her all at once, her abilities will overload and completely spiral out of control. The mansion will instantly fall into total chaos. That will be the perfect window for you to slip in and kidnap Tran Quan Din. Quan Din was happily playing in her sleep. Tubok, stop licking me, that really tickles. She slowly woke up from her nap, rubbing her tired, sleepy eyes. She blinked her eyes open, suddenly looking very confused. Hey, where did everybody else go? And why are there so many Tuboks crowding in here all of a sudden? She stared up at a terrifying, grotesque monster and tilted her head, totally curious. You look really weird. What kind of animal are you anyway? Pointing down at the other beasts swarming the room, she just kept asking questions. Wait, what about you guys? You're actually pretty cute. From a distance, Troc Min watched the entire scene play out. Just as I predicted, being surrounded by this many high-level beasts is already pushing her mind past its limit. She is starting to completely lose it. Completely dazed, Quan Din slowly walked right through the terrifying mob of monsters. She looked out toward the bright light shining from the courtyard. Why are there so many Tuboks waiting outside? She innocently reached out her hands in pure awe. Wow, there are so many of you. Tubok, stop it. She collapsed onto the floor, suddenly screaming in pure terror. No, Tubok, stay away. Do not come any closer. Her agonizing scream echoed across the entire sky, sending massive flocks of birds scattering into the distance. Niu sprinted in pure terror, calling out blindly. Mom, where are you? Mom! A massive, vicious mutant beast chased right on her heels. The little girl sobbed uncontrollably as the monster gained ground. Ah! Zhang Ping threw his arm out, blocking the beast's deadly strike aimed at Niu. Cece grabbed the girl just in time. Get back! She yelled. Niu was too frozen with fear to even make a sound. Zhang Ping pried the mutant beast's jaws apart, looking ready to rip its head clean off. You filthy animals, can you stop running wild for just 1 second? Right then, Niu's mother rushed over with her arms wide open. Niu, are you okay? The little girl happily ran straight to her mom. The worried mother checked her daughter all over, looking for any injuries. Thank you so much. Cece gave them a cold, hard look. Leave this place, now. Zhang Ping didn't even turn to watch the touching reunion, his mind completely focused on scanning the battlefield. There's a crowded residential zone up ahead. We can't let them push any further. Cece quickly radioed orders to her squad. Clean up crew members, set up a strict defensive line right here. Everyone else, start evacuating the civilians immediately. The response came back crisp and serious over the comms. Understood, but the moment she looked up, a massive pack of mutant beasts was already waiting. It's gonna be tough holding off this many monsters without completely destroying that building in the process. Zhang Ping gripped his weapon and shouted to his team, "Hold back as many as you can. We just need enough time to evacuate the area." Suddenly, a mutant beast stepped forward and let out a piercing howl, clearly summoning even more of its kind to the fight. Zhang Ping felt a chill of unease. The monsters were acting way too strange. What is wrong with these beasts? Over the comms, another squad quickly reported in. Captain, all the mutant beasts on our side just stopped moving. Cece looked around in total shock. What exactly is happening? Meanwhile, Ziming stared in pure confusion as Junting gently floated up into the air. What the hell is this? Could it be? Suddenly, her stunning eyes snapped wide open. A beautiful, glowing pink aura began radiating all around Junting, casting an eerie but gorgeous light. Her sudden surge of power shook the entire building, sending heavy shockwaves rolling through the structure. Ziming's soldiers felt the violent tremors and completely panicked. Every single mutant beast inside our city has completely broken out of control. What? A deep dread settled in his chest as he stared up. Damn it all. Has the Holy Mother's bloodline inside the Saintess fully awakened already? This is just rotten luck. How could she possibly trigger a tiny 1% chance of awakening? Junting then dashed out onto the balcony, looking completely carefree. Wow, there are so many little whites over there. Ziming cursed loudly in pure frustration. Damn it. He immediately barked at his waiting troops. Hurry up and go after her. Mid-sprint, Ziming suddenly felt heavy, like something was watching him closely. He nervously glanced over his shoulder, a bad feeling creeping up his spine. This intense pressure could only come from a king-tier mutant beast. Only a monster of that caliber could make me feel this suppressed. Is the Moon King already awake? Ziming looked up, his face twisted in a dark, unhappy scowl as his mind raced. Did Chen Junting somehow force the Moon King to wake up early? And if she actually did, what happens now? Two soldiers behind him frantically yelled, "What are you doing standing around? What is going on?" Ziming stayed rooted to the spot, giving orders with dead calm. Contact the rest of our spies hiding in Mingzhou City. Tell them to capture Chen Junting immediately. I have a few loose ends to tie up right now. The soldiers quickly obeyed. Understood. He watched them run off, completely terrified of losing his own life. The Moon King waking up meant the Heavenly Tiger King now possessed king-tier combat strength. If he blew his cover at a time like this, he was basically asking for a death sentence. It was much safer to just hang back and watch how things played out. By now, the city was a ruined, desolate wasteland. Baide gathered his troops and barked an order. Everyone, split into groups of 3 and slowly clear out the remaining undead. Yes, sir. He quickly turned, looking deeply worried about his injured comrade. How is the master's body holding up? Lai Xian touched his arm, offering a gentle smile. I'm all right. Zhang Ping managed to heal up most of my heavy wounds. I'm just a little drained right now. A quick rest is all I really need. Boiling with pure rage, Baide slammed his fist into a solid rock, not even caring about the pain or the blood. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with venom. Those traitorous bastards are worse than wild animals. Lai Xian placed a calming hand on his brother's shoulder to soothe him. Things have already reached this point. All we can do now is clear out the walking corpses at the south gate as fast as possible. Baide tried to stop him. But master, ignoring his protest, he just kept going, determined to finish. After that, we fall back to the Holy Land for backup. Just take a good look at this mess. Right now, saving even one more life is a massive win for us. Baide's soldiers pointed far into the distance, shouting excitedly. Look over there! A group of awakened hunters is heading in from the north. Could it be our backup? The approaching group aggressively barked out orders. Restrain those men! Don't let a single one enter the city limits. 2 of Baide's disciples sighed, utterly exhausted. The Liang Dojo guys? Great. Here comes even more trouble. Ruo Wu's men shouted back in unison. Understood. Lai Xian ground his teeth, glaring fiercely in the man's direction. Wu Ruo Wu, you actually have the nerve to show your face here? Everyone, prepare for battle. Baide quickly briefed his disciples. The Lianchuang Dojo left the west gate wide open, which caused Mingzhou City to fall. What? Those absolute bastards? Lai Xian shifted into a combat stance, ready to charge in. Master Wu, he bellowed. Why the hell did you completely betray Mingzhou City? Ruo Wu just flashed a sinister, unflinching smile at them. Master Feng, have you ever actually thought about totally changing your way of life? Lai Xian didn't catch his drift. What are you talking about? Ruo Wu's face hardened, his eyes narrowing into a sharp, deeply annoyed glare. Look around. The thousands of lights in Mingzhou City might seem bright, but they're incredibly fragile. Hundreds die every single year from mutant beast attacks. It seems we can only manage to protect a mere third of this entire land. Have you ever wondered what would happen if we put everything on the line to create a true king for humanity? Just imagine what that kind of future would look like. We just need one human king to be born in the Holy Ancestor Village. Forget about tiny little Mingzhou City. To the very ends of the earth, humanity would never be playthings for these mutant monsters ever again. Hearing that twisted logic, Lai Xian chuckled darkly, shooting his enemy a look of pure disgust. So that's how it is. Those students preaching that radical human supremacy garbage inside our martial arts school, they were your hidden spies, weren't they? Ruo Wu spread his arms with total confidence. Spot on. But sadly, you kicked every single one of them out. If you hadn't done that, you could have easily been standing right here as one of us today. Lai Xian dropped into a fighting stance, his voice dripping with pure mocking challenge. Become a part of your delusional cult? If I did that, the entire population of Mingzhou City would end up buried alive. Ruo Wu didn't back down. Instead, he smirked, fully ready to accept the deadly challenge. Relax. This time, we only came to grab a very important person so the king of the Holy Ancestor Village can finally be born. We won't completely wipe out Mingzhou City. And of course, if you guys just stand right there and don't run inside to report this, I won't even have to lay a finger on you. Lai Xian burst into loud, mocking laughter. And what if we absolutely refuse to just stand by and watch? Nuok Vu sprinted over as fast as he could, yelling at the top of his lungs. He told them the only real way out of this was to take them down completely. Over in the North City Park Forest, Zhang Ping hid in the bushes, watching closely. Was that Tran Quan Din? Did all those mutated beasts suddenly stop attacking just because of her? He quickly used his appraisal skill to find out. Quan Din just stared innocently and giggled. So many little ones here. You guys are so cute. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Appraisal successful. Now displaying the full stat window. Zhang Ping was totally stunned reading her info. How on earth did she become a transcender too? CC could not believe her ears at all. What did you just say? How is that even possible in this crazy world? She quickly grabbed him and pulled him deep into the bushes. Someone is coming! Trackman's soldiers were arguing loudly in the distance. What do we do now? Should we just turn back before things get completely out of hand? What kind of nonsense are you talking about right now? Our mission is to drag that little girl back to the Chu family, no matter the cost. Hearing this made Zhang Ping curious, so he stood up to get a better look. The Chu family? The soldiers kept arguing with each other. But you saw what happened on the way here. Mingzhou City is crawling with zombies everywhere right now, and all our mutated beasts are being controlled by that girl. Plus, we cannot even reach the others. There is no way just the two of us can finish this quest alone. Hey, stop talking like that. Even if it kills us, we have to risk it all and fight to the bitter end. The True brothers, eavesdropping on everything, spoke up with pure arrogance. Who would have thought the head of the Chu family loved doing such shady things behind people's backs? And bringing along these deadweight losers too. Troc Min's soldiers immediately whipped their heads around, scanning the area. Who is there? Show yourselves right now. Engen Ho and Engen Long stepped out together, walking super slow. You guys actually have a bit more backbone than the other Chu family goons we ran into. So, I guess we might consider letting you live. Zhang Ping fired off his ultimate appraisal skill. The notification popped right up, appraisal successful, showing stat screen. Engen Long stood with his hands on his hips, overflowing with confidence, and taunted them. In that case, why don't you both turn into zombies and work for us? Reading the stats, Zhang Ping and Cici quickly got ready to move. I finished appraising them. These guys are definitely from the Holy Ancestor Village. And get this, their powers are super similar to Tran Quan Din's. This might be a major clue. We need to capture them alive and squeeze all the information out of them. Even though they were intimidated by the overwhelming aura, the Chu family guards gritted their teeth to gamble it all. Right now, we only have one shot at this. There might still be a tiny glimmer of hope left for us. His boss nodded in agreement. Let's risk it. With that, both of them charged forward with everything they had. Attack! But that terrifying aura instantly pierced his nerves, making his eyes roll back into his head. The Chu family guard's vision suddenly started to blur. Both of them were totally trapped and dizzy from that fierce, evil energy. What in the world is this? Engen Long pointed his finger, ordering a Dai and Tu Ho to strike together. The more you panic, the faster you die. The boss grabbed his head and warned his men. Be careful, there is poison gas. A Dai tried to bite down, but the guard threw up a magic shield just in time. Only the boss failed to react and got pinned by Tu Ho. And Ganlong slowly walked over with a smug look. Not bad moves, but too bad you will not last long out here. I highly recommend you drop the whole resistance thing and just be good little zombies for us. The Chu family guard gritted his teeth and roared, "In your dreams!" Ngan Ho waved his hand frantically. "Bro, dodge it now." A massive blast of magic erupted, instantly blowing away the two beasts that seemed completely unbeatable. Neither brother actually got hit, but Ngan Ho still cursed bitterly. "Damn it, we almost got wiped out right there. Good thing that mutated beast took the hit for us." Right as he spoke, Quan Din's voice came from behind. "Why are you two little cuties all beaten up like this?" Ngan Ho suddenly stammered. Holy maiden." She brought over some healing aura. "Do not be afraid, let me fix you right up." Hearing that, the brothers instantly dropped to their knees. "Greetings, great holy maiden. We came all this way to welcome you back home." Quan Din healed them while explaining gently. "You have some bad things stuck inside your bodies. Let me help you clear all of that out completely." Ngan Ho felt his entire body burning up. What is going on here? Why does it feel like my disciple blood is losing all its power? Ngan Long felt the exact same thing. Did they not say the holy maiden hadn't awakened yet? So why is this happening to us? Feeling his life force slowly draining away made Ngan Ho writhe, clutching his chest. Ngan Long was in so much agony he reached out toward Quan Din, begging for mercy. "Please, holy maiden, you have to stop this at once. If you forcibly wipe out the disciple blood from these mutated beasts, we will be the ones suffering the terrifying backlash." Tu Ho twitched its eyelids, showing clear signs of recovery. Quan Din only pulled back her aura once. A Dai fully woke up. "See, this is so much cleaner now." She reached out to pet Tu Ho. "Do you guys not like this place? Then let's go. I will take you and the other little ones somewhere else today." Ngan Ho scrambled to his feet. This is total bloodline suppression. Could the holy maiden be fully awakened already? Ngan Long awkwardly scratched his head. "It really looks like it. We definitely cannot use our bloodline connection to guide the holy maiden back to the holy ancestor village anymore." His chest was still throbbing with dull pain. "Damn it, there is nothing we can do here. We just have to meet with the cult master first and figure it out." Cece clenched her jaw tight. The cult master of the holy ancestor village? Could that person really be here in Mingzhou City too? Zhang Ping got curious and asked, "Who is that? Why do I feel like you are acting super weird?" Cece instantly balled her fists. Her name is Lin Zhao Tuyet. She used to be the second-generation lord of Mingzhou City. And now she is the most wanted target for the cleanup squad. As she said this, her eyes suddenly filled with pure hatred. "That woman is the one who murdered my master. She is also the one who gave me this scar on my face. She is ridiculously strong. Honestly, she is right on par with our captain. We need to find out for sure if that monster actually came to Mingzhou City or not." Cece lowered her voice. "Before, we had no way of keeping Tran Quan Din under control, but we can definitely handle these two guys." Zhang Ping spoke up loudly. "Tran Quan Din and the beasts are far away now, so it is time to move." Cece suddenly ordered, "Keep them alive." Out of nowhere, sharp ice swords ripped through the air right behind the Triu brothers. Ngan Long reacted fast, shoving Ngan Ho aside. "This is bad. There is someone else hiding in the shadows." But Cece stepped right out into the open. "Do not move." Ngan Ho screamed in total panic. "Bro!" Catching him completely off guard, Zhang Ping appeared right behind him and tied him up tight. Then he dropped a cold, terrifying threat. "If you dare release any poison gas, I promise he will die a horrible death." Cece pointed her sword straight at Ngan Long on the ground. "Why exactly did you come to Mingzhou City?" "Talk. Is Liang Gao Tuyet already here? Where is she hiding?" Ngan Long gave a bitter chuckle. "I have nothing to say to you." Hearing that, Cece instantly slashed down. Making things worse, Zhang Ping stepped closer and whispered like an absolute demon. "You don't have to talk, but she is definitely going to keep slicing. I will handle the healing, so I promise I will never let you die easily." Ngan Long gritted his teeth and cursed. "You absolute demons." He then screamed in pure agony again. Cece quickly sent a report over to Thoi Bach. "Captain, I just found a massively important clue over here." His deep, gravelly voice echoed back. "Lu Tuthian, what is going on out there?" She gave a quick report. "Zhang Ping and I just captured 2 scouts from Holy Ancestor Village. According to their confession, the village's main objective this time is to hunt down Tran Quan Din, the girl who finally awakened her holy maiden bloodline." Her voice suddenly faltered as she dropped another bombshell. "Ling Ao Tuyet is currently hiding somewhere inside Mingzhou City right now." Thobak fell silent before giving his next order. "I understand. You two keep interrogating those villagers. If things go completely sideways, I will step up and handle this myself." Cece gave a quick nod and replied, "Yes, sir." He turned his attention to Man Ni. "Prepare the teleportation circle." Hearing this, she panicked. Captain, are you seriously going to activate the Sun Moon Pearl right now? She tried everything to talk him out of it. That artifact is hidden deep inside the city square. The second you fire it up, your cover is blown. If the Heavenly Fox King refuses to show up, exposing yourself right now would be a massive death sentence. Thoibok held his ground. Our original plan was to lure out the Heavenly Fox King first. Then you all would hold him off, letting me activate the Sun Moon Pearl without getting interrupted. But now Lian Zhao Tuyet showed up instead. Her unpredictable nature throws a massive wrench into our entire strategy, creating too many wild variables. Staring straight ahead, Thoibok spoke with absolute resolve. Right now, I can only make one gamble. We trigger the artifact before any of them get a chance to react. It is our only shot at saving Mingzhou City. We cannot afford to waste another second. Over at the Monument Square, a dimensional portal suddenly ripped open. Thoibok stepped out first, followed tightly by his loyal squad. He muttered softly, "The entire city is pure chaos. Public panic is spreading, turning into a massive, unstoppable wave. I can fight off these enemies and slaughter the savage beasts, but how am I supposed to stop the collapsing morale of the people?" And Zhao Tuyet was already waiting. Planning to use the Sun Moon Pearl as your final trump card? Her sudden appearance caught Man Ni completely off guard. "Why are you here?" "I scanned this entire plaza earlier and it was totally empty." Thoibok quickly masked his shock, regaining his composure. "Damn it! Our strategy just went up in smoke." Man Ni immediately barked an order. "Weapons out, prepare for combat." Now Tuyet stood completely alone, radiating pure confidence. Admitting defeat just means you gave up on fighting. The exact second you showed up here to handle this undead crisis, the match was already over. I secured the victory. Thoibok let out a heavy sigh. "Why are you so obsessed with winning and losing? Your path to becoming humanity's ruler violates the laws of nature. Forcing this shift will trigger the awakening of every single mutated beast king across the entire planet. Besides, if we completely fail to reach the king rank, mankind is totally doomed anyway." Ngao Tuyet's face darkened instantly. "I will never fail." Thoibok snapped back. "You joined forces with a demonic cult before slaughtering completely innocent people. The moment you decided the ends justify the means, you already lost the war. You are walking the path of a demon, not a true king." She imagined herself stepping over mountains of crushed skulls and shattered bones, whispering softly, "The ancients always said, building an empire requires 10,000 corpses. Why should I care? I am claiming the throne. How could I possibly do that without spilling blood? Demonic path or royal road, it hardly matters. The ultimate survivor gets to wear the crown." Thoibok screamed back, "Your ambition just racks up a bigger body count. You are dragging all of humanity into absolute permanent extinction." Ignoring him, now Tuyet summoned her army of the undead. "I knew talking was useless, so I brought some backup." She did the math in her head. Activating that glowing pearl would instantly bait out the Heavenly Fox King. That simply cannot happen. I need to secure the Holy Maiden first, then let that beast deal with Thoibok. Smirking, she made her announcement. "Nobody is touching the Sun Moon Pearl today. It stays off." Thoibok was stunned to spot Duthan Hai standing among the undead horde. "Duthan Hai, you are the lord of this city. Why the hell are you playing along?" He looked at Thoibok with genuine concern and pleaded, "Big brother, the Heavenly Fox is just too powerful." She is completely right. Humanity needs a supreme ruler so we can finally unite our fractured guilds. Thoibok scowled. "Liangao Tuet is a tyrant. She will only bring us absolute ruin." Duthan Hai remained totally calm. "Maybe so. But Lady Zhao Tuyet makes a fair point. Sometimes, the dirty work simply has to get done, regardless of the final outcome. You are way too stubborn, and I know I cannot change your mind." Before both factions started slaughtering each other, Duthan Hai shouted, "Please step aside, big brother." Refusing to back down an inch, Thoibok roared, "Bring it on! Let this bloody battle decide the ultimate fate of Mingzhou City." Even from the southern residential park, thick black smoke was clearly visible in the sky. Quan Din stared at the burning horizon, feeling curious. What is going on over there? Why is everyone panicking so much? Feeling the ground trembling violently, Cece turned to Zhang Ping. "What is this massive energy wave?" Quan Din led her tamed monster squad to investigate. "Let's go check it out," Zhang Ping quickly warned. "Tron Quan Din is heading that way." Cece suddenly gasped. "It is our captain!" "The captain is making a move." She bolted forward immediately. "We need to regroup with him right now." Zhang Ping shouted back. "What about the two tree brothers?" CC yelled back. "I already told our guild branch to secure them." At the plaza, humans clashing against the undead horde created pure, absolute chaos. Easily dodging an attack, Zhao Tuyet smirked. "You call this a fight? Is this seriously your maximum combat power?" Thoibok was furious but still roared back. Pinning you down in one spot is more than enough. And Gao Tuyet never expected him to use a dirty lockdown tactic just to stall her. Wait, what? He is trying to trap me here, buying enough time to fully charge that artifact. Realizing this, she barked her command. Thon Hai, go smash the Sun Moon Pearl immediately. He nodded swiftly. Understood. Man Ni, Hua Kayat, and Lok Vai charged forward to protect Tho Bak. Over our dead bodies, Du Thon Hai gripped his weapon and roared. Then die right here. He ruthlessly slammed his heavy scythe into the ground. The stone plaza shattered, forcing the three defenders to stumble backward in defeat. Just then, Zhang Ping sprinted onto the battlefield to back them up. Do not celebrate too early. Cici silently summoned a massive ice shield while Zhang Ping lunged directly at Du Thon Hai. Si grabbed Man Ni tightly. Man Ni, are you hurt? Breathing heavily, Man Ni replied. I am fine. Go help stop them from reaching our captain. Cici snapped her head up and froze. Is that Ling Gao Tuyet? Glancing into the distance, she spotted Quan Din marching in with her beast army. The awakened Holy Maiden has finally arrived. Spotting Quan Din, now Tuyet panicked internally. Tran Quan Din is here? Does that mean the Triu brothers totally failed? She quickly noticed something terrifying about Quan Din's aura. The magical energy radiating from her body was completely unstable. Could her sacred bloodline have fully awakened, pushing her stats straight into the final evolution phase? Quan Din stepped right up to the Sun Moon Pearl. She slowly reached out her hand toward it. Is this the relic that had all of you trembling in fear? Honestly, I don't get it. Why does this glowing orb feel so incredibly familiar to me? The moment her fingers brushed the glowing pearl, a massive blast of pure energy erupted. In just a few short seconds, that raw power multiplied into something absolutely terrifying. Lightning flared up and crashed down, destroying everything in its path, good and evil alike. That overwhelming destructive force completely shattered Ngao Tuyet's cage into pieces. She widened her eyes and screamed. How could it generate such a massive shockwave of energy? Tho Bak looked terrified and immediately yelled out. This is bad. Tran Quan Din is actually absorbing the power of the Sun Moon Pearl right now. Zhang Ping rushed straight over to Cici first. Cici, are you okay? Meanwhile, Quan Din's eyes slowly lost their focus. She whispered, I think I can hear my father calling out to me. She stared blankly, murmuring about a voice from far away. Now Tuyet smirked to herself. Perfect. The Pearl's energy just helped the Holy Maiden complete her evolution process way ahead of schedule. Suddenly, Quan Din floated into the air and flew off. Tu Bak, you guys are coming with me. Now Tuyet silently watched her fading silhouette from behind. Now that her awakening is complete, the Holy Maiden must have felt the summon from the Holy Ancestor village. At this rate, she will head back there on her own without us lifting a finger. And Ngao Tuyet immediately used telepathy to contact Du Thon Hai. To keep our master plan safe, I hid the Holy Maiden in this city for over a decade. The final moment is finally here. Hurry up and tell our guild members to escort her back safely. Her power is exactly what I need to become the new king. He accepted the order. She looked back up at the dark, gloomy sky. As for those fox monsters, they will definitely wake up now that Tran Quan Din's suppression spell is gone. I bet every single one of those beasts felt the commotion at the memorial square. Ngao Tuyet frowned, knowing this little obstacle could ruin everything. Everything has been going exactly according to plan so far. I need to retreat fast, right before the Moon King decides to show up here. With that thought, she called out, Tho Bak, who knew you would spend all that effort charging the Sun Moon Pearl, only to hand the victory over to me? The original plan was to sink the maiden into despair, evolve her into the Holy Mother, and do that complex ritual at the village. Ngao Tuyet started walking away as she finished her sentence. But honestly, I can skip all that now. This is my absolute destiny. Cici quickly drew her sword and chased after her. Stop right there! She launched herself forward, sending a barrage of razor-sharp ice shards flying. I will kill you and avenge my master! The villain glanced back at Cici with total disgust. You think you can? Ngao Tuyet just waved her hand, effortlessly deflecting all the deadly ice shards flying at her face. You foolish little girl! You have no idea who you are dealing with! She threw a single counterattack, easily blasting Cici away. Zhang Ping panicked and rushed forward, screaming her name. Cici collapsed right into his arms, letting out a weak, painful gasp from her throat. Spiritual energy cushioned their fall, keeping them mostly safe. Ngao Tuyet casually walked away without a care. Tho Bak, I will see you around. Lak Vai turned to her squad leader, checking his reaction. Captain, are we not going after her? He instantly replied, We need to deal with the threat inside the city first. Man Ni came running over, completely out of breath. Zhang Ping, Cici, are you guys holding up okay? Zhang Ping held Cici up and answered between heavy breaths. We are fine, just took a little damage. Cece squeezed her eyes shut, blaming herself. I am still way too weak for this. Manhwa kept talking, sounding super anxious. Tran Quan Din and Lin Zhao Tuyet already took away the mutated beasts and zombies, right? So where the hell is that terrifying noise coming from? Though Bach figured it out instantly. It is the king of the heavenly foxes over there. Manhwa, fire up the teleportation array right now. Another squad in black armor showed up. Is that the patrol team? No, those are heavenly fox monsters, the ringleader shouted his order. Drop your weapons right now, or we kill every last one of you with zero hesitation. Manhwa focused all her energy to cast a barrier. Cece summoned freezing ice in her hands. Thankfully, I already reported the fox monsters to the cleanup squad. Zhang Ping got into a fighting stance. Every single enemy rushing at us right now is a heavenly fox illusion. Everyone watch out for those invisible attacks. Thobok's eyes suddenly glowed with an intense bright light. He said, there is no need for that. Brainwave resonance activated. He manipulated the Sun-Moon Pearl's aura. I will keep them suppressed, though Bach held them back using both of his hands. Everyone needs to evacuate Mingzhou City right now. The guy called out with a hoarse voice. Captain! He furiously yelled at them one more time. I said that is an order. He really could not understand why Tran Quan Din did not take the heavenly foxes with her. Cece made a quick guess. I bet the Fox King triggered some kind of camouflage skill. Let's move, Zhang Ping. Though Bach narrowed his eyes, waiting for his opening. Excellent. He perfectly calculated the escape route for his subordinates. If we are fighting the Fox King, having all of you here would just be a pointless death anyway. The spatial portal swallowed the last person and instantly vanished into thin air. Though Bach swept his gaze across all the fake Fox clones and shouted, why don't you show your real face? He mocked the enemy. Let me see what kind of combat power you actually have, acting as the king of this little fox den. It shifted into a dark shadow, flashing by in the blink of an eye. You are the strongest human I have ever encountered. After revealing its true form, the monster tried a cheap psychological trick. Still, a power level like that is nowhere near enough to beat me. Though Bach muttered silently in his own head, appraise, heavenly fox skill, cognitive distortion, heavenly fox skill, logic subversion. What kind of insane magic abilities are these? He stood ready to face a giant claw 4 times the size of his head. We will see if my strength is enough once we actually fight. Though Bach moved inside a high-speed time zone, is he seriously using his strongest attack right away? He seized the moment and launched a brutal counterattack. Vacuum Fusion Blast. It melts the target from the inside with extreme heat, creating a vacuum that forces an explosion outward. The Fox King sneered proudly. That was a fierce strike, but too bad it does absolutely nothing to me. Though Bach looked briefly confused. It didn't work? Is this the effect of that cognitive distortion skill? No, that is not cognitive distortion. I already blocked off my own physical senses before this boss fight even started. It is not a clone either, because a clone would just vanish when hit, exactly like mine do. I triggered a phantom clone, so why the heck did it deal 0 damage? Even if I blasted a literal mountain, that ultimate move would have blown a massive hole right through it. The monster quickly gained the upper hand. Don't think your little clones will stop me from hunting you down. He got totally bound up by a toxic mist. I get it now. This is the effect of that other ability called logic subversion. Unlike cognitive distortion, it does not mess with my physical senses at all. Instead, it literally shatters the basic rules of reality, though Bach finally understood. Temperature, gravity, physics, absolutely no common sense rules of reality have any effect on this creature. The heavenly fox crushed his body tightly in its giant hand, roaring out. Just die already. The beast felt like something was horribly wrong. He struggled, forcing one eye open to glare at the monster. Unfortunately for you, that special ability can only break the common sense of your own existence. A blinding spiritual aura wrapped around Thobok's body, unleashing extreme power to reverse control on the enemy. Your tricks will not work on me at all. It could not react in time. Is that a spatial barrier? No, wait, this is a time barrier. He temporarily took the upper hand in the fight. Enjoy this little package of frozen time. Even though Mingzhou Tuyet was rigidly sealed, she still acted tough. So what if you managed to lock me up inside this dimension? She turned and stared straight into Thoibok's eyes, declaring boldly, the moment you die, the barrier you created will instantly disappear anyway. But the moment that system notification popped up, resetting both time and space, death would rewind the clock right back to the exact second the skill activated. Mingzhou Tuyet blinked. What is this? Then a sick smirk crept onto her face. You awakened humans are so amusing, she mused. This entire zone is completely chained to the flow of time itself. If you keep resetting the timeline of this zone forever, that means I get stuck right here with you, trapped inside an endless, unbreakable loop. She figured out the loophole fast. But since my magic breaks the usual laws of time, my own mind will not be reset, right? She leaned in dangerously close to Thoibok, savoring every single word. You will not remember a thing. But me? I get to keep the sweet memory of slaughtering you. Every single time the loop resets, she suddenly blasted him point blank and made her promise. Killing you just to watch you respawn over and over? I will never get bored of it. Because if I do not kill you fast, you might slowly torture me to death instead. Besides, once you revive, the time reset is just going to heal all your fatal wounds anyway. Though Bach was reduced to nothing but dry bones, she kept right on lecturing. You humans really are a terrifying species. Or maybe those wild rumors I heard from the other monster races were actually dead on the money. If the mutated beasts just keep devouring human flesh, then sooner or later, they might just steal your limitless awakened potential for themselves. Even while locked inside that time prison, she still broadcasted orders to the rest of the Fox clan. All members, crush the riots in Mingzhou City immediately. And listen closely. Keep the human body count down to an absolute minimum. After all, we need those pathetic livestock to keep breeding so we have a steady food supply. The monster horde roared back their total obedience. Down in the city's south district, it was absolute chaos. Lai Tian and Yuok Vu were trading vicious martial arts blows when Cock Ditch leaped right between them. Stop! He shoved both hands out, blocking the furious fighters. They just glared and screamed right back. Let us go! Lai Tian was furious at the interruption, his voice pitching up into a total snarl. Lam Kak Ditch, what the hell are you doing? Kak Ditch cursed them out in his head. The apocalypse is literally knocking at our door, and humans are still butchering each other? Absolute idiots. But Lai Tian just pointed an accusing finger. That man is a traitor. He sold out Mingzhou City. We were still report each other's throats. Another voice barked over the chaos. All of you, knock it off. Stand down and behave yourselves. Nuok Vu squinted toward the voice, his heart hammering against his ribs. The city patrol squad was already here. At this point, they were in too deep, no turning back now. He decided to murder Cock Ditch since he was standing right there. Go to hell! But before he even grazed the guy's jacket, Nuok Vu felt a sickening sensation. An invisible force suddenly clamped down hard on the top of his skull. With his bare hands, Cock Ditch ripped the man's head clean off his shoulders. Lai Tian froze completely solid, sheer terror racing through his frantic mind. Since when did Lam Cock Ditch level up his combat strength to such a freakish degree? He casually tossed the severed head aside like garbage. I really cannot believe this. Our patrol team takes a few days off to guard the city lord, and the whole town devolves into this kind of mindless, bloody chaos? Cock Ditch swept a cold, dead-eyed glare across the panicked crowd. Drop your weapons right now. Refuse, and I execute you on the spot. But first, he had a little question to settle. Master Feng, you are going to come with me. You have got a lot of explaining to do about today's mess. Lai Tian, who was barking so loud a minute ago, was now trembling like a total coward. Over in Safe Room 8, Zhang Ping turned to his teammate. Cici, you need to calm down. Suddenly, Man Ni reached out, totally panicked. What in the world is happening to me? My abilities are fading fast. Luke Han's crew from Squad 5 quickly chimed in with the exact same bad news. Our stamina gauge is dropping like a rock. I am exhausted, and my own body feels like it weighs a ton. Cici flinched, a dreadful realization hitting her. Wait, could it be? Zhang Ping gave her a very confused look. What are you talking about? She entirely ignored him, desperately grabbing her comms radio. Captain! Captain, do you read me? Please respond right now, Captain! Her sheer panic made him seriously anxious. Cici, what the hell is going on here? She was too stunned to speak, so Manni finally broke the grim silence. The captain cast his divine blessing on every single member of our clearing squad. She took a shaky breath before dropping the truth. His blessing is an insanely rare buff skill. It grants incredible stat boost to an awakened target, and it operates almost semi-permanently. Unless the caster actually dies, those powerful stat buffs stay with you for the rest of your life. Man Ni started listing off the crazy buffs they had all received. The blessing Luke Han got meant his stamina drain was permanently slashed right in half during heavy combat. Trin Tuyet Teep got her total physical fatigue cut in half. Truong Tu Trung got a 50% reduction to his actual body weight. And the magic blessing that Lu Tu Tian got slashed her mana and mental energy consumption down by exactly 50%. Man Ni bit her lip, holding back terrified tears. If all of our buffs just vanished at the exact same time, it means the captain might actually be dead. Zhang Ping highly doubted it. Tudo Toibok was an absolute monster in combat. How could a legend like him go down that easily? Right then, a terribly familiar voice crackled from his smart bracelet. This kind of form is not going to last very long. Cici practically threw herself at the comms device. Captain, are you okay? A hologram of Toibok popped up, skipping the small talk entirely. Not great. In about a year, the Fox clan is going to kill me for good, because my mana reserves will be completely drained. Zhang Ping just had to ask. Senior to-do, are you actively broadcasting your voice through this bracelet from the battlefield? The old man firmly shook his holographic head. No, this is actually my final contingency plan. The exact moment my real body got killed out there, a fragment of my consciousness splintered off, creating a digital ghost that uploaded right into this bracelet. Thobak lowered his eyes. Truth is, I am just an artificial echo now. I am not the real man anymore. Cece screamed in total panic. Captain, tell us what we have to do to save you. Zhang Ping just stayed quiet, working the math in his head. So the thing living inside this gadget is not To-Do Thoi-Bok at all. It is just an AI program holding onto his dead memories. Thoi-Bok smiled softly, dropping a massive bombshell on the squad. Do not panic. Things are playing out exactly like I originally calculated. I foresaw my own brutal death back in Mingzhou City, but hidden inside that fatal timeline, I found our only real hope. I dragged the Fox clan's monstrous king into an infinite time loop. He literally cannot escape that magic prison until my residual mana completely dries up, or if I somehow manually shatter the cycle myself. So he is completely stuck at the Monument Square, forced to execute me over and over again until my power gauge finally hits 0. The digital ghost stared them down with absolute grit. That beast is grounded for an entire year. This is our one golden chance to wipe out the entire Fox clan. Can we actually capitalize on this crazy opening? The hologram locked its glowing eyes on the young hunter standing right in front. Honestly, everything rides entirely on Zhang Ping. His awakened potential is simply limitless. The room instantly erupted in complete disbelief. Wait, Zhang Ping? Luke Han was the first one to call out the madness. Captain, I have no idea what your master plan is, but betting the entire world on Zhang Ping seems insanely risky. Man Ni nodded along, backing him up. Sure, Zhang Ping has decent leveling potential, but let us be real here. The kid is still just a totally novice awakened hunter. Only CC had absolute faith. I trust the captain's call, she said firmly. What exactly do we need to do next? Man Ni still looked hesitant, but Thoi-Bok understood exactly how everyone felt. He quickly stepped in to calm their nerves, telling them not to rush into things. This little storm is absolutely nothing. Back when we faced the Beast Taming awakened of the Chu clan, the Nur clan, that was true despair. The Chu family was loaded with endless high-tier gear. They even wielded 5 ultra-rare artifacts, just like the legendary Sun Moon Pearl. Compared to that nightmare, our current struggle is honestly a breeze. He paused, his tone dropping with a heavy sigh. And then there is us. We have absolutely nothing on our side. Thoi-Bok had to admit the hard truth. The power gap between you and the enemy was massive. Worse, you completely lacked the right weapons to even scratch those mutant beast kings. You were basically fighting totally empty-handed. Luke Han caught that key detail instantly. Weapons that can actually kill mutant beast kings? Do legendary items like that really exist in this world? Thoi-Bok did not even blink. Of course they exist, he stated firmly, but only those with unlimited tier abilities are actually worthy to enter that hidden zone. And here is the catch, an awakened with unlimited potential can only enter that place exactly once in their entire lifetime. He even dropped a massive proof. That is the exact ruin where I found the arrow capable of flipping the world upside down. Luke Han stuttered in total disbelief, realizing the plan. So this time, we are banking everything on Zhang Ping? Hearing that, Thu Chung literally jumped out of his seat. Wait, Zhang Ping? Is that kid actually an unlimited tier awakened now? Even with all eyes glued to him, Zhang Ping held his ground and voiced his doubts. Captain, looking at how you set this up, I honestly do not see how I could pull this off. It feels completely impossible. Thoi-Bok just smiled, patting his shoulder to brush off the worry. Look, this actually works out perfectly for your leveling up. That place is essentially the bedrock of humanity. You can use those ancient ruins to uncover hidden truths that belong entirely to you and your unique path. Man Ni was practically buzzing with impatience. Enough talking, we need to move out right now, she urged. But the captain simply waved his hand to stop her. Do not rush into this blindly. We have a few crucial details to handle before we leave. Zhang Ping, come with me. He followed Thoi-Bok all the way down to the cleanup crew's safe room dungeon number 8. Finally hitting his limit, Zhang Ping just had to break the silence and ask the burning question. Captain, is there really no way to save you? Thoi-Bok just let out a loud laugh, keeping his real answer totally vague. I made this choice after thinking it through completely. If I do not stay back to block the king of the Heavenly Fox clan, we are looking at 2 possible outcomes. And honestly, I refuse to let either of those horrific scenarios play out on my watch. What outcomes? Zhang Ping blurted out instantly. Thoi-Bok calmly broke down the grim reality. Scenario 1. We completely fail to stop the massive monster wave attacking from Holy Ancestor Village. If that happens, Mingzhou City falls right into Lin Gao Tuyet's hands. At least 50% of our awakened fighters would be slaughtered in the resulting civil war. He took a slow, heavy breath before dropping the next dark scenario. In Situation 2, we actually managed to defend the city and crush the Holy Ancestor Village raid, but because I die in the process, the Heavenly Fox King would personally hunt down every high-tier expert in the city who showed their strength. At least 30% of our awakened forces would never escape his wrath. But right now, I have the Heavenly Fox King locked in my trap. That leaves the Moon Prince as their strongest active boss. In a straight one-on-one duel, our elite fighters might actually lose to him. His combat stats are just way too high. But if we gang up on him, the Moon Prince definitely will not survive a multi-target ambush. Arriving at their destination, Thoibok finally laid out his endgame. Because of this setup, even if the beast plans to hunt and replace every awakened who revealed their power, it will take it at least 1 to 2 entire years to finish the job. Zhang Ping silently agreed. Given their current power levels, this was absolutely the best possible outcome. But before he could even process the heavy sacrifice, Thoibok casually jerked his chin. Go extract some of Triun Ganlong's blood for me. Zhang Ping tilted his head, completely confused. Why do you need me to draw Triun Ganlong's blood? What does it do? Thoibok dodged the question and instead asked for his stats. You have been hard stuck at level 9 for a really long time now, have you not? Zhang Ping did not hide it. Yeah. During the last fight, I actually felt the system prompting me to hit mid-tier level 10. He stared at his hands, explaining the frustrating bottleneck. But right at the critical moment of breaking through, an invisible wall blocked me. Not only did my progression fail, but it physically felt like something was permanently stuck in my throat. Absolutely infuriating. Thoibok snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. Try drinking a few drops of Triun Ganlong's blood. Awaken your new skills first. Once you do that, I will personally show you the exact trick to shatter that bottleneck. Since he put it that way, Zhang Ping obediently grabbed the blood sample. The second he sat down to meditate, Thoibok began dropping knowledge. Going from beginner to intermediate does not actually have a bottleneck. The real reason your level is hard stuck? You simply have way too many awakened abilities. Normal awakened players with only a single skill tree never face this. They are forced to lock in their specialized combat path very early on. Zhang Ping, level 9, beginner awakened. When someone hoards multiple abilities like you, they must select one core skill to anchor them. If they fail to pick, the system completely freezes their level progression. He sounded like a veteran guide, patiently walking the rookie through every single dialogue option. Once you figure out what you truly desire and the specific class path you want, hitting intermediate tier is guaranteed. Sure enough, a second later, the mutation gluttony skill kicked in. Zhang Ping instantly unlocked a massive new talent, Blood of the Old King. He blindly fumbled along, trusting Thoibok's voice. Now, you need to exploit that brand new talent. Feel how it interacts with the other dormant skills inside your body. Carefully analyze every single ability you own. Hold them right on the edge, ready to trigger, but keeping them strictly uncast. Zhang Ping's mind spun through his massive inventory of skills, jumping from the contract gem all the way to pure blood body. Sensing his panic, Thoibok kept coaching him. Next, you have to look deep inside yourself. You need to lock in your future class progression and figure out what your absolute deepest desire actually is. Your powers will naturally adapt to match those core thoughts. Zhang Ping's brain immediately went into hyperdrive, crunching the meta. Should it be the contract gem or the mutation glutton? Noticing the kid was stuck buffering, he nudged him. So, how does it feel? Have you picked your main skill yet? Zhang Ping did not bother hiding his greedy ambition. There are just way too many good options. Is there seriously no way I can just keep everything? Thoibok just closed his eyes, tossing the absolute headache right back at him. That is something only your own gut can answer. I cannot min-max this build for you. Left with 0 guides, Zhang Ping went right back to agonizing over the stats. Honestly, the toughest choice was tossing a coin between the contract gem and the mutation glutton. The contract gem was his starting base skill. He had to admit, choosing between his first love and his newest obsession was brutally hard. Almost his entire skill tree actually branched off from that gem. But mutation glutton was the broken passive that let him devour enemies. Overthinking it was making his brain melt. The original skills were god tier, but his secondary buffs were honestly just as cracked. The dark fog body, the pure water physique, the pure blood body, and even the old king's blood. Every single one of these passive traits was absolutely top tier. You could honestly argue that, even though the mutation glutton originally spawned from the contract gem, its true endgame potential easily rivals the gem itself. After agonizing over his build for ages, Zhang Ping finally bit the bullet. I just need to lock in one of these 2 overpowered abilities as my main core to level up. Thoibok rolled his eyes, smirking. Looks like you finally figured out your build. Right on cue. A glowing system prompt popped up. Class advancement completely successful. Zhang Ping, level 10 mid-tier awakened player. Sitting cross-legged on the cold floor, he stared blankly, still questioning reality. Did I actually just level up? System, appraise. The appraisal succeeded. A flood of system notifications popped up on his screen, attribute panels, mid-level advanced skills, and limited contracts. The first option was a martial gem contract. The second was a treasure gem contract. The third option was a purge gem contract. Trung Bin ran the numbers in his head. Sure, it was just a one-level jump, but the power gap between a novice awakened and a mid-level awakened was absolutely massive. He tested out his brand new system interface. Both his stamina and mental energy had spiked significantly. He could now unleash the Fire Eater's flames with pinpoint accuracy, and his overall control over his awakened abilities felt so much sharper. Staring at the glowing heat in the boy's hands, Thobak asked eagerly, "Did you level up?" Trung Bin practically yelled yes. He waved his blazing hand around, genuinely amazed by the upgrade. No wonder Cece only became a real fighter after hitting the mid-level. The boost in aura control you get at this stage is just completely off the charts, but then the flames in his palm condensed into a solid gem. Trung Bin blinked. A martial contract. The stone shifted into entirely new shapes so fast it left him totally dizzy. With the right advanced skills, even a useless clear crystal could turn into a weapon. Without a second thought, Trung Bin grabbed the gem and scraped it hard right against the floorboards. Finishing his test, he grinned at the results. A mid-level gem is almost as tough as the Dao Min Chao. Carrying something this durable means it won't break easily in a tough fight. Thoibar covered his mouth and chuckled. Just as I predicted. You skipped the Dear Thurk Jai class and chose the gem contract for your core upgrade. Trung Bin stood up to explain. I did think about picking the Dear Thurk Jai, but my gut feeling told me it just was not the right fit for me. The older man rubbed his chin, breaking down the pros and cons of the rejected class. Good thing you avoided the Dear Thurk Jai. Sure, they gain new abilities incredibly fast, but the risks are insane. Whenever they awaken a new skill, nasty side effects, severe physical backlash, and even sudden death are just things that happen all the time. Trung Bin nodded, easily finishing the man's thought for him. Plus, even though the gem contract levels up a bit slower, every single talent it unlocks is exactly what you need. It is like finding fire in the dead of winter. Right at that moment, a chilling warning echoed in his ear. Using the patrol team as a cover, specially recruited Awakened are being systematically wiped out. They plan to spend an entire year eliminating all potential threats. That haunting, familiar voice made Trung Bin gasp. Nguyệt Vương Tử. Without wasting a second, Thoibite called the whole group together to share the intel. According to Trung Bin, Nguyệt Vương Tu was speeding up the slaughter of top fighters in Thangminchou. They were using the patrol guards as bait to trap newly awakened targets. Liu Han frowned, trying to make sense of the chaos. So he is targeting the exact same people who fought in that last battle? Thobak let out a heavy sigh, hating the ugly truth. It is highly likely. Trung Bin stepped right to the front of the room. I am going back to Thangminchou. I will find the head of Hori Foreign Quan, explain the threat, and see if we can smuggle them out. Liu Han cut him off before he could even blink. Absolutely not. That is suicide. Remembering what happened to Tian Zhao, Trung Bin stood his ground. If we just ignore this, those people will end up exactly like the patrol team, swallowed whole and replaced in the dark. Cece stepped closer, her eyes full of worry. Sneaking back in alone is way too risky. I am going with you. Marni chimed in right on cue. We are coming too. We can reach out to the awakened we trust, which will speed things up. But just as their revenge squad gathered steam, Thoibak shut it down completely. We cannot tell if an awakened has already been replaced by Thien Thung Ho. You will be exposed instantly. Trung Bin patted his chest, brimming with total confidence. I just leveled up to a mid-tier awakened. If I sneak in solo, even if I get spotted, I know I can escape in one piece. Liu Han threw his hands up, totally furious now. I forbid this. Thangminchou is an absolute death trap right now. Do you have any idea how important your survival is to us? Trung Bin gritted his teeth, his patience wearing thin. I know. But watching Thien Thung Ho devour our comrades like cattle, I refuse to just sit here. In his heart, a darker thought lingered. Plus, I still need to make them bleed for what they did to To Tian Zhao. Cece called his name softly, her voice shaking. Trung Bin. He just clenched his fist tightly. Relax. I have an exit strategy. Even if I run straight into Nguyệt Vương Tu, I will be fine. Seeing that words were completely useless, Liu Han decided to let his fists do the talking. If you really want to walk back into that city, you have to beat me first. Trung Bin did not even flinch at the threat. All right then, make your move. Instantly, a blast of Minvor pinned his teammate down. Liu Han stared at the ceiling, utterly shocked. So fast. When did he even cast that? I cannot move my arms at all. Slipping his mask on, Bin casually gave the verdict. Well, looks like I win. His mind was reeling. Is this really Minvor? But out loud, Liu Han simply had to swallow his pride. You are definitely on a whole different level now after that upgrade. The way Bark chose that exact moment to step in and cool the tension down. Someone with limitless potential is no ordinary awakened. Back in the day, I had to hit mid-tier before I could kill mutant beasts above my rank, but Bin wiped out a mid-level awakened while he was just a novice. The kid is way better than I ever was. Pure potential. The old man paused, raising a single finger to make his point. Because of that, I will not stop Bin from heading back to Thunmin Chao. But before you leave, I have a rare artifact I need to give you. Bin dodged the offer, pivoting away. Hold on a second. I actually have a tiny favor to ask Trung first. Hearing his name, the guy pointed a confused finger at his own chest. Me? While Thu Trung stood there looking totally lost, Bin secretly activated his appraisal skill. What could I possibly help you with? Within seconds, the system pinged back, delivering a successful breakdown of his fat-based abilities. Bin grabbed his arm, pouring on the quiet manipulation. Oh, you are about to help me with something massive. But we cannot talk here. Just follow my lead. A few minutes later, the crew waiting outside was absolutely horrified by the incredibly sketchy conversation echoing from the room. What? Bin, at least leave a little bit for me. Come on, do not be so cheap. Your flesh is just going to grow right back anyway. It is easy for you to say when it is not your meat. As Bin finally walked out, Marni bombarded him. What on earth did you make Trung do? Instead of answering, he just shouted back through the door. Thanks for that. Then Marni saw the utterly drained, hollow shell of her teammate stumble out, and she froze in pure shock. Trung, what happened to you? Meanwhile, Bin had followed Tho back deep into the hidden vault of the Purge team. Mr. Do, what exactly is this thing? The old veteran calmly broke down its history. This weapon is known as the Qian Lim Qua Norser. Not only does it inflict pure terror into any living creature, but the blade actually evolves every time it drinks blood. Back in my prime, I swung this thing to slaughter tens of thousands of mutant monsters, soaking it in an absolute ocean of beast blood. Right now, in both pure durability and raw cutting power, this scythe is incredibly rare. Calling it a legendary weapon is barely an exaggeration. The Qian Liam Quanor Sur is practically built for your combat style. Pack this beast when you head into Thunmin Chao, and your survival odds will shoot straight through the roof. Bin did not bother pretending to be polite. He gripped the weapon tightly, genuinely grateful for the massive upgrade. Thank you, Captain. Suddenly, Thoibark let out a quiet hum, his attention pulled elsewhere. He glanced down at his slowly fading body and chuckled at himself. Looks like someone is still worried about me. Anyway, my energy is completely tapped out. I am heading back into the bracelet to recharge. Just as Thoibark vanished with a final remark, take your time chatting, you two Cece stepped quietly into the room. Zhang Ping looked at her and asked blankly, Cece, what happened to the wound on your face? She cut him off before he could even finish. We already agreed to talk to each other properly, just as friends, not as teammates. Under the bright moonlight, Cece finally poured her heart out. I managed to overcome my inner demons, so I asked Wei Hua to heal the scar on my face. That last incident made me realize my own abilities are just too weak, so I am not going to stubbornly seek revenge blindly anymore. I will rely on everyone's combined strength to defeat Li Yaksu together. She leaned in slightly to look at Zhang Ping's face when she asked, You insisted on returning to Mingzhou City all by yourself. Is it because you were also blindly seeking revenge for that friend of yours? It took him a long while to finally open up. After leveling up to a mid-tier awakened, I really did have that exact thought. After all, I can clearly feel my own strength skyrocketing. I am definitely no longer that helpless weakling who could only play dumb when the Moon Prince came to raid my house. CC softly called his name, Zhang Ping. He understood and quickly reassured her. Don't worry, CC. I still know what is important and what is not. My main goal for returning to Mingzhou City this time is just to save people. Zhang Ping lowered his eyes as he remembered his first love. As for avenging Su Jingjiao, I will not act recklessly unless a perfectly suitable opportunity presents itself. Even though she understood, Cece still looked a bit worried. But going back all by yourself, I still can't help but feel uneasy. He immediately smiled brightly and promised, I also have a secret weapon I got from Zhang Shuzhong. Nothing bad is going to happen. Back inside Mingzhou City, those mutated beasts were crawling all over every single street. Zhang Ping blended into the crowd, silently calculating. The 1,000 illusion foxes in the city had clearly beefed up their patrols. Before he got far, a harsh shout rang in his ears. Pearl Square is temporarily sealed off. No unauthorized personnel allowed inside. Shibai showed up right on time to express his concern. No need to worry about me. That old fox won't be able to do anything to me for a while. The real question is, have you figured out how to handle this? Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes and confidently replied, yeah, I already have a plan. Over in the study of the Beast King Boxing Club, Lai Xian was zoning out on a plush leather chair. But a wisp of blue smoke slipping under the door made his eyebrows shoot right up. Before he could recover, Zhang Ping quickly deactivated his pure water body and revealed himself. Boss Feng, it is me. Lai Xian jumped up happily and asked, it is you, my good brother Zhang Ping. Where have you been these past few days? Ever since that day, I really wanted to thank you in person, but I haven't been able to find you at all. The rapid-fire questions made him a little flustered. It is a really long story. After explaining everything, Zhang Ping asked for the man's opinion. So, that is pretty much the general situation right now. I wonder if Boss Feng is willing to help me. Lai Xian hesitated before giving his thoughts. According to what you said, the city lord abandoned Mingzhou City a long time ago. The 1,000 illusion foxes are actually the ones in control now. What you are telling me is just way too hard to imagine. Before he could finish, an urgent voice echoed outside. Boss, Captain Lin from the patrol squad is asking to see you. He immediately gave the order. Take him to the guest room. I will be right there. The guy outside just shouted understood before running off into the distance. Zhang Ping took the chance to urge him. The patrol squad has already been replaced by the 1,000 illusion foxes. You just need to take one look to see if I am telling the truth. Still half doubting, Lai Xian slowly made his way over to the guest room. Pushing the door open, he waved his hand and greeted him. Excuse my manners. I never expected Captain Lin to visit during his free time. He crossed his arms with a knowing smile. I came here to congratulate you, Boss Feng. Lai Xian narrowed his eyes, staring at the guy from head to toe. Where exactly is this happy news coming from? KD calmly played his trump card. The city lord has officially decided to appoint Boss Feng as the vice city lord of Mingzhou City. They will announce it to the whole city in a few days. But Lai Xian's mind was completely focused on the swarm of mutated beasts standing right behind him. Are these the true forms of the 1,000 illusion foxes? He tried to stay calm as he replied, I sincerely thank the city lord for his favor. KD had finished his task, so he turned away immediately. The message is delivered. I am heading back to report. Outwardly, Lai Xian kept his voice low. Sorry to bother you, Captain Lin. Please pass my thanks to the city lord. But inside, he was cursing like crazy. These disgusting animals. How dare they pull something like this? Zhang Ping activated his visual resonance from the pure water body. He appeared right behind the man and called out his name softly, Boss Feng. Even though his fists were clenched tight, Lai Xian promised him, don't worry, I won't make a move when the power gap between us and the enemy is this huge. He led the way, taking the chance to swap info. You must already have a plan if you came looking for me. Tell me, what exactly do you need me to do? Zhang Ping shared his thoughts bluntly. I am hoping Boss Feng can use this Vice City Lord promotion to throw a big banquet. You can invite all the awakened who helped defend Mingzhou City on that fateful day. As they reached the dojo hallway, he slowly laid out the rest of his plan. We will warn the ones who haven't been replaced by the foxes yet. Anyone willing to leave with me will sneak out of the city through the transport gate. Even those who refuse to leave will at least know about the foxes' scheme. That way, they can stay on guard and avoid being easily controlled by those monsters. Lai Xian clenched his jaw and admitted honestly. True, some folks have families tying them down. They might not actually choose to pack up and leave. Zhang Ping showed his sympathy. Right now, in this mess, these are the only things we can actually pull off. From his angle, he could see a whole pack of mutated beasts down below, so he couldn't help but sigh. Your boxing club also has quite a few students who have been replaced. Lai Xian painfully agreed. I never thought my little boxing club would have so many animals hiding inside it. He steadied his emotions incredibly fast, looking seriously at the reality. What you have done is more than enough. When it's this hard to tell friend from foe, nobody can possibly keep everyone completely safe. Lai Xian patted his savior's shoulder, stating his resolve. Let's do it your way. I will do my absolute best to cooperate. Zhang Ping clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Thank you so much, Boss Feng. Without turning his head, he returned the gratitude completely. No, we are the ones who should be thanking you. At the very least, you have given us hope to wipe out those filthy animals. Suddenly, a familiar figure in the training yard caught his eye. Zhang Ping glared at the 1,000 illusion fox in front of him, rage boiling inside. That is the beast that killed Su Jingjiao. Shiyu tilted her head up at the sky, casually checking on the current situation. Tell me, has anything out of the ordinary happened in Mingzhou City lately? KD honestly reported everything he knew. Reporting to your highness, everything is normal. Except recently, Feng Lai Xian. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and sneer. Barely became Vice City Lord and he is already showing off? That guy, Feng Lai Xian, is nothing special at all. Jing Jiao stepped up and suggested, Your Highness, should we send someone to keep an eye on him? Shi Yu didn't even take him seriously and shot the idea down immediately. No need. He is just using this chance to collect gifts and hoard some wealth. A weak guy like him poses absolutely no threat to us at all. She snapped her fingers and gave her main order. We really should focus our efforts on tracking the movements of those little rats from the sweeping squad instead. Luo Shiyu tilted his head, carefully warning his crew, especially Zhang Ping. The whole group obediently agreed in unison. Right now, the martial arts hall was completely flooded with endless flattery and loud congratulations for Master Feng. Oh wait, City Lord Feng is the right title now. We hope the new City Lord looks after us. That's right, please guide us from now on, City Lord Feng. Lai Xian faked a smile until his jaw ached, putting on a show. You are all too polite. Right then, a student walked over and quietly whispered, Master. The student leaned in close and whispered right into his ear. After hearing the news, Lai Xian immediately brought his hands together to apologize. Everyone, I have an urgent matter. Excuse me, I can't chat anymore. They quickly caught on and replied respectfully. If City Lord Feng is busy, please go handle your business. He politely apologized one more time, saying, Sorry for the poor hospitality, I hope you all understand. Kidi watched the whole scene and instantly drew a conclusion. Let's go. This guy Feng Lai Xian is exactly as His Highness predicted. He's just using this chance to hoard as much wealth as possible. Jingzhao didn't reply but shifted her gaze to a much more appealing target. That girl looks absolutely top tier. Kidi understood and teased her. What, you like her? Even though he didn't stop his partner, Kidi still gave a strict warning. Then take your time and have fun here. But remember, this place is crowded and walls have ears. It's best if you wait until the party is over before making your move. She grinned and casually said yes without much thought. Meanwhile, inside the secret meeting room, Baida curiously spoke up first. City Lord Feng, why exactly did you call us all here? Do you have any orders? Lai Xian looked over at Zhang Ping standing next to him and handed over the stage. Calling everyone here really is for an urgent matter. As for the exact details, it's better if he explains it himself. He turned off his pure blood body skill and casually raised his hand to say hi. Hello there, Instructor Bai. The older man jumped in shock and blurted out, Zhang Ping. Even Wei Hua couldn't hide her total disbelief. A moment later, the crowd surrounded him, constantly whispering and complaining in frustration. How could this be possible? Exactly. If what you're saying is actually true, doesn't that mean bright Mingzhou City fell into enemy hands a long time ago? I interact with Lin Qidi and some other members of the patrol team, and honestly, I've noticed they've been acting really weird lately. That's right, the city lord hasn't shown his face in ages. As the tension peaked, Lai Xian suddenly coughed to signal everyone. He pointed at himself like a living witness. Listen to me for a second, everyone. Everything is exactly as Brother Zhang Ping said. I have confirmed the existence of the heavenly Kang Fox with my own 2 eyes. Lai Xian waited until all eyes were locked onto him before he continued his explanation. These filthy monsters are incredibly good at disguising themselves. It's so hard for us to tell them apart. Right now, among the guests out there at the party, many have already been replaced by the heavenly Kang Fox. The more he spoke, the more emotional he got. Everyone here has been my friend for years. If you trust me, please lend me a hand. Wei Hua immediately stepped up to show her support. Just tell us what you need us to do, City Lord Feng. Consider it done. Bai Dai didn't hesitate to back her up. That is right, Zhang Ping is my student, and we have fought side by side before. I trust both of you. Seeing they had digested all the info, he pulled everyone into his detailed plan to deal with the heavenly Kang Fox. We need to compromise temporarily for the greater good and preserve our strength. Zhang Ping opened his hand and assigned specific tasks. The people on this list haven't been replaced by the heavenly Kang Fox yet. We can split up and warn them about our current situation. He handed a card to each person and gave instructions. Later, the clearing squad will activate the teleportation array right here. Zhang Ping mapped out the escape route in extreme detail. If they are willing to leave with us, tell them to walk out the main door, circle back to this exact spot, and escape using the teleportation array. But it seemed not everyone was ready to abandon their hometown just like that. Is it really that urgent right now? What about all of our families? Lai Xian placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. This is just a last resort action. We have no choice. Right now, Zhang Ping is the only one who can spot a disguised heavenly Kang Fox. Looking at this list, we can't quickly check if any of their family members are actually monsters. He didn't hold back from painting the absolute worst-case scenario. If our intel gets leaked, the heavenly Kang Fox might just speed up the slaughter of awakened ones. So if you decide to stay, you must watch out for any strange staff members nearby, or temporarily move your family away from the patrol team's control. Baide waited for him to finish, then nodded in agreement. Exactly. With so many staff members around, making sure no news leaks out is going to be pretty tough. Zhang Ping understood their worries and volunteered right away. I'll keep watch from the shadows. If the heavenly Kang Fox at the party does anything weird, I'll use my flames to send you all a signal. Lai Xian was waiting for this and finalized it. I'll leave the rest to you all. As a result, friendly greetings quickly echoed outside the martial arts hall gates. Yes, brother by day, I'll take my leave now. Let's grab a few drinks next time we are free. Thank you so much. I will definitely host a banquet for Brother Li next time. We can catch up then, City Lord. I will also take my leave. Please forgive any poor hospitality today. Zhang Ping hid in the shadows, quietly calculating his next move. I've already warned almost everyone at the party. Right now it seems the heavenly Kang Fox hasn't noticed anything unusual yet. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ear. Zhang Ping, be careful! He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of suspicion. Su Jingjiao. What exactly is she warning me about? Before he could think, Zhang Ping quickly turned his gaze. He locked onto his target and instantly found the answer in his mind. Turns out that filthy beast finally showed up. It looks like it's targeting Chen Weihua. Zhang Ping clenched his fist tight, urging himself, I've got to find a way to lure it away. Otherwise, the moment it spots a single clue, our entire plan will completely go down the drain. Before he even had a strategy, Jingjiao boldly made the first move. Sister Weihua, are you heading home? She turned around like a robot and spoke. Oh, it is you, Su. Is something wrong? Jingjiao calmly suggested. I saw you walking alone, and since we are going the same way, can we walk together? Wei Hua awkwardly agreed. Sure. Zhang Ping grinned, secretly giving a thumbs up to that clever move. You rotten fox, you dared to show up on your own, giving me the perfect chance to strike. He took a deep breath and stepped out behind them. What a coincidence. His stealth suit was hidden away in his storage bracelet, so Zhang Ping acted completely natural. Su Jingjiao, long time no see. Zhang Ping turned and whispered to Wei Hua, go find Director Feng, tell him I'm in trouble, and have him meet me in the West City. She just nodded slightly to show she understood. Seeing him from a distance, Jingjiao couldn't hide her shock and blurted out, Zhang Ping. She secretly wondered in her head, why is he inside the city? A sinister smile crept onto her face. I just wanted a little snack, but I ended up catching a huge fish instead. If I can bring him back, His Highness will definitely be thrilled. Suddenly, Zhang Ping bolted away. Jingjiao quickly reached out and yelled, Zhang Ping, where do you think you are going? He completely ignored her and activated his Dark Fog Night Walker skill. His agility and speed spiked. Just like that, Zhang Ping sprinted away at a speed far beyond what any normal person could achieve. Jingjiao didn't quit and chased after him. So weird, how is this guy running so fast? Soon after, Zhang Ping took a sharp turn into an alleyway. In a blink, she lost him. Where did he go? While she was frantically searching around, Zhang Ping appeared right in front of her. He was holding a massive scythe. Without hesitating, he slashed straight at her stomach, but Luo Qingyu was no pushover. She dodged the strike just in time. Zhang Ping stared at her and asked calmly, Are you going to keep playing this little game? Do not worry. A fierce aura poured off his body. He was already wearing his mask. I will not let you die quickly, he promised. Now, in her true monster form, Luo Qingyu sneered. It seems His Highness was completely right about you. I do not know what trick you used, but you actually managed to see through our clan's disguise. And as far as I remember, your true ability was never— Before the beast could finish, tiny spears materialized right behind her. Seeing this familiar attack, Luo Qingyu suddenly realized what was happening. That was dark fog. Had this guy been completely possessed by the dark fog? Distracted by her own thoughts, the monster took a brutal slash to the gut. Zhang Ping summoned heavy chains as he spoke. You know what? I have not known her for very long, but she is the exact reason I finally accepted who I am today. Pure killing intent radiated from his body. She helped me find my peace. She took away all my fear and anxiety. Tangled in the chains, the monster stammered. What are you talking about? A second later, flying dagger fragments ripped right through its flesh. Since when did Zhang Ping get this insanely strong? Zhang Ping stood completely still, staring the beast down. To me, she was my oldest childhood friend. She was the absolute most important person in my entire life. Desperation flooded the monster's eyes. Stop! Just stop right now! But Zhang Ping ignored its cries for mercy entirely. She only wanted to chase her own simple dreams. He drove his scythe deep across the monster's chest. Why did you try to hurt her? Thick, sticky purple blood poured onto the dirt. Even groaning in agony, the proud monster held onto its pride. So this is what this is all about? What a shame. You are never going to find out the truth. Never. It let out a cruel, mocking laugh. You should have seen how pathetic she looked when she died. Hearing that, Zhang Ping unleashed another flurry of vicious, bone-crushing slashes. Unable to take the pain, the creature finally broke down. "Spare me, please, let me live!" Ironically, the creature morphed back into Luo Qingyu's human form. She sobbed pathetically, trying to look innocent. But Zhang Ping felt nothing. He calmly reached out and grabbed the mask right off her face. "No, stop!" Dark fog 70%, 90%, 100%. Zhang Ping's blade pulsed with an incredibly dangerous lethal energy. His cold, steady voice echoed from behind his own mask. "The only one I want dead is you, you filthy fox." After ending the monster, Zhang Ping stared down at the fake human face in his hand, feeling entirely broken. Suddenly, a voice drifted down from the sky. "I am surprised you managed to take down Moon 26 all by yourself. You really have leveled up, haven't you?" A woman floating above slowly called his name. "Zhang Ping." Luo Shiyu glared down at him like a queen ruling her subjects. "You actually dared to return here? Do you have a death wish?" Zhang Ping smirked. "How do you know I didn't bring backup?" In his mind, he fired off a command. "Appraise." The cold system voice immediately replied. "Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed." The robotic system alerts, and Luo Shiyu's arrogant voice echoed over each other. "You are about to die, yet you still struggle. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed." In a split second, she morphed into a terrifying new form. "Fine, I will let you understand exactly how you die." Right then, the system finally pushed through a notification. "Appraisal successful. Status window open." Her core talent is cognitive distortion. It allows her to hijack a target's mind, completely forcing them to ignore any visual or logical anomalies around them. Phantom Foxtail, King Class. Once fully matured, her tails can freely change shape and unlock unique abilities. The scale and power depend purely on her current level. Suddenly, Luo Shiyu spawned a giant claw directly behind Zhang Ping. He quickly activated his defense skill. This trick was known as the Dark Fog Body. He channeled his raw power to form a heavy energy shield around himself. He quickly threw his hand forward and yelled out, "Release!" Zhang Ping successfully pulled out a totally different weapon, the Peacock Battle Scythe. The explosive impact was so heavy that it knocked him sliding backward through the dirt. Pinned against the ground, he gritted his teeth. My dark fog armor actually shattered from a single strike? The system analysis was clear. Her primary attack weapons were definitely those massive tails. He kept weaving past her strikes while furiously racking his brain for a counterattack. My pure water body completely ignores physical damage, so her tail swipes shouldn't be able to hurt me at all. Hovering above, Luo Shiyu casually made an observation. Her icy tone never shifted. "It seems you have more than just one hunter ability hiding up your sleeve." Her massive tails lunged right at him, but do not think a few cheap tricks will save your life. One tail pierced straight into his water-covered arm. Zhang Ping winced. "This is bad." She stared down with pure contempt. "I do not care how many fancy skills you have unlocked. You will never, ever bridge the massive gap in our levels." Noticing the sudden change in her tail, cold sweat rolled down Zhang Ping's face. She actually dropped her tail down to a freezing sub-zero temperature. "She was trying to completely freeze my pure water form." Luo Shiyu spoke up again. "You know, there is one thing I am actually curious about." A terrifying, crushing aura exploded from her body. Even Tudo Bak was totally blinded by my high-level illusions. So how exactly did a rat like you see right through them? Zhang Ping tuned her out completely, hyper-focused on his own battle plan. It is true, I cannot activate 2 innate talents at the exact same time, but still suddenly, a blinding light erupted right beneath Luo Shiyu's feet. She glanced down and spotted it instantly. A colorless gemstone? Zhang Ping called this secret technique his weapon contract. It completely bypassed his cooldown limits. Weapon contract. Reality shift. Gemstone pact. This rare skill lets him temporarily store a massive attack ability inside a gem. By shattering the stone, he can detonate all that saved-up, explosive power in one massive, lethal burst. As the heavy smoke finally cleared, Luo Shiyu stood there without a single scratch. Her giant tails had shielded her completely. What a cheap, pathetic parlor trick. Still, I admit it bought you enough time to back away. What is wrong, giving up already? Zhang Ping simply threw his hands up and shrugged. If I only rely on my own strength, I am definitely dying here today. He darted a quick glance to the side. That is why I called in a little backup. The moment he finished speaking, a gruff male voice echoed across the dirt. "Zhang Ping!" Lai Tian and Bak Duke sprinted toward him. "Dr. Tran V. Hoa told us you were trapped in deep trouble. What the hell is going on? Everyone else already made it out safely. You are the only one left." Luo Shiyu glared at the newcomers. "Feng Lai Tian? Did that massive gem explosion just draw them right to me? I see. They are backing up this annoying kid. If I cannot use you for my plans, then just die." Zhang Ping shoved Lai Tian hard, barely dodging a lethal tail strike. "Watch out!" The older man pointed in shock. Kid, you're back! Zhang Ping collapsed heavily into the dirt, groaning in pain. Do not worry about my bleeding right now. That woman is the monster fox. Both veterans instantly dropped into their combat stances. Lai Tian actually smiled, looking completely thrilled. So that is the truth. This is about to get really fun. Ling Archer Bokling, Liarshan Forsafling the part at the heavenly fox. But her physical form looks absolutely nothing like it. The instructor frowned, staring hard at the monster. Is that really the heavenly fox? Suddenly, a strange glowing energy completely enveloped the old man. You crazy brat, what on earth are you doing to me? Zhang Ping stayed perfectly calm. Relax, Instructor Bok. I am not trying to hurt you at all. Just take a look at her real form now. Luo Shiyu's disguise melted away into a towering, grotesque monster. Bok Duke gasped in horror. Holy crap, pure blood form. Shared vision active. Zhang Ping quickly warned the other fighter. Master Feng, watch out for her stomach attacks. Lai Tian smoothly ducked a vicious swipe. Heard you loud and clear. Just one swing of her tail completely leveled a massive building. How is her attack power that insane? Zhang Ping called out from behind, guiding him. Officer Bai, open your left hand, palm facing up. He followed the instructions. Like this? Suddenly, a strange red liquid pooled right inside Baidei's palm. You need to find a way to make Pavilion Master Feng swallow this. He was sharp, instantly piecing together the kid's leveling strategy. Got it. I know exactly what to do. Lai Tian, catch. Swallow this down right now. Trust me, it is the good stuff. Lai Tian quickly opened his mouth, wondering if this was some kind of secret signal. Then, he gulped down the red blood clot. He roared with excitement. You filthy beast, I can finally see your true form. The monster's tail swept coldly past him. But Baidei was already primed for action. Hold on, we are coming to back you up. A glowing circular symbol resembling a blazing sun materialized across Lai Tian's back as his hair ignited with light. You damn monster, pay for the lives of my students. Both awakened their ultimate combat powers. Crimson Immortal Bird Flame form, activate. Then came the bone-devouring beast and battle bear lion forms. Through the chaos, Zhang Ping's calm voice echoed out. Pavilion Master Feng, the item you just swallowed was actually my blood. It lets you pierce through her illusions and see her true body, but the buff only lasts a very short time. He replied in a deep, gravelly voice. That is more than enough time. Wasting zero time, Lai Tian and Baidei charged forward, launching a brutal flurry of attacks at Shi Yu. As she dodged, a nagging suspicion crept into her mind. Why? How are they suddenly seeing right through my high-level illusions? Is that annoying brat Zhang Ping playing some kind of trick? Frustrated, she whipped her tails out, violently knocking Baidei and Lai Tian back. This is really starting to piss me off. A twisted, eerie smile slowly crept across Shi Yu's face as her demonic eyes flared with intense light. Whatever, I do not care what cheap tricks he is using. She let out a piercing scream. I will just slaughter you all. Instantly, her terrifying power erupted, her massive tails rapidly extended, radiating a thick, suffocating aura of pure dark energy. Shi Yu decided to summon another deadly monster to the battlefield. She barked a cold order. Moon Shadow, get up and work! Slowly, a creepy hand reached out from her own shadow on the dirt. Stepping up behind her, the creature answered in a chillingly serious tone. As you wish, Your Highness. Spotting this new monster joining the fight, Lai Tian quickly warned his ally. Baidei, watch your back. That shadow fox is radiating an insanely powerful aura. Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes, mind racing. This is no illusion. How the hell did that heavenly frost fox manage to stay hidden inside her shadow this entire time? He muttered, kicking himself. Damn it. I cannot use my appraisal system skills while locked in this pureblood state. What in the world are that cursed fox's true abilities? He unexpectedly phased right out of Baidei's back, scaring the absolute life out of the poor guy. Reaching his hand toward Lai Tian, Zhang Ping gave a firm order. Pavilion Master Feng, take this. It is my very last snake scale. The master hesitated. But listen, even if I push into my ultimate sunflame form, taking both of them down is practically impossible. Zhang Ping pressed the scale into the man's palm. Do not worry, Pavilion Master. I have a plan. I promise you we are all getting out of Mingzhou City alive. You two just need to go all out and buy me a little more time. Tossing the magic scale into his mouth, Lai Tian nodded. If you are that confident, core temperature hitting 4,000 degrees, vitality stats spiking, attack power and agility leveling up, he roared with blazing determination. Kid, we are leaving our survival entirely in your hands. Let us shred one of them first. Right on cue, Moonshadow lunged straight for Baidei at lightning speed. Dripping with murderous intent, the fox sneered. I will start by butchering you. It swiped its lethal claws, but Baidei barely managed to cross his arms and block the brutal strike. Realizing this, Moonshadow instantly dashed behind him for a blindside attack. But the veteran fighter was ready. He spun around, aiming his razor-sharp claws straight at the beast. Still, Moonshadow's footwork was no joke. The monster smoothly ducked under the counterattack, sliding forward. As it dodged, Moonshadow mercilessly carved 3 deep, bloody slash marks right across Baidei's chest. Like a deadly apex predator, it began slowly circling its prey, plotting the perfect fatal blow. Still hiding inside him, Zhang Ping chimed in, "Instructor, let me patch those wounds up for you. Looks like this tricky fox is actually using your own shadow as an attack angle." The instructor gave a tight nod. "Do it." Over on the other side of the battlefield, Lai Tian was getting relentlessly battered by Shi Yu's massive tails, completely unable to close the gap and land a hit. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Getting pinned down and completely outplayed like this is a massive waste of time. He screamed out to Bai Dai, who was currently locked in combat with the fox. "Old Bai, switch to the 3+1 tactic. Isolate the target, then risk it all." Bai Dai shot a quick glance over and yelled back. "Loud and clear." He was definitely struggling to block Moonshadow's relentless high-speed combo attacks, but that did not stop him from taunting the furry demon. "You honestly expect to kill me with weak hits like that? You are barely giving me a back scratch. I mean, your agility stats are alright, but your damage output is absolutely pathetic." Furious, Moonshadow let out a savage roar. "Shut up!" Without a second thought, the fox plunged its claws straight through Bai Dai's stomach. He choked out a painful grunt. But suddenly, his bloody hand reached out and locked into a death grip around Moonshadow's head. "Got you now." Burning through his stamina, he hoisted the beast completely off the ground and spun to build momentum. With a massive roar, he hurled Moonshadow through the air, sending it crashing right toward Shi Yu. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Pavilion Master!" Sensing the perfect opening, Lai Tian leaned back. He took a massive breath, channeling every last drop of his mana into his core. Both Moonshadow and Shi Yu froze, staring at him in pure shock. In a flash, Lai Tian unleashed his ultimate technique, the Beast King's Chaos Breath. The blazing inferno he unleashed was so violently overpowered that it instantly engulfed the entire zone where both monsters stood. Right then, Zhang Ping phased out of Bai Dai's body. "Now is our chance." He tossed a glowing crystal to each of the older men, barking out instructions. "Grab these right now. Whatever happens next, do not let go of those gems." These special contract gems had already been fully charged with teleportation magic. Tapping his earpiece, Zhang Ping issued a rapid command. "Headquarters, prep is complete. You are cleared for immediate extraction." The operator's voice crackled through the radio. "Copy that." He yelled at the top of his lungs. "We have liftoff." The sudden shout practically gave Bai Dai and Lai Tian a heart attack. Panicking, Bai Dai completely lost his cool. "You crazy brat, if this was your escape plan, you could have at least warned me." "Well, that should definitely guarantee our escape." Zhang Ping's vision blurred as extreme dizziness hit him. Healing with pure blood earlier drained way too much of his mana reserves. He was completely running on empty. With a heavy sigh, he muttered, "Those crystals will warp you safely to base." Utterly exhausted, his body just gave out, plunging downward as the other two screamed in pure panic. "You reckless idiot! Zhang Ping!" Miles outside Mingzhou City, deep within the mysterious lost forest, Zhang Ping laid completely motionless in a clearing. Out of nowhere, a stray leaf fluttered down and smacked him right in the face. Groaning, he slowly blinked his eyes open. He was greeted by the eerie, dead, silent view of the forest at midnight. Snatching the annoying leaf off his face, he muttered to himself, "I actually survived that." Right on cue, the high-tech bracelet on his wrist flared with a blinking light. A familiar voice crackled through. "So, you finally woke up." He jolted in surprise. "Captain!" The guy on the other end sounded super stressed out. "You took some massive critical damage back there, Zhang Ping. You were stuck in a deep coma." The captain sighed heavily. "I did everything I could to stop your bleeding, but honestly, my own stamina gauge is almost totally empty now. I am really sorry. I just need to sleep for a bit." Zhang Ping hurriedly replied. "Captain, are you seriously apologizing? If it were not for your support, my HP would have hit 0 a long time ago. Just take a rest. I will handle contacting headquarters right now." Gripping the shiny communication orb in his palm, he shouted into it. "Headquarters, this is Trungbin. Respond if you can hear me." Silence. No one answered him. He scanned his surroundings, realizing the harsh truth. Looks like he had to rely entirely on himself this time. A few moments later, a faint light flickered inside a dark cave within the lost forest. Trungbin was currently bandaging his own wounds. He groaned in frustration. Even though his pure blood physique could select a target to heal, it couldn't heal his own body. Was this the classic curse of a doctor unable to cure themselves? Gritting his teeth, He pulled the bandages tight while calculating his odds. His attack energy reserves were completely drained. If he ran into a mutated beast right now, he would be in massive trouble. Luckily, this cave seemed safe enough to hide and heal. Checking his system stats, his flame reserves were 2 out of 300, and his mist reserves were 0 out of 100. This forest was a massive maze. Even if he waited until tomorrow, escaping in his current state would be nearly impossible. He could only hope his teammates would track him down quickly. Suddenly, something dropped onto the ground, catching his eye. He stared at the object, deep in thought. It was a hairpin. To Tianzhao's hairpin. To Tianzhao. He clutched the hairpin tightly, tears welling in his eyes. After everything that happened, he had finally gotten revenge for her. But why did he feel so empty inside? Why wasn't he happy? He screamed, punching the dirt over and over in pure self-hatred. He always claimed he did it for her, but in the end, it was nothing more than his own selfish obsession. Dropping the hairpin, he muttered to himself. He preached about justice, but deep down, he just wanted worldly fame and power. He got his revenge, but what did it change? The dead cannot come back to life. Even a legendary healer couldn't change that fact. But then, a crazy idea struck him. Wait a minute. Could he actually use his leveling system to revive To Tianzhao? Before this, he used his pure blood body to heal Tung, forcing her completely severed arm to regenerate from scratch. According to his senior Tren Min, the new arm functioned perfectly. Tung had 0 rejection symptoms at all, and it looked exactly like her original limb on the outside. Plus, when he merged with the body of Master Feng, he discovered he could replace internal organs to keep him alive. If his logic held up, he might actually possess the overpowered ability to bring To Tianzhao back. Minutes later, Trung Bin pulled out a layer of face skin and placed it on the dirt. He channeled his power into his fingertips. The pure blood ability was only limited by the requirement of a specific target to heal. Right now, To Tianzhao was reduced to nothing but this face skin. Would the skill even trigger? He activated his pure blood physique. In a flash, the scrap of skin was entirely engulfed by a thick blood aura. Dark circles quickly formed under Trung Bin's eyes. Exhausted, he forced a smile and muttered. It took a toll, but it actually worked. Next, he unleashed his entire energy reserve at maximum output to fuel the recovery process. Slowly but surely, the physical body of To Tianzhao began to materialize in front of him. But suddenly, the forming body lost all signs of life. Trung Bin shouted in panic. What was going wrong? Was it because his own injuries prevented him from reconstructing a complete physical form? No, he absolutely refused to give up here. Even if it drained every last drop of his mana, he would never let her die again. Meanwhile, high above the forest canopy, Bark Duk and Lai Tin were still gliding through the sky. Sensing something was off, Lai Tin turned to warn his partner. This felt completely wrong. He told Bark Duk to brace for an immediate landing. Bark Duk replied that he understood. Ditching their white parachutes, the two men entered a rapid freefall. In a matter of seconds, they closed the distance to the thick woods and executed a smooth, perfectly safe touchdown on the ground. Bark Duk waved his hand in annoyance, complaining to Lai Tin. Seriously, why was that kid always so incredibly unreliable? Suddenly, Liu Kan, Thu Trung, and CC approached the two veterans. Liu Kan spoke up first. You must be Senior Feng Lai Tin and Senior Baik Duk, right? We have been waiting right here for quite a while now. Meanwhile, Thu Trung commanded his skill to retract the fat. He gave an awkward laugh, admitting the truth. When they got Trung Bin's message, he instantly canceled his ability and completely forgot about giving them a soft landing. His cheeks turned red. Scratching his head in embarrassment, he offered a sincere apology for giving the seniors such a sudden scare. Seeing this, Lai Tin burst out laughing. A little bump like that wasn't enough to terrify them, though someone weaker might have panicked. The kid still had a lot of room to improve his skills. Thu Trung sheepishly promised he would definitely work on it. Just then, CC chimed in with a worried question. Where was Trung Bin? Didn't he come back with them? Bark Duk's expression darkened as he began to explain. He was just about to bring that up. He quickly detailed exactly how Trung Bin had plummeted straight down into the dense forest below. He went on, explaining the tricky terrain. People who wandered into this area almost never made it out alive. That was exactly why they called it the Lost Forest. As you can see, neither of us are great at navigating. If we had blindly rushed into the woods to find Trung Bin, we probably would have gotten ourselves killed too. Hearing this, Luke Han thought deeply before proposing a plan. The Purge Squad badges had a built-in tracking function. Once we enter the forest, we can track our way back out any time. Cece didn't hesitate for a second. She volunteered immediately. Standing across from her, Lai Tin raised his voice. He was going too. He blamed himself for neglecting Trung Bin's injuries. He ordered Bark Duk to go get treated first. Bark Duk hesitated, trying to argue back. But Lai Tin just reassured his old friend. There was absolutely nothing to worry about. His own wounds were already healing, just a bit slower than before. The mutated beasts in this forest couldn't even scratch him. Lu Khan shouted decisively. Then it was settled. He, Lu Tu Thiern, and Senior Feng would go rescue Trung Bin. Ban Tu, you escort Senior Bok back to base. Thu Trung beamed with excitement. Him? That sounded awesome. But then he realized how bad that sounded and quickly tried to backpedal. Not like that, he snapped to attention, raising a hand in a crisp salute. Mission guaranteed to be a success. Lu Khan nodded, completely satisfied. Very good. By the next morning, heavy panting echoed through the cave in the lost forest. Trung Bin's relentless use of his pure blood skill left him drenched in sweat. His hands shook violently as he muttered through ragged breaths. It wasn't enough. He was still missing something. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Having mastered body structure and circulation laws, his beginner pure blood body had leveled up to the intermediate tier. He rejoiced internally. The skill upgrade arrived at the perfect time. This time, it would definitely work. In the blink of an eye, a thick cloud of smoke erupted. Trung Bin panicked. Did it work? In that moment, tears streamed down his face. His voice cracked with overwhelming emotion. Standing right across from him, Tian Zhao smiled and waved warmly. It had been a long time. Looking completely stunned, he called out her name. To Tian Zhao. Then, his energy spent, he slowly collapsed to the ground, his voice fading to a whisper. Thank goodness. Seeing him fall, Tian Zhao screamed out his name in terror. She rushed over, catching him in her arms and frantically asking if he was okay. He managed a quick response. I'm fine, just a little tired. Tian Zhao rested his head on her lap, gently patting him to soothe his nerves. Honestly, he was still as reckless as he used to be. Trung Bin smiled back. If he hadn't been reckless, they wouldn't be here today. He was so glad he ate that gemstone back then. She spoke in a soft voice. I know, you have always worked so incredibly hard. Even if the academy looked down on him, even if they warned him to stay on guard, even if he faced an unbeatable enemy, you never once stopped pushing forward. Seeing exactly how much you have grown today, and watching you form bonds with so many truly amazing teammates along your journey, makes me so genuinely happy from the bottom of my heart. You really need to cherish them. She gently encouraged him. You look tired. You have done incredibly well up until today, so please, just get some rest now. While Trung Bin kept his eyes shut from utter exhaustion, a single tear quietly rolled down his cheek. Luo Qingyu had her own eyes welling up with tears. She choked on her words and said, I want to keep walking beside you too. Sadly, it was too late. Her soul energy was completely drained. But I believe in you, she said. I know that in the future you will definitely find me somewhere out there, right? I just hope I can still remember you when that time comes. Finally, her soul faded away into thin air, leaving behind one last whisper, Goodbye, Trung Bin. Midnight fell inside a dark cave within the lost forest. Trung Bin snapped his eyes open. Waking up with a start, he sat right up and screamed, To Luo Qingyu! Still calling out, he turned his head and saw Luo Qingyu lying right beside him. Trung Bin instantly let out a massive sigh of relief. He reached out, gently tapping her shoulder as he reminded her, Wake up. You are going to catch a cold sleeping like that. But the exact moment he rolled her over, her empty, lifeless eyes were just staring wide open right at him. Trung Bin panicked and blurted out, So cold, you are freezing. Trembling, he brought his fingers under her nose to check. That was when he realized she wasn't breathing. He immediately activated his pure water body, screaming in pure rage. What kind of sick joke is this? Weren't you just talking to me a minute ago? But Luo Qingyu remained completely motionless, giving absolutely no response to his cries. A moment later, Trung Bin sighed heavily. I clearly heard To Luo Qingyu talking those last few times, so this definitely was not just some random hallucination. I think she mentioned something about her soul energy being completely drained. Did the resurrection fail because her soul wasn't properly anchored? Fair enough. If bringing someone back to life was actually that easy, it would frankly be way too suspicious anyway. If she was forced to revive, would she really still be the same person? But based on her clue, as long as I find her soul, there is still a chance. Suddenly, an ant stumbled over toward him. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion and muttered, A mutant beast? Yet before the creature could even try anything, it completely passed out. A few minutes later, light flickered inside the cave again as Trung Bin quietly studied the strange ant. He spoke up, You awake now? The bug just let out a tiny squeak. Pulling out a piece of food, he offered it and said, You look completely drained. You must be starving, huh? The queen ant instantly devoured the snack Trung Bin handed over. He continued, When I was unconscious earlier, you didn't try to attack me. So whatever your reason was, I am not going to just leave you here to die. Suddenly, the mutant beast noticed something. It started pacing circles around the exact spot where Luo Qingyu had been resting. Trung Bin saw this and quickly explained, "You asking where she went? She is fast asleep right now, resting safely inside a quiet space within my bracelet. You look like you were just born, so you probably have no concept of death yet, huh?" Suddenly, the bug pushed the food back toward him. Confused, he pointed at himself and asked, "You want me to have this?" Then he cracked a small smile and thought to himself, "This is the very first time I have met such a friendly mutant beast. Is it telling me to cherish the present? Makes sense. Staying depressed won't change the past anyway." Trung Bin then said, "Hey, I still don't even know what kind of ant you are. Time for an appraisal." Right on cue, the system displayed a text prompt. Appraisal successful. Attribute panel loaded. Royal talent detected the absolute majesty of an ant queen. He was stunned. Who would have thought this tiny kid had the potential to become royalty? I escaped Nguyen Vung, and now I run into another royal class. Is this some kind of twisted fate? Suddenly, Trung Bin heard a loud rustling noise outside. He glanced over, squinting into the dark as he wondered, what on earth is that? Appraisal. The system pinged. Appraisal successful. Attribut panel mutant 1. He happily cheered, "Hey, little guy, your buddies are here to pick you up." But instead of being happy, the queen ant started shaking violently. Worried, he asked, "What is wrong with you? Could it be?" Right at that moment, a massive swarm of carpenter ants flooded into the cave. Trung Bin quickly transformed into his pure water body. He scooped up the Ant King and muttered, "Looks like you are not very popular around here. Don't tell me those guys gave you that gnarly wound." Suddenly, one of the mutated carpenter ants spotted the royal bug resting in Trung Bin's hands. Seeing the massive swarm instantly pivot toward him, he yelled in sheer panic and bolted. "This is bad. We are spotted." The royal talent of this queen ant was supposed to intimidate the swarm, maintaining absolute order and stability. But because its level was so low, did they actually see it as a direct challenge instead? "Hey kid, looks like your royal talent still needs some serious grinding. I need to figure out how to stall these monsters." Right as he was sprinting for his life, Trung Bin spotted a massive brown bear sleeping nearby. "I have got an idea," he thought, reaching out to slap the bear's back. Annoyed at having its nap rudely interrupted, the giant brown bear angrily sat up. It roared ferociously, threatening the carpenter ants and sending the swarm into total panic. Running further ahead, Trung Bin muttered to himself, "That should keep us safe for now." Suddenly, he flinched hard when he looked back at the chaos. He cursed out loud, "Damn it! Are those really ants?" By now, the moon had reached its peak, illuminating the entire lost forest. Trung Bin calculated as he ran, "Thank God these creepy bugs cannot fly. Sticking to the high ground is definitely going to give me an advantage here." But this chase is getting completely insane. They are literally knocking down every single tree standing in their way. The second he stopped on a sturdy branch, he froze, sensing something massive. What is that rumbling now? An earthquake? He gasped in pure shock when he saw the towering shape ahead. Holy crap! The moment he realized a gargantuan tree was staring right back at him, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "What the hell is this thing now?" The sentient tree angrily lifted its heavy foot and boomed. "Where did these filthy bugs come from?" Then it stomped the ground, roaring, "How dare you disturb my peaceful slumber?" Despite the warning, the swarm of carpenter ants quickly swarmed up the giant tree's leg. Long, thick vines suddenly shot out from inside the massive trunk. They tightly squeezed the ants clinging to the giant's leg. Then, unleashing a massive burst of power from its roots, it created a wild tornado that blasted the mutant bugs away. Standing off to the side, Trung Bin activated Darhanja, watching the scene in total awe. Wait, this thing actually speaks the human language? So plants can mutate just like beasts do? Well, at least it chased away that nasty mob of ants. I should use this perfect chance to slip away. But suddenly, the giant tree's thick vines snatched him right out of the air. Its deep voice echoed, "Hold on right there, human. Don't be in such a rush to leave." Trung Bin was completely stunned. Did it really see through my stealth? Even my shadow technique was exposed. This treant must be sitting at a ridiculously high level. He quickly spammed his appraisal skill. The system flashed back. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. The massive tree quickly spoke up to ease the tension. "Don't worry so much, my little friend." The moment it finished speaking, new text popped up. Appraisal successful. Attribute panel unlocked. True identity Dirp Trung Xuan. Race, human, talent, superplant. Their bodies can literally transform into living plants, unlocking all kinds of botanical powers. And the craziest part, it never stops evolving as they get older. Zhang Ping kept his cool, thinking to himself, is this guy a fallen? Meanwhile, Changchun happily rambled on. Right after those ants woke me up, I finally spotted you. It's been absolutely forever since I last saw a living person. I guess I got a little too excited, huh? Zhang Ping thought back. Every single fallen he'd crossed paths with before was a total freak. Why does he look so totally clueless? This tree man actually seems pretty friendly, Zhang Ping awkwardly replied. Oh, so that's what happened. But deep down he was thinking, I can't really just walk away right now anyway. I guess having a quick chat with the old guy wouldn't hurt. Changchun took a seat and asked, So, little friend, where are you from exactly? Zhang Ping quickly replied, I'm from Mingzhou City. The old man lit up. What a crazy coincidence. I'm actually from Mingzhou City too. But honestly, apart from that tiny detail, my mind is completely blank. Maybe I'm really just getting way too old. Zhang Ping looked totally confused. You can't remember? Senior Ye, I have a pretty bold question I need to ask you. Do you even know that you're a fallen? Changchun mumbled to himself. So that's it. Wait, a fallen? What the heck is a fallen? But right then, something suddenly clicked in the old man's head. He yelled out, Hold on, you actually know my name? Zhang Ping quickly started to explain. To be perfectly honest, I know a little appraisal skill. When I scanned you, the name Ye Changchun popped right up. Just then, the bracelet on Zhang Ping's wrist started glowing. Is the captain awake? He wondered. The captain's voice curiously rang out. Ye Changchun? Sir, are you Uncle Ye? Zhang Ping asked him. Captain, are you finally awake? He gave a soft hum and replied, I actually woke up right when you two started chatting. Changchun couldn't hide his utter confusion. This friend of yours can seriously live inside a little bracelet? Now, that is absolutely fascinating, I must say. Judging by your tone, it really sounds like you know me. Do you mind telling me a bit about my own past? The bracelet suddenly glowed with a brilliant light. Shi Bai began to explain. In the beginning, to overthrow the brutal tyranny of the Chu family, we formed a resistance army together. And you, sir, were one of our members. Not only were you incredibly powerful, but you were an absolute master of disguise. Because of that, you infiltrated the Chu family and worked deep undercover as our spy. During one of your undercover missions, the Chu family actually exposed you, and you met with a terrible accident. I never expected to find you alive here. Changchun looked highly doubtful. A resistance army? Well, that sounds pretty heroic, but honestly, I don't remember a single thing you just told me. Shi Bai then materialized, placing a hand on Zhang Ping's shoulder. Zhang Ping, I need to ask you for a favor. This so-called fallen state is actually just the mind losing its way, exactly like Mr. Ye here. He has lived in this tree man form for way too many years. His consciousness slowly adapted to this bizarre new normal, treating it as his everyday life. His human memories completely faded away over the years. This twisted mental state even made him subconsciously forget everything about who he used to be. On top of that, these fallen aren't ordinary humans anymore. Their mental power has evolved far beyond that of a normal person. Any standard mind control methods are just completely useless against them now. Because of this, there's no record of a fallen ever being cured. But you are totally different. Zhang Ping replied nervously. Are you saying you want me to feed Senior Ye a contract gem? Catching the end of their chat, Changchun yelled out in pure joy. Wait, you guys can actually cure my fallen state? Zhang Ping nodded. In theory, the trick is eating this gem. But the hidden effect of this level 7 contract gem hasn't even been activated yet. To fully restore a fallen's mental state, there absolutely has to be outside guidance. That basically means you need to hand me complete control over yourself. Changchun suddenly snatched the gem right out of his hand. Oh, I thought it was going to be some massive deal. Then he casually swallowed it whole and added, What's so hard about that? In a flash, the gem's energy locked onto the old man's body. Zhang Ping shouted in utter shock, You actually swallowed it. Contract completely successful. Contracted beast. Ye Changchun. Frowning in absolute disbelief, Zhang Ping looked up and thought to himself, he just swallowed it down that decisively? And the contract is already totally finished just like that? Then, he thought to himself, let's try issuing a command. Throwing his hand out in front of him, he firmly ordered, Ye Changchun, I command you right this second. Zhang Ping yelled, Break the fallen state. A massive blast of energy instantly shot straight from his hand right into Changchun. Taking the full hit, the old man let out a brutal, agonizing scream. Watching this, Zhang Ping was totally stunned, thinking to himself, Huh? I just tried it randomly. Did it actually work? That strange power kept forcing Changchun to scream in absolute agony. Right then, the old man slowly shifted from a living tree back into a normal human form. Zhang Ping's thoughts were racing. Holy crap. Did I really just cure a fallen that easily without breaking a sweat? Now back to human form. Changchun stuttered in pure joy. Mingzhou City. Chu, family beast taming. I remember it. I remember absolutely everything. Just then, a glowing system notification popped up. Bonus effect of the contract gem fully activated. Zhang Ping read the floating text, his jaw totally dropping as he muttered, Signing a contract is exactly like awakening a new ability. You can actually get crazy unexpected effects just from consuming a gem. This is absolutely a first for me. But then he grabbed his own face, nervously wondering deep inside his mind. Hold on. If that's really the case, could I actually unlock brand new abilities using a level 7 contract gem? Sweating nervously, Zhang Ping let out a deep sigh. Whatever, I'll just count it as doing a good deed. I guess I'll just have to wait for the gem to hit level 8. Look how thrilled this old guy is. Anyway, standing beside him, Chang Chun's face was glowing with absolute excitement. The old man then looked at Zhang Ping with a gentle smile. Come to think of it, I still don't even know your name, little guy? Hearing this, he answered honestly. My name is Zhang Ping. Chang Chun reached inside his coat like he was digging for something, tossing out a light chuckle. Zhang Ping, the guy who actually cured a fallen state, yet your name sounds so incredibly humble. Then, the old man softly continued. I've lived out in this wild wasteland for years. I don't have much on me to repay you with, but if you don't mind, please take this. This thing seems to have the traits of both living and dead matter. I thought it was pretty cool, so I kept it. In Chang Chun's hand was something radiating pure dark energy. Zhang Ping stared at the object, his guard up as he asked, Is this underworld fog essence? At the same time, Zhang Ping mentally ordered, Appraise. The system instantly chimed in with a notification. Appraisal totally successful. Hearing that, Zhang Ping grew a bit curious. I don't know if it's just because of the last appraisal I did, but this time it went insanely smooth. Almost too smooth. Meanwhile, the item's info popped right up. Underworld fog essence is something stored by the black bear inside its gallbladder. Using it will trigger a surprise. He felt a quick rush of excitement. So it's a bear gallbladder this time around, huh? Well, that's gotta be way better than a toad gallbladder, right? At the same time, Chang Chun let out a heavy sigh and muttered sadly, I'm so sorry. I really wish I had something better. Zhang Ping smiled cheerfully, holding the Minvu essence in his hand. Don't worry about it, Senior Deep. This thing is actually incredibly useful for my leveling progress. Besides, I volunteered to help you out anyway. Sweating bullets, he stared at the object in his hand with a heavy heart. Cece had warned him earlier that human creatures were basically just like parasites looking for a host. As long as it didn't take over his mind, it wouldn't be a big deal. Zhang Ping thought back to everything he had survived so far, silently psyching himself up. With all of his past combat experience under his belt, he was absolutely sure he could pull this off now. Besides, a low-level Minvu essence couldn't even leave a scratch on Nguyen Vuong Tu. If he wanted to crush that guy, he still needed to get a whole lot stronger. He squeezed his eyes shut, tossed the Minvu essence right into his mouth, and braced himself. Time to go to war, boys! The moment he swallowed it, a massive surge of pure power exploded from his body. Drenched in sweat, Zhang Ping gritted his teeth and kept repeating to himself over and over, I can do this. I can survive this. I can do this. Instantly, a blinding pillar of intense purple light erupted from Zhang Ping's position and shot straight up into the sky. Then the system chimed in, confirming he successfully absorbed the Minvu essence. Surrounded by swirling dark energy, he clutched his chest, panting heavily for air. The system kept flashing new alerts as his growth rate and base stats skyrocketed all at once. Seeing this, Zhang Ping smirked to himself. It really was exactly like last time. But jumping up 3 whole levels at once, that was an unbelievable shock, even for him. Even his gemstone leveled up. Standing off to the side, Ye Changchun watched the whole crazy scene unfold and could not help but gasp in pure awe. Mingzhou City really produced a genius. Who in their right mind would ever guess that stuff was meant to be eaten? Hearing the old man, Zhang Ping whispered back, Well, that is probably because I am the only person crazy enough to eat it and actually survive. Suddenly, the old man glanced over to the side and called out playfully, Hey, brother two! You have been watching us for a while now. Not planning to come out? Zhang Ping followed his gaze. Down below, Zuo Xiangming heard the call and snapped back loudly. You trust people way too easily. Spotting the hidden man, Zhang Ping quickly leaped out of the way, his eyes wide with absolute shock. Holy crap! There was another top-tier master hiding out here? Ye Changchun just laughed at his reaction and shook his head. We are just a bunch of old bones. What is there to be scared of? But seriously, brother, do you really plan on wallowing in this cursed state forever? Zuo Xiangming narrowed his eyes at the question and fired back. Sinking or not, who cares? Are we not living a completely free and easy life out here right now? The old man let out a heavy sigh, muttering under his breath. It looks like you have already forgotten a lot of truly important things. Ye Changchun's voice turned deadly serious as he asked, Do you really not want to see your family ever again? Hearing that word, the creature slowly shifted and spoke up. My family? Then, Zuo Xiangming revealed his massive, monstrous form, towering right in front of them. Without skipping a beat, Zhang Ping mentally fired off a command to his system. Appraise, but the interface just kept flashing a red warning error. Appraisal failed. Amidst the glowing alerts, the giant's hesitant voice echoed out. Family? Finally, the system chimed again. Appraisal successful. A full stat window popped up right in front of him. Scanning the details, Zhang Ping shouted out the name. Zuo Xiangming! At the same exact time, Ye Changchun pointed straight at the giant beast and angrily roared. Just look at yourself. What kind of monster have you become now? Standing beside him, Zhang Ping looked up and thought to himself, I swear I have heard that name somewhere before. It sounds so familiar. Suddenly, a voice broke his train of thought. It is no surprise that you have heard of him before. He is one of the founders of the investigation team, an absolute legend in Mingzhou City. But he vanished years ago. I never expected to find him out here in the wasteland. Zhang Ping furrowed his brow, asking in a serious tone, both of you seniors ended up stuck in this wild zone together. Is that really just a coincidence? The old man stroked his chin, lost in thought, and replied, Years ago, the Chu family beat me half to death and tossed me out of the city. I had no choice but to turn into a tree just to heal my fatal wounds. Over time, I ended up stuck in that twisted form you saw earlier. Back then, Brother 2 was still just a kid, so I doubt our situations are connected. Standing right in the palm of Zuo Xiangming's massive hand, the old man went on, I honestly never thought that little boy would grow up to start his own family and build a legacy. When I first ran into him out here in the dangerous wasteland, he would occasionally tell me sweet stories about his incredibly cute little granddaughter. Hearing this, Zhang Ping's eyes went wide as he thought to himself, a granddaughter? He lowered his head slightly, his voice dropping. Is that right? So that is how it is. Ye Changchun saw the kid's strange expression and asked in confusion, Little friend, what is wrong with you? Zhang Ping just held out his clenched fist and spoke up quietly. Senior, I wonder if you can still recognize this specific person? A puff of white smoke materialized in the air. Zuo Xiangming stared at it, completely shocked. Right before his eyes, a crystal-clear image of Luo Qingyu appeared. The scene shifted. A middle-aged man opened a door, greeting someone with a bright smile. Dad, you made it! Everyone is waiting for you inside the room. Hearing this memory, Zuo Xiangming felt deeply confused. Wait, is he talking to me? Inside the illusion, a woman holding a small baby turned around. Her face lit up with absolute joy as she spoke. She just woke up! Zuo Xiangming watched with a panicked expression, desperately asking himself, Who in the world are these people? Then, the woman pointed toward the doorway and softly whispered to the baby, Jiao Jiao, Grandpa is here to see you. Still failing to grasp what was happening, Zuo Xiangming kept questioning himself in sheer panic. Who is that? Who exactly am I? Suddenly, he grabbed his head and let out an agonizing, ear-piercing scream. Seeing him lose control, Ye Changchun quickly backed away and yelled out in panic, Brother 2! Ah, the old man stared at the projected image and blurted out in shock. Could this little girl be Luo Qingyu? Meanwhile, Zuo Xiangming collapsed to his knees, slamming the ground and screaming wildly, Who is it? Who is that little girl? Countless flashing words flooded the screen. Chu family Beast Tamer, family, Huangqi, Mingzhou City investigation team, unforgettable people. Yet, the beast just kept roaring at the sky, desperately asking himself, Who am I? Seeing the chaotic breakdown, Zhang Ping shouted a loud warning. This is bad. At this rate, his mind is going to be completely wiped out. Ye Changchun anxiously urged him on. Little friend Truong, hurry up and think of something to save him. Sweating profusely, Zhang Ping bit his lip, frantically weighing his options. His gemstone had just leveled up, but once a contract was fully established, there was no way to awaken any of his new abilities. But Zhang Ping quickly snapped out of it, cursing his own hesitation. What the hell am I even thinking about? Saving his life is the only thing that matters right now. A glowing green jade fragment appeared in Zhang Ping's hand. He sprinted straight toward Zuo Xiangming and yelled at the top of his lungs, Senior 2, swallow this right now. I will help you break free from this cursed state. Totally out of control, the giant swatted Zhang Ping away like a bug and roared in pure rage. You are lying to me! Witnessing the brutal hit, Ye Changchun screamed in absolute terror. Little friend Trung, but the massive beast just kept raging. You all just want to trick me. Zuo Xiangming's eyes bulged with madness as he bellowed, Ma Ban, do not even think about getting away with this. Get the hell out of Mingzhou City. Seeing his old friend completely lose his mind, Ye Changchun frowned and shouted back, That is enough. Open your eyes and look closely. There is no Ma Ban here. This is your own granddaughter. She is your real family. Nearby, despite his heavy injuries, Zhang Ping forced himself to stand up and pleaded, Senior, please snap out of it. Zuo Xiangming finally seemed to calm down. That massive hand slowly reached out toward Luo Qingyu. He stared right at her, his voice trembling as he hesitated. My granddaughter? He asked. Yi Changchun stepped up, holding the glowing gem right in front of his face. He spoke in a soft, urging tone. Swallow this right now. It will help you get all your memories back. Zhuo Xiangming reached out and grabbed the stone. My family, he mumbled under his breath. Right at that moment, the system chimed in with a new notification. Contract successful. Summon Beast Zhuo Xiangming acquired. Watching the old man swallow the gem, Zhang Ping didn't waste a single second. I command you right now, he ordered. Break out of this corrupted state. The thick layer of stone covering his body started cracking apart. Finally, Zhuo Xiangming morphed back into his regular human form. He reached his hand out into the empty air, stuttering as he tried to speak. Jiao, my little Jiao. His hand gently touched Luo Qingyu right in front of him. Seeing her like that broke his heart, and he choked back a sob. How did this happen? Who did this to you? He completely collapsed onto the dirt floor. Burying his face in his hands, he wept, completely blaming himself. I wasn't there to protect you. Grandpa is so sorry. Tears streaming down his face, Zhuo Xiangming suddenly scowled. His voice dropped into a furious growl. Was it Ma Ban? Did he do this? Just then, a voice echoed from the bracelet on Zhang Ping's wrist. After you vanished, Ma Ban took over as captain of the investigation squad. What kind of bad blood is between you two? Hearing that, the old man totally lost it and roared. Bad blood? It goes way deeper than some simple grudge. That bastard belongs to the Chu family. How could anyone let him become the captain? Zhuo Xiangming screamed in pure rage, slamming his fists into the ground over and over. Damn it all. He actually pulled it off. I lost the entire city of Mingzhou, and I couldn't even protect the person I care about most. Zhang Ping finally pieced the revenge plot together. He hung his head, drowning in silent guilt. He realized exactly why the investigation team hadn't moved a muscle, despite all the massive chaos tearing through the city. Let's jump right back into the madness. You and I both knew our guy anticipated trouble, but getting targeted by these specific enemies? That's wild. Since they failed to capture Tran Quan Din earlier, they definitely have some hidden trump card. Beside him, Ye Changchun looks completely lost and blurts out, Hey kid, what on earth are you two whispering about? I haven't understood a single thing you've said so far. Zhang Ping frowns. His face turns completely serious as he drops the heavy news. Seniors, I know you two just barely got your memories back, but I have to hit you with some absolutely terrible news right now. Mingzhou City is currently facing an imminent and completely deadly threat. Zhang Ping looks right at them and lays it all out. It goes like this. Because I took some massive damage during the rescue mission, I had to hide out in this forest just to heal up. He points to the tiny ant inside his shirt with a faint smile. If Senior Deep hadn't stepped in to help, this little guy and I would have definitely lost our lives here. Hearing this, Ye Changchun is stunned. So all of this really happened while we were out? Meanwhile, Zhuo Xiangming crosses his arms and starts asking the real questions. Wait, did you just say that you heard Jiao Jiao's voice multiple times, and even saw an actual illusion of her right in front of you? Zhang Ping nods and gives him a completely honest answer. Yeah, sometimes it felt exactly like she was guiding me through the danger. He looks forward, hesitating for a second, but I know for a fact I saw her. Hearing that, the old man immediately fires back. Then there is absolutely no way that was just an illusion. Zhang Ping starts sweating, completely shocked, and yells, Wait, what? Zhuo Xiangming sees the absolute confusion on the kid's face and calmly explains the truth. Jiao Jiao was a pure genius from birth, awakening her unique abilities super early. Her power basically works like astral projection, letting her soul leave her body. And the craziest part? She can literally step right into other people's dreams. He continues, I strongly suspect that right before she was murdered, her soul had already completely detached from her physical body. Now pay attention here, because this changes everything. The illusion you saw was her own power at work, which means Jiao Jiao might still be alive. Zhuo Xiangming lowers his voice, making things super tense. But since her physical form was utterly destroyed, she's literally forced to stay in that soul state. Wandering for this long without a proper host, though? I'm really afraid that by now she might be. Zhang Ping's eyes go wide with pure shock. Luo Qingyu, is her soul actually fading away? He instantly pictures her face in his mind, asking himself a heartbreaking question. So when she said all of those harsh things earlier, did she just do it because she didn't want to drag me down? He clutches his forehead, a single tear falling as the painful realization finally hits him. You're so stupid. You secretly helped me out so much, and in the end, you just expected me to give up? But he quickly snaps out of it, his face hardening with pure resolve. Like hell, I'm ever going to give up on you. Once I settle everything here, I'm absolutely coming to find you. Snapping back to reality, he gives the two seniors a faint smile. So, what are your plans now, seniors? Ye Changchun just chuckles right out loud at the kid's question. We've already dedicated more than half of our entire lives to protecting Mingzhou City. Now that it's facing such a massive crisis, did you really think we would just stand by and watch? I'm sure, brother, Tu feels the exact same way. Beside him, Zuo Shengming's eyes are locked in with fierce determination, secretly thinking to himself, plus, I really need to see Jiao Jiao again. An incredibly powerful, heavy aura suddenly explodes outward from both of them as they proudly and confidently declare, then it's officially settled. We're joining forces with you to save Mingzhou City from destruction. Consider us your personal backup. Give the orders. The scene then cuts to 3 different figures sprinting at lightning speed through the dense forest. Through CC's comms device, a frantic voice rings out. Zhang Ping went completely off the grid right near your coordinates. What the hell happened over there? Liu Khan scans the entire area sharply and confidently says, looks like this is definitely the right spot. Lai Tian glances around the woods, visibly confused as he wonders aloud, with physical injuries that bad, where could that kid possibly even run to anyway? Right then, Cece spots fresh blood pooling on the dirt, her eyebrows twitching. She immediately follows the crimson trail forward. But suddenly, a cold sweat breaks out on her face as she freezes at the horrifying sight ahead. The other 2 carefully step up beside her. Lai Tian stammers, "What is this?" Spread out right in front of them is an absolute wasteland, the total aftermath of a monstrously brutal battle. He stares at the destruction and gasps, "What in the world went down here?" Liu Khan instantly recognizes the massive damage and speaks up. "These are the marching tracks of Black Mountain and Bei Er. Looks like Zhang Ping ran into serious trouble." Hearing that, Cece completely loses her cool, sprinting forward while screaming, "We have to go after them right now." Lai Tian panics and yells out from behind, "Wait, don't blink, because this is where it gets totally wild." Out of absolutely nowhere, a portal made of pure dark energy rips open, and a massive fist blasts straight out of it, aiming right for her head. Cece's reflexes kick in instantly. She throws up a solid ice shield to block the devastating impact while violently leaping back. Boom! That fist shatters her frozen defense like glass, sending her flying straight backward. Luckily, Liu Khan and Lai Tian are right there to catch her before she hits the dirt. As the dust settles, a creepy group of figures steps forward through the heavy fog. One of the creepy figures finally speaks up. "Lai Tian, it's been a long time, how have you been?" Huang Min steps out with a super arrogant smirk, shouting loudly, "Take a good look at the special gift I brought just for you guys." Lai Tian glares at them, his voice thick with absolute disgust. "I was wondering where that rotting stench was coming from. Turns out it's just you gross undead freaks." The old enemy immediately sneers right back at him, looking completely unimpressed. "And you still have that exact same useless, arrogant attitude as always." Huang Min suddenly throws his hand forward, aggressively ordering his undead grunts to attack while confidently declaring, "Don't even dream about escaping today, because you're all finished." Watching this absolute chaos unfold, Liu Khan stays completely ice cold and calmly asks, "Did the Holy Ancestor actually leave secret spies behind to constantly monitor our every move before leaving the city?" Cece just swings her blade, her voice totally ruthless. "Doesn't matter, we just slaughter them all." Meanwhile, Lai Tian blasts a palm strike into the horde and screams, "His main target is me, you 2 find an opening and get out of here." Suddenly, a massive brute charges straight at him, furiously roaring, "In your dreams, buddy." Lai Tian instantly activates his ultimate technique, Undying Crimson Phoenix Body, Phoenix Flame Form, Open. A terrifying, majestic, and completely overwhelming power erupts all around him, instantly and massively boosting every single combat stat he possesses to the absolute max. Cece holds the line right beside him. After entering his blazing combat state, Lai Tian easily blocks the giant's punch, his eyes burning with intense rage. His expression hardens into pure killing intent. Glaring right through the enemy, Lai Tian firmly promises, "The next time I see you, I will end your life." Without a single drop of hesitation, he brutally grabs and launches the massive guy backward. The giant monster flies completely out of control, falling straight into a glowing, mysterious, dark portal. The second the beast falls inside, the portal snaps shut like a giant hungry mouth. Lai Tian glances over, confused. He got teleported away? But at that exact same second, right behind his back, another portal rips open, spitting out the very same monster. Sensing the blind spot danger, he instantly whips around just as the massive brute throws a devastating punch. But instead of aiming at Lai Tian directly, the freak literally shoves its entire arm into a completely separate portal floating in midair. Boom! The fist teleports right behind Lai Tian, slamming directly into his spine, leaving him completely wide-eyed in shock. Seeing this from afar, Cece screams out her technique, "Phoenix Crown Palm!" "So what do you and I make of this insane teleporting magic?" Standing there trying to block the bizarre strikes, Lai Tian mutters, "This is incredibly annoying." He just grits his teeth through the pain, glancing over while thinking to himself. This punch is hard as dark iron and can actually pierce through space. There is absolutely no way this is the power of just one person. Stick with me here, because this gets totally crazy. Lai Tian looks back at the two women in complete confusion. They haven't moved a single inch this whole time. Are they the ones secretly controlling the teleportation portals behind the scenes? Then he fiercely unleashes his signature move, Dragon Dance Martial Art, Ultimate Bone Strike. The monster takes the devastating blow head-on and is instantly sent flying high up into the air. The brunette girl from Huang Min's side looks at the approaching flames, totally confused. Suddenly, Lai Tian bursts right out from inside the fire, completely hyping himself up as he roars, "Take this!" Seeing this insane scene unfold, the two of them are left absolutely stunned. But she quickly reacts, thrusting her hand forward to immediately summon a portal in thin air. Seeing this happen, Lai Tian smiles and thinks to himself, "I knew it. My guess was right." Then, the brunette whips around to glare at Huang Min, screaming out, "What the heck are you doing? He is literally right in our faces." But Huang Min just stands there totally calm, telling her, "Do not panic, just take a closer look at him." The old man stares at Lai Tian fighting the monster and starts explaining, "Ever since our last battle, I have been secretly tracking him from afar using a life talisman." Huang Min continues breaking it down. The second there is no sunlight, his overall body temperature will only continue to drop lower and lower. And then he confidently doubles down on his wild theory, meaning he can never enter that legendary white power state ever again. Right on cue, the system alerts that all of Lai Tian's stats have completely dropped. Huang Min smirks with absolute pride, saying, "This is exactly why I waited until dead of night to make my move after he finally left the city." Meanwhile, our guy is still completely fired up, throwing down with the beast right in front of him. His voice just echoes through the dark forest, "Be a good boy and surrender." Suddenly, a massive blazing fire tornado erupts in the dead of the silent night. Zhang Ping watches from a distance, muttering to himself, "That is Master Feng over there." Cutting back to the trio, Cici swings her blade and yells out, "I am almost done on my end." Lu Khan chimes in right beside her, "Same over here." But right after the monster gets taken down, it starts giving off this absolutely foul, gut-wrenching smell. She smells it, immediately covers her nose, and frowns while shouting an order, "It is corpse poison again." "Lu Khan, hold your breath right now." Over on his side, Lai Tian is still fighting a one-man war against enemies who can literally teleport. Huang Min swings his arm from the back, smirking like a total villain as he declares, "Just be a good boy and become my living corpse." Hearing that nonsense, he instantly shows pure disgust, yelling, "Keep dreaming, you fool," and with one brutal swing, he sends the old man flying away. Surrounded by blazing hot flames, Lai Tian loudly challenges him, "You really think the exact same trick is going to hit me twice?" After getting knocked back, Huang Min just smirks with total disrespect. "Honestly, I never expected you to fall for it that easily anyway. Now pay close attention, because here is where the trap springs." The old man smirks and tells him, "Your friends probably won't be as lucky as you." Hearing this, Lai Tian instantly looks at Cici and screams out a desperate warning, "Careful behind you!" Out of absolutely nowhere, a monster suddenly pops out and lands a massive blow right on her back, making her cry out in pure shock, "Ah!" But then the beast completely vanishes again. Seeing this, Lu Khan panics, spinning around to ask Captain, "Are you okay?" With blood dripping from her mouth, Cici turns and glares, sternly warning him, "I am fine, just watch your own back right now." He swings his arm and immediately unleashes his ultimate technique, sword skill, first slash stance. In a flash, two massive blades magically materialize right up in the air. One of the enemies sees this, throws a punch that shatters the sword, and mocks him all flash and no substance. Seeing things go south over there, Lai Tian quickly dashes over while thinking to himself in a pure panic, "I need to get over there and bail them out right now." Standing behind him, Huang Min points a finger and arrogantly yells out a mocking question, "You are in deep trouble, yet you still have time to worry about others?" Following the order, all those monsters lunge straight at him. Lai Tian fiercely swings his fists, throwing strikes while angrily roaring out, "You absolute piece of trash." Meanwhile, the old guy simply raises his palm, flashing a wicked smirk as he boldly declares it is finally time to pull in the net. Suddenly, the massive image of Ye Changchun appears right behind him in the form of a giant ancient tree, leaving Huang Min completely shocked. Then, he lands with such insane force that the ground literally cracks open. Seeing this wild scene, Huang Min quickly jumps back in panic, screaming, "What in the world is that thing?" At the exact same time, Lai Tian circles behind the two of them, anxiously asking, "Are you guys okay?" Cici immediately responds with a serious tone, "We are totally fine." Suddenly, a very familiar voice rings out loudly, "Master Feng, Cici, I finally managed to find you guys." She hears this, immediately whips around and says, "Wait, is that voice?" Then Cece yells out Zhang Ping, and there he is, casually standing right on top of Ye Changchun's massive shoulder. Seeing that Zhang Ping is completely unharmed, she lets out a huge sigh of relief and says, "Thank goodness, I am so glad you are safe and sound." You saw that coming, right? Huang Min just stands there totally confused, asking himself, he actually has another helper? But he completely misses Zuo Xiangming sneaking up right behind him. We just see him ruthlessly shove his hand straight through the old man's chest in one strike. Huang Min turns his head back, narrowing his eyes as he mutters in a deep voice, "Since when?" Right then, an image flashes of the monster swinging a brutal punch straight towards Zuo Xiangming. Seeing this, Lai Tian screams out a frantic warning. "Watch out, that guy actually has an immortal body." And right on cue, Zuo Xiangming unleashes his technique, super camouflage, gas transformation. Instantly, he completely vanishes, leaving that monster to punch absolutely nothing but thin air. Zuo Xiangming turns into a cloud of smoke and floats away, casually commenting, "Man, this guy really is tough to deal with." He then shifts back into his human form. Lai Tian stands by his side, glaring forward with a heavy frown as he warns, "Be extremely careful. These enemies are fallen ones. The sun is finally high up now." Lai Tian looks up at the sky, thinking, "Thank God, it is finally morning." At the same time, Lai Tian flashes a super cocky smirk, "You shameless old thief. What other dirty tricks do you have left?" All his power stats have totally skyrocketed now. Standing right in front of Huang Min, the whole crew is locked in and fully ready to fight. Surrounded by a blazing aura, he clenches his fists tightly and roars, "Just bring out everything you have left." Seeing this epic standoff, the brunette starts sweating nervously, thinking to herself, these backup fighters are no joke at all. Plus, we have completely lost our perfect chance to capture Feng Lai Tian now. She signals with a seriously panicked tone, "Things are looking bad. We need to retreat right now." But Huang Min is way too stubborn and straight up refuses, "Absolutely not." He launches an attack and furiously screams out, "I almost had him. I just needed a little bit more time." Suddenly, a portal appears behind Huang Min, instantly sucking him inside, while she angrily snaps at him, "Stop wasting your breath!" Right before leaving, the brunette girl glares back at the group with deep frustration and hisses, "Consider yourselves extremely lucky this time." The rest of the monsters start marching straight into the portal too. Lai Tian clearly refuses to let his prey escape, so he violently dashes forward, screaming in pure rage. "Do not even think about running." Zhang Ping chases right behind him, shouting desperately, "Master Feng, please do not do anything crazy." Then he gives a stern warning, "We still do not know enough about the enemy, so blindly chasing them could lead us straight into a deadly trap. For now, we should just head back to the base and regroup with everyone else. Besides, the martial arts hall members are all waiting for you." The portal slowly shrinks away. He finally backs down and agrees. Cece then leads the group toward a massive ancient tree and speaks up. "And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next." Finally arriving, Zhang Ping looks around totally confused. This place looks nothing like before. Touching a tree, she channels her power and starts explaining. "Stick with me here. They completely overhauled this place into a massive base. It used to barely hold anyone, but now, way more space, plus it right by the trial hall for super easy access." Suddenly, a massive energy circle lights up right under the four of them. In a flash, they get teleported to a completely different location. Cece looks back with a smirk. "Welcome to Secret Base 08, sitting a solid 1,800 meters completely underground. This absolute bunker holds 2,000 people across 164 rooms. Go ahead, take a look." Zhang Ping stares in pure shock. This place is huge. Counting that old safe house, just how many of these hidden bases has the captain built over the last 200 years? Shibai suddenly chimes in. Being overprepared is never a bad thing. Cece glances back while walking. "Back in my investigation team days, I knew they set up tons of bases outside the city. One was super close to the trial hall, but who knows if it is even active anymore." Hearing this, Qingbo looks over, completely puzzled. "Rumor says the current captain is Ma Ban, right?" She nods honestly. "Yeah, and he is actually his top right-hand disciple." Shibai looks totally lost. "Wait," Brother Su mumbled while passed out, "that Ma Ban is basically family to you. What on earth is going on here?" Qingbo just lets out a heavy sigh. His voice drops completely. This whole mess goes back 10 years. And just like that, Qingbo spills the dark history. "I remember Vice City Lord Huang Zimin randomly calling us to the manor. He claimed some informant had finally tracked down the Chu family main headquarters. As the actual captain of the investigation squad, I had zero clue about this so-called informant. That alone set off massive red flags in my head. When I pushed for the guy identity, the Vice City Lord just brushed it off, saying he was a low-profile cleanup crew guy who rarely showed his face. I was too desperate to wipe out those Chu family remnants to ask more questions." He continues, I took my squad and followed the trail. Now pay close attention here. We drove for a whole week just to find that base. Then, absolute chaos hit. Right as we were planning our strike, the Chu family utterly blindsided us. I could not figure out how they knew we were coming. Looking back, it was obviously a massive trap they had waiting for us. Exhausted from the long trip, that sneak attack completely decimated my team. The casualties were horrific. I knew things were totally wrong and immediately tried to pull everyone back. His voice gets grim. That is when Ma Ban stabbed me in the back. No time to dodge. The flashback shows him taking the brutal hit and collapsing. It was a terrifyingly cursed dagger. The second it pierced me, my cultivation was completely locked. I suffered absolute hell while being tortured by those monsters during that time. I even heard them calling Ma Ban Sir. He takes a breath. Luckily, that cursed dagger lock was not actually permanent. Realizing that, I faked my own death and let them dump me into the river. Thanks to my water stealth skills, I blended right into the current and made my great escape. But the injuries were just too brutal. I blacked out, sleeping in total darkness for who knows how long. Those traumatic memories just slowly faded away over time. Changchun takes all this in, his tone heavy. No wonder you were so insanely paranoid when we first met. You were carrying this massive, dark secret the whole time. Whenever I asked, you never gave me a straight answer. Your mind was probably just protecting itself. Shibai rubs his chin, deep in thought as the pieces connect. Let that sink in for a second. Huang Zemin again. This means the investigation team was fully compromised a decade ago. This Chu family conspiracy goes way deeper than we thought. Cece breaks into a cold sweat, frowning hard. If the captain had not pulled me out and promoted me early, staying on that team would have been a straight-up death sentence. Suddenly, a group of 3 girls walks over. Manny looks at them, super curious. What are you guys still doing hanging around here? Spotting Chang Chun and Qing Bo, she completely lights up. You must be the elite seniors Zhang Ping met out in the wild. I heard so much. Absolute honor to finally meet you. Wait, what is this tiny thing? Zhang Ping grins as Mani points at the little ant on him. Found it in the wild. Tiny, yeah, but it has got serious king-tier potential, he adds cheerfully. Plus, it is super friendly with zero hostility towards us. Who knows, it might become an epic battle partner later on. She gently pokes it, her face turning red with excitement. King-tier potential? Are you actually serious right now? She stands up, hands proudly on her hips. Anyway, the worst is over. Let us just crash at the base, heal up, and get some proper rest first. But Shibai speaks up from behind. Look, the investigation team is officially the enemy now. We cannot trust their safe houses, and we must stay on guard against their traps. He turns away, his tone dead serious. Before making any moves, we need complete preparation to handle whatever comes next. Mani chases after him, totally confused. Since when are they the bad guys? Zhang Ping sweat drops and glances back. Super long story, we will break it all down once everybody is actually gathered together. Meanwhile, over at the Holy Ancestor Village, a massive, towering fortress wall completely blocks the path. Armed guards with spears patrol the very top, flanked by vicious beasts glaring down with absolute terrifying bloodlust. An intense, booming voice echoes through the courtyard. We are in lockdown. The cult leader banned all outsiders within 10 miles. You better patrol with your eyes wide open. Out of nowhere, a dark energy portal tears open. Xiang Ming gets violently shoved out, crashing to the dirt with an angry groan. He sits up, absolutely fuming. You crazy witch. Springing up, he loudly screams, Why the hell did you ruin my perfect setup? If I had known, I would have turned you into a puppet first. 2 of his lackeys casually step out of the portal. Then, a chilling voice startles him. Someone is throwing a major tantrum here. Li Axue steps out with a dangerous smile. Old man, you need to seriously cool down. Seeing her approach, the lackeys immediately drop to their knees. Welcome, cult leader. But Xiang Ming is not having it. He furiously shouts, This is not what we originally agreed on. I let you borrow my entire zombie army, and in return, you promised to help me secure corpse refining materials. Are you seriously burning bridges with me right now? So where do you and I leave off? Aoxu just glances over and softly replies, I, Li Aoxu, always keep my promises. But look at the situation. You need to get a grip. Stick with me here. She calmly says those 2 new helpers are just as strong as Feng Lai Tian. Getting past them to catch Feng Lai Tian alone, he barely has a chance. Plus, the sun is up now, and Feng Lai Tian could shift into that red and white state at absolutely any second. Once that happens, his toxic corpses are going to be completely useless against him. Zhao Tuyet casually steps forward, her voice chillingly soft. She tells him to relax, catching Feng Lai Tian is literally just a matter of time. Smirking with pure confidence, she declares that the Holy Maiden has finally returned to the village. By borrowing her power, she completely believes she will break through to the king tier soon. A sharp, golden glint flashes right through her eyes as Now Tuyet suddenly speaks up again. The guys in the front row suddenly mutate from that dark energy. She casually suggests he could use these high-level awakened fighters to refine his corpses. Huang Min watches this, completely stunned. Now Tuyet just crosses her arms and walks off, announcing she is going into seclusion. Glancing back, she gives him a very sharp warning. You better stay in line and behave yourself. Understood? Hearing this, the old man instantly drops to his knees, terrified, and stammers, I understand. 1 week later, training grounds echoing with combat. Zhang Ping and Kiatman focus their ultimate moves, yet Bakduk casually fights them 2-on-1. He even mocks them too weak. Did you guys skip breakfast? That insult pushes him to break through. While his teammate is perfectly distracting him, he channels massive energy straight into his palms. He unleashes Beast King Fist Dao Note Manifestation. But the master blocks that storm-like attack with just one single hand, looking completely bored. Now watch this crazy combo. Bakduk totally forgets about Kiatman. Using Beast King Fist, she perfectly syncs with the tornado for a devastating Thao Thiat finishing blow. She strikes flawlessly without holding back, using a classic move dealing 1,000 damage but taking 800. Bakduk can only complain, whining you bratty kids don't even know how to hold back. Are you taking this chance to get revenge on me? My old injuries haven't even healed. Now I've got brand new ones. Kiatman hurriedly bows, apologizing to the instructor she couldn't stop. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping just pouts, clearly not feeling sorry at all. Who said we were weak? Bakduk overhears and snaps. What did you just say? You little punk think you're tough now? Vihoa quickly rushes to intervene. Your wounds will worsen if you keep moving. Please do not make more work for me. Meanwhile, he just casually grabs Kiatman and escapes the scene. Time to eat. So starving. Though acting totally angry on the outside, he's actually super proud. In just a few days, their martial arts improved insanely fast. Zhang Ping's raw power is already an absolute given, and Wang Jiamin's fist techniques are also quickly catching right up from behind. Guess I totally underestimated her potential before. Arriving at the gym, they are greeted Zhang Ping. Training is over. He's quite surprised to see him. Team leader Kim Ba is training today too? Lifting weights, he replies cheerfully. Yep, the hospital room is boring. I came here to get my blood moving. Nearby, an energetic group counts reps 997, 998, 999. Zhang Ping and Kiatman quietly slip out so they don't disturb them. Great job, rest up for a bit and then do another set. The two of them head straight over to their next location, which is the forge cleaning crew. Before stepping inside, he gives his usual polite greeting Uncle Trung. Sorry to bother you today. The older man immediately voices his suspicion. Don't tell me you two broke the training room again? Kiatman tactfully expresses her genuine apology. We are so sorry. He sighs, completely helpless against these two kids. After that, she runs after Zhang Ping, asking him, where exactly are you going right now? Weren't we supposed to be getting lunch? He completely dodges the question, keeping it vague. You go ahead without me. I still have a few things I need to take care of. Next, he steps into a meeting room packed with all the key people. Tu Do Do Bak, who is leading this meeting, speaks up first. Zhang Ping, you made it. Perfect timing. He instantly cuts to the chase and gets straight into the main topic. I was just about to tell you some crucial things to keep in mind when heading to the trial grounds. Zhang Ping already guessed this, so he is fully ready to listen. Now, I know what you're thinking, but get ready because the real villains are moving. Meanwhile, in a dark place, agonizing screams echo through the space. At the Chu family headquarters, a serious meeting is underway. The Holy Maiden was taken, yet you have the sheer nerve to return here? The second elder is about to scold him further, but the first elder actually stops him. Just let it go. Chu Trok Min accidentally awakened the Holy Maiden. This indirectly caused the Moon King to fight Tudu Toy Bak. I will give you some credit for that, so I am letting you off just this once. The man instantly bows his head with deep sincerity. Thank you, First Elder. However, the old man is still fixated on another crucial detail. If that guy Zhang Ping really is a limitless level ability user, then there is absolutely no doubt he will head to the trial grounds. Chu Dien Bin, do you have any news from over there yet? The man's attitude is overflowing with sheer confidence. First Elder, please rest easy. Our investigation team has never once slacked off. Even if Zhang Ping actually has this so-called limitless talent going for him, he is still at a super low level and falls incredibly short of our massive power. And if he actually dares to come to the trial grounds, I will definitely make sure he never returns alive. The old man still carefully warns them you guys are young, but underestimating your enemy is a huge taboo. What makes limitless level awakened individuals truly terrifying is their insane potential to obliterate enemies across literally any tier. Back then, Tu Do Toi Bak forced us to suffer brutal defeats at every single turn. Do not ever make the mistake of underestimating an opponent like that. In stark contrast, the second elder is extremely impatient. The biggest problem right now is that the Holy Ancestor village has already taken the Holy Maiden. Just to lose her like that, we already sacrificed so much manpower back in Mingzhou City. What if the Holy Ancestor village manages to obtain the king's power one step ahead of us? Right after that, another person steps in to calm them down. You two elders, don't tell me you have already forgotten about the ultimate trump card of our Chu family, Chu Wiem Long. The second elder immediately objects with fierce anger. Do not even mention that ungrateful backstabber. We poured absolutely everything into raising and training him, yet he stubbornly clings to that completely ridiculous sense of justice. He is practically losing control of his emotions now. If he had just listened to the family's arrangements, why on earth would we be forced to hide away in this pathetic cave? Because of this, the other man uses a much softer tone. Second elder, there is no need to be angry. The only reason I brought him up is because I thought of a pretty brilliant plan. It will not only force him to finally serve the family, but it will also massively boost the Chu family's overall power. He already has the entire scheme mapped out in his head, but it absolutely requires our little girl's cooperation, and so he skillfully steers everyone's attention toward the key to entering the Forbidden Zone. The others are completely caught off guard by this wild suggestion. The Forbidden Zone? Wait, are you seriously suggesting? So what do you and I make of this? A Forbidden Zone? Both elders fall silent, deeply considering the risk. Finally, the first elder makes the call, though I do not want this. It is our only option right now. All right, you and I are about to dive into some absolute madness. The old guy casually tosses a blazing red feather across the room. That glowing flame? Caught easily with just 2 fingers. Now, that massive outer cloak slowly burns down to pure ash. She is ridiculously confident holding that key. Chu Hongfeng swears she absolutely won't fail her mission. Cut to the Mingzhou outskirts. Deep underground, Yuan Long walks while totally roasting his own crew. Seriously, they couldn't even keep an eye on one kid. He snaps, how do they expect to revive the Chu family being this sloppy? But Hongfeng brushes him off. Doesn't he know little Ju Yang's wild personality by now? He goes completely silent, letting her monologue. Honestly, besides an uncle like him, who else could possibly keep that kid in line? She knows the boy's reckless vibe perfectly. Remember when Ju Yang sneaked into the armory, triggered heavenly lightning, and trashed a massive pile of gear? If he hadn't protected the kid, he would have been kicked out of the Chu family ages ago. That's exactly why they're so close. They finally reach the giant iron doors of the Forbidden Zone. Hongfeng stops. We are here. Yuan Long is completely underwhelmed by this place. This is the sacred Forbidden Ground? Seems pretty basic. She totally reads his mind. This is his first time here, right? As far as she remembers, he never bothered joining in on the family business. Suddenly, the feather ignites in flames, but he doesn't even flinch. He warns them, do not compare Chu Yuan Long to the rest of you. Even as the massive gate opens, he keeps judging them. You treat human lives like total garbage. Do you seriously think this ends well for you? Yuan Long stands his ground. Thanks to them, the Chu family is falling apart. Evil cannot beat good, that is the oldest rule in the book. Now pay attention, because what he sees next absolutely shocks him. Behind those doors is an ancient relic, the sun god bird of the first patriarch. Yuan Long is completely boiling with rage. Those old fools hid the god bird's corpse here? What are they plotting? Hongfeng quickly tells him to ignore that and focus on finding little Ju Yang first. She shouts into the dark Ju Yang, stop hiding and come out! Uncle Yuan Long is visiting! Right at that moment, he spots an object on the floor. She instantly knows what it is. It belongs to Chu Ju Yang. Where on earth did that brat run off to? Yuan Long finally snaps and calls her out. Stop faking it. I felt it instantly he isn't here. He drops to absolute silence, giving Hongfeng one last chance to confess. Tell me, what's your real scheme? She calmly claps her hands in praise. Truly worthy of being the Chu family's top awakener. Fine, she drops the act. Since you asked, I want you. She blatantly reveals her ultimate insane ambition. To become the god bird. He's totally confused and wary. Become the bird? What kind of absolute nonsense is she spouting right now? It is literally just a skeleton. Are they seriously ditching their beast taming faith to control wild monsters instead? Hongfeng slowly breaks it down. Sure, the Chu family uses different taming methods, but the core principles never change. Then she drops the crazy details. After years of hardcore research, she finally figured out how to transfer the god bird's power into another living body. But here is the catch. Nobody in the family can handle this divine energy except him. He already possesses the skill to summon spirit beasts into his body. Plus, his raw strength makes him the ultimate vessel for this power. Yuan Long acts like he is taking the bait. Sounds tempting, but what's the price? While she's feeling smug, he hits her with pure psychological damage. Like, sacrificing my life? You and I both saw her reaction that totally hit a nerve, confirming his theory. Suddenly, a squad of assassins surrounds them. Let me guess. Your backup? But honestly, this just fires up Yuan Long's battle spirit. Beast possession mode. Lightning White Ape King. Bring your whole army. The second he speaks, all hell breaks loose. Even fighting a massive group alone, Yuan Long never breaks a sweat. He even steals their own weapons. He gives them a brutal taste of their own medicine, but suddenly, a weird shift in their movement catches his eye. Boom chains completely lock his body down. He instantly recognizes the gear. Bone Eater chains. While two guys restrain him, the rest of the squad perfectly lines up for a deadly strike. The enemy charges with zero hesitation, but he stands firm like a mountain. No panic at all. An iron cleaver, bone chains, demon seal blades. You really went all out. To him, all of this chaotic fighting was just a warm-up to test the waters before his real counterattack. Facing Hong Feng's death glare, he actually looks bored. Is that all you got? Right then, a spine-chilling, creepy laugh echoes out. A creeping sickness spreads through him, and Yuan Long realizes the truth. This is Zhu Yang's puppet jutsu. He drops to his knees, clutching his weirdly mutating chest. Hong Feng seizes the perfect moment to command her goons. Do it right now, start the ritual. He cannot accept this nightmare ending. Why? The betrayal stings worse than the pain. All that bitter rage erupts into raw, explosive power as he screams Chu Yang. That massive energy wave violently shakes the entire surrounding space. Topside, Zhang Ping instantly goes on high alert. An earthquake? Or maybe a beast tide? The heavy tremors hit the surface, collapsing weak walls and ceilings everywhere. Man quickly jumps in to back up the medics. Prioritize the wounded. Nobody panic right now. On the outside, she's calmly directing traffic, but inside, pure anxiety. A regular quake shouldn't rock the base like this. What is actually going on down there? Just then, Jinbo reports back. Check the perimeter, looks like nobody is missing. He quickly signals Zhang Ping, let's roll out, but right on cue, Quibo interrupts. Hold up, where are the Zhao brothers? They know deep secrets about Qingzhou village. They are still valuable. After a quick mental debate, he puts the mission first. Captain is right, I will go. But before he finishes, he steps up. Let me go. A totally calculated choice. The enemy is no joke, so facing them head-on is incredibly risky. Jinbo lacks survival hacks, but our guy has the pure water body. Trust me, you're going to love what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Cece still wants to protest, but Zhang Ping knows the stakes and immediately reassures her not to worry. He promises, I will be extremely careful. If things go south, I can always use my pure water body to escape, but she totally rejects this risky plan. Those brothers are high-level awakened fighters, and it is just too dangerous. Even if that pure water body can protect you, what if they decide to go all out and drag you down with them? Have you even thought about the consequences? This place is 1,800 meters above the ground. If the teleportation gate vanishes, you will be completely trapped. Suddenly, Thuong Xuan comes up with a brilliant idea. Here is a plan. I will go with Brother 2. I guarantee we will make those two spill the truth. Besides, we have already formed a pact with Zhang Ping. If anything actually goes wrong, he can just easily recall the contract gem back to his inventory without breaking a single sweat. CC can only sigh heavily and accept the harsh reality. Looks like this is their only option right now. Once the decision is made, Zhuo Xiangming jumps into action. They cannot delay this any longer. Let us move out, quickly. Before leaving, he specifically tells them, Cece, you guys head out first. I will catch up with you in no time. Kim Ba is still deep in thought. Does Captain Tu Do have some hidden motive for rescuing the Triu brothers? Meanwhile, she quietly reminds him under her breath, we need to be extra careful from now on. Over at the Chu family estate, Ku Duong is absolutely delighted while reading a book. Every single page shows the surveillance footage he desperately wants to see. No wonder Chu Vianlong never comes to play. Turns out that guy is having a ton of fun out there all by himself. Honestly, I am just so jealous of him right now. Watch closely here, because this kid is totally twisted. Hiding behind that innocent face is pure evil. But if he never comes home, what can we do? Ku Duong even turns and asks his parents, Am I right, Mom, Dad? But he already knows the answer perfectly well, because both of them are completely controlled in the palm of his hand. After all, our Chu family is the absolute best family out there. Ku Duong gets even more hyped watching Vianlong completely submit. At the exact same time inside the Forbidden Zone, Vianlong is having his body and mind ruthlessly tortured by those intense, raging flames. Hong Fuang calmly crushes his stubborn resistance. Stop making a mess. The ritual is already complete. No matter how insanely strong you used to be, you are nothing but a mere mortal now. She genuinely thinks this is a massive, life-changing opportunity for him. Becoming a part of the divine bird right now? What could possibly be wrong with that? A subordinate suddenly questions this crazy plan. If you could resurrect the divine bird this way, why did we even bother teaming up with the heavenly frost fox before? And we wasted so much effort kidnapping the holy maiden back to the holy ancestor village. Hong Fuang just drops a brutal, razor-sharp insult. You absolute idiot. She had carefully calculated every single step ages ago. Teaming up with the heavenly frost fox was necessary because only the Moon King could hold off Tudotoi Bok. Every move has a reason. According to the elders, Tudotoi Bok and the Chu family have been at war for over a century, throwing tens of thousands of abilities at each other. Even though he never officially broke through to the king tier, his raw power is completely enough to fight against one. Thanks to years of clashing, we finally found a few of his weaknesses, but laying the groundwork was never an easy task. In the early days, our Chu family lacked mental control experts, and he had zero clue about this. His resistance to mental attacks is actually incredibly weak. Because of that huge flaw, we spared absolutely no expense whatsoever to exploit it. And finally, we tracked down the dangerously endangered heavenly frost fox species. Hong Fuang completely mastered these details and secured cooperation with the Moon King. That is exactly how they managed to heavily injure Tudotoi Bok. If the situation had not forced my hand, I would never have chosen this method to resurrect the divine bird. Her subordinate remains confused. Why would you say that? When it comes to her goals, she has endless patience to make it perfect. This single drop of blood is the absolute result of my tireless 40-year grind. Because of it, I never once used beast taming arts, and I had to endure endless humiliation and freezing cold stares during all that painful time. You and I know villains always suffer unseen hardships, right? And despite paying such a massive price, the control power of this blood still cannot even compare to the Holy Maiden's blood. Now that the Holy Maiden has returned to the Holy Ancestor Village, Zhang Ping from the cleanup crew can enter the trial zone, gaining power equivalent to a king. Hong Fuang is completely forced to grab this current opportunity. If even one of them steps into the king tier first, our Chu family will definitely face the total danger of being overthrown. At this crucial point in time, she literally has no other options left. Even if my blood pact cannot perfectly control the divine bird, right now we just have to risk it all and gamble. Suddenly, inside the dense forest, shimmering lights flash wildly. The glorious divine bird shatters the earth, violently charging out of the deep darkness that imprisoned it. The moment it returns to nature, those blazing wings spread completely free, shining brightly like they are coated in a glorious layer of pure gold. Over at the 8th cleanup squad above the electric base, Man Ni completely misunderstands this sudden flash of light. Why is the sun so incredibly blinding today? But Lai Tian instantly spots the deadly anomaly. No, wait, that is. He is absolutely stunned by the sudden appearance of the divine bird. That is a mutated beast. Could it be the one causing this massive earthquake? Luke Han suddenly comes up with a wild theory. Unless that thing is actually… Man Ni accidentally shares his exact same thought. The sunbird of the Chu family. Hong Fuang can no longer hold back her pure excitement. Success! I finally succeeded! Now that the divine bird is completely resurrected and Tudotoi Bok is controlled by the Moon King, there are zero threats left. She extremely arrogantly declares with total madness and pride. From this exact moment forward, the Chu family will absolutely control everything. But her beautiful dream gets instantly crushed by the divine bird's massive, terrifying claws. Everything happens so insanely fast that Hong Fuang cannot even react in time. What? While she is still completely stunned, it forcefully puts a brutal end to her arrogant speech. By the time the divine bird leaves, all that remains on the ground is a completely unrecognizable pile of mashed meat. Meanwhile, at the 8th cleanup squad's base prison, Nganho collapses flat on the floor, groaning in despair. We used up every last drop of our energy and still cannot escape. We are totally going to die here. Ngan Long turns around and gently comforts him. The moment we got caught, we should have expected this day. Do not be afraid, I will go down with you. Suddenly, a massive boulder plummets straight down from the ceiling. It heads directly for them, and they just close their eyes, accepting their fate. Out of nowhere, a burst of purple aura appears to block the giant rock. Nether mist body. It turns out to be Zhang Ping, using the Beast King fist technique, Taodi lifting cauldron, to catch it. Thuong Xuan runs while carrying Ngan Ho on his back, shouting, "Why are you spacing out? Move!" When they finally burst out the door, their heavy hearts feel a bit lighter. We actually made it out. Zuo Xiangming's voice gets extremely urgent. Zhang Ping, you need to hurry up. Inside, Zhang Ping's face lights up brightly. Understood. Saying that, he dashes out, letting the massive boulder crash down behind him. Zhang Ping sprints desperately out the door. Engan Long, still in a daze, struggles to ask, "Are we actually saved?" Zhang Ping looks back. "Not yet, get to the teleportation room. That is where we leave it, trust me. You are not ready for what happens next. Stick with me here, because things are getting intense." Boulders crash down all around them. The massive impact triggers something in Zhang Ping's mind, a chillingly familiar feeling, like being buried alive in ruins. He almost gives up in despair. Is he really going to die again? But no, a voice suddenly snaps him out of his trance. "Wake up, Zhang Ping!" Changchun transforms into a massive tree monster to shield them, screaming that the two of them cannot hold on much longer. "You need to think of something fast," he jolts upright. "Senior!" Yanhu sneers arrogantly, asking why they even interfered. Beside him, Yan Long steps in. "Shut up, can you just stop talking for a second?" Zhang Ping inspects the collapsed rocks. The base is completely destroyed. The teleportation portal is practically hopeless now. Feeling defeated, he tells Zhang Ping to find a way out and just leave them behind. Yanhu casually agrees. "Exactly. Stay any longer and you will be my third victim." Instantly, Zhang Ping completely shuts them down. "Nonsense. You are hostages. You do not get to beg for an easy death, so pull yourselves together right now." In his mind, though, he knows the two dead guys are from the Zhou family. Changchun finally breaks the tension. "I could drill through slowly, but it would take days. Even though Old Su can merge with rocks, he absolutely cannot carry you guys out." But Zhang Ping is burning with rage. The air here will only last half a day at most. He could use pure water to escape. But what about these brothers? Suddenly, he gets a call from Situ Shibai, who also has zero solutions. He mentions taking a small syrup sample from the brothers earlier. Turns out, their syrup compositions are completely different. Mixing them together actually creates some incredibly unique energy fluctuations. Watch closely. This is where it gets crazy. He used the older brother's sample to awaken the old king. Absorbing the younger brother's syrup might unlock brand new energy to escape. "Captain Situ, you told me to save them, so you clearly had this planned all along." Hearing this, Yan Long speaks up. "Are you not afraid of losing control?" Zhang Ping stays firm. "Not at all, or else I wouldn't have made it this far. Bottom line, do you want to die here or make a deal?" Without hesitation, Yanhu slices his wrist to extract the syrup. "I understand. Despite our different sides, the Zhao brothers are absolutely not ungrateful cowards." He boldly offers his bleeding arm right in front of Zhang Ping. "Take as much as you need." Moments later, he stares at his body confused. "Weird, why is nothing changing? Did I not drink enough?" Suddenly, Zhang Ping coughs up syrup. Changchun screams in panic. "Zhang Ping, Qingba is totally clueless. He just drank some syrup. Why is he reacting like this? What does this stuff even do?" Yanhu watches him thrashing and starts completely freaking out. "Hey, are you okay?" Instantly, Zhang Ping's eyes flash bright. Exhaling white smoke, the mutant ability is finally activating. Meanwhile, that massive divine bird violently spreads flames everywhere. Mani frantically pushes them. As long as that annoying bird is here, these fires will never stop burning. "Cece, we really have to go," but she stubbornly refuses to retreat. "No, Zhang Ping has not escaped yet." Mani totally loses patience and grabs her shirt. "Enough." Manny looks absolutely furious. The portal is shut. Zhang Ping has his pure water powers, and those two seniors will definitely find a way out. "You saw that too, right? They won't get trapped easily." She pushes Cece. "You are usually rational. That bird just slaughtered Joe's men and looks completely insane. If we don't leave now, we will all get trapped and die in this sea of fire." She finally gives in, staring regretfully at the beast. "Fine, let's go." Suddenly, a voice shouts from behind. "Step back." The entire cleanup squad arrives, ready to stop it. They charge at the divine bird, hyped up and ready for an epic battle. But the beast counters instantly, blasting a massive wave of fire. Lai Xian takes the lead, blocking its devastating strike, while the others scatter. But moments later, he grits his teeth. "I cannot hold this back anymore." Just then, a massive root bursts from the ground. The giant tree emerges, carrying a sphere. Qingba uses his magic to open it, revealing Zhang Ping's group inside. He and Changchun immediately rush into the fight. "Squad, we are here to back you up." Zhang Ping drags the Zhao brothers' cage. "We escaped." Cece anxiously asks, "Zhang Ping, what happened to you guys?" Wiping his sweat, he explains. "Long story short, I drank Zhao Yanhu's syrup." He shows her the stone. "The old king's blood evolved and linked the contract gem to the king's talent gem." "The king's gem." He explains the whole situation. "I used this crazy talent to temporarily boost the two seniors' stats straight to level 5, enough to hit level 40 and reach the king tier. The buff only lasted 10 minutes, but it was all we needed to escape." Zhang Ping stares at the gem in complete silence. Drinking that syrup actually made him recall some seriously disturbing visions he saw earlier. He saw massive rows of cages filled with people. What on earth was that? He looks at the brothers. Seems Dragon City Nest hides darker secrets than we thought. Suddenly, Changchun stumbles back, scorched by brutal flames. Senior Ye! Zhang Ping squints, panic setting in. The divine bird unloads a massive barrage of fireballs, taking down the other two. Qingba crashes to the ground, screaming in agony. He hits his limit. My turtle shell is cracking. Lai Xian is totally drained too. It is over. My power might be fire too, but those flames carry the literal power of the sun. It completely overpowers normal fire. I cannot defend against this. He knows the others are done for. Old Ye is entirely countered by it. Only Old Su can barely hold his ground. Hearing this, Manny gets a brilliant idea. Counter? I got it! She yells out to the squad. Barrier team, gather up immediately. Everyone, focus on restraining this divine bird. Trust me, watch her next move. Buy me 30 minutes. If you can't fight, get the signal device from Zhang Shuzhong. Hurry! Mani even pulls her teammate along. CC, help me. I'm giving us a chance to survive. Inside the golden gem bracelet, Shibai smiles proudly. She has really grown up, taking a huge weight off my shoulders. All right, stick with me here. Things are getting desperate, so Zhang Ping just swallows the king gem whole. The second that new power hits, he is pushed forward. Let us go restrain this divine bird. His level temporarily shoots up by 5 full tiers. Meanwhile, the divine bird goes absolutely berserk. The rest of the crew rushes to help Qingbo, blocking the massive fireball together. His pet, having dropped down to 60 kilograms, sits by the syringes. How much food will it take to recover that mass? Man Yi opens the map to strategize. Liu Xishan might not have the raw strength to capture this sunbird, but she can definitely suppress its solar energy for a short window. Next, our barrier squad will help her set a trap to lock this beast down. Everyone listens closely. These signal transmitters will massively expand our range. Once everyone grabs their gear, they need to bury it exactly where the blueprints show. Back with the divine bird, it charges a massive energy sphere, but the attack just fizzles out completely. The bird looks totally confused. It is trapped in a super simulation vessel. A voice rings out. I completely cut off its oxygen supply. In a total vacuum, it cannot spark a single flame. Brother Ye, strike now. He instantly agrees to the plan. Done. Qingbo stretches his massive arm right toward the divine bird. Get down here right now. He violently yanks it down, pinning the beast completely. The voice yells out. The vacuum effect is over. Hit it now. The 3 vanguards charge in, triggering a massive explosion. Lu Han quickly casts a spell, forming a vortex above. Swift as wind, quiet as a forest. Day in front, night behind. A blinding sword materializes instantly. Long Yuan sword, strike! Watch closely here. Zhang Ping gathers immense energy in his hands. Fusing with the Chu brothers' bloodline just instantly rocketed him straight to level 19. Adding the King Gem and the Dark Fog, his attack power is basically maxed out. Another sword drops in. Lu Han, I have got your back. He points forward. Go now. The blade shoots toward the divine bird. Taking the hit, it screeches madly. That intense power completely swallows the beast, leaving absolutely nothing but a single feather behind. Lai Xian looks suspicious. Is it actually over? Zhang Ping only dares to hope. That fight was so chaotic he never got a chance to appraise the bird properly. Hopefully, everything turns out fine. They stare into the thick smoke. Did we really defeat the king? Shockingly, the feather floats up like it is alive. Shibai speaks grimly. No, it is not over. He breaks down exactly what is happening. After the very first Chu family head died, the sunbird completely vanished from the world. Legends say it turned into a spirit, guarding its master's tomb for ages, absolutely refusing to ever leave their side. I know what you are thinking. We all thought it was dead for years, but its return just confirmed another ancient legend. Exactly as Shibai said, the beast revives. The sunbird is an immortal spirit. Its power surges as it attacks relentlessly. The white-haired elder charges in, unleashing his technique. Super simulation, gasification, total vacuum. Qingbo also swings his massive arm, but it barely tickles the beast, and his entire arm just shatters on impact. He quickly pulls back his burning arm. The flames are clearly out, so why is it still this hot? The water evaporates instantly. Next, Zhang Ping in dragon form slams into its chest, pinning its wings with his claws. I got it, attack now. Everyone rushes in with a coordinated strike, using fists and blades, but their weapons instantly snap clean in half. Lai Xian gets violently blasted away. This heat is somehow worse than my sun flame. Qingbo figures it out. Its actual body is radiating terrifying heat. Not only that, Zhang Ping realizes the terrible truth. It does not just blast fire, it can actually control the surrounding temperature. The bird charges a huge fireball, blasting it straight toward Baide. Luckily, Lai Xian dives in. "Look out!" Completely shocked, he screams out, "Vice Director!" Down below, Qingbo quickly reaches out, catching the falling Lai Xian and gently lowering him. The white-haired elder standing on Qingbo looks incredibly worried. It seems our amplification buff has completely worn off. Baide and the crew land, rushing to Lai Xian. "Director." Coughing up blood, he groans. "Almost lost my life." Seeing them, Zhang Ping feels totally guilty. Even the vice director got hurt. Internally, he struggles with his own power. Level 9 supplement effect failed. Level 10 supplement effect failed. The gem from before was leveled up twice, so why do I feel absolutely nothing after eating it? Are they just out of options? Suddenly, a voice echoes. "Zhang Ping, do you copy?" He recognizes CC. She reports urgently. "The trap is set. Lure the bird over here now." Zhang Ping agrees. "Understood." Zhang Ping flies off, drawing the beast's attacks. Soon he yells out, "Senior Ye, hurry up!" But the bird phases right through him. "Senior Ye!" Man Yi's formation is finally ready. Now is the time. 4 of them unleash the Glacier Storm attack directly at the beast. Caught inside a massive vortex, the divine bird's entire body is slowly consumed by freezing ice. Even its screaming beak gets frozen solid. The beast is totally restrained. Man Yi grabs everyone, yelling frantically, "This trap will not hold long. Run while you can!" Zhang Ping hesitates. But wait, what about Senior Ye? Luckily, Chang Chun steps out from the bushes. "Do not worry, I am completely unhurt." Zhang Ping suddenly gets an idea. "We need to move fast, so why do not you 2 seniors rest inside the gem first?" The white-haired elder speaks weakly. "We really are quite exhausted, so that works perfectly." They both phase straight into the contract gem's pocket space. The base is completely destroyed, so where can they even hide? Trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Stick with me, things are about to get wild. There is no place to hide, and that sunbird is breaking out any second. Like she said, this place is completely ruined. Suddenly, Shibai chimes in, saying their only real option is heading toward the training area. There is a backup shelter nearby meant for non-combatants. He tells everyone to move, and they instantly bolt without asking questions. Meanwhile, the ice holding the sunbird starts cracking. Man Ni watches, looking super anxious. Zhang Ping notices and asks what is wrong. She is absolutely shocked. It has only been half an hour, but the trap is already failing. Looking around frantically, she knows they need cover fast. Right then, an idea hits him. He pulls out the mist lamp, explaining that it can actually hide their auras within a certain range. He tells everyone to stick close and follow his lead. They safely make it to a cave entrance, and Baide finally relaxes, glad to escape that damn bird. Lu Han scans the area, telling them to rest and save energy. Zhang Ping looks exhausted, making CC worried enough to check on him. Wiping his sweat, he assures her he is fine. Using that much mist energy just drained him a bit, but a quick breather will fix it. Lu Han is still stressing, though. He asks if heading deep into the ancient ruins will just end up attracting that crazy sunbird. He totally agrees. They absolutely cannot let that monster destroy the last remaining ruins of ancient human civilization. But Shibai steps in to calm them down. He reveals the training ground has mystical properties that completely block detection, keeping them hidden from the bird. But there is a catch. That exact spot is also the investigation team's main operating base. And according to Su Qingba, some unknown forces infiltrated that team a long time ago. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. Besides worrying about a potential ambush, they also have to watch out for the mountain ancestor, a terrifying king-tier mutant beast. Shibai admits he only heard rumors from old friends and never expected it here. Then, he actually suggests a crazy way to survive. He confirms the terrifying aura of the mountain ancestor is lingering just outside the training zone. To get inside, they have to sneak right behind it. He tells them to grab some bindweed flowers, because apparently, this massive beast absolutely hates the smell. Zhang Ping is super skeptical. A king-tier mutant beast is scared of some flowers? He wonders if the bindweed in this world is somehow totally different. He turns to Lai Xian, asking him to guard the area while he looks for food and those flowers. The older man hesitates, clearly unsure about this. Pointing at Zhang Ping, Lai Xian insists he rests after burning so much energy. He offers to go with Bai Dai instead, and the instructor quickly agrees. But our main character stays totally calm, pointing out that it is completely pitch black outside. He tells them not to argue. His skills are literally built for night operations, so he should go. Cece steps up, grabbing his hand to join him. Thinking about it, bringing Cece makes sense. She knows the wilderness way better than him anyway. So, he happily agrees to take her along. But just to be safe, his eyes light up as he asks Xiaoban to prepare some extra gear for them, like bear traps and hunting tools. Zhang whines like his soul left his body, complaining that all this work is turning him from chubby to skinny. Watch closely here, his powers are so cool. Out by the lake, a dark purple eye opens, and sharp teeth suddenly ambush a wild boar from underground. That eye uses mist energy to shapeshift into a black panther, viciously tearing into the boar. The pig dies instantly, giving his panther a +50 mist boost. The panther shifts back into Zhang Ping, sitting smugly on the dead boar. Using his mist to hunt is incredibly useful. He figures a few more attacks will fully restore his energy. While processing the meat, Cece runs over excitedly, calling him to check something out. Pointing high up into the branches, she spots the bindweed. Without hesitating, both of them leap up into the tree to investigate. He cautiously reaches out to touch it. This is the bindweed of this world. He examines the flower closely, thinking it looks completely normal. But then, boom, it blasts foul-smelling gas straight into his face, making him gag. No wonder the mountain ancestor absolutely despises this plant. He realizes the smell is exactly like microwave durian. To make it worse, Cece mentions a brutal punishment back in Mingzhou City. They actually lock people inside a bindweed-filled room for a whole day. He looks totally dumbfounded. Isn't that basically just marinating a human being? As they chat, glowing seeds start floating gently through the air around them. He reaches out to catch one, totally mesmerized by the beauty. Cece explains these are seeds of the mystic grass. When the season changes, they ride the wind to find new places to bloom and grow. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she softly wishes for a peaceful life, far away from all the endless fighting and conflict. Too bad perfect endings are rare. The bindweed releases its stench, then fades, while the beautiful mystic grass just floats around, never really finding a true home. Lost in thought, he calls her name and holds up a glass bottle. He tells her endings are not fixed, just like this sealed jar. She watches in awe as he explains that it blocks out the stink while giving the mystic grass a safe, quiet environment. She blushes and says, "Let's go." But you and I know peace never lasts high above. That sunbird is furiously screeching, still hunting for them. It attacks innocent forest animals. Back at their hidden cave, night falls, with just a flickering warm light inside. Everyone is gathered around the roasted boar, stuck in a brutal survival situation, yet eating amazing barbecue. Talk about an unexpected luxury. Zhang, with his mouth totally stuffed with meat, keeps begging Zhang Ping to roast more, complaining he will literally waste away to nothing if he doesn't eat. Let's jump right back into it. Baide pokes his chubby belly, joking around. Oh yeah, you're so skinny now. What do you think, Zhang Ping? Ping instantly hands him a massive plate of meat. Here, take this. I'll probably be relying on your abilities for the next few days anyway. Zhang immediately shoves him aside. Well, don't mind if I do. He eagerly goes for a bite but burns his mouth. Baide grabs his shoulder, laughing. You just stuffed freshly roasted meat in your face, of course it's hot. Yanhu watches this, feeling totally heartbroken. If only our village had this kind of warm vibe. Yanlong's mood isn't much better. Snap out of it. We were just tools back in our village. Nobody cared if we lived or died, so why would they ever treat us like actual human beings? Suddenly, Zhang Ping walks over and hands them a plate of meat. This is for you two. Seeing them freeze, he says, Why are you just standing there? Eat! They happily take it. Thanks! Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the ground. What's happening? Cece rushes to the cave entrance. Look, it's over there! Massive explosions keep hitting in the distance. A massive stampede of beasts charges right at them. Zhang Ping looks worried. Did a mountain fire trigger a beast tide? Then, the real culprits appear. The god-killing eagles circle the sky. No wonder there's sudden fire and a beast stampede. Looks like that flying beast is trying to force us out of hiding. They all retreat inside. Based on the fire's intensity and wind direction, the flames probably won't reach us here. Let's just lay low, wait for the beast tide to pass, and figure it out later. Meanwhile, the black-haired guy loses patience. Captain, it's been almost 2 days. Who exactly are we ambushing? Now pay attention. This is where it gets crazy. Yan Ping smokes his cigarette. A guy named Zhang Ping, an infinite tier awakener. The blue-haired guy is shocked. Infinite tier? His registered power is called the contract gem. The outside world basically considered it a completely useless trash tier ability, but he easily wiped out Huang San's group with just one secret move. And get this, Yan Ping adds that his body can literally turn into blood and water. It's totally bizarre and unpredictable. Plus, he has an escape technique that's practically impossible to track. The guy in the tree asks, counting the contract gem, doesn't that mean he has 5 different abilities? Yan Ping mutters, that might just be the tip of the iceberg with this kid. He warns them dead serious. As an infinite tier awakener, heaven only knows what other insane hidden tricks he's got up his sleeve. So if he actually shows up outside the training zone, do not take him lightly. Stay sharp and never underestimate him, or you're going to lose your lives. Back with our crew, after his wind listening spell ends, Zhang Ping looks dead serious. Cece, they really did set up an ambush team outside. She asks him, how many are there? He holds up 2 fingers. The spell's feedback wasn't perfectly clear. I can't get an exact number, but there are at least 2 peak tier awakeners. Lai Xian ponders for a second. On a good day, I could probably take out 2 peak tier awakeners all by myself. Zhang Ping smirks, fully confident. I could probably handle one too, but Bai Day is skeptical. Zhang Ping, are you actually sure you can fight a peak tier awakener? He's about 70% sure, answering honestly. Even though I'm only at the mid-tier awakening level right now, my appraisal skill lets me read the enemy's exact status. Unless we run into an absolute powerhouse like Master Feng, anyone else won't be a huge problem. He reminds the team, once the stampede ends, I'll scout how many peak tiers they have. For now, let's take turns on night watch. Rest up and save our energy. They all nod in agreement. Sounds good. Early the next morning, he and Cece are fast asleep from total exhaustion. You saw this coming, right? Chu Zhang runs in yelling, big trouble. They all rush outside, completely stunned by the scene. Ping makes a quick guess. Last night, that firebird completely destroyed the surrounding forest. If we want to reach the training zone now, we literally have to cross this scorched wasteland. Zhang Ping rubs his chin. That beast is actually pretty smart. Shibai walks up. That's the only path to the training zone. We cannot avoid it. He turns to ask Zhang Ping. I estimate it'll take us half a day to cross. Zhang Ping, can that lantern of yours hold up? He replies dead serious. I'm not totally sure. The lantern's durability is drained, and it won't last much longer. He pulls the lantern out. With great power comes great responsibility. Guess you're relying on me. Bai Day grabs his shoulder, praising him. With great power comes great responsibility. Well said. Lai Xian smiles. I never expected you to be so philosophical. I'll remember that quote. Someday, we should engrave it on the sign of Master Feng's hall. But Zhang Ping's face is just awkwardly blank. Who knew stealing a quote from a movie in my past life would work? Inside, the Zhao brothers overhear it. With great power comes great responsibility. They lock eyes and repeat it. With great power comes great responsibility. Yanhu thinks deeply. The village never treated us like humans, just tools. But Zhang Ping, facing dead ends, still tried his absolute best to save us. Even though we were enemies, he still respected us. Yan Long agrees completely. At first, I thought he was just weird, but now it seems he's actually a genius. Zhang Ping becomes their ultimate idol. With great power comes great responsibility. Suddenly, everyone stares at the Zhao brothers. What are you two doing? Yanhu rushes to the group. I have a way. Boss Zhang Ping, I know how to help you. Yan Long bows down, begging desperately. Please give us a chance. We will follow you. He places a hand on his chest. I, Zhao Yinlong, swear to follow Lord Zhang Ping forever. If I betray you, let lightning strike me. Yanhu drops to his knees. Me too. They both bow completely flat before Zhang Ping and the others. Boss Zhang Ping, I am willing to swallow your gem. To prove my absolute loyalty, I'll swallow it too. From now on, we will only listen to your commands and no one else. Ping smirks. I'm curious. Why this sudden loyalty? What do you and I make of this twist? Stick with me here. And Ganhu desperately begs, Boss Zhang Ping, you risked absolutely everything to save our lives. If we cannot stay by your side, we would be betraying your kindness. Ngan Long bows his head too. You are completely worthy of our trust, and even more worthy to follow. Zhang Ping just stares at them. The two brothers keep on kissing up, nodding in total agreement. If we go back to the Holy Ancestor Village, we will just be lifelong tools. So we are following you, boss. Even if it costs our lives, zero regrets. Hearing this, Zhang Ping quickly tells them to stand up. Hold on with the loyalty oaths. First, I need to know something. How many people have you two killed in the past? Were there any innocent victims dragged into it? They answer honestly. The people who died by our hands were all enemies from other villages who insulted the Holy Ancestor Village. I cannot judge if they were innocent. But they died because of their own choices, and I only killed 2 guys. They were from the Chu family, absolutely full of sins and totally merciless. Zhang Ping hesitates, his tone suddenly getting super awkward. Those other villages, are not they basically savages? In the war against the Holy Ancestor Village, you really cannot tell who is more innocent. Grudges blur right and wrong. He then summons 2 glowing blue gems and warns them, you guys need to think this through. Watch closely now. These contract gems are ridiculously overpowered. Once you accept, there is no turning back. Are you totally sure? Without hesitation, the brothers shout together, "We have made up our minds." Zhang Ping watches them, deep in his own thoughts. Since eating these level 9 and 10 gems did nothing for me before, I might as well use them for this contract. Thrilled, the brothers grab the gems and instantly swallow them. A massive surge of energy erupts, and the system suddenly chimes in. Contract formed with summoned beast Enganlong. Contract formed with summoned beast Nganhu. Fully energized, the brothers bow respectfully to Zhang Ping. From now on, we will walk through fire for you, boss. Loyal until the very end. Seeing this, he just laughs and shakes his head. No need for all this drama, just treat me like a normal friend. We are all on the same team, no special treatment needed. Nganhu replies, "We get it, boss." Zhang Ping asks, "You mentioned having a way to help us earlier. What is the plan?" The brothers bow, asking everyone to wait just a minute while they head out. They blast off like absolute rockets. Bakduk stares in total shock. Is there something wrong with those two? Seems pretty foolish. Can we actually trust them? Lai Tian watches them go, guessing what is happening. Fanatics act exactly like these two brothers. Do they seriously view Zhang Ping as a god now? Tuyet Teep stands there super confused. Seriously, how did it even come to this? Thu Trung steps up and questions him. Zhang Ping, did you use some kind of mind control? Judging by their vibe, they are basically worshipping you right now. Zhang Ping frowns immediately. No way. If I actually had mind control powers, I would definitely pick CC or Tuyet Teep over two grown men. Tuyet Teep sighs and calls him out. So you have been targeting me this whole time, Thu Trung frowns, thinking hard. I know what you are thinking. They are male twins. Realizing how that sounds, he panics. Wait, do not misunderstand me. It is not like that. Suddenly feeling a tremor, Zhang Ping asks what is happening. The brothers ride in on a massive lizard, cheering loudly. Though Bak suddenly appears. That is an earth-burrowing lizard. Using its power, we can bypass a huge chunk of this territory. Thu Trung laughs with pure excitement. We can dodge the Chu family ambush and sneak straight into the trial zone. Though Bak objects seriously. Not quite. The mountain ancestor is a king-tier beast, so this lizard will never dare go near that area. Zhang Ping observes it, then gives the order. Let us move out. We will handle everything else after we destroy the divine bird. He is already picturing the whole squad riding on the lizard. A gentle breeze scatters the leaves. Nganlong explains the lizard's limits, saying this is as far as we can ride it. The earth lizard absolutely refuses to move forward. Frustrated, Zhang Ping says, then have it make a few more trips to carry everyone else. Though Bak scans the area from the cliff, past this canyon is the training ground, making it the absolute perfect ambush spot for enemies. We are super close to the training zone now. Start handing out the morning glories to everyone. Cici quietly hands out the flowers. Zhang Ping asks her for 2 extra ones, saving them for seniors, Diep and Tu, just in case. Cici turns and asks him, "Are you worried the Chu family might have even stronger experts waiting to ambush us?" Zhang Ping replies confidently, "Not just them, but I expect the divine bird to crash the party too. We will definitely need both seniors working together to handle that threat." Hearing this, Bakduk is a little confused. Did not we already toss that stupid bird away? Zhang Ping pats Thu Trung's shoulder. Even though the Chu family cannot fully control the divine bird right now, we can never ignore potential threats. Who knows what hidden tricks they have left? Being careful never hurts. Lai Tian nods in agreement. Zhang Ping makes total sense. Bakduk thinks it over. But if the Sun Divine Bird attacks, even if those 2 seniors were at their absolute peak power, they still could not stop it, especially while recovering from injuries. Zhang Ping's eyes shine with ultimate confidence. Relax, I already have a plan. Just because we could not win before, you and I both know entering the trial zone changes absolutely everything. Across the cliff, an eagle dives toward the crowd. The path ahead is unknown. Lak Vai and Hua Kiet guide the injured and non-combatants to the nearest safe house. Stick with me. We are diving straight into an epic ambush. An eagle's eyes glow, reflecting their shadows. A purple-haired woman whispers coldly. Captain Zhang Ping and his crew are gearing up just ahead. They are very close. Dien Bin steps from the shadows with a super smug grin. Their luck really is not half bad. To think they survived the sun god bird's pursuit. But honestly, that lucky streak is about to be brutally cut short. He barks an order. Everyone get ready, the massacre is about to begin. Meanwhile, outside the training zone, Zhang Ping takes the lead. He warns them. They might be ambushing us nearby. Stay alert. Suddenly, a pack of brown bears shows up. Zhang Ping yells, "Watch out!" Bak Duke immediately glares, taking a defensive stance. A brown bear charges. Bak Duke dodges and delivers a brutal punch right to its face. Zhang Ping is totally confused. Is this thing a rat or a bear? What a weird power. After watching it, Bakduk realizes it is some kind of freaky demonic hamster bear. Its strength totally beats normal enhancement awakeners. If your physical stats are low, you seriously should not fight this thing head on. Otherwise, you will get wrecked. Thu Chung points up, absolutely panicking. Look there, the mountain ancestor appears. Everyone is stunned. Is that the mountain ancestor? It is gigantic. I honestly thought the mountain ancestor was some majestic giant beast, but it turns out it is just a massive toad. Meanwhile, Tam Shich sneaks in, quietly scouting the area. Standing before a massive castle, he calls out, Master Feng! Lai Tian looks up, confused. I see him. Should we give him a little welcome gift? Tam Shich nods. My thoughts exactly. Instantly, Lai Tian counterattacks. He is completely caught off guard. Crap, we are spotted. Zhang Ping suddenly rushes in. Trying to call for backup? You will not get that chance today. The system records the hit, adding 30 underworld fog points. Tam Shich frowns. Dealing damage with the war sickle actually restores his special energy. It looks like I really need to figure out the true way to use this weapon. Now watch closely. The system panel displays the total underworld fog energy. Tam Shich flexes his full power. 1,000 points equals 10,000% strength. Combat power jumps 10,000 times. Offense, defense, transformations. It is a crazy power spike. Meanwhile, the woman beside Dien Bin reports, Luke is dead. He walks to the cliff, eyes full of sick excitement. Looks like they noticed the ambush. They are challenging us. Tam Shich, drop the manners, go return the favor. Instantly, Tam Shich charges with a wicked grin. Since you are so eager to die, I will gladly help. He rushes in with a newly summoned razor-sharp blade. Aiming straight at Zhang Ping's group, he throws it. Eat this strike from the boss. Zhang Ping just smirks, still too green. He instantly counters the magic right back at Tam Shich. Perfect time to test this underworld fog skill. Minus 50 points. And just like that, Zhang Ping's power completely crushes Tam Shich's heavy attack. He mocks him. Is that it? Humiliated, Tam Shich goes absolutely insane. He is just a mid-level awakener, yet he blocked my full power strike? He actually has some serious skills. Zhang Ping's crew approaches, hearing the enemy's mock. Is this the unlimited rank power guy? Dien Bin strolls up. We must kill him before he fully matures. Hearing this, Zhang Ping starts putting the pieces together. Appraisal successful. Zuo Xiangming panics seeing Dien Bin appear. The guy holding the black knife is Ma Ban. Need my help? Zhang Ping replies helplessly. No, senior, just stay hidden. I have a plan. He scans the enemies and forms a strategy. There are 3 peak awakeners there. I will take on one of them myself. Master Feng takes 2. The other 6 high-tier guys are all yours. Cece, does that sound good? She nods in agreement. If we cannot win this fight, then our clearing team is seriously pathetic. Everyone, when we get back, training is going to double. Dien Bin puffs on his cigarette, mocking them. Just Tu Kong Bak alone made our Chu family suffer so much. Let's pause for a second. If this unlimited rank kid actually awakens, the whole situation is going to get completely out of hand. He orders the woman, no mercy. Summon the sun god bird immediately. She nods. Understood. Dien Bin charges first, shouting commands to everyone. Listen up, one goal only. Kill Zhang Ping at all costs. Understood. Seizing the moment, Zhang Ping charges forward to face him head-on. Engage. An absolutely brutal battle erupts, with Dien Bin locking all his attacks squarely onto Zhang Ping. The woman supports from behind. Spirit of the blazing flame, heed the call. A massive power gathers in the sky, tearing through the air and incinerating everything she points at. From total darkness, light is born. Energy gathers and forms the sun god bird. Long live the bird. Dien Bin clashes violently with Zhang Ping, his face twisting into a sinister, savage grin. Sensing the perfect moment, he barks out, Everyone fall back. Cece instantly recognizes it. It is the divine bird. Zhang Ping stands there, totally confused. Didn't that bird lose control? How did they summon it? The bird blasts blinding energy. Zhang Ping screams, Everyone be careful. As it attacks, Zhang Ping is stunned. These absolute lunatics actually called it out. But wait, this divine bird is not in a rampaging state. He sees Dien Bin's squad completely unharmed. Why isn't it attacking them? A crazy, reckless idea sparks in his head. He turns and sprints straight at Dien Bin. Dien Bin readies his sword. You want to die! He swings with zero hesitation. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Dien Bin spots something weird and roars, Get back! Right then, a massive, terrifying explosion detonates right in front of him. Dien Bin jumps back, mocking. Thinking you're smart. Zhang Ping smirks. Feeling is mutual. Aren't you afraid it dies here? Dien Bin sneers, "It is the Chu family's beast. You die first." And that is where we leave it. Wild cliffhanger, right? Seeing things go south, Zhang Ping barks an order. "Everyone group up. We are switching to Plan B." He summons the Gem of the King and signals the two seniors. "Stick to the strategy." Let's dive right in. The team instantly shifts to the backup plan. "Understood. System alert. The Gem of the King is active." Right then, Zhuo Xiangming charges in, screaming at the divine bird. "You stupid chicken, your fight is with us." Dien Bin is absolutely floored. "Zhuo Xiangming, aren't you supposed to be dead?" Zhuo Xiangming just grabs the bird's neck. "I will deal with you later." The whole area goes dead silent. The woman panics. Captain, Zhang Ping, and his entire crew just vanished. While Zhuo Xiangming brawls the divine bird, Dien Bin finally gets it. What? They actually used the classic lure, the tiger tactic. He instantly orders his squad. "Move, they could not have gotten far." "Yes, sir." Dust clouds choke the forest while Zhang Ping leads the escape. Over here, just about 10 more trees. CC trails behind, seriously worried. "Last time, all of us combined could not scratch that divine bird. Can those two seniors really hold it off on their own?" He just smirks, completely unbothered. "Do not sweat it. I already planned for this." The mountain ancestor is an insanely territorial mutant beast. If it senses a massive threat like the divine bird, it will snap. The seniors already packed the morning glory flowers. So, they just need to stall until the mountain ancestor shows up. Then the flowers do their magic. Watch closely here. If they trigger this massive monster turf war, they get out alive. But Cece asks, what about the investigators? If they interfere, will the plan still work? Zhang Ping already calculated that too. "I purposely steered the divine bird toward their squad, and the bird just kept attacking them. Their entire investigation team had to scramble away. That proves they have zero control over this beast. They must be using some kind of trick to block its perception. That is the only reason the bird is not locking onto them right now. They are just watching from the sidelines because they know jumping in would only make things way worse for them." He pushes the pace. "Whatever happens, they will catch up soon, so keep moving." Meanwhile, a guy hands Dien Bin something. "Captain, their auras are completely gone. We lost them." Dien Bin pieces it together. To hide a top-tier expert this fast, they must be using the Chu family's Nightingale lantern. That is the only way. But they only have one lantern. How the hell did Zhang Ping conceal so many people? Dien Bin scoffs coldly. "Forget it. I have my own way to handle this." The woman hesitates. "Captain, that thing has brutal side effects on your body. Are you really going to use it?" The guy totally agrees. "Yeah, Captain. Zhang Ping only has Feng Lai Tian left as a top-tier awakened. We do not need to go that far." Dien Bin cracks the box open and growls. "Since when do I need you two worrying about me?" He barks at them. "If Zhang Ping escapes into the trial zone, are you going to take the blame? You saw that too, right?" The subordinate hesitates, but the captain swallows that magic pill whole. Instantly, a violent reaction hits him. Raw power melts down, wrapping around his entire body. Gritting his teeth in agony, he roars, "Release all reserve souls!" A massive swarm of spirits bursts out. "Evil Calamity Womb, 3,000 Wraith Souls." Dien Bin issues his dark command. They can hide their aura, but they can never mask their soul traces. "We follow the Wraiths, yes sir." In no time, the Wraiths track down Zhang Ping's exact location. He looks up, completely shocked. "What is this? Why does it feel exactly like my nether mist?" He quickly realizes they are Wraiths and blasts them back. Lai Tian steps up too, destroying the incoming spirits. First zombies, now Wraiths. Why are their tactics so dirty? Right then, Dien Bin's underlings arrive. "Let us see where you run now." They immediately launch a heavy assault. The raw power shoots at Lai Tian, but he barely dodges. Checking the energy burn, Lai Tian is shocked. That guy's strength is no joke. The woman then blasts at Zhang Ping's crew. "Go to hell!" Flames completely swallow Zhang Ping and Lai Tian. As the fire clears, the woman hears a voice. "Little girl, decent firepower." Lai Tian steps out looking epic. "Thanks for warming up my undying Crimson Phoenix body." Undying Crimson Phoenix body, Phoenix Flame form, Fire Eater, Flame Devourer. Seeing this, the two enemies are absolutely stunned. My flames did absolutely nothing? Just how many broken abilities is Zhang Ping hiding? Right on cue, Dien Bin steps up from behind them. "You two, go handle the other trash." He reveals a terrifying new combat form. "As for Zhang Ping, I will butcher him myself." Seeing him, the Wraiths immediately swarm back to his side. He summons another wave of destructive power. "Beast King Martial Arts, Fallen Tree Cone," the woman calls out. "His power completely counters mine. You take this fight." The guy nods. "Understood." The duo splits up. Dien Bin hurls his massive new power straight toward Lai Tian. Lai Tian charges, swinging hard against the destruction wave, but it is useless. A shard forms on the mace. Completely pinned down, Lai Tian winces. This shard actually pierced my body. Taking advantage, the young guy grips his weapon and rushes straight at Lai Tian. He presses his blade right against Lai Tian's neck. Gritting his teeth, the senior smirks. Not bad, kid. You pack a punch. Let us play. Meanwhile, the wraiths keep swarming the squad. Cece and the others fight hard to wipe them out. The woman strolls up, smirking at the chaos. She charges an attack at Cece. Taste this! An explosion blasts behind Zhang Ping. He screams, Cece! Dien Bin strikes. Still worrying about others? But our guy dodges effortlessly. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Stick with me, because you and I are about to witness absolute madness. Dien Bin violently charges forward, roaring for Zhang Ping to die. But our MC smartly dissolves into water, easily dodging the lethal attack. Seeing his signature move fail, Dien Bin is completely furious. Why is this dude acting completely unhinged from the very start? Could this insane frenzy be driven by some kind of hidden power? Is that dark armor actually dominating his mind right now? The glowing eye on his body suddenly flares up with an eerie light. Right after, a phantom soul shoots straight toward Zhang Ping at lightning speed. It actually has its own consciousness. Seriously, what the heck is this nightmare creature? Looks like escaping right now is basically impossible. Zhang Ping immediately launches a brutal counterattack, spending 200 missed points in a flash. Dien Bin instantly summons a brand new skill, the Crimson Gem. Refusing to back down, Zhang Ping triggers his own lethal strike, activating Martial Pact and unleashing Cece's wild water elements. He is quickly blasted by a relentless, violent barrage of water. Meanwhile, the system screen flashes Fear War Scythe, missed reserves at 760 out of 1,000. Zhang Ping is briefly stunned. Why did that hit land so easily? He keeps up the furious combo, realizing something crazy. This guy is not even trying to defend himself. Could his body be restrained by some twisted curse, and now he is suffering a massive backlash? Suddenly, an urgent voice echoes right in his ear. Run away, Zhang Ping! He freezes in pure shock. That definitely sounded like Luo Qingyu's voice. Looking at his wildly fluctuating stats and the terrifying enemy ahead, pure panic rises in Zhang Ping's chest. That was definitely Luo Qingyu's voice just now. Could she be trapped inside that thing? And what exactly is that freaky eyeball? Why does it keep radiating such an overwhelming aura of pure terror? Here is the part you and I need to watch carefully. He activates the appraisal skill, and the system instantly plays a flashback. A little girl stands crying at the edge of a pit, hugging her mom. Mom, I am so scared. The desperate woman hugs her daughter tight, trying to comfort her. Do not be scared. I will protect you. Everything will be okay. One of the captured people could not hold back and screamed, "You Chu family remnants! The 3 major teams of Mingzhou City will never let you get away with this." The guard violently kicks him down into the pit, shouting, "Shut your mouth." Fook Tam calmly reports, "Sir, everything is fully prepared." Dien Bin pulls back his hood and immediately gives the cold order. It is time. Begin the ritual. The subordinate obediently yells yes. The young man at the bottom finally sees their faces clearly and stammers in pure horror. "Oh my God, Captain Ma Diet, you guys are the investigation team." They do not say a single word, just slamming their hands onto the magic array on the ground. The circle around the pit instantly glows bloody red. The group below immediately senses the deadly danger approaching. What is that? What in the world is happening? The terrifying tremors under his feet make him jump in panic. The tight space is now completely flooded with agonizing screams. "Help us! Somebody help!" The little girl clutches the woman tightly, sobbing loudly for her mom. Meanwhile, the strongest guy from earlier is still using his final breaths to curse them out. "What exactly do you want to do? Why are you treating us like this? Let us out!" But the ghostly spirits diving down from above completely choke off his words. What the hell is this nightmare? Ultimately, every single one of them gets buried alive in this horrifying hellish pit. The crater closes, sealing their agonized screams inside forever. Once everything is perfectly set, it morphs into that glowing, blood-red eye. Countless wronged souls furiously tear into Dien Bin's body. They merge into the level 34 Eye of Resentment. Born from countless spirit ghosts sealed by the evil scorpion, it is an absolute nightmare to look at. Hatred as deep as the ocean, cruelty like a tidal wave. The dark eye radiates a freezing aura that swallows souls, dragging the dead into an endless loop of suffering. The spirits trapped here used to be innocent people, now crystallized into endless biting resentment. The earthly sins reflected in this eye are as deep as the darkness itself, totally bottomless and full of sheer despair. Having witnessed this entire horrifying process, Zhang Ping finally understands exactly what is going on. This crazy eye actually has its own level, just like mist essence. Could it also be a parasitic entity? He quickly grabs his radio. Sorry, Captain, I have to change our original plan. The person on the other end instantly explodes in anger. What the hell are you trying to do? Everyone is fighting hard to create an opening for you. Stop wasting time messing around with him. Zhang Ping calmly pops a magic stone into his mouth and replies, I know what you and I are both thinking, no mercy for this monster. Right as the system announces the Jade King effect boosting his contracted beast, he rubs his aching neck and makes a deadly vow. I am going to execute him right here. Without hesitating for a single second, Zhang Ping swings his war scythe and launches the first strike. Dien Bin reflexively raises his massive blade to block. The old man's brutal counterattack carries terrifying pressure, easily knocking Zhang Ping several feet away. Before our MC can even recover his senses, Dien Bin fires off another massive shockwave of energy. While Zhang Ping scrambles to get his footing, his enemy charges in with the greatsword for a lethal ambush. Every single heavy slash from Dien Bin cracks the solid ground wide open. Zhang Ping desperately dodges, questioning the insane situation. Did this guy really get an all-around massive buff after transforming into this monster? He decides to trade 500 missed points for a 5,000% attack boost. Hovering mid-air, Zhang Ping quickly calculates his next move. A 5,000% boost should be more than enough to handle this mess. With his math done, he swings the scythe at lightning speed. Just as expected, this insane hit finally deals some real damage to his opponent. Zhang Ping lands smoothly on the ground while his mind is still racing. Thanks to the Jade King, I can control two abilities at the exact same time and even fuse them together into something stronger. The gemstone acts just like a smelting furnace, allowing completely different powers to perfectly merge together. Watching his thoroughly confused opponent, an epic new concept suddenly clicks in Zhang Ping's head. This is the ultimate fusion between the water mist and the fire eater. He glances at his blazing stat screen and silently names this brand new technique, Black Flame. Zhang Ping ruthlessly blasts it right into what he knows is the fatal spot. That freaky eyeball is definitely his weak point. In a flash, he completely gouges the dark eye straight out of Dien Bin's body. The second Zhang Ping crushes it, the system pops up with a celebration. Over-leveled kill of the Eye of Resentment. But honestly, this result does not make him too happy. Taking down the Eye of Resentment gave me an instant breakthrough, finally pushing me into the ranks of high-level Awakened. Sure enough, a second later, the system adds a new alert. Jade King has unlocked the side effect limit, but the user cannot absorb any more new abilities from it. Zhang Ping spreads his arms wide, feeling the intense changes in his body. With this level up, the default ability went straight to the gemstone. It seems choosing your power during the mid-level breakthrough is super critical. No wonder I could not get new abilities from the gem lately. This must be the true evolutionary path up to the absolute highest tier. If I want a new skill, I can still use the xenograft, so this does not really affect me much. While he is deep in thought, Dien Bin has actually morphed back into his human form. He heavily leans on his greatsword to keep from collapsing, but his mouth is still talking trash. I never expected this thing to evolve to such an insane level. Yet right after saying that, Dien Bin flashes a sickeningly evil grin. But even so, do not even dream of walking away alive. He growls out a deadly warning. The Eye of Resentment has completely broken free from my control now. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping only has one single question echoing in his head. Where in the world is Luo Qingyu's soul right now? Seeing him stay silent, Dien Bin just keeps screaming. A disaster you cannot even imagine is coming, so just wait for your doom. Despite the crushing pressure, Zhang Ping's eyes are locked on finding one specific shadow. Seeing the vengeful spirits charging forward, he panics. No way. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, the last wave isn't finished, but more are swarming in. An unexplainable feeling creeps up the aura of these souls feels totally wrong, completely different from the ones before. Zhang Ping is still over here desperately fighting off the resentful spirits, but suddenly he yells out in total shock. No, I can't feel a single thing. Suddenly, something strange smashes right into his face. In a flash, he gets teleported to a completely unknown place. Looking around, where the hell is this? The sky is choked with thick, heavy smoke. From behind him, a figure sprints over like a total maniac. Help! Save me! A terrified man is being chased down by a pack of wolves, screaming, Is anyone even there? Somebody help me! The man literally phases right through Zhang Ping's body, still screaming for his life. Zhang Ping's eyes go wide in shock as it finally clicks, these are spirits. The man's spirit suddenly faceplants hard into the dirt. Right then, a sharp, piercing pain shoots directly through Zhang Ping's chest. The agony gets worse by the second, making his face turn completely pale. What in the world is happening to him? Why is he sharing this spirit's exact pain? The phantom reaches out, trying to summon some kind of magic. At that exact moment, Zhang Ping feels a deep, throbbing agony violently ripping through every single cell of his body. After violently struggling for a moment, he painfully realizes the absolute truth. Some insane soul magic just dragged him right into this twisted nightmare. Could this place actually be their final memories? Trapped forever with the raw, unfinished agony they felt right before death? His chest hurts like it's being viciously crushed. What is this? Outside, his teammates are fighting a desperate, bloody battle. Shou Zhang groans in misery. Director Feng, my body. Zhang Ping's eyes snap wide open in realization. Is this the true, terrifying power of the evil eye? After wrestling with endless pain, he lies completely paralyzed on the ground. The spirits keep rushing in, attacking him relentlessly. Now you're going to want to see this trembling in absolute agony. He actually drags himself up. What the hell is coming next? Seeing endless angry spirits completely surrounding him, he shakes his head in total disbelief. No! He bows down, desperately begging them, please, stop, just don't. He spots a spirit brutally attacking Jingjiao and screams in pure terror, stop it right now. But the phantom completely ignores his warning, lunging straight forward to violently strike her down. Zhang Ping's body is in absolute agony, like his flesh is being ripped apart inch by bloody inch. Tears blur his vision as blind rage takes over. You absolute bastard. He stands there, furious, screaming at the top of his lungs. You piece of trash, I can take you any time. He steps forward, reaching out to violently grab the spirit's leg. But then it hits him hard. He literally can't touch these spirits at all. Making him experience her exact pain with his own two eyes? Is this some kind of twisted karma? Jingjiao's spirit appears, looking deeply lost in thought. He forces himself to stand back up. Senior was absolutely right. Right before dying, she actually used her powers to separate her soul from her body. Zhang Ping takes slow, heavy steps toward Jingjiao, watching helplessly as his own body gets devoured. Talk about absolute despair. Looking at her with soft eyes, he reaches out to gently touch her shoulder. Even though I finally found your soul, I still can't save you. I'm so incredibly sorry for completely failing to keep my promise to you. But strangely enough, this time, his hand actually brushes against Jingjiao's face. He freezes, completely stunned, like he can't believe his own eyes. Patting her shoulder, a wild mix of confusion and sudden joy hits him hard. Wait, I can actually touch you? A crazy thought sparks in his mind. Her soul didn't just vanish into thin air, but because she completely overused her powers, she turned into a lost wanderer. If this place is truly the spirit world, then she absolutely has to be a living soul, exactly like him. This magic circle looks exactly like the demonic array from before. Is Ma Bin trying to use these wandering souls combined with the raw energy of us living humans? Because if this is truly the spirit world, she must be a living soul, just like him. He immediately starts gathering his raw power. If he gets sucked into that thing, he won't even have a single chance to fight back. He looks at Jingjiao with deep emotion. I know what you're thinking. Is he really going to risk it all? Yes, he can't fail. He must form a contract with her. I have to stop her from sinking deeper. Zhang Ping and the other spirits are suddenly dragged violently toward the array's massive pit at absolutely terrifying speed. Countless souls are sucked straight up into the glowing circular array and just vanish instantly. Reacting fast, Zhang Ping slams magic chains deep into the ground to rigidly anchor his body, screaming out with extreme urgency echoing in his voice. Su Jingjiao, listen to me. He grabs her hand super tight, desperately trying to wake her up. You are not one of these lost souls. You are not dead yet. Please, wake up right now. His loud voice echoes through the chaos, full of frantic panic and heartbreaking emotion. Did you completely forget your own dream? You wanted to join the defense patrol so badly. To protect your family. Don't tell me you forgot. Jingjiao slowly flutters her eyes open, whispering in total confusion. Dream? But right as he brings up her past memories, his magical anchor chains start violently cracking and shattering. You hoped that our future selves could fight together for the exact same belief. Despite the deadly danger, he grips her hand even tighter and screams fiercely. Every single time we turned things around in absolute despair, wasn't it because you were always protecting me? He grinds his teeth, flexing every muscle until his body turns rigid, fighting to drag her closer. Suddenly, he pulls out a shiny bead, flashing her a bright smile. Su Jingjiao, take this. Stop wandering around. That tiny bead instantly triggers a massive flood of old memories in her mind. Hey, Su Jingjiao, want some candy? Back then, she just frowned and flat out rejected him. Get lost. Who wants to be controlled by you? Jingjiao's eyes widen, staring intently at the glowing bead resting in his hand. Suddenly, she reaches out and actually grabs it. She gently brings the bead right up to her lips, and boom, the system instantly flashes a notification. Summoned Beast Su Jingjiao has successfully signed the contract. Zhang Ping quickly issues his very first command, his face extremely tense. I order you right now, stop the suction effect. Once it's done, Jingjiao suddenly collapses, completely passing out cold. A A short moment later, she groggily flutters her eyes open, looking around in utter confusion. Zhang Ping? Wait, is that really you? Seeing that half of his body is already buried deep inside the glowing magic circle, she panics and asks, "What the hell is going on?" He just gives her a bright, completely satisfied smile. "Thank God, you finally woke up." He watches the endless wave of lost spirits getting devoured by the massive array and explains, "It looks like this magic circle refines souls. Once it swallows you up, there's absolutely no way to escape." His voice suddenly gets super heavy with sadness. "I'm just glad I woke you up. At least we get to say a proper goodbye with zero regrets." But Jing Zhao brutally pinches his cheek, scolding him. "You absolute idiot, do not give up this early." Her reaction makes him smile on the inside. Only she could stay this ridiculously optimistic in a literal death trap. He gently closes his eyes and replies, "But no matter what happens now," seeing her pulling with all her might to drag him out of the deadly circle, he looks totally confused. "Wait a minute, how are you still standing outside the array?" Before he can even finish, she successfully yanks him free and violently hurls him down. Free falling at an uncontrollable, terrifying speed, his face instantly twists into a mask of pure, absolute panic. He violently slams into the ground, clutching his head in pain. "Man, he's injured bad. So where do you and I go from here? Trust me, you'll want to see. Let's dive right back into the madness." Our guy is grinning from ear to ear. "Shouldn't that have been a lot harder?" He laughs, suddenly realizing all his deadly injuries are completely healed up. Jing Zhao sounds super smug as she explains. No matter how strong an awakened one is, without soul-based powers, their mental growth hits a hard limit. But me? I've trained my soul since I was a kid. Now, I can literally mess with other people's souls. She keeps talking while he just stands there, totally stunned. "As long as your consciousness isn't fully erased, I can fix your soul no matter how shattered it gets." They both look up at the massive array glowing above. Jing Zhao explains its mechanics, how it attacks the soul directly, something normal people just can't fight off. "But for me, a piece of cake," she says. "That array traps souls, and it's literally feeding off their pure resentment to keep itself powered up." She stares at the spirits being slowly drained and sighs. "If we save these souls, the array will break. But pulling them out one by one? That's gonna take way too much time." Then, she flashes this wicked little smile. "Good thing I tied our souls together when I was healing you just now. Right now, you can borrow my soul power to interact with the others. Try using your dark fog to drag them all out at once." Instantly, his hand gets coated in this intense, borrowed soul energy. "Bet!" He smirks, summoning out dozens of massive chains ready to put on a show. "Let's untie these guys right now," he declares loudly. Now watch closely, because this gets wild. The magic chains shoot up with insane speed. Next thing we know, he's back in the forest, surrounded by fading spirits. But where is everyone else? His face instantly goes dark, but then Jing Zhao's voice rings out. "You really don't hold back." She is slumped on the ground, looking absolutely exhausted. "Just one move, and you drained so much of my energy. Just how crazy strong are you right now?" He rubs his head with an awkward smile. "Hey, you told me to yank them out all at once." Then his face lights up. "Welcome back. You're finally here in person." "Jing Zhao, you seriously kept us waiting." She laughs, looking super hyped. "I always knew you could pull this off." Suddenly, a burst of magic flashes from his storage bracelet. "Oh, right!" Jing Zhao completely panics as her physical body just materializes right in front of her. He points to it. "Here is the body I remade for you. Finally, it's time to actually use it." She looks a bit shy. "You really carried my physical body this whole time? I'm glad you didn't forget me, but it feels weird." She sits down next to it. "Actually, I was standing beside you the entire time. You just couldn't sense my spirit form." She explains that when he first remade the body, she tried to merge with it. But the new vessel totally rejected her soul energy, leaving her stuck like this. "My power lets my soul leave my body and attack people's minds, but I can't just forcefully hijack another physical vessel." She lists out her limits. "If I forcibly possess someone, their raw power will corrode me. My soul would be trapped in there forever, with zero way out." She looks totally frustrated and helpless. "Deep down, my subconscious thinks this remade body belongs to somebody else. That's why my soul keeps resisting it." He just claps his hands together, looking hyped. "Well, if that's the only issue, this is super easy." He immediately issues a master command. "I order you to recognize this body as your own. Go back." Instantly, her soul slides right into the vessel without any struggle. She slowly opens her eyes, looking completely dumbfounded. Touching her face, she stammers, "Wait, it was that simple? Was I just totally overthinking it?" "I know what you're thinking. Is he going to abuse this?" She hugs herself suspiciously. "You won't order me to do weird stuff later, right?" He aggressively looks away, totally flustered. How could I even do that? What kind of creep do you think I am? Meanwhile, Cece's group finally escapes that deadly array and pops back into reality. Lai Xian scowls, absolutely furious. Damn it, being trapped and totally helpless there was so frustrating. He crosses his arms, giving everyone a huge, relieved smile. It's a good thing she used her soul power to shatter that array. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it out safe. Jing Jiao puts her hands on her hips, super proud. Obviously, small stuff like that can't stop me. His eyes go wide with shock. If we all got back from the soul world, did Ma Bin's squad return too? Jing Jiao shakes her head. No need to worry. She explains the mechanics. An array like that usually needs multiple awakened fighters working together, but that guy sacrificed his own life to force it open, just to trap everyone. Too bad for him. He never expected I could break it, and he definitely didn't expect you to wake me up from my deep slumber. His tone turns dead serious. Those guys had a blood feud with your grandpa. Dying by your hand today? That's pure karma. Lai Xian checks the perimeter. The other enemies are wiped out too. Right now, there is nobody left who can stop us. Cece steps up, super curious. Is this Jing Jiao? How did she suddenly wake up? He hesitates to answer, suddenly freezing up as he notices something completely off in the distance. The ground violently shakes as heavy winds blow dust everywhere. Earthquake! Jing Jiao screams in panic. Cece runs forward, looking incredibly tense. These tremors. No, this feels wrong. There's something moving underground. Our boy's eyes widen with pure stress. Could it be? The massive divine bird is circling the sky, while the mountain ancestor slowly erupts from the earth, causing massive quakes. Wait, the mountain ancestor? Its gigantic body breaches the surface, triggering shockwaves. The divine bird gets furious and starts blasting it with fireballs, but the mountain ancestor just stands there, tanking everything like nothing. Its huge mouth bulges like it's chewing on something. Seconds later, it spits out trees and bizarre objects. The divine bird roars, finally getting the giant's full attention. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You will want to see this monster clash. Zhuo Xiangming watches from the bushes. This morning glory stuff actually works. Ye Changchun and the old man quickly rushed out of the area, heading straight toward Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping and the rest of the crew must be waiting for them. Let's dive right back into the madness. You and I, no time to waste. Meanwhile, Dou Ba quickly led Zhang Ping's group straight toward a massive deep pit. Eerie, glowing smoke poured out of it, looking absolutely terrifying. This was the entrance to the training grounds! Thu Trung gasped in pure shock. Wait, this is the entrance? He looked completely baffled. But where exactly is the actual door? Dou Ba confidently spoke up. What you see is just an illusion. Only Zhang Ping has the power to open the real entrance. But right now, he still needs a little bit of time to get things ready. Zhang Ping turned around to announce to the group. Perfect timing, guys. Everyone, take a break and rest up right here. Over on Sun To's side, they have already started making their move. Senior Diep Ye Changchun and Senior Zhuo Xiangming should be meeting up with us very soon. Luo Qingyu suddenly froze in absolute panic and disbelief. Wait, Zhuo Xiangming? Zhang Ping just laughed, looking super smug. Yep, that is your grandfather. He is the one who actually told me all about your abilities. He kept explaining. Because of that info, I was able to figure things out fast and pull you right out of that dark abyss. Now pay close attention here, because things are getting shady. Mysterious cloaked figures were secretly watching every single move Zhang Ping's group made. One of them coldly barked out an order. Keep a close eye on them. We cannot let our captain die for absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping just sat by a roaring campfire, casually prepping a huge dinner for everyone. He tossed a massive chunk of meat onto the grill, and that irresistible, mouth-watering smell filled the air. Right nearby, Lai Tian and Bak Duke were pushing themselves to the limit doing push-ups. They grunted seriously. Even when we are not actively fighting, we cannot afford to slack off on training. Lu Kan was literally acting as extra weight on Kimba's arms for push-ups. He just kept complaining in his head. Why do I always get dragged into this heavy workout stuff? But Kimba looked incredibly hyped, yelling out, Hell yeah! Meanwhile, Thu Trung looked like a literal dried-up mummy. He quietly crept up to where Zhang Ping was grilling the meat. His face was pale, purple, and completely lifeless as he reached out. So hungry. Got anything for me to eat? Zhang Ping jumped back, totally freaked out, and screamed. Holy crap, where the heck did this living zombie come from? Did Thanta village attack us already? Nganho stood right behind them and started mocking the guy. This zombie barely even has an aura. It is just pathetically weak. I would not take it even if you paid me. Ngan Long immediately joined in on the joke. Who is this absolute loser? How do you even forge a corpse this trash? Thu Trung totally collapsed onto the ground. His skin was super dry and wrinkled, with zero life left in him. A living zombie can at least move around. Me? I am basically just a dead corpse right now. Zhang Ping quickly handed him a huge piece of meat, instantly bringing a massive smile back to his face. All right, you worked hard, so eat up. Anyway, even if you used my pure bug body, it still would not make up for all the fat you just burned. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyu and the other girls were chilling inside the tent together. The dim yellow light made it super cozy. Man Ni leaned in, looking really curious. Oh right, I heard that Zhao Zhao and Zhang Ping used to be classmates. So, do you know Cici as well? Luo Qingyu looked over at Cici and smiled warmly. Back in school, Zhang Ping literally talked about senior Cici nonstop. I am so glad I finally get to meet you in person. Cici completely opened up and shared her side too. I actually left the orphanage before Zhang Ping even started school, so we totally lost touch after that. Man Ni immediately started teasing her, making her turn bright red from absolute embarrassment. Well, that basically means Cici got here way before you did. Luo Qingyu just burst into a bright, glowing smile. Honestly, no matter what happened in the past, we are fighting side by side from now on. So, I am really counting on you older sisters to help me out. That title completely caught Man Ni off guard. Tears literally welled up in her eyes. Older sisters? She was so confused and emotional, thinking to herself, everyone else always treats me like some helpless little kid, but today was totally different. She lunged forward and pulled Luo Qingyu into a massive, tight hug, instantly making a bold offer. Such a sweet little sister. Come join our cleanup crew. Big sister here promises to never, ever treat you unfairly. Suddenly, Zuo Xiangming's voice rang out right from outside the tent. Finally found you guys. Luo Qingyu's eyes went incredibly wide with pure shock as she realized. Wait, that is my grandfather's voice. Zhang Ping walked over right away to greet Zuo Xiangming and Ye Changchun. You two seniors must be absolutely exhausted. Did anyone get hurt out there? Yi Changchun slowly walked up and gave them the rundown. We are fine. That divine bird completely lost its mind and just started attacking blindly. It is probably still throwing down with Sun 2 right now. No time to worry about us. Hearing that, Zhang Ping let out a massive sigh of relief. Well, that is great news. Before he could even finish his sentence, Luo Qingyu came sprinting over from a distance, her face glowing with pure excitement. Grandpa! Zuo Xiangming's eyes widened in absolute shock and total disbelief. He pulled Luo Qingyu into a tight hug, even though his brain was still completely short-circuiting. Zhao Zhao, you actually woke up? He asked with a soft, shaking voice. Is it really you, Zhao Zhao? Zhang Ping quickly stepped in and broke down the entire crazy story for him. Ma Ban, no, we should call him Chudian. The array he forged actually pulled in all the wandering souls around here. So, Luo Qingyu's soul accidentally got dragged right into it. Zhang Ping's tone suddenly became super hyped and totally triumphant. Senior, you told me before. Luo Qingyu was not actually dead, but her soul was trapped in a sunken state. So, I grabbed that exact chance to pull her out of that deep abyss. You and I both know how crazy this sounds. Using the body I created for her, the girl standing right in front of you is the 100% real Luo Qingyu. Zuo Xiangming hugged Luo Qingyu even tighter. He completely lost control of his emotions, tears streaming down his old face. This is amazing. This is just so wonderful. Zhao Zhao. Tears were pouring down Luo Qingyu's sad, emotional face too. Grandpa, we all thought you were dead. Mom and Dad, they all. Zuo Xiangming spoke up, completely overflowing with heavy guilt and deep heartbreak. It was my mistake. I could not protect everyone. I am so sorry. If it was not for that absolute traitor, I would never have abandoned you all to face this terrible disaster alone. Then he whipped around, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage as he screamed, Where is Ma Ban? Where is that total scumbag right now? Luo Qingyu gently reached up to wipe away her tears. Do not worry, Grandpa. Zhang Ping explained everything to me. She proudly put her hands on her hips, flashing a genuinely joyful smile. He is dead. I already got revenge for you. Zuo Xiangming smiled softly, looking completely satisfied and at peace. Good girl. But suddenly, his eyes went totally blank. He slowly collapsed to the ground, whispering, Zhao Zhao, you have grown so much. Seeing him randomly collapse straight into the dirt, Zhang Ping's whole crew completely panicked and rushed over yelling his name. Grandpa! Senior 2! Old 2! Zhang Ping immediately fired up his inspection skill to check his vital status. He has got some serious internal damage, but it is not life-threatening at all. It is probably just extreme exhaustion from pushing himself way too hard. Everyone, please do not panic. He quickly propped Zuo Xiangming up and got ready to start the healing process. With severe injuries like this, I can only handle some really basic, simple treatments right now. So, it is definitely going to take a while for him to fully recover. Senior Deep, I will give you a full checkup in just a bit too. After that, You both can head right into the contract bag to rest and recover. Ye Changchun softly replied with a nod. All right, I will have to trouble you then, my young friend. Zhang Ping spoke up again after seeing how absolutely dead tired his entire team looked. He smiled warmly. Everyone, get some rest tonight. I will take the night watch, but trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Far away, Lao Bai's cloaked squad was watching them like hawks. Lao Bai, they are asleep. Should we strike now? Old Bai quickly stopped them. No way, didn't you see Zhang Ping keeping watch? We absolutely cannot underestimate his tricks. Stick with me here because the stakes are insanely high. Don't forget how our captain died. We don't even have a top tier awakened here. If we alert anyone else, we're completely dead. Another guy quickly reported in. Old Bai, headquarters just sent a few more people to help us out. Looking at their completely cold and indifferent faces, he kept talking. But honestly, these new guys look pretty weird. Since they got here, they haven't spoken a single word to anyone at all. Old Bai immediately laid out the plan for everyone. If the main family sent them, their combat power definitely isn't weak. But still, the smartest move for us right now is to use the 8-level trial grounds to slowly drain their strength and wear them down. After that, we can easily strike them from behind. Just remember this well, without my direct order, absolutely no one is allowed to make a reckless move. The next morning, Shibai shared some crucial info with Zhang Ping's group. There are 8 trial levels in this zone, and every single tier has its own unique challenges. These zones, in order, are the Poison Bug Rainforest, the Toxic Swamp, the Fire Scorpion Desert, the Wolf Pack Snowfield, Monster Island, Illusion Plain, Death Plateau, and the Heaven-Reaching Mountain. He then carefully warned them, you can only unlock the 8th level after completely clearing the first 7 tiers in this exact order. This is the hard rule I figured out back in the day. Since Zhang Ping is only at level 20, the actual trial difficulty shouldn't be too crazy for us. Plus, time inside moves 30 times slower than the outside world, so we can afford to take our time clearing the stages. Zhang Ping blasted a surge of energy straight into a sphere beneath the trial zone, while Shibai slowly continued giving his instructions to the group. One more thing to keep in mind, when there are this many people, everyone might actually see completely different scenes. Instantly, images of the inner trial grounds flashed onto the sphere. Shibai then added, if you want to enter a specific zone, just grab the person who sees that exact scene and send them inside first. Right after that, the rest of the group can follow them in. Cece spoke up about her vision. I see a rainforest. Shou Zong pulled out his binoculars to check and said, I see a rainforest too, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure if it really is one. Seeing everyone suddenly holding hands and completely ignoring what he just said, he let out a stunned cry. Hey, why are you guys so eager to hold hands without even thinking about what I just said? Luhan glanced back at him and teased. Looks like someone doesn't want to go. Perfect, you can just stay right here and play guard. After all, the captain said it wouldn't take long. Hearing that, Shou Zhang scrambled over in a complete panic. Wait for me, I haven't even gotten on board yet. He desperately grabbed Luhan's hand and confidently declared. Seriously, do you guys actually think I'm afraid of dying? Just wait until we get in there. You'll see me fight bravely, and I'm going to totally shock every single one of you. In an instant, the inner trial world engulfed them one by one. Seeing Zhang Ping's group moving deeper into that dimension, Shou Zhang frantically shouted out, Follow them! Don't let Zhang Ping get away! And just like that, they were all teleported straight into the exact landscape they had just seen inside the sphere. They stood in a dense rainforest, packed with lush green trees, but a heavy, gloomy fog hung thick in the air. Zhang Ping's group slowly walked down a middle path through the trees, murmuring in pure shock. Wow, this place actually is a real rainforest. It's totally different from the outside world. Honestly, damp air like this really makes you feel a lot closer to nature. Now pay attention, because the system is kicking in. A prompt appeared for the tropical rainforest zone. Clearance mission Hunt the Iba Bird Boss. Cece pointed straight at the notification board and yelled out, Everyone, look! Zhang Ping was genuinely surprised, thinking to himself, this place actually has a whole system for quest prompts? He looked completely puzzled and asked, Captain, what the heck is an Iba bird? I've never heard of that mutated beast before. Is it super rare like the heavenly frost fox? Shibai then shared his past trial experience. I'm honestly not sure either. Even though these trial zones are fixed, the actual content changes every single time. My target back in the day was the azure flame purple ring snake, a common mutated beast you could find absolutely anywhere. However, they are incredibly good at masking their scent. If you aren't paying close attention, spotting their tracks is almost impossible. He suddenly spoke up, kind of like those things right behind you guys. Out of nowhere, a massive swarm of snakes, big and small, appeared, completely surrounding Zhang Ping's group from all sides. Jing Jiao and Shou Zhang jumped back in sheer terror, looking like they were about to burst into tears. Yan Long quickly raised a hand to explain and calm everyone down. Everyone, don't worry. I'm actually the one who lured these snakes here. He then explained his master plan. My blood is a perfect match for snake-type mutated beasts, so when they sense my aura, they naturally react to it. This works out perfectly as a great chance to squeeze some useful information out of them. Yan Long slowly crouched down, rubbed the snake boss, and gently started to ask, "Good boy, you're the leader, right? Come on, tell me what the Iba bird is." "Oh, is that so? Well, that's such a huge shame." Yan Long touched his chin, looking completely helpless. "Well, they don't know either. Looks like we have to figure this out ourselves." Yan Hu instantly dropped a savage insult that made the snake boss furiously angry. "I know what you're thinking, bad idea to insult a monster. These snakes have brains smaller than almonds. What could you possibly ask them?" Instantly, the boss snake swelled into a massive giant, eyes glaring viciously, and growled, "Who did you just call small?" Yan Hu flinched in absolute terror and replied, "No, nothing at all. Big boss, I swear, please just let me go." Meanwhile, Jing Jiao's face suddenly turned incredibly pale and exhausted. "Why does my head hurt so much?" Man Ni immediately asked in a panic. "Jiao Jiao, are you okay?" Sensing poison mixed in the air, Zhang Ping covered his nose and warned the group. "Toxic gas!" CC frantically urged him. "Zhang Shoujiang, where are the gas masks? Hurry up!" Shoujiang slammed a hand against his stomach and channeled energy through his body. He used his fat belly tech skill to spit out a bunch of gas masks for everyone. CC and the others quickly snatched up the masks and slapped them on immediately. Zhang Ping put a hand on Jing Jiao's shoulder and cursed worriedly. "Damn it, my specific ability cannot cure poison." Jinba quickly materialized a tube of golden liquid and spoke up. "Here, use this. My golden blood is able to cure the poison." Zhang Ping gently replied to him. "Thanks a lot, big brother Jinba. Yan Long, go ahead and let these snakes lead the way. Let's find a safe spot first." So Zhang Ping's group stepped deeper into the forest, surrounded by dense spider webs spun everywhere. The boss snake slithered up front, leading the way for them to follow safely behind. Yan Long and Yan Hu sat right on top of its head to easily observe and scout out the area. Plenty of other smaller snakes slithered alongside them as an escort. Lu Han reached his hand out to push the fog away from his face and made an observation. "The thick fog around us has definitely thinned out a bit." Lai Xian looked genuinely surprised and replied, "Really? Why don't I feel any change in the air at all?" "That's where we leave it for now, classic anime logic." Lu Han answered, "That's just because your physique is insanely strong." Lai Xian threw up both arms to flex his massive muscles and cheered excitedly. "Let's dive right into this wild manhwa." "Told you, more training pays off." Lu Han brushes it off. Yeah. But then, Zhang Ping bends down, picking up a weird pinkish-red feather from the ground. He grabs it and looks up, completely stunned by the massive tree trunk right in front of them. "Wait, is this tree completely hollow inside?" Cece quickly inspects every single corner of the base, probably eaten away by bugs, she guesses. No wonder a massive tree like this ended up like that. It snapped. The rest of the wood rotted away ages ago. It had been left totally untended for so long that it just completely decomposed into nothing. Zhang Ping holds the strange feather up, asking, "Triu Enan Long, what kind of bird is this?" Ngan Long points a finger. They call this species the Thui Y. Zhang Ping stares hard at the feather, looking seriously conflicted. "Thui?" Cece immediately asks, "Are you suspecting this feather is connected to the Iba bird?" Using his golden vault skill, Zhang Ping instantly stores the feather inside his bracelet. "Hard to say right now. This area is huge. Definitely holds more than one bird species." The group turns around, sticking to Zhang Ping's game plan. "Let us just look around the area for now. We might just stumble upon some solid clues." Sunset quickly falls, painting the whole forest in this warm orange glow. But Zhang Ping and Ngan Long, they are still frantically hunting down other forest birds, desperate for any tiny clue. Meanwhile, Cece is quietly stalking near a lake, right where flocks of birds and a few swans are leaning down to drink. She suddenly unleashes her power, freezing the entire lake surface in a split second. Ice-piercing storm! A few birds freeze solid instantly, while the rest frantically flap away in pure panic. ECC's ice rapidly spreads, coating the lakeside bushes in white frost. Over in another dark corner of the forest, the rest of the crew is still busy hunting birds. Night falls. Zhang Ping's team finally starts a campfire, roasting meat for dinner and huddling up together to talk strategy. Thu Trung speaks up. "Didn't they say this mission was super easy? So why haven't we seen a single sign of the Iba bird?" Stuffing his face with meat, he acts sad. "So many innocent birds died. I really feel heartbroken for them." Cece, sitting right next to him, snaps back. "You literally did nothing. So why are you swallowing down fake emotions along with all that roast meat?" Right then, Truk Chao peeks quietly from a tree behind them. Thu Trung instantly denies it. Who said that? Without my gas mask, you'd all be poisoned by now. But watch closely here. Zhang Ping's sharp instincts kick in. Frowning, he yells, "You hiding over there! Come out! We already spotted you!" Kim Ba immediately goes on high alert. Is it an enemy? But Cece doesn't think so at all, doesn't really look like one. Thu Trung turns around looking totally dumbfounded. Wait, am I the only one who didn't sense anything? Man Ni slowly walks over to Truk Chow, asking gently, "Don't be scared. We mean zero harm. Where are you from? Why aren't you home this late?" Looking confused and awkward, Truk Chow stammers, "You guys?" Then she asks bluntly, "Are you warriors here to kill the Aba bird?" Zhang Ping's group surrounds her, watching her eat. He gently asks, "Little girl, what's your name? Where are you from?" Wiping her mouth, the girl hesitates before answering, "My name is Truk Chow. I am from Truk Nguyen village." Suddenly, Truk Chow bites her lip. Tears start streaming down. Sobbing, she recalls that horrible moment. "The Aba bird! They attacked our village. Everyone inside." Zhang Ping leans down, softly comforting her. "Do not be afraid. We are here to wipe them out completely. Take your time. Tell us everything so we can prepare." Truk Chow timidly continues, "Honestly, that was my very first time seeing them too. No, actually, my first time seeing their true form." She recalls how, months ago, a guy in the village brought home a beautiful woman from somewhere. Since then, this woman sang every single morning. Her voice had this irresistible dark magic to it. Gradually, villagers stopped working and hunting, just waiting around all day for her songs. Honestly, she did not notice anything weird at all until yesterday, when some strange fruit literally knocked her completely unconscious. When I woke up, I saw that woman's real face. It looked exactly like the Aba bird from our village's ancient legends. You and I know exactly where this goes. The lore says they appear as gorgeous women, using songs to control minds. Then, they drain those people's mental energy for food. I tried so hard to wake the others, but nobody reacted. Everyone was completely trapped in the Iba bird song, totally ignoring her frantic warnings. Then, my actions totally caught its attention. I ran away from the village in pure terror, but weirdly enough, it didn't chase me. And then I ran into you guys. Back to reality. Truk Chow softly continues. Legend says whenever the Iba bird appears, an outside warrior comes to slay it. I saw you holding its feather, so I guessed you're the warrior here to fight it. Zhang Ping rubs the feather, thinking. It feeds on mental energy, so it mimics humans. He speaks quietly. Based on your story, this bird's power is definitely mental-based. Right then, Luo Qingyu hums in agreement. I can definitely help everyone pinpoint the true form of the Aba bird, but we can't confirm if its song has other special effects yet. Zhang Ping stands, planning. Time is super tight. Truk Chow, lead the way. First, let us help you clear out the Iba bird in your village, using one as our benchmark. Then, using appraisal skills, we might score some major clues. Suddenly, it is morning at Truk Nguyen village. Zhang Ping's crew slowly enters while the girl loudly calls out, "Mom, Dad, I brought the warriors." Cece looks totally confused. Something is wrong, nobody is around. She murmurs blankly, "Normally, wouldn't the Iba bird start singing right about now?" Truk Chow looks down, worried. Where did everyone go? Then, she just sprints forward without hesitating. "Dad!" Zhang Ping and Man Ni instantly chase her. "Too dangerous, don't run." Truk Chow slowly pushes the iron gates open. But the moment she sees the scene inside, her face goes completely pale. Tons of Aba birds are hanging midair, their dead, white eyes rolled back. Now hold your breath for this part. Raspy shrieks echo through the dark room, making the air freezing cold. Suddenly, one bird snaps its jaw open, flashing razor-sharp teeth with a dry, crunching sound. Like a signal, every single one of them spreads their wings, flying around frantically while letting out these endless, ear-piercing screeches. "Come along with me." Dodging is useless now, it's a trap. Outside, everyone covers their ears in agony. What is that awful sound? Thu Trung clutches his head, screaming from the piercing noise. Suddenly, birds scatter everywhere outside. They lock their massive claws onto the paralyzed bodies and shoot straight up into the sky. Everyone screams in panic. "Iba birds!" Zhang Ping instantly channels crackling energy into his hands and dashes forward. Lai Tian leaps high into the air, screaming out. Don't even think about running. He unleashes rapid-fire attacks, blasting right through the wings of the AI Ba birds. Screeching in pain, the monsters drop their prey. Moving lightning fast, Zhang Ping uses his energy to catch the falling victim safely. Meanwhile, Lai Tian moves like an absolute blur. He dashes around, setting off explosive blasts that leave the monsters in total panic. But right in that second, one beast opens its giant jaw and shrieks directly in Lai Tian's face. The shockwave blasts him, slamming hard against the ground. Zhang Ping gets back up, charging his power again, but Cece rushes up and throws her hand out. Wait, Zhang Ping! She looks dead serious. These birds are way too cunning. This is a planned ambush. Everyone is already badly injured. If we rush in blindly, we are completely doomed. Just then, the young man resting on the giant snake speaks up. Don't worry, boss, Zhang Ping. I already asked the nearby snakes to track the flight path of those Iba birds. They told me these monsters are mutated beasts. Zhang Ping lowers his head, thinking hard. Makes sense humans don't introduce themselves as humans either. Time to check the stats. System appraisal. The system immediately pings. Appraisal, successful mutated beast. Male Aba bird. Zhang Ping nods to himself. Just as I thought, a mental type power. He turns back to explain. These things definitely use mental attacks. Luckily, the power of my contract gem gives me an incredibly strong mental defense. That shriek did absolutely nothing to me. Listen, the hatchlings can't move, so the parents capture prey alive to bring back to the nest. The villagers might still be breathing, just held captive. If we delay, they are dead. Now pay attention, this next part is crucial. Though Bach steps up with a grim voice, Zhang Ping, listen to me. The people in this trial zone, they are just creations of the ancient ruins, meant purely for training. Even their memories only exist for the awakened ones taking this test. The safest, smartest move is to wait until everyone heals up before we attack. Zhang Ping's eyes waver. He looks down at Chuk Chao lying on the cold ground. In my eyes, these are real lives. They are completely innocent and helpless, and their lives are absolutely worth protecting. As long as there is one tiny spark of hope, I refuse to turn away no matter the risks. His eyes suddenly flare up with raw, intense determination. Don't worry about me. I am fully confident I can destroy that bird. If things get way out of hand, I can just call Senior Deep and Senior 2 for backup. We won't die. Hearing this, Luo Qingyu and Cece shout together. We are coming too. Cece looks dead serious. I specialize in mental power, so my defense won't break. Luo Qingyu chimes in too. I can shield your minds. Leave the support role entirely up to me. Moments later, the three of them jump onto Adai's giant back. Zhang Ping speaks up. Adai, please lead the way. Luo Qingyu asks nervously, Zhang Ping, can the people left behind really survive a counterattack from those monsters? Zhang Ping glances back, answering calmly, those male birds, I already shattered half their wings. Trust me, they will not dare show their faces near Chukwin village anytime soon. Plus, the only real threat out here are snakes. With Truangan Long guarding them, there is nothing to worry about. He pats the giant beast. Lao Tru, I definitely will not forget this favor. Suddenly, though Bach's voice rings out again. Something is wrong. The layout of this entire lair is exactly the same as 100 years ago, but we are clearing it too fast, Zhang Ping asks. You mean, this ruin is giving up on purpose? Bach frowns. No, it wants us to drop our guard. Suddenly, Adai raises his massive head, hissing wildly at something ahead. Zhang Ping stares in total confusion. You seeing what I am seeing? Zhang Ping looks up. Adai, could it be? They are staring at a massive tree, its branches blocking out the sky. Iba birds are perched everywhere, scanning the area. Zhang Ping ducks behind cover and mentally commands appraisal. The system pings. Appraisal successful mutated beast. Female Iba bird. Everyone gasps in shock. We didn't even realize there were different kinds of these monsters. Are these two just acting as lookouts? Zhang Ping whispers the stats. Females, level 33. Exact same natural skills as the males. Their weak point is the throat bone. 2 quick slashes will end them. Suddenly, one of the birds stands straight up. It noticed something. Down below, Adai keeps hissing. The giant snake slowly slithers right up the tree trunk. In a flash, Cece and Zhang Ping seize their chance, jumping right behind the monsters. One grips a glowing sword, the other readies a devastating punch straight for the head. One gets a hole punched clean through its chest, jaw dropping in absolute shock. Zhang Ping brutally wraps chains around their necks, dragging them forward. Luo Qingyu runs up quickly. I scan the area, it is just these two. The entrance must be right inside. Zhang Ping nods and turns. Adai, you are way too big for this. Stay out here and wait for us. Stepping inside the darkness, Luo Qingyu looks around in awe. There is a massive underground space beneath this tree. Zhang Ping quickly lays out the plan. We are running out of time, so we must split up. Stick together. If things get dangerous, do not force a fight. Contact me immediately. Cece nods. Got it. Splitting off, Zhang Ping goes deeper alone. Eerie hissing echoes through the dark, making him mutter suspiciously. The sound of blowing wind, Zhang Ping freezes. No, that doesn't sound like wind. That sounds like heavy breathing. He quietly creeps further down into the rocky abyss. Blinding light up ahead forces him to shut his eyes. As he lowers his arm, the insane scene in front of him makes his jaw hit the floor. He watches fragile eggs slowly cracking open. These must be the hatchlings. Then, his eyes lock onto one specific egg in the distance. The heavy breathing is coming directly from it. He stares closely, blood running cold. That face, it looks almost exactly like a human. Realizing the twisted truth, Zhang Ping's eyes go completely dark. Cece's voice crackles over the radio. "We found the villagers. They seem to just be in a deep sleep. We are going to start carrying them out now. Makes you think, right?" Zhang Ping looks around. Those sleeping villagers were just live sacrifices for these monster hatchlings. He grips his axe tight, making a ruthless choice. It doesn't matter how human they look at the end of the day, it is just hunter versus prey, and with that, Zhang Ping swings his axe, smashing every single egg. Let's dive right into this wild manhwa. If these monsters live, innocent people die, simple as that. Wiping them out, Zhang Ping grabs his radio and says, "I am coming to help you too." The green egg in his hand suddenly lets out an ear-piercing screech. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Cece carries a girl on her back, nervously complaining about finding villagers. Up above, a massive swarm of Iba birds completely blacks out the sky. She continues bitterly. "So they wanted to trap us." Luo Qingyu rushes over. "Hang in there, Sister Cece. We absolutely cannot let them win." The Iba flock shrieks out non-stop, deafening noise. Luo Qingyu struggles to hold on, her face full of absolute panic. With this endless sonic barrage, our mental defense will not last long. But then she suddenly freezes. Did the sound waves just stop? Luo Qingyu stares at the Iba bird in front of them, urging, "Sister, Cece, snap out of it." But Cece goes completely stiff. Luo Qingyu screams out in total panic. Instantly, Cece jumps up, waving her hand and sending the confused Iba bird flying. Landing outside the shield, it curses. Damn it, why did the magic sound stop? Right at that exact second, a chilling voice from behind makes it snap its head around. "You stupid bird, where are you looking?" Zhang Ping already has his axe locked against an Iba bird's neck. A second bird flying behind it growls. "When did you even get here?" He replies smoothly. "Didn't the injured guard in the cage tell you?" Then Zhang Ping swings hard, cleanly severing its head. "Do I need to announce it before I kill?" The Iba boss stares at the pile of dead bodies and screams in pure terror, "Who the hell are you?" But Zhang Ping just charges forward. Now pay close attention, here comes the boss's trump card. It opens its mouth, charging up a massive sonic blast. Turn into a puppet, human. The Iba boss unleashes a sky-shattering scream. Its throat rips open as sonic waves blast out like invisible, earth-shaking shockwaves. Shattered rocks tumble from the cliffside, raining down like crazy. Cece grabs her head, cursing, "Damn it, this sound is even more insane." The boss gloats internally. Taking my magic sound attack at this range? Even a king-level fighter could not dodge this completely. But without warning, a massive, bloody gash appears right across its chest. Zhang Ping grips his axe, straight up mocking it. "You call this garbage noise a mental attack?" Seeing this, the boss simply cannot believe its own eyes. "Impossible! Why is my magic sound not working on you at all?" Then its eyes widen in pure horror. A massive hand made of raw energy reaches out. Time is up! That giant hand crushes the boss's body like a vice grip, leaving zero chance to escape. Zhang Ping leaps high, screaming, "Shut up!" He curls up, swinging his steel axe straight down. Brilliant purple smoke erupts from the bird's body. The system announces the Iba flock boss has been successfully eliminated, and the trial is officially over. The robotic voice keeps going, distributing the trial rewards. Level up to level 25. Zhang Ping looks down, finally understanding. No wonder killing all those mutated beasts did not level me up. You have to clear the actual trial. Suddenly, a mystical, swirling portal pops up right in front of him. It expands rapidly, vibrating the very air around them as debris keeps raining down. Let's pause for a second, the mission isn't over. Cece steps up. "Wait, villagers are trapped, and Manhwa is at Truknuin village." Though Bach appears, instantly calming everyone down. "Relax, this teleportation portal has no time limit. Plus," he adds, "this kid totally blocked his own hearing to counter the magic sound. We need to undo that first." Cece and Luo Qingyu instantly realize what happened. That makes perfect sense. Soon after, at Truknuin village, the locals cheer warmly. "We are so incredibly grateful." Then they ask sadly, "Are you all leaving so soon?" Zhang Ping awkwardly scratches his head. "We still have urgent business." The chief smiles. "If that is the case, we will not delay your journey." Placing a hand on his chest, the chief speaks. "Before you brave souls leave, I offer you an oracle. What happened to you all was no accident. It is the silent turning of the great wheel of fate." The group listens in pure silence. The enemies you face are nothing but pawns on a chessboard. Please, Keep moving forward on your path. Suddenly, the system alerts Zhang Ping. Hidden quest completed. Extra reward granted. Hearing this, Zhang Ping looks instantly suspicious. Village Chief, how do you know my name? Just then, Thu Chung shouts out in pure hype, oh man, this side reward just bumped me up 2 whole levels. Lu Khan grabs his head, totally disappointed. I put in way more work than you, and I only got 2 levels? Manhwa sighs outside. All right, let us be real, we did not even help, though Bach explains. Usually trial experience is handed out based on how many beasts you kill. Yet this time, everyone leveled up. This hidden quest reward is honestly a massive, unexpected surprise. Zhang Ping looks down, whispering, Captain, what do you think about the chief's words? He hesitates, shocked. Wasn't the chief just saying goodbye to us? Though Bach continues, completely losing his mind. Wait, did you just hear a secret meant strictly for you? He breaks it down. Rumor says infinite tier users can alter the world's power, and cleansing trial grounds helps them actually touch the deepest secrets of this world. I formed the cleanup crew to supposedly overthrow the Lord's absolute tyranny, but honestly, it was secret guidance that ultimately let us change the entire fate of Mingzhou City. As for the details of that secret, never easily share it. It dictates the entire direction of this world, so make your choices relying solely on your own absolute willpower. Though Bach finally wraps it up. Now, let us head straight to the next trial ground. Elsewhere, a peaceful river flows. Zhang Ping's crew drops from the portal, screaming before crashing into the water, sending massive ripples everywhere. So what do you and I take from this? The real game just started. Stick with me here. Things are already chaotic. Man, why panics, reaching out as the water drags her down. Fatty, throw the life buoy right now. Thu Trung tosses it over, looking completely offended. Who are you calling fatty? This is strategic buoyancy reserve. Just then, Zhang Ping surfaces from the water and yells out, asking if everyone is all right. Cece quietly replies that she is fine. Right next to her, Luo Qingyu nods along, totally okay. But suddenly, Tuyet Tiep screams out in absolute panic, there is something moving under the water. She looks down, and a long, slimy creature is locked tight onto her thigh. It is a giant leech. Oh, so you actually dare to suck my blood? Absolutely not happening. A massive swarm of leeches completely surrounds the group. Thu Trung starts panicking, saying they are totally doomed and need to find dry land immediately. Meanwhile, Cece presses her lips together, looking super serious as she calculates her next move. Finally, she raises her hand and unleashes a massive pillar of ice, blasting the monsters away. These pathetic little bugs only belong down in an ice dungeon. Zhang Ping quickly summons his spirit beast, knowing he has to rely on him now. A die! Instantly, the giant snake appears, and its massive, powerful body crashes heavily into the water, sending a huge splash flying everywhere. Zhang Ping tells everyone to hurry and get onto the snake's back. After a long time riding, Cece hesitantly mutters about how insanely huge this swamp actually is. Thu Trung peeks his head out, wondering the exact same thing. Are we seriously not going to find any dry land before it gets dark tonight? Lu Khan immediately cuts him off, asking if he could try being just a little bit positive for once. Cece then turns around, totally confused. Was not this snake from their previous training area? How did he even bring it here? Zhang Ping just smiles. He says blood contracts are basically like Wi-Fi. They can transmit data across dimensions anytime and anywhere. Cece blinks, totally lost, and tells him to speak in normal human words. He slowly explains that a Long and a Dai had already formed a blood contract, so he randomly wanted to test something out. Under that exact contract state, what if a Long ordered a Dai to accept his special gemstone? Unbelievably, the crazy contract idea actually worked perfectly. After that, he simply tossed the giant snake into his storage space and carried it straight through the teleportation gate. Looking back on it now, it honestly does not seem all that weird. Zhang Ping then points at the 2 guys sitting up front, joking about how happy they look. Ngan Long is literally hugging a Dai's head, sobbing because he thought they would never meet again. Seeing his older brother act like this, Ngan Hu just groans in pure embarrassment. He says his brother is making him cringe hard. Now pay close attention here. Things are about to get strange. Though Bach suddenly speaks up, sensing trouble. He seriously asks if anyone actually saw a quest prompt for this training area. Cece rubs her chin, realizing they honestly never got a single quest notification. Luo Qingyu nervously glances around, wondering if maybe that massive swarm of blood-sucking leeches just distracted everyone too much to notice the actual mission prompt. Suddenly, she spots something and screams out loudly, "There is a soul aura at 3 o'clock." A blurry, ghost-like figure slowly appears right in front of them. Zhang Ping stammers out, asking if that is actually a human. An old woman on the small boat slowly glides closer to them. She greets the training warriors, saying they have finally arrived. While Thu Trung is still rubbing his chin trying to guess what is happening, she urges them to follow her. He immediately leaps onto her boat, dramatically acting like a hero. Is the princess in a castle or an altar? This brave warrior will save her. Zhang Ping drops his voice and whispers to CC. This entire thing could easily be a trap, so they need to stay super careful. But she just sighs helplessly, saying they should just follow her anyway. Watching Thu Trung standing there like an idiot on the old woman's boat, Luke Han grinds his teeth. This fat guy is their real trial right now. In a blink, it is already late afternoon. They finally arrive at the toxic swamp of Vaitrung village. Someone points out that even the village is built over the water, meaning this training ground probably has zero dry land. Thu Trung laughs proudly, totally full of himself. See? It was his brilliant decision-making, so he definitely deserves extra rice tonight. Luke Han just smirks and mocks him instantly. Yeah, you are super brilliant, just born with the wrong brain. The moment they step inside a house, a man's deep, booming voice echoes out, warmly inviting the brave warriors to come inside. The village chief smiles brightly, declaring that their V-Trung village has finally received its shining ray of hope. Once everyone is comfortably seated, he introduces himself as V Ton Bak, the actual chief of V-Trung village. He sincerely apologizes for his simple little village having absolutely nothing special to offer such honored guests, hoping they can forgive the poor hospitality today. The Wei Bak suddenly speaks up first, asking the chief how exactly he is related to Vian Hung. Ton Bak hesitates before replying that the man is his great-grandfather. A talking bracelet? The sheer mystery of these warriors is truly beyond his wildest imagination. He slowly explains that according to ancient village teachings, whenever they face a terrible crisis, brave warriors will miraculously appear to bring them hope. He figures you guys are already pretty used to this hero stuff, so he decides to skip the long, boring intro and get straight to the main problem. Ton Bak reveals that in the southern waters of their village, there is a giant sacred turtle named Tru Nuyet Huyen Kui. It has a super gentle personality and is really friendly with humans. In the hearts of the villagers, it has always been their ultimate guardian deity. You and I both know a twist is coming, right? His voice turns dead serious. Recently, the guardian turtle became wildly violent, randomly attacking tons of innocent villagers without warning. Now they can only beg the warriors to investigate the real cause of this madness, clear the fog, and restore the giant turtle's peace. Even if it cannot ever go back to normal, he just desperately hopes they can help calm the beast down before it slaughters any more innocent people. Hearing the whole story, Zhang Ping immediately reassures him. He tells the village chief to relax, promising that their team will absolutely do everything in their power to help. Ton Bak is thrilled, tightly grabbing his hands to thank them endlessly. Then, showing some weird hospitality, he stands up and points to a bubbling, boiling pot right over there. If the warriors do not mind, he invites them to eat this soup. It might not taste amazing, but it will definitely fill their stomachs. Ton Bak then slowly turns around to leave, dropping one last piece of advice. It is already dark out, so they should rest up early. Zhang Ping silently calls the system to appraise it. A robotic voice instantly replies strange food, emitting a highly suspicious and bizarre odor. It is technically edible, but you really would not want anyone seeing you eat it. Luke Han immediately backs away, mocking Fatty to come taste his special snack. Thu Trung scrunches his face in disgust at this literal pot of dark matter. He says he would rather starve to death than eat that. Zhang Ping steps in to calm them, saying not to worry, the soup is probably completely safe. The villagers clearly do not have any bad intentions. Luo Qingyu grabs his arm, totally suspicious, asking if it is really safe. Cece rests her chin and quietly replies that since entering the village, she hasn't felt a single drop of hostility, so it is probably fine. Thoibak then recalls his past memories. A full 100 years ago, when he came here to train, the village chief was actually named Vian Hung. He helped them find a specific bird egg to feed Haiyan Kui, and back then, the turtle was only the size of a wash basin. Luo Qingyu's eyes suddenly fill with a very complicated look. It is super weird. Human souls normally fluctuate with emotion, just like in Truquin village. But the souls of these Vaitrung villagers, they are completely still, like a frozen lake, even though they are technically alive. That is where we leave it. But how insane is this? Zhang Ping interrupts, completely stunned. You mean these villagers are basically zombies from the Holy Ancestor tomb? Thu Trung peeks in too. Did you even hear what you just said? Luo Qingyu is absolutely sweating bullets, stammering out a tense apology. I am sorry, I really cannot explain it clearly. Let's dive right back into the madness, guys. Zhang Ping steps up to break the tension. He points out that wandering without clues is a complete waste of time. Past experience screams that the village chief's invitation is definitely the real key to their mission. In the dead silence of the village night, he finally gives a soft order. Everyone, just get some rest for now. Tomorrow, we move out. Outside, Uncle Ton glares darkly at the old fairy woman. His voice drips with pure malice. I hope these sacrifices are fresh enough. Meanwhile, the entire crew is riding on a Dai's back, cruising straight down the dark river. Thutrung complains playfully, groaning that they have been traveling for a while now. My butt is completely numb from sitting so long. Just how much longer is this swamp anyway? CC stares silently at the dark reflection on the water. There is definitely a difference here. I can feel it. The water in this spot is way deeper than anywhere I have ever seen before. Suddenly, pure panic hits her. She screams, "There is something under the water, everyone!" Right as those words leave her mouth, a massive object erupts from the dark depths, totally ripping through the dead silence and sending violently churning waves crashing everywhere. Luke Han is floating midair on his sword. Thank God he came prepared this time. Zhang Ping looks down with a dark expression and asks, "How is everyone else doing?" Right now, the rest of the team is balancing on a solid ice block made by Cece. Tuyet Diep shouts back, "We are all fine." Cece quickly adds, "I will freeze a few more platforms for us." Boom! The giant creature breaches and slams viciously right into a Dai. Zhang Ping yells out in total panic, "A Dai." The poor beast is completely wrapped up by the monster, crying out in absolute agony. He watches in confusion. What the heck is that gray thing? Another giant snake? Gritting his teeth, Zhang Ping calls out to the system, "Identify." But before the system screen even pops up, that gray nightmare dives straight back underwater, leaving a swirling black hole behind. Zhang Ping gasps in pure shock. It completely vanished. Still, he freezes for a second, calculating his next move. No, he can still feel it. A Dai is definitely still somewhere nearby, just like a moment ago. At this range, he can definitely still issue commands. In a panic, he tosses out his gem and roars, "A Dai, hear my order! Recall to the contract gem right now." Yet, his only answer is the eerie sound of water dripping across the dark river. Zhang Ping bites his lip in total confusion. Why is there no reaction? Watch closely, because things are about to get wild. Normally, a recalled beast flashes into bright light. But right now, a strange blue glow suddenly shoots up from beneath the water into the sky. Zhang Ping desperately thinks to himself, could it actually still be under the water? Suddenly, a heavy rumbling echoes as churning white foam violently pushes the entire river surface upward. Luke Han completely tenses up and mutters out loud, "So this is its actual true form." He quickly pockets his gem and responds, "Looks like we found the right target." Right then, a colossal turtle covered entirely in massive sharp spikes heavily breaches the surface. They all scream in absolute terror, moon-chasing black tortoise. Facing this giant beast, the squad does not hesitate for a second and charges in to attack. A heavy metal chain is instantly launched, wrapping tight around its thick neck, making the monster wail in pure agony. Zhang Ping grips the chain tight and roars, "Let us see where you run this time." He then calls the system. "Identify." The screen instantly flashes a bold notification, "Success. Mutant beast, moon-chasing black tortoise." Hearing this, Zhang Ping grinds his teeth, blown away. A king-tier talent, and it is a spatial type too. Suddenly, he yells out an urgent warning, "This is bad! Captain Kimba, get out of there right now." Kimba just stares back, confused. What? By now, Kimba and his crew have landed right on the turtle's shell. Down below, Lai Tian grabs its jaw and pulls with insane strength. The giant turtle thrashes endlessly from the intense pain, turning the entire river surface into a chaotic mess. The rushing river currents form a massive whirlpool, violently dragging Zhang Ping's chain down. He shouts in pure panic, "This is bad. Everyone is going to get pulled under." Uncle Tun quickly steps up to take charge. "This environment actually benefits me. Let me go down and deal with this beast." Hearing that, Zhang Ping immediately pulls out a gem. "Then I will leave it to you, Senior Tun." Deep underwater, everyone is desperately swimming around the giant turtle. Damn it, it actually has a trick like this up its sleeve. Kimba stares at a strange pale liquid bleeding into the water, totally confused. What in the world is this now? Suddenly, the massive beast shoots straight toward the surface, freezing reverse flow. An explosive surge of force blasts everyone nearby high into the air, as the water below literally detonates into giant churning waves of white foam. Right in the middle of this raging tornado, the colossal turtle launches violently out of the water. Uncle Tun keeps barking orders. "Sister Lu, keep making floating ice. Leave the underwater fighting to me." Hearing that familiar voice, Luo Qingyu completely loses it and screams in shock. "Grandpa!" The squad on the ice block keeps coughing violently. "This water stinks so bad." Now, the giant turtle furiously roars out, "You greedy invaders! You do not just oppress the villagers, you occupy the entire village too. I know what you are thinking. Invaders? Wait a second." Zhang Ping is just as stunned. "Invaders? Are there other people here? He starts to realize the village chief has been hiding something huge from them all along. Zhang Ping carefully steps forward to make peace. Please do not misunderstand. We have absolutely no hostility toward you, but the beast is not buying it at all. I will never let you achieve your dark goals. Right at this intense moment, Zhang Ping suddenly rips off his outer jacket. Wait a second. He raises his blood-soaked arm and declares, I will stake my own life on it. Can we just calmly talk this out? His bold move actually makes the beast hesitate for a split second. But high up in the sky, a massive bird shadow suddenly appears, swooping in fast. The giant turtle growls back deeply. I will spare your lives for now. That thing in the sky is not easy to handle. It slowly sinks beneath the water. If you can defeat it, I will consider talking with you. Totally confused, Zhang Ping silently calls the system again. Identify. A second later, he grinds his teeth and yells, What kind of joke is this? He looks up at the colossal bird circling above. A mutant beast is here too. The system interrupts with a successful scan. Mutant beast. Deep cold cormorant. He cannot help but curse out loud. Why are all of them at such an insanely high level? The massive bird puffs up its throat, forming tiny ice particles before blasting down an absolute avalanche of frost. Zhang Ping blocks the freezing wave while screaming, Hold the formation! Do not break apart! Uncle Tun raises his hand, but it instantly gets frozen solid. Tuyet Diep, hiding behind CC, gasps in shock. This bird's breath is way stronger than a northern blizzard. She creates a thick ice shield to block it, but a single breath freezes the entire area. This beast's ice power is totally out of her league. Lai Tian crosses his arms, looking absolutely deadly. Playing with ice in broad daylight? Then I will show you what the real sun feels like. He unleashes his ultimate skill, Red Emperor Immortal Body, Emperor Flame Form. Open. Lai Tian throws his hand up and roars. Are you ready to become Roast Bird? He launches himself up like a rocket. What is the point of squawking? Lai Tian delivers a devastating punch, warping its throat. Shut your beak right now. Trust me, you will want to see how this fight ends. Giant tree roots suddenly burst upward as Ye Changchun tightly binds the freezing bird, joking, Are you youngsters trying to steal the spotlight? All right, you and I are about to dive right into this. The old man slams the beast into the dirt, screaming for it to stay down. While the deep cold cormorant is pinned, Qingbo shouts out, Freezing the water is definitely enough. Just behave for me already. He rushes in, throwing heavy punches at it. Water shock ice, huh? This feels pretty good. Seeing this, Changchun teases him. Hey brother Su, did you somehow get frozen over there? Qingbo keeps throwing a flurry of punches while talking. My power lets me merge perfectly with inorganic matter. So whether I turn my body into liquid water or solid ice, it does not affect my movements at all. The deep cold cormorant spreads its wings in pure agony, desperately trying to escape. The other three casually walk forward. Sun Divine Bird, Giant Eagle. Jinbo's face looks absolutely thrilled. Today, I am going to make a massive bird feast. He cracks his knuckles, the loud popping echoing around. 2 senior experts. Let us make a bet right now. Who will be the first one to snap this bird's wings? Baide raises his claws and charges right in. Whoever loses this bet has to do 100,000 push-ups. Lai Shan takes the lead, using his Beast King Fist, Taowu possession technique. After the deep cold cormorant gets completely locked down, the other 2 guys immediately jump onto its back. They unleash a massive barrage of punches together straight into the beast. Take this, you roasted bird. Jinbo generates another surge of raw power from his hands, yelling, Let us hit it one more time. He instantly dashes toward the creature at lightning speed, screaming, Take this. Watching all this madness unfold, Mani turns around and curiously asks Zhang Ping, Are they seriously always this hot-tempered normally? He looks away, awkwardly dodging the question. They have probably just been holding back for way too long. Anyway, the opponent is not a king-tier beast, it has soul attacks. Lai Xian sounds a bit disappointed. This is definitely not enough. I am still not having enough fun. Meanwhile, Jinbo puts his hands on his hips and sighs. As expected, the gap between a mutated beast and a king tier is still huge. The deep cold cormorant lies completely lifeless on the ice. Suddenly, the black tortoise surfaces from out of nowhere. Do you guys not smell the strange scent coming from that thing? Shou Zhang gets totally jumpy and panics. Oh my god, when did you pop up? Now pay attention here, because you and I need to watch this closely. Cece notices what it said. A smell? Could it be? She rushes over, swings her ice sword, and purple pills drop from the dead bird. It really is the soul lure pill. Zhang Ping picks the item up and holds it right out. That scent comes from this, black tortoise. Those intruders you just mentioned earlier, could they actually belong to the Chu family? It glares back with eyes full of suspicion. I do not know what this Chu family is, but right now it seems like you guys are definitely not on the same side as them. That group of people from before, they were hunting down the moon black tortoise. To adapt to the extreme cold moonlight energy, they needed to eat the deep cold cormorant eggs. During its growth period, for the sake of the next generation's development, a group of people would occasionally come to the village to steal the bird eggs. A few days ago, a squad arrived at the village. They used this bizarre medicinal pill to mind control the cormorant and successfully extracted the bird eggs out. I thought the whole nightmare was finally over. But they actually ordered the bird to slaughter the villagers. As the guardian spirit beast, I immediately joined the battle, but I was simply no match for them at all, and I ended up getting severely injured by their brutal attacks. They even wanted to use the pill to control me. I had absolutely no other choice but to use the moonlight energy to escape away. Zhang Ping stares deeply at the soul lure pill in his hand, thinking hard. I never expected this kind of situation. But why did the villagers keep us totally in the dark? Then he raises it up and shouts loudly. Cece, freeze this soul lure pill right now, and I will head back to the village to demand some real answers. The black tortoise looks completely heartbroken. As a guardian beast, I failed to protect the village. My solemn oath to that gentleman has sadly been left completely unfulfilled. Right after it finishes speaking, Situbai's voice suddenly echoes out. My friend, this is not your fault. Right now we share the exact same enemy, and you no longer have to fight this battle all alone. The black tortoise's eyes go wide with pure shock. This voice is. It frantically asks, Mr. Situ, is that really you? He replies in a calm, steady tone. That is absolutely correct, but unfortunately, I can no longer appear as a human being right now. The black tortoise is clearly super excited. I truly never expected to see Mr. Situ again after all these long years. If that is the case, then everyone get on. I will take you all to the village. And so the black tortoise quickly transports the entire group there. They slowly walk in, but the surrounding atmosphere is just weirdly quiet. Zhang Ping looks around. Where did everyone go? Shou Zhang also checks, guessing they are just taking a nap. But let us pause for a second. You and I both know something feels completely wrong here. Cece sharply notices the terrifying truth. No, there is absolutely zero human presence around here at all. Manny jokes from behind them. How could so many people just randomly disappear into thin air? Did we run into ghosts? Hearing this, Shou Zhang gets totally scared out of his mind. But Jing Jiao completely disagrees. They literally pointed the way for us this morning. Even if the entire village migrated away, they could not possibly leave without a single trace behind, right? Hearing this, the black tortoise curiously pokes its head over. Did you guys really see the villagers before this? Jinbo honestly answers back. That is right, they were super welcoming too. It is just that we really could not stomach that soup. It recalls the chaotic scene from that day, feeling totally suspicious. But I clearly saw the intruders brutally massacring everyone in the village. Under those circumstances, how could there possibly be any survivors left? Suddenly, Jingjiao spots a strange, flickering light coming from deep inside one of the houses. It wavers weakly before vanishing into thin air. Seeing her rushing off in a hurry, Zhang Ping immediately calls out after her. Su Jingjiao, where are you going right now? Jingjiao throws the door wide open, and her eyes instantly widen in pure horror. What is this? Right in front of her, the fire is creeping into 3 creepy straw scarecrows. Zhang Ping runs over happily. The fire is still burning, they must have just left. But Jingjiao picks it up to inspect it. No, they did not leave. From the very beginning, they never even existed at all. The moment it touched her hands, she figured out the dark truth. The black tortoise was right. These villagers died a long time ago. It is the spirit-binding puppet technique. They stuffed lingering souls right into these grass puppets, pretending to be living people. No wonder the souls of these villagers felt way too unusually peaceful earlier. Something feels off. They knew perfectly well that normal illusions could never fool me. It seems the enemy understands our abilities extremely well. Jinbo runs off outside. I will go search over there. Lu Han quickly dashes in the opposite direction. I am going too. Shou Zhang hugs the giant soup pot and wonders out loud. If the Chu family set up all those villagers, why did they not just directly poison this soup? Manny quickly explains beside him. Do you think everyone is as simple-minded as you? The Chu family definitely knows Zhang Ping's abilities. If they actually used real poison, they would get caught instantly. At this moment, Situbai's voice speaks up. They wanted us to investigate the black tortoise's home. I am afraid their goal was to drain our combat strength. When that failed, they just ran away. Zhang Ping still cannot help but feel super curious. But why do they know everything about Su Jingjiao's powers too? The only person who knew about Su Jingjiao was Ma Bin, and he is already dead. Could it really just be a coincidence? Suddenly Jinbo shouts loudly. I found a clue. Hurry over here. Arriving there, Zhang Ping instantly recognizes it. This is a level-clearing teleportation portal. Lu Han finally speaks up. It seems the quest was completed ages ago, so where is the enemy hiding? That is where we leave it, and trust me, you and I definitely need to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. Shibai guesses that if the trial order is wrong, everyone gets forced out instantly. The black tortoise pokes its head in. Mr. Situ figures since they are still here, they hit the next stage perfectly. That means the enemy is probably waiting to ambush them right in the Flame Scorpion Desert. Zhang Ping looks up at the massive beast. We have to go now, Black Tortoise. What will you do? Its eyes drop in total sadness. With nothing left to protect, it is completely lost. But surely, this place will eventually give birth to brand new life. These tiny tortoises will eventually grow into new guardians. He refuses to give up, holding up the contract gem. Since we cannot change the past, join us and face the real enemy. We need your absolute power. The beast closes its eyes, thinking hard. Situ's heir, you are much cooler than that old bookworm. Maybe making a brand new oath with you is just pure destiny. Moments later, it finally agrees. Fine. Just like that, Zhang Ping successfully secures the contract and summons the beast. Its eyes light up for its new master. Black Tortoise ready. Next stop, the Flame Scorpion Desert. A green dot appears, growing massive until Zhang Ping jumps right out. He lands perfectly, falling from the sky every single time? Yeah, he is almost used to it. He looks around, totally confused. Where is everyone? Didn't they enter together? He quickly calls out. Captain, what is going on? Captain, can you hear me? Now watch closely, because things get wild. A shady group appears behind him. They actually clap, praising his infinite level power for killing those high-tier beasts so fast. Their trap is totally set. Welcome to the nullification barrier, kid. Today is the exact day you die. First, they plan to finish off the awakened. Zhang Ping tries casting, but it instantly vanishes. Dark fog is blocked! Boom! 2 heavy fists send him flying back. He slides across the sand, sitting up with a groan. A peak awakened sorcerer? The Chu family really spent a fortune here. Old Bai just laughs at him. Zhang Ping, can you even use those proud skills anymore? Do not worry. We will end your suffering, but trust me, you and I know he is fast. Zhang Ping dodges, weaker than Wang Jiamin. Suddenly, a blue-haired guy grabs him from behind, lifting him up. He immediately grabs the guy's hand and unleashes his ultimate. Beast King Fist, Super Clone. Zhang Ping spun him in the air, chaining his beauty's tear blade with Beast King Fist and Snake Fang piercing heart for the finish. The blue-haired enemy crashed into the dirt, setting off a massive shockwave. But down in the crater, the guy just smirked. Zhang Ping froze. Something was wrong. He instantly leaped back. That combo should have crushed his stats, but the enemy didn't have a single scratch on him. He checked his blade, Beauty's Tear. Not a single drop of blood. Was this guy some kind of living puppet? Meanwhile, Old White just stood there, enjoying the show. Fuqua laughed, loudly betting on how many minutes the kid could survive. What are the stakes? I want that scorpion beauty pet you have been raising. Back in the fight, Zhang Ping ducked under the blue-haired guy's sword. He bolted straight for the leader. If you want to end a raid, kill the boss first. Instantly, the lackeys rushed in to block him. Activating Beast King Fist and Rabbit Escape, he smoothly dodged their attacks. Fast as lightning, Zhang Ping closed the gap to Old White, swinging his deadly blade right across the boss's chest. While Zhang Ping was still stunned, the blue-haired guy struck from nowhere. But the moment he attacked, Zhang Ping's power spiked back up. The anti-magic barrier cores were actually hidden on those 2 leaders. Old White finally took him seriously. The kid was sharp. Fuqua started yelling, "Finish him off right now!" Zhang Ping sprinted away with the whole mob hot on his heels. He desperately needed to find a blind spot. The attack trajectory could bend. Suddenly, from a distance, the brown-haired hunter locked a deadly arrow right on him. He fired without a second thought. Zhang Ping sensed the danger and snapped his head back. He did a quick combat roll to dodge the strike, but the arrow magically changed direction and looped right back. Caught midair, Zhang Ping had nowhere to go. The homing arrow violently pierced straight through his body. The moment he crashed into the dirt, the entire enemy squad swarmed forward to finish the job. Fuqua strutted over with a totally smug look. An infinite tier genius? You are nothing but mud under my boots. Even in this fatal situation, Zhang Ping glared up at him and demanded answers. How did you isolate me inside this dungeon space? Where the hell is my guild party? Old White just chuckled and raised his sword. Why would I tell a dead man? Take your pathetic little questions straight down to hell. Blood poured from Zhang Ping's mouth. Hell? How about I send you guys there first? Suddenly, a massive vortex ripped open right under his body, throwing the attackers into a total panic. An earthquake? What did you do? Zhang Ping had secretly activated a contract spell. He unleashed the Solar Ring, making his entire body sink rapidly into the deep sand. Didn't you guys use scorpions to bet on my survival time? The violent sandstorm whipped up, throwing the thugs into utter chaos. What is going on? I completely lost his aggro. Through the dust, Old White spotted something terrifying. Flame scorpions. Zhang Ping's voice echoed all around them. That bet, I am paying you back double. Suddenly, the entire squad was surrounded by a massive swarm of red scorpions. This is bad. He actually possessed a flame scorpion. The archer frantically shot them down one by one. Ba just stood there, totally paralyzed by fear. Damn it, there are too many mobs. Where the hell is he hiding? Old White slashed desperately at the endless red scorpions while roaring out a command. Mobilize all our level 30 awakened. Dig up the whole desert if you have to. Just find Zhang Ping. Miles away, a single red scorpion crawled out of the sand. Zhang Ping had successfully merged with its body. Safe, at least for the moment, he survived. Suddenly, another vision hit him. He could perfectly see the violent battlefield he had just escaped from. Zhang Ping tried to analyze the strange system mechanics. Could his unique pure-blood physique actually resonate with the hive mind consciousness of his familiar creatures? If that was the case, he could definitely exploit this radar trick to track down his missing party members. Come on, where are they? After scanning the mental map for a while, he got a ping. Northwest. It was a massive distance to cover, and it took him a full 30 minutes to arrive. Finally, Thobok picked up his tracking signal and immediately shouted out, Zhang Ping, who did this to you? Ye Changchun's voice also chimed in, sounding completely terrified for him. Listen, kid, we have been trapped inside this contract inventory for over half an hour. What the hell went wrong out there? Zhang Ping materialized from a cloud of red smoke. We got ambushed by an elite squad. He instantly deactivated his pure blood form. They managed to silence all my core abilities. Suddenly, a massive mouthful of blood spilled from his lips. We need to group up with the rest of the guild, right now. Watching him collapse, Dobok screamed out in absolute panic. Zhang Ping, stay with me. Suddenly, a dark barrier materialized all around him, leaving only the old man's desperate voice echoing into the void. Zhang Ping, hang in there. Meanwhile, back at the combat zone, the Soul Lure Ring was fully controlling the red scorpions, leading the Chu family guards right into a trap. Old White stared at the swarm of red scorpions just sitting completely frozen. His tracking signal ended exactly right here. After that, his presence literally vanished from the map. He ground his teeth and scoffed. An infinite tier class? He is just a rat that is really good at hiding. Ba nervously stepped up next to him. Old White, should we go report to the boss and ask for backup? Old White immediately screamed right in his face. Report my ass. Who even knows where that guy is right now? Listen to me. This is our one and only shot at the bounty. He threw his hand up, issuing a new raid command. Lock down this perimeter. I will force the fire scorpions to scan every inch of this desert. I want him dead or alive. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping had been dragged into Man Ni's secret safe zone, where a voice suddenly echoed. Broken ribs punctured his lungs, leaving 3 major critical wounds. Thank God he actually managed to track us down. Kneeling to scan his vitals, the healer frowned. According to the captain, the enemy completely locked away Zhang Ping's raw power. Since when did the Chu family get their hands on a debuff like that? Thobok crossed his arms, totally agreeing. If we want to understand their exact mechanics, we have to wait until he wakes up. Suddenly, Man Ni noticed an energy spike and whipped around. There are players outside. The entire guild was boiling with battle lust. If the enemy was stupid enough to knock on our door, why not wipe them out? Kim Ba cracked his knuckles, his eyes burning with absolute determination. Man Ni, drop the barrier and let us out. We want a piece of these guys. Tu-Han pinched the bridge of his nose, completely exhausted. Will you guys just chill? We haven't even scanned their combat levels yet. Right at that tense moment, Luo Qingyu happily shouted out. Zhang Ping is finally awake. He grabbed his pounding head, trying to shake off the debuffs. Where am I? Weren't we grinding in the leveling zone just a minute ago? Man Ni crossed her arms and calmly brought him up to speed. When we teleported into the Scorpion Desert, you were the only player missing. We spammed the comms trying to find you, but when we got absolutely zero response, I figured you had triggered some kind of deadly trap. The desert biome drains stamina extremely fast, so I deployed this Shadow Room Sanctuary to preserve our energy. Suddenly, Zhang Ping shot straight up from the bed. That is right, the ambush squad. Luo Qingyu grabbed his shoulder, grinding her teeth. Whoa, just slow down a second. Ignoring the pain, he forced himself onto his feet. The enemy raid consists of the investigation team's remnants, packed with elite assassins from the Chu family. They definitely tracked us and hacked their way into this training zone. 2 of their bosses are absolute monsters. Not only are their base stats insane, but they do not feel pain or even bleed. The mysterious items they use to completely silence my mana are actually equipped right on those 2 captains. The exact second I launched a physical attack against them, my sealed stats actually spiked and recovered a huge chunk of power. To test my theory, I activated the Soul Lure Ring to pull massive Scorpion aggro and create pure chaos. And guess what? Once the sandstorm totally blinded their vision, my combat power immediately started regenerating. It could only grab onto the Fire Scorpion and escape right then. So I figure as long as I stay out of their line of sight, their tricks will not affect me at all. Zhang Ping finally put the pieces together. If the Chu family had this skill before, they absolutely would have used it on me already. This means they must have picked up this new technique recently. But Than Thuy Village and Tian Thuong Lake, honestly, neither of those places feel right for this kind of power. Zhang Ping rubbed his chin in thought. Plus, they managed to isolate me and me alone. Logically speaking, there is no way the Chu family could mess with the core structure of the trial grounds. He thought about it for a long time. Could the village chief be right? Is there a real mastermind pulling the strings? Old Man Tan mentioned before that the enemies you want to defeat with this leveling up power are really just pawns on a chessboard. Zhang Ping frowned. We just do not have enough solid clues right now to figure this out. The most important thing we need to do is wipe out those Chu family goons once and for all. He clenched his fists with absolute resolve. Even if we do not know where the Chu family got these new tricks, at least we finally have a read on their team setup and the kind of enemy powers we are dealing with. The Chu family forces are just waiting around up there. That proves their skills cannot break through the dark room. If my guess is right, they cannot even see Man Ni, which means they cannot block her dark room ability. The bottom line? We have a safe zone. We can retreat to the dark room and recover whenever we need to. We can use this huge advantage to take them down one by one. The next day, the Chu family troops were still prowling the wasteland area. Lai Tian finally stepped onto the battlefield. I hear you guys have 2 top-tier awakened hunters on your side. Why do you not step up and show yourselves? He let out a nasty laugh. Let your granddaddy see what you can actually do. Hearing that, Lao Bok spun around and gritted his teeth. Where the hell did they come from? Phuc Ba summoned 2 awakened fighters to meet the challenge. You got a death wish? Just then, a very familiar voice caught both of their attention. Hey there, are you boys looking for me? Seeing Zhang Ping show up left them totally stunned. Zhang Ping, the glowing energy in his hand slowly fizzled out. He frowned, feeling uneasy. Just as I thought, those 2 are completely blocking my powers. He glanced over at the brutal fight breaking out nearby. Thank goodness Team Leader Kim and Director Phuong are sitting right in their blind spot. Their powers are still working fine. Lao Bok immediately barked orders at his remaining men. What are you waiting for? Go finish him off. Zhang Ping flashed a cocky grin. It really looks like you guys are obsessed with my strength. He quietly hinted at the danger right behind them. You know, you really should watch your backs in a fight. Unsurprisingly, Bok Duke had already grabbed those 2 idiots by the neck. Man Ni, open the dark room now, she answered from inside. Got it. Entering the room immediately canceled out his Lion King transformation. Phuc Ba was totally powerless and screamed out in pure rage. Bastard! Even now, Lao Bok sounded as arrogant as ever. You really think you alone can lock us down? Right as he said that, a shadow loomed up behind them. You have us to deal with too. Uncle Than and the rest of the crew strolled up with total confidence. You 2 brats think you are pretty tough now, huh? Phuc Ba started shaking like a leaf. Captain 2! His brain scrambled to make sense of it. Was not this guy supposed to be dead? Lao Ba quickly threw someone else under the bus. It was all Ma Ban. He forced us to do it. Uncle Than looked completely furious, his eyes burning right through them. Cut the crap. I never got the chance to finish him off myself. I am going to use you 2 to blow off some serious steam today. Luo Qingyu hid behind Cici, totally terrified. I have never seen Grandpa get this angry before. The 2 men screamed in endless pain as the beating started. My arm is snapping. It is going to break. She tilted her head calmly. Senior 2 and the others have things handled right here. I need to go outside and back up Zhang Ping. Luo Qingyu chimed in quick. I am coming too, so I do not have to keep my guard up around these 2. Out in the wasteland, Zhang Ping pulled out the contract gem. With those guys gone, I can finally tap into my real powers again. Gripping his upgraded battle scythe, he took a step forward. Time to test out a brand new move. The Fire Eater passive triggered instantly. The Mist Body skill came right after. Zhang Ping swung the scythe, coating the blade in both scorching flames and thick fog. With one single strike, he sent those 2 thugs straight to the underworld. A few more rapid swings dropped the rest of them like flies. Another goon panicked when he saw Cici and Tu Han step up. They have more backup! He barely finished his sentence before she pierced him with several deadly strikes. Zhang Ping flashed them a smile. What are you all doing out here? Luo Qingyu walked over. The enemies causing that debuff got completely locked inside the dark room by Sister Man Ni. Let us just focus on clearing out the mob outside. He pulled out the contract gem again. Perfect. Only the two strongest, highest-level targets remain. Senior Deep, I am leaving this massive chunk of experience points entirely to you. The old man laughed with pure excitement. You got it. Meanwhile, Uncle Kim leaped up high to dodge a strike from the blue-haired punk. He landed right behind him and readied a heavy punch. Uncle Kim's eyes flashed fiercely. The time is now! He unleashed the golden blood skill, punching the blue-haired guy miles away. But seconds later, the enemy flew right back with his sword, leaving Kim totally annoyed. My attacks are doing 0 damage. The swordsman slashed down hard, but he managed to dodge it. Uncle Kim jumped backward to gain space. These two monsters are immortal. Lai Tian quickly added his thoughts. The physical bodies of living creatures are still pretty weak. These guys are way more of a headache than the living. Out of nowhere, thick vines from Ye Chengchun burst from the ground and wrapped around their bodies. Kim, Fuang, help me pin these bastards down. Both men instantly rushed in to lock the targets in place. The old man's vines dug deep into their flesh, just like brutal tentacles. Whether you are a living human or undead, you need energy to keep moving. Every kind of power absolutely has a limit. Uncle Kim watched them wither away and got totally hyped. So strong, Senior Deep, drain every last drop from them. Soon, the two were nothing but dried husks, with strange red coins popping out from their foreheads. Uncle Kim just stared, too terrified to actually touch them. The clown coins. Is this crazy item the source of their power? Back in the dark room, a bruised and battered Fuqba was stuttering and begging for mercy. Please, stop hitting us! Tied tightly together, both men squirmed on the floor. We will tell you everything. Uncle Thon stood there gripping the Bagua symbol. You guys use this gear to suppress other people's powers? Deep suspicion grew in his mind. Ma Ban killed me with a dagger that had the exact same effect. It seems like all these magical weapons are coming from the very same source. Lao Bak sat up and spoke with total desperation. Yes, but to trigger this thing, the two of us have to focus all of our attention on it, and while we use it, we absolutely cannot cast any other abilities. Luo Qingyu gave a thumbs up. I read his soul just now. The guy is not lying to us. Uncle Thon's eyes burned bright red with rage. So that means this artifact was made specifically to counter Zhang Ping? Lao Bak's voice shook as the old man stood up, casting a massive, terrifying shadow over them. I am about to settle this score right now. Tell me, who gave the order to hunt us down? Luo Qingyu is watching. The first one to lie gets all 10 fingers broken. Want to guess whose fingers snap first? Uncle Thon slowly looked up into the empty air. His deep voice brought back old memories. About 15 years ago, Chu Dianbin ordered us to haul some cargo into the trial grounds. The caged mutant beasts would not stop screaming. The noise drove Lao Bak crazy, so he banged on the glass. Keep it down in there, will you? I have stayed awake for 3 straight nights just to guard you filthy animals. Fuqba awkwardly stepped closer, his voice hesitating just a little. Lao Bak, are we really going to team up with the Chu family like this? Hearing that, Lao Bak crossed his hands behind his back, walked away, and let out a heavy sigh. Fuqba, why do you always have to complain so much? In this messed up world, you are either the chess player or the chess piece. And pawns like us? We cannot even touch the damn board. Fuqba quickly tried to argue back. But wait! Lao Bak immediately cut him off with another question. Hey, is not that our contact guy? Looking at the fully hooded figure appearing right in front of them, he casually greeted him like an old friend. Hey brother, what time are we heading out? Contrary to his expectations, the guy turned around to leave, dropping a cold line. Leave the goods and get lost. Pissed off, Lao Bak pointed a finger and started swearing. Damn it, my brothers risked their lives delivering this stuff. Do you think this is some random express delivery service? You think one sentence is enough to make us leave? He quickly chased after him, throwing out a harsh warning. I am talking to you right now. The hooded guy channeled a massive burst of internal energy that suddenly sent Lao Bak flying backward. The terrifying pressure left everyone completely stunned. Fuqba quickly rushed over to his fallen teammate, visibly panicking. Lao Bak. As he slowly stood back up on his feet, the hooded man turned his head and emphasized every single word. Saying this one last time, he yelled right at him. Get lost! Hearing footsteps nearby, Zuo Xiangming turned his head out of curiosity. You guys are back. Are the enemies outside taken care of? Zhang Ping and CC just gave a gentle nod to answer him. He sounded uneasy as his eyes darted around the area. What is wrong? Did something happen just now? After that, Zuo Xiangming went on to explain the whole situation to everyone. Zhang Ping raised a hand, tossing a judging glare at the two captured men. So that is it. But why would the Chu family want the Thuk Tam Huyenho? Deep down, he was doubting a lot more than that. Like, who exactly was this mysterious person they kept bringing up? And how was Minvu Nu involved in all this? Terrified, Lao Bak and Fuqba thought back to how everything went down. We were honestly just following orders back then. We really do not know anything else about it. Though Bach spoke up unexpectedly from right behind Zhang Ping, taking everyone by surprise. These two are not lying. It looks like low-level goons like them just do not know the inside story. However, the perception-twisting ability of Heavenly Fox is the exact same type as Thuktam Yuanho. Lao Bach flinched and frantically looked around the room. This is the ghost shadow of Tudo Tue Bach. He stared down at the two tied-up men and slowly spoke. Where is the person who collected Thuktam Yuanho? Lao Bach blinked earnestly and spilled everything. We really do not know. He made us follow you all, and once the trial was totally finished, he just left. But his power level and all those weird items were way beyond our understanding, so we honestly have no clue what faction the guy even belongs to. Hearing this, Zhang Ping felt a wave of anxiety, quietly making a judgment in his head, a monster who can freely enter and exit the trial grounds. That guy could very well possess limitless power. After sitting in dead silence for a while, Lao Bach finally decided to surrender. I have already told you everything you wanted to hear, and considering all the stuff we did to your group earlier, you guys have zero reason to keep us breathing anyway. Beat us or kill us, it is totally up to you now. Beside him, Phuc Ba was sweating buckets, his mouth stuttering. Please, I am begging you to give us a way out. Lao Bach was completely confused, blinking his eyes non-stop. Phuc Ba, you! The guy quickly shut his own teammate up. Lao Bach, you were the one who taught me to always read the room and see how the wind blows. Small fries like us were never meant to shake up the world anyway. Begging on our knees is better than dying. After that, the two men leaned against each other and sobbed loudly. Phuc Ba, oh Lao Bach! Zhang Ping watched the whole pathetic scene unfold, thinking to himself, why does this feel a little disgusting? He stared cautiously into the empty space and pondered for a moment. Even though these two do not have a very high level, they are still veteran members of the investigation team, so they must know a lot about the situation outside the city and the team itself. Plus, who knows, we might still need them to point out that mysterious guy later on. They definitely still have some use to us. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zhang Ping gathered energy in his hand, his voice dropping into a harsh threat. I can give you both one single chance. But from this moment on, you two have to follow my orders without question. You just need to be honest and swallow this gemstone to seal the contract right now. He glared at them with pure killing intent in his eyes. If you want to survive, you better put on a good performance. Phuc Ba nervously shot a glance over at his partner. This thing is way more ruthless than the blood oath of the Chu family. Lao Bach analyzed it calmly, but he was still incredibly wary. So that means, after eating this thing, we basically become their slaves for the rest of our lives? He gritted his teeth, full of resolve. If doing this means we get to live, then let us just risk it all. Lao Bach bit down on the gemstone while trembling and shouted out loud, Scene 4, cutting over to the Wolfpack territory up on the snowy mountain. The freezing wind blew hard and dry, threatening to turn anyone out here into a solid ice block. Thu Trung walked with Zhang Ping's group, hugging himself tight while shivering violently. So cold, it is too freezing. This damn weather, did you investigation team guys pull some kind of dirty trick? Lao Bach was annoyed at getting blamed for nothing, raising his voice to yell back. It is all recorded in the contract, Jade. You fat bastard, are you trying to start a fight with me? Even Phuc Ba was annoyed and joined in on the cursing. Aside from the first two training zones, we have never even set foot in these other places before. A red notification quickly flashed on the screen. New training quest. In exactly 18 hours, a huge wave of mutated beasts will swarm into Bak Thiet town. Please help the locals defend their home. Zhang Ping confidently took the lead, raising his voice to announce the news. The training quest just showed up again. Looks like that mystery guy finally gave up and stopped messing with us. Quick, hurry up! After walking for a while, Zhang Ping suddenly froze and stared straight ahead. Ah, so that right there is Bak Thiet town, is it not? Zhang Ping quickly approached, and the gate guard greeted them with a stern voice. Welcome to Bak Thiet town. Everyone please follow me. They quickly went inside with the guard. The weather out here was getting even colder, and there was not a single soul wandering the streets. Luo Qingyu innocently looked around like she was out on a simple stroll. Wow, I feel like it has been ages since I last saw buildings designed like this. Thu Trung casually replied without even bothering to turn his head. That is exactly how it should be. Why could not those past villages come over here and learn a thing or two? The guide quickly stopped and pointed straight at a massive building. Room fee is 10,000 Mingzhou per night. Heating is charged separately. Thu Trung grumbled, feeling pretty annoyed and wanting to haggle. Why are the prices here even more expensive than the black market back in Mingzhou City? We are the brave warriors helping you guys deal with the mutated beasts. Could you give us a small discount? Hearing that, the soldier quickly walked away, tossing back a mocking remark. More fools who think they are some kind of saviors here to help? Stay if you want, or get lost. Feeling threatened, Thu Trung got scared and stuck close to his teammates. This place does not seem very welcoming to guests, does it? Over at the Bak Thiet Town Tavern, Zhang Ping and the 5th security team threw a massive, wild drinking party. Thu Trung mumbled in awe while stuffing his face with food. This stuff is totally worth the money. Even if I die, I will be a well-fed ghost. Manhwa held up her bowl, praising it constantly. Never expected this. Mingzhou City currency actually works here too, so money won't be an issue moving forward. Shibai happily glanced around, taking in the sights. When I first started my training journey, this place was just a small tribe. Now, look at how much it has grown. A drunkard stumbled over, swaying on his feet, and slurred out a sloppy welcome to the group. Hey pal, you guys look like outsiders. Am I right? Zhang Ping politely turned around, holding out a hand to explain. I heard a beast horde is hitting the town tomorrow. The man was totally drunk, his eyes hazy and unfocused. A beast horde? Oh, you mean those dangerous wolves? Yeah, word is that whenever the wolf pack attacks, outsiders always show up to help the locals fight off the monsters and defend the town. The drunkard, his face flushed bright red, stumbled closer. He casually slung an arm over Zhang Ping's shoulder and laughed. But that kind of stuff is old news now. He waved his liquor bottle around, splashing it everywhere. You guys definitely saw that massive guy standing up on the city wall, didn't you? That thing can fire 5 massive arrows all at the exact same time. It doesn't matter how many dangerous wolves show up, they are totally useless against it. You guys might as well just sit back and be useless freeloaders. Zhang Ping ignored him and turned away in disgust. Was it really that simple? Seeing his teammate sigh and stare out at the distance, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. Zhang Ping quickly walked over and asked out of concern, "What's wrong?" Jingyao turned her head and explained innocently, I was just thinking, it has been a really long time since I last visited Mingzhou City. I wonder what the city looks like right now. Meanwhile, back in Mingzhou City, laborers were working around the clock, building and repairing structures without a single moment of rest. Zemin stood in the corner, pointing fingers and shouting orders. If you do not finish fixing this rundown shop in 3 days, I will throw all of you right into the wall. One of the workers stammered nervously, but sir, the materials. Zemin immediately snapped at him, cutting him off. No excuses. I want to smell fresh bread by tonight. Curious locals walking by saw the commotion and started whispering. Vice City Lord Huang is really working hard. I heard he acted like a lapdog for the patrol team just so he could climb his way up to that position. Inside the Lord's mansion, Shi Yu sat arrogantly on the throne, waiting for her loyal mutated beasts to report. Your Highness, the city's renovation work is almost completely finished. As far as the humans know, this was just a natural disaster handled by the patrol team. She crossed her legs, looking incredibly elegant and haughty. I wonder if the pigs in this city will actually eat and sleep well. The mutated beast stayed kneeling, continuing its polite report. Everyone is praising how well you govern the city, my lady. Your Highness. As for the Chu family, how do you want to handle them? Shi Yu stood up from the throne and slowly walked over. I know exactly what you are worried about. The king is imprisoned by Situ Shibai, so you fear the Chu family will sneak in. Are you saying you do not trust me? The mutated beast lowered its head to the floor in pure terror. No, I wouldn't dare. But she ignored its desperate apology. Shi Yu calmly walked past, her long hair fluttering in the air. It is only a matter of time before the king kills Situ Shibai. And as for this Chu family dog, a dog only acts like one when it barks. As long as the leash stays firmly in my hands, it's fine. The mutated beast scrambled to lift its head and warned her, but Chu Zemin, he already lied to us. Hearing this, Shi Yu glanced back over her shoulder, her voice dead serious. I know. That is exactly why the Chu family took the initiative. They brought him back on purpose so he could redeem himself. We actually need his status as Vice City Lord right now. Besides, he wouldn't dare try to trick us again after what happened. She was staring out the door when a strange voice and an eerie shadow suddenly appeared. Looks like you guys are developing quite nicely. The mutated beast instantly jumped up, dropping into a defensive stance to protect its master. Who goes there? Shi Yu turned her head and shouted, her eyes completely locked in. Hold on a second. Remember, you are all nothing but pawns on my chessboard. The mysterious man coldly watched the mutated beast vanish and smirked. Watch your place, little fox. She instantly started stammering at the sight of the stranger. What are you? Why are you here? He stayed quiet for a long moment before waving his hand to make a point. Pureblood body, you should know by now. Our clan completely lacks the ability to reproduce. Even if we can replace human beings, it won't change the current situation. The total number of our individuals is constantly dropping every single day. So, I decided to show you exactly how to keep your bloodline going. Now that you have taken over Mingzhou City and secured enough resources, pulling off this method won't be difficult for your people at all anymore. The stranger stared closely at the mutated beast and chuckled to himself. Don't tell me you actually want to go back to that frozen wasteland? Back in the Wolfpack's snowy wasteland, the air grew freezing cold as heavy snow kept pouring down. Zhang Ping's unit climbed the stairs, getting closer to a massive crossbow machine. A sudden alert popped up, catching his eye. Beast Horde countdown, 5 minutes. Zhang Ping quickly looked down at the ground. It was almost time. 2 soldiers moved into firing position, turned to him, and said, "Hey kid, there is no need to worry so much. Come over here and give me a hand." Shou Zhang carefully peered through his binoculars to check the situation. Looks like they are about to arrive. It was a terrifying siege led by a massive wave of mutated beasts. Shou Zhang waited for the absolute perfect moment before screaming the order. Fire! The monsters caught in the deadly blast collapsed in pure agony, their body parts flying all over the battlefield. They slowly dropped dead one by one from the divine crossbow's brutal strikes. Lai Xian crossed his arms behind his back, looking at the slaughtered beasts on the ground. Is this weapon really that powerful? Looks like we really won't need to lift a finger after all. But why is there a fox scent mixed in with the stench of these wolves? Zhang Ping rushed over to the city wall railing and took a closer look. That's not right. That thing is a heavenly frost fox. The mutated beasts were quickly wiped out by the crossbows, dropping like autumn leaves. Baldy looked down at them with pure contempt. These guys aren't even enough for a basic warm-up session. With the enemy forces mostly destroyed, Zhang Ping quickly barked an order. Looks like we are almost done here. Pack it up, let's get some hot soup. But right as they started securing the weapons, the crossbow suddenly jammed, totally unable to fire. Baldy looked surprised and struggled with the machine for a long time, growing visibly annoyed. What the hell? This piece of junk is malfunctioning right when it counts. The other crossbow station suddenly yelled out too. Ours is jammed as well. Same over here. Baldy completely panicked, looking around wildly. What is going on? Taking advantage of the glitch, the mutated beasts swarmed forward, getting dangerously close to the city walls. We are dead. But before the monsters could even celebrate, they were completely incinerated by a massive fire, not leaving a single bone behind. Zhang Ping confidently launched an ambush with Security Team 5. I knew it wouldn't be this easy. Jinba pumped his fists in sheer excitement, shouting a threat. I should have let my fist teach these freaks a lesson from the very start. Baldy frantically ordered the nearby soldiers. Hurry up and go get Engineer Song right now. I am on it. Down below, Zhang Ping's brave teammates charged straight into the chaos, fighting the nasty mutated beasts in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Zhang Ping and Lai Xian unleashed their ultimate skills, clearing the vanguard and executing every beast. Shou Zhang charged right into battle holding a frying pan, smashing one mutated beast after another without a single break. Taste the raw power of my mighty swing. A little while later, Lu Han turned around and walked over to his teammates. That is enough, guys. Their bodies have literally been smashed into minced meat. He kept bullying the weak monsters with a smug, satisfied grin. I mean, it was rare enough to find enemies weaker than him in this dungeon. Couldn't he just enjoy the easy experience points for a little while? Zhang Ping scanned the area in total confusion. Why hadn't the system popped up with a quest cleared notification yet? He checked every single spot again to make sure no stragglers had slipped through the cracks. Plus, he had to wonder where exactly were all these weird fox monsters spawning from lately. Suddenly, a shout from the bald guy up above grabbed Zhang Ping's attention. Hong Kong! Vuong Kong! The ballista just jammed and won't fire. Could you two come up here and fix it? You dragged us out here for this kind of garbage? Vuong Kong and Hong Kong crossed their arms, clearly annoyed as they grumbled. Seriously, we haven't even had our morning coffee yet. The system window flashed in front of him. Nightwalker quest, initiated. In a flash, Zhang Ping leaped straight onto the city gate, scaring the living daylights out of those two. He landed right in front of Hong Kong, gripping his heavy blade with eyes full of pure murder. Without wasting a single second, Zhang Ping slashed a brutal horizontal strike straight across his chest. Hong Kong stumbled backward, completely panicking as he screamed. Where did this absolute psycho come from? Zhang Ping just smirked, calling out their terrible acting. He knew exactly what these two beasts really were. Down below, Kim Ba and Cece looked up, watching the whole tense showdown play out. Zhang Ping lunged forward to finish them off, but someone instantly blocked his path. How did you hunters get in here, and what do you want? Stop him right now. Watch out. Those two are Thien Thuong foxes, just like the moon wolves. They will literally eat you alive. The bald guy screamed back in pure anger. Enough. Hong Kong and Vuong Kong are the chief engineers of our defenses. Everyone here knows exactly how much they have done for this town. He scowled, pointing a thick finger straight at our hero as he roared. But you people, you just climb up here and start attacking innocent men without a second thought. I bet you just want to steal the quest rewards. You probably sabotaged the ballista yourselves so it wouldn't work. You outsiders are nothing but absolute trouble. The bald guy took a heavy breath before barking out his orders. Get the chief engineers to a healer and throw these outsiders in the dungeon. Zhang Ping groaned in defeat, begging them to wait. Soon enough, the whole guild found themselves locked inside the Bak Thiet town prison. The guard slammed the heavy iron door shut, tossing in a quick threat. You better behave yourselves in there. Thu Trung let out a sigh, collapsing onto the cold dirt floor. Zhang Ping, why the hell did you tell us to stand down? There's no way this pathetic little cage could actually hold us. He let out a cold breath, turning back to explain his strategy. Killing 2 fox monsters is easy, but tracking down their hidden nest is the real challenge. I wanted them to toss us in this isolated dungeon. It makes it way easier to move around without being watched. Hearing that, Thu Trung crossed his arms and squeezed his eyes shut in frustration. Makes sense. Those 2 shape-shifting foxes somehow have a ton of power in this town. If we just execute them in broad daylight, the villagers would probably exile us to the wild. We still haven't cleared the main quest, and I really do not want to go back to sleeping outside. Plus, the food in here is surprisingly good. We get meat every single meal. Luke Han suddenly spun around, pitching a sneaky plan he had been cooking up. What if we just quietly assassinate those 2 monsters, then drag their dead bodies out for the whole village to see? Thu Trung fired back with a blank look. Why the rush, man? We haven't even had dinner yet. Luke Han rubbed his glasses, completely exhausted by his teammate. You literally only care about your stomach. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping totally ignored their bickering, closing his eyes to scan the area. Was that noise coming from their targets? Elsewhere, Vuongkong and Hong Kong were prowling the dark streets, frantically covering their tracks. Those crazy hunters had to be at least level 30. If we stuck around, they would have definitely skinned us alive for some cheap armor. He was totally on edge, pacing around and jumping at every little shadow. Seriously, where did those freaks even come from? They did not just ruin our grand plan. They actually saw right through our human disguises. We need to warn the rest of the monster clan right now. If we don't, we are going to get slaughtered the second the sun comes up tomorrow. He suddenly whipped around, trying to catch whoever was stalking them in the shadows. Who is there? Vuongkong spun around right after him, letting out a loud, annoyed groan. Are your stupid hallucinations acting up again or what? If you are starving, let's just go back to the base and chew on some frozen meat. Hoang laughed, happily mocking his partner. Hungry? Are you insane? Right now, I just want to survive the night. Zhang Ping quietly shadowed them from behind and popped his appraisal skill. System clear. Target confirmed as Thien Thuong Foxes. 2 stars. Demon Clan faction. Back down in the filthy dungeon, the town guard was busy counting his prisoners. 1, 2, 3. He scratched his head, suddenly getting super frustrated. Damn it, why is there always one guy missing every single time I count? Sensing the awkward tension, Luo Qingyu stepped up with a sweet, innocent smile. Hey, Mr. Guard. You have counted us 3 times since breakfast. Maybe you should try using your fingers this time. Thu Trung jumped right in, playing along flawlessly. Exactly. We are all perfectly good, law-abiding citizens here. Well, except for that total troublemaker, Zhang Ping. Realizing he had just totally blown their cover, Thu Trung slapped both hands over his mouth under his team's deadly glares. The guard's eyes widened as he started frantically searching the cell. He is right. That leader guy is completely gone. Guards, get down here right now. We have a breakout. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off right behind them, sending rocks flying everywhere. CC whipped around, furious. It was a massive teleportation magic circle. The guard gritted his teeth, raising his spear and pointing it straight at the captured hunters. What kind of sick trick are you freaks pulling now? Seeing everything go from bad to worse in an instant, CC stepped up and took total command of the raid party. This whole place is about to blow. Everyone, scatter right now. Before she could even finish, huge chunks of rock blasted outward, completely obliterating the thick prison walls. The one behind all this chaos was their giant beast ally. It was not just the wall, the entire detention block collapsed. Everyone clutched their heads in pain, but Ma Ni took a direct hit from the rubble and screamed louder than anyone. That freaking hurt. Thu Trung turned to see the poor guard knocked out cold on the floor, and panic instantly set in. Could you guys give us a little warning next time? He gripped his head in totally exaggerated panic. We are so dead. There is absolutely no way we can talk our way out of this one. I seriously refuse to sleep out in the freezing snow again. Meanwhile, the giant turtle finished doing a quick head count and calmly spoke up. Hop on, everyone. Zhang Ping sent me down here to break you out. He just unlocked some brand new clues for the main quest. Once we finally clear this annoying dungeon, nobody will have to stay in this dump anymore. At the exact same time, Hong Kong and Vuongkong shed their human skins and crept into the hidden monster base. Inside, a huge pack of foxes was already waiting for them. One of the demons casually tossed out a pretty loaded question. Is the whole guild here yet? The orange-haired fox rolled his eyes, pointing at the crowd with a mocking grin. 300 fierce brothers, and this is all we have left? He kept running his mouth, turning everyone against the two returning scouts. Why didn't you two losers just die out there in the cold? Hong Kong and Wong Kong lost their minds, violently smashing the nearest tables and chairs in pure rage. There was absolutely nothing we could do. Those outsider hunters crashed our plans. Just look at his wounds. Those human freaks did this to him. Look, you guys do not need to panic. As long as we hold on to that special loot, spawning endless numbers of our brothers is only a matter of time. But right after dropping that incredibly arrogant speech, another massive explosion violently ripped through the cave. Out of the smoke stepped Security Squad 5. Kim Ba walked in looking totally badass, immediately calling out their filthy hideout. I kept wondering why it smelled like absolute garbage out here. Turns out, it is just a dirty little fox den. The orange-haired demon instantly leaped to the front, shielding the weaker monsters behind him. You absolute idiots were followed. Wong Kong stood there in total denial. He could not believe he had actually been outsmarted. No way. These low-level humans could never trick me. How could I? Zhang Ping ambushed them from behind, his whole aura practically screaming danger. Surprised? Your ancestors came to my dreams and told me to wipe out your entire bloodline. Everyone spun around, absolutely terrified. The orange-haired guy barely kept his cool, squinting at the enemy. Was this their leader? No, that was not right. Who are you? Before he could finish, Zhang Ping blurred into a purple streak, blitzing Hong Kong and Wong Kong before they could even react. The other celestial foxes got completely shredded, while the orange-haired guy just spammed his skills in a total panic. He used the opening to dash in close and unleash his firepower. Don't forget about us. Eat my fist. Tuyet Teep leaped up, flipping into a brutal flying kick. Every single hit she landed was a critical strike. This is the Jade Breaker combo. Remember it when you get to hell. Glowing blue swords joined the fray. Luke Han smoothly guided the blades, slaughtering the celestial foxes without a single wasted movement. Tuyet Teep playfully patted her teammate on the shoulder with a light tap. Hey, you did great. Realizing they were completely crushed, Hong Kong and Wong Kong shielded their faces, stammering in pure terror. Stay back! Do not come any closer! Zhang Ping stepped up, his voice cold and demanding. Be honest, where did you monsters come from? Did the Moon Prince order you to stay here? Hong Kong cowered, wrapping his arms around his head in panic. I do not know who that is. We were born right here. Fearing a slip-up, Wong Kong snapped at his ally. You idiot, keep your mouth shut. Cece scowled, leveling the tip of her frost blade right at his throat. You already lost this dungeon fight. Still want to cause trouble? Wong Kong glared back, absolutely refusing to yield. The celestial foxes will never become slaves to you humans. We are totally dead either way. Right after he spoke, the two fox beasts exchanged a quick, knowing glance. They rapidly transformed, thrashing around wildly right in front of Cece. We might as well take you down with us. Annoyed by these magic beasts, Zhang Ping glared with pure murderous intent. He swung his weapon down in one clean, brutal strike. A system prompt popped up. Rage harvested. Nether energy increased by 20 points. After both beasts finally dropped dead, another green system window flashed. You successfully helped White Irontown survive the crisis. Trial quest complete. Cece stretched her arms wide, feeling completely refreshed and victorious. Well, at least we actually finished this trial quest. Thu Trung let out a heavy sigh and planted his hands on his hips. But after everything we went through in White Irontown, forget about unlocking that hidden achievement. Suddenly, a strange grinding noise echoed behind Zhang Ping, like a secret door clicking open. He nervously stared at the dark gap that just appeared. What was that sound? Zhang Ping stared in shock, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. He muttered every single word slowly. What is this thing? It was a celestial fox, contained and studied inside a secret lab. The whole party quickly gathered inside the mysterious laboratory. He locked his eyes on the bizarre setup. I saw stuff exactly like this in sci-fi movies during my past life. Zhang Ping slowly pressed his hand against the glass, studying it closely. A place like Mingzhou City absolutely should not have access to this level of high-tech gear. He frowned, thinking deeply about the situation. Plus, why does this entire setup feel so familiar to me? Meanwhile, Thu Trung darted around the lab, acting incredibly excited and showing off his tech knowledge. These machines are way more advanced than anything I have ever crafted. This crazy place really opened my eyes. Tin Dao ignored his mindless rambling and turned straight to question their party leader. I am not sensing any souls from these bodies. Could this also be something spawned by the trial dungeon itself? Over on the other side, Man Ni and Cece were busy examining an old book left on the desk. No, these are actual handwritten experiment logs and data. That completely proves a real person created this entire facility. It reads, Experiment log number 217. She read the words aloud in horror, creating a completely new species. Hearing that, Cece rushed over to the test tubes, eyes burning with hatred. In other words, the celestial foxes were artificially bred by someone. Manni kept flipping the pages, absorbing the lore. No wonder there were zero historical records about the celestial foxes. It turns out they are a brand new monster species, though Bach and the crew suddenly realized the dark truth about their past missions. Damn it, those fox cubs I transported back then. Are you kidding me? They were all just test subjects. Plus, time inside this trial zone flows much slower than in the real world. So, taking forever to raise the Celestial Fox King actually makes perfect sense now. Manni suddenly cut him off, shouting out a new discovery. Wait a second, there are more experimental logs written in this file. The title says, Potential Growth of the Holy Maiden, and the experiment was conducted out in the Lost Forest. She frowned, staring at a scorched section of the page. But everything after that looks like it was completely burned away. Tin Dao jogged over and playfully rested her chin on her friend's shoulder. The Lost Forest? Wait, isn't that the exact name of our next quest zone? Curious, Zhang Ping skimmed through the notebook. Looks like the only way to uncover the truth is to keep grinding this trial. But to stop them from spawning any more celestial foxes, we need to completely trash this lab before moving to the next zone. Meanwhile, back at the Holy Ancestor Village, Quan Din was fast asleep. Huang Min walked in. Mingzhou City sensed his presence but didn't even bother to look back. Why are you here? The old man gestured slowly, his wrinkled eyes narrowing. You promised that once you break through to the King realm, you would hand over the corpses of CC and Toybach. So, naturally, I am just here to check on your leveling progress. Hearing this, Mingzhou Tuyet waved her hands, casting magical seals all around her body. To reach the King realm, I have to completely absorb the Holy Maiden's awakening power. I have spent so much time and energy researching this specific array formation. Right now, I am confident I have mastered at least 70% of it. She used her magic to levitate Quan Din into the air, screaming with pure confidence. Today is the day I ascend to the king rank. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the room, completely blasting the roof off the building. Huang Min had to brace himself against the insane shockwave that tore through everything. Is this the power of a king? But despite the chaos, Quan Din floated there totally unharmed, still lost in a deep sleep. Now Tuyet suddenly felt her confidence shatter into pieces. Then, Quan Din hit the ground. The backlash hit Now Tuyet hard, throwing her off balance. The recoil damage was so intense she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood without even realizing it. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared behind her, openly mocking her pathetic state. That was quite a massive blast, huh? Honestly, if I had not been here today, your precious holy ancestor village would be absolute rubble right now. Hearing that voice, Ngao Tuyet scrambled to turn around. You? He stared at the ground, his voice totally ice-cold. Tran Quan Din's core ability can just infinitely evolve? In this entire world, that makes her an absolute anomaly. If she keeps grinding her cultivation and leveling up, she might genuinely become the most overpowered being on the planet. And you? Trying to absorb all of her power before it even finishes evolving? What an absolute waste of a god-tier talent. Ngao Tuyet clenched her fists in rage, looking ready to throw down. This entire village is under total lockdown. How the hell did you manage to get inside? Outside, the village guards were stacked up in piles, completely beaten to a pulp. The stranger smirked. Did you seriously think those low-level mobs could actually stop me? He ignored that and reached out toward Quan Din. Too bad the trial item I prepared for Tran Quan Din is useless now, but I have a new research subject anyway, so I will let you off the hook this time. Hearing those two words, Now Tuyet felt a sudden wave of panic and unease wash over her. A trial? You just want Tran Quan Din to murder her own father to forcefully awaken her hidden potential. Absolutely disgusting. The mysterious figure replied with cold brevity. Do not say that. I came here specifically to help you break through to the king tier. I can upgrade this magic array so you only need 100 awakened hearts as a catalyst. He finished speaking, and Zhao Tuyet turned away, her hair catching the wind. All right, I am pretty exhausted today anyway. Ta Huang Min, go brew a pot of tea. She left, but the mysterious figure stayed put, quietly running through his master plan. The Moon King of Heavenly Fox. The Chu family sunbird, so the ancestor is Lin Zhao Tuyet? Soon, every faction will wield king-tier power. He smiled smugly. All the chess pieces are finally in place. Zhang Ping, do not let my game get boring. As his team explored the dense forest, Cece quickly glanced along the path. I have seen this tree 3 times. Are we walking in circles? Kimba announced, looking around the area. The fog is incredibly thick. You cannot even see a meter ahead. Thu Trung scowled at his compass in frustration. This thing is completely useless here. The trial quest demands we kill an outsider. Are they really forcing us to slaughter each other? Zhang Ping calmly spoke up from the front to reassure his team. In theory, this trial zone allows solo players to enter, so it definitely would not assign an impossible quest that a single person could never clear. But wait, didn't the captain mention that the dungeon adapts the trial mechanics based on whoever enters it? Suddenly, a random voice echoed out, terrifying the squad like a ghost. By the looks of it, you guys are outsiders, right? CC spun around, weapons drawn. Who is there? A frightened OY-town resident raised his hands. Sorry, I did not mean to scare you. I am just a local. You guys looked lost, so I came to check. I can guide you if you want. Luo Qingyu stepped near Zhang Ping and innocently added, I checked already. She means no harm. The resident led them to a massive gate and spoke up. We are here. This is OY Town. Zhang Ping instinctively scanned his surroundings. The fog is much thinner here. Is there some sort of magical barrier keeping it out? Bo Ba quickly appeared to share his memories. I remember OY as a rundown village that just sold funeral goods. How did it level up into a place like this? He stepped closer to the resident and mocked. Plus, if you have already turned into a wandering spirit, something terrible must have happened in this trial zone, right? She slowly turned her head, stammering slightly but with resolute eyes. That is a very long story. But first the gates opened, and the other locals cheered in unison. Welcome to OY Town. Night soon fell. Everyone gathered in OY Town. Zhang Ping and Security Squad 5 sat around, enjoying a huge feast. Thu Trung ate happily but still leaned in to whisper. Can this place really serve us? I cannot even hear their heartbeats. Annoyed, Luo Qingyu chewed her meat and deliberately spoke loud. Not all wandering spirits harm humans. Honestly, I trust them. An OY Town local quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. Do not blame him. Back in the day, we would have been terrified seeing spirits too. Finishing his food, Zhang Ping looked up at their strange hovering state. You were all human once. Why did you end up like this? Hearing that, he looked down sadly, avoiding eye contact to dodge the past. We ran into a massive 10-story tall giant. Zhang Ping stared blankly into space, picturing it. A giant? Was it that thing? The local frowned heavily, explaining helplessly. After turning into spirits, our concept of time just faded away completely, so we honestly do not even know how many years ago this happened. That day, the forest fog mysteriously vanished. Then, 4 massive mountains of flesh literally fell right out of the sky. They trampled the forest. Facing those kinds of monsters, we had zero chance to fight back. His voice choked back tears. OY Village was reduced to absolute ruins. Not a single villager escaped. Everyone died in that disaster. An unknown amount of time passed, and then everyone miraculously came back to life. When we woke up, we realized we were all wandering spirits. The local slowly closed his eyes, reminiscing. Then the fog covered the woods again. The giants seemed to lose their targets and completely stopped moving. Right around that same time, an outsider showed up in our village. Under his leadership, we did not just rebuild the village. We used his shared knowledge to upgrade and develop the town into what you see today. Because of that, he became our town's great sage. Zhang Ping listened closely, suspecting something very weird. An outsider actually changed the dungeon environment? Could that mysterious guy be connected to the creation of Heavenly Fox itself? He slammed the table and stood up. Where is this great sage right now? Soon, the entire group arrived at the sage's front gate. A local led Zhang Ping inside. Lord Sage, outsiders are here. Tran Hao Van angrily yanked the curtain aside, cursing out loud. Why did it take so long this time? That is not your style. He blinked in shock, squinting to see clearly. Wrong people? I really am just a foolish old man. Manhwa rushed forward, shouting, You are Tran Hao Van! Zhang Ping suddenly remembered. Is that the Tran Hao Van who went missing 10 years ago? She quickly brought up Tran Quan Din's father, sending a sudden jolt of electricity straight through his body. Tran Hao Van jumped up to interrogate these strangers. You know Quan Din? How is she doing now? The panicked local tried calming him. Lord Sage! He eventually composed himself and issued an order. Head out for now. I need to chat with them. The local bowed politely and obeyed. Yes, sir! Once the local left the room, Manhwa explained Tran Quan Din's current situation. Hearing the whole story, Tran Hao Van looked up, leaning back in his chair with total exhaustion. In the end, it was totally unavoidable. He slammed his fist into the chair, furious at himself. He clearly made a deal to trade his own life for Quan Din, but that bastard, actually dared to break their promise. Tran Hao Van was so enraged he fell ill, coughing violently. Zhang Ping panicked and rushed over to help him. A red system alert quickly popped up. The bloodline body activated. He healed the old man while urgently passing on the warning. That guy you are talking about is our mutual enemy. What exactly did he do? Tran Hao Van wiped his mouth with a towel and slowly recalled the painful memories of his past. Years ago, I left Mingzhou City to train and level up. During my journey, I ran into an incredible woman. She was not only highly skilled but also kind and deeply understanding. We quickly fell in love and became husband and wife. I found out later she was a saintess who escaped from Holy Ancestor Village. At that time, Liangao Tuyet had already taken complete control over the entire settlement. Her innate saintess powers helped her resist Liangao Tuyet's vicious mind control. That exact clarity made her realize the cruel oppression happening around her, pushing her to run away for good. What followed was endless pursuit by the forces of Holy Ancestor Village. Quan Din was born under that massive pressure, especially since Lin Jiao Tuyet was a major wanted criminal in Mingzhou City. Since my wife was a runaway saintess from Holy Ancestor Village, we could not ask Mingzhou City for any kind of backup. Tran Hao Van sighed heavily, his tone turning grim. In pure desperation, I secretly contacted my father, Tran Hock Li. I tried everything possible to have him take Quan Din into the city to be raised safely. But right as we were sending Quan Din off, the assassins caught up. My wife fought with her life to protect him, but she was completely outmatched. In our absolute darkest moment, that man appeared. In the blink of an eye, he slaughtered every single pursuer. He swore he would protect Quan Din perfectly, but the heavy price was me coming to this cursed place forever, living among wandering souls. He sat up straight. His voice turned more serious than ever before. At first, I figured doing all this for Quan Din was no big deal. But as time passed, I slowly realized this entire training ground is actually just that man's private backyard. Whether it is the deadly fog or those massive giants, he controls absolutely everything from the shadows single-handedly. He uses me to cultivate bloodlines, feeds the resentment of ghosts to the giants, and waits for Quan Din to kill me just for fun. We are nothing but simple tools for his sick entertainment. Tran Hao Van showed a deeply sorrowful expression, mourning the memory of his beloved son. I have lost count of how many years I have been locked up here. To keep me alive, he constantly sent medicine my way. But this time, the supply completely stopped. He did not send anything. I honestly thought I was finally going to be freed. Turns out, it was just because you guys showed up. Suddenly, a strange, loud noise struck his house. Tran Hao Van stared at the ceiling, calmly speaking his final words. It looks like my time is almost completely up. That guy once told me that the moment I die, the fog will vanish, and the giants will regain their full power. Zhang Ping clenched his fists in pure anger. Are you kidding me right now? I am absolutely not going to let you die. Unlike that fierce energy, the old man had almost given up on everything. What is the point of any of this? No matter what I do, absolutely nothing is going to change. He raised his voice, urgently reminding the old man. Didn't you just say that? The massive giants only get their strength back after you die, right? So let's strike while they are still weak and wipe every last one of them out. Despite death creeping closer by the second, Tran Hao Van showed zero fear. He just kept his completely emotionless face pointed down. No, that is definitely not what I mean. Even if we slaughter all the giants right now, what does it actually change? He looked up at the warmly smiling family portrait. Reuniting with Quan Din was the single reason I kept trying to survive in the first place. Now that my wife and son are both dead, no amount of bloody revenge will ever bring them back to me. No matter how hard I try, no matter how desperately I risk my life leveling up, this cruel world just keeps taking absolutely everything away from me anyway. Hearing this, Zhang Ping turned cold and stopped pouring energy into healing him. Tran Hao Van lifted his tired eyes and let out a sigh. I do not want to keep going. I am so tired of living like this. Come on, just kill me so this training quest can end. Completely provoked, he yelled back with a furiously angry face. Tran Hao Van, you think the world is unfair to you? You think it took everything you had? Zhang Ping harshly scolded him, delivering a brutal reality check. Stop being an idiot. All of that is just how things are. He stepped closer, grabbed Tran Hao Van by the collar, and violently yanked him up. The living corpses in Holy Ancestor Village, the Chu family's Beast Tamers, Mingzhou City trapped by Heavenly Fox, and even the wandering ghosts in your own little town. Nothing makes sense in this place. Nothing ever goes exactly the way we want it to. This world is an absolute nightmare. Do you seriously think you are the only one who finally figured that out? Zhang Ping's eyes burned with furious killing intent. But so what? Are we supposed to just drop our weapons, give up fighting, and die a pretty death? No way. I will keep battling. I will fight and resist until the very last second of my life. He emphasized every single word, cutting deep into the old man's soul. I absolutely will not let that bastard get what he wants. Finishing his sentence, Zhang Ping let go and pulled out a weapon to challenge him. That guy played games with your life. If you really want to quit, use this dagger and finish it yourself. He turned around, making sure his teammates witnessed it. Make your choice. Die right here like a pathetic bug, or become a demon of revenge? That day, humanity remembered the terrifying fear of being ruled by giants. Everyone sprinted for their lives in absolute panic. People screamed warnings at each other. The giants are here! Run away! One desperate villager collapsed, burying his face in his hands. Where are we even supposed to hide? We are dead. We are totally doomed this time. Someone quickly stepped up to calm the chaotic crowd. Do not panic, everyone. Let's work together and figure out a way to take down these giants. The people of OY Town widened their eyes in sheer panic, stressing every single syllable. Monster! True and Guyette casually watched the crowd like a tourist, tilting her head with a question. Monster? Are you talking about me? Her tired subordinates shook their heads, not even wanting to look. Who else could it be? Meanwhile, Zhang Ping focused completely on his healing skills, monitoring the old man's vitals closely just like a real doctor. Tran Hao Van's condition had temporarily stabilized for the time being. Now, I have to rely on you guys. A system alert popped up. The pureblood body had fully activated. The rest of the guild quickly split into strike teams for the raid. Team A had Kim Ba, Lu Tuthian, and Lu Kan. Team B included Feng Lai Tian, Bak Duke, Chu Zuo Shangming, and Long Fuk Ba. Team C consisted of Diep Ye Changchun and Zuo Xiangming. Finally, Team D was Trin Tuyet Tiep, Triong Gan Long, Triong Gan Ho, and a Dai. The assigned members shouted in unison, "Understood!" Zhang Ping concentrated on casting his healing spells, but his mind stayed focused on the coming battle. Those giant monsters haven't completely recovered their full strength yet. Splitting into 4 squads to take out the 4 giants at once is our best strategy. Let's just hope there are no nasty surprises waiting. Without missing a beat, the teams quickly pushed forward into the Lost Labyrinth forest. Kimba took the lead and called out to the group. The fog was actually clearing up. He couldn't believe that mysterious guy managed to pull this off. But with the mist gone, they finally got a clear look at the terrifying giant standing right in front of them. Staring down at the 3 of them was a massive giant. Its sheer size froze him in his tracks for a second. So, this is the monster our Team A is supposed to take down, huh? Kimba didn't waste a single word. Lu Kan leaped swiftly onto his flying sword and brought a hand to his mouth. Wind step! In a flash, Lu Kan zoomed right past the giant's ear before the massive creature even realized he was there. He pointed straight ahead and commanded his weapons to strike. Go! The giant was instantly shredded by a relentless, heavy barrage of Lu Kan's flying blades. The beast stared dumbfounded at the perfectly round hole blasted through its shoulder. Backing away to a safe distance, Lu Kan carefully watched the giant's reaction to the attack. There was no blood at all, and the wound was healing incredibly fast, exactly like those 2 puppet golems from before. It suddenly ambushed him, closing the distance in a flash with a strike so fast, Lu Kan couldn't even block it. Kimba quickly leaped into the fray to save him, throwing a truly devastating punch. Stay focused. In other words, these massive giants must also have a hidden core controlling all of their movements, right? Lu Kan nodded in agreement. Exactly, just like that ugly crest on the heads of the previous 2 golems. But this giant's body is way too massive. There is no easy way to figure out exactly where its core is hidden. He stayed silent for a few seconds before making a bold call. Captain, I want to use the power of the golden blood. Kim Ba looked shocked. He cautiously asked to confirm. Didn't you say your power could only be maintained for a maximum of 30 seconds? Lu Kan calmly explained his plan right away. I have been constantly training my stamina alongside Director Fuang and the rest of the guild, so I should be able to hold it much longer now. Kim Ba smiled faintly, sharing a knowing look with his teammate. Seeing you this confident, I am guessing you have already figured out a way to take this thing down. All right, just make sure you know your own limits out there. Lu Kan gave a cold nod. True to his word, he quickly injected the golden liquid straight into his body. Drinking this power-packed blood will temporarily boost my abilities, but it takes a massive toll on my physical body, which means I really cannot keep it active for too long. While my stats are boosted like this, my flying sword can actually transform into pure, intangible blade aura. Because of that, the speed of a single slash can literally reach the speed of light. Channeling his newly buffed power, Lu Kan prepared to unleash the fierce dimensional aura slash. He quickly gave orders to his teammate below. This giant's regeneration cannot keep up with my slashing speed. The moment you spot its core, you have to hit it with an absolute critical strike. Kim Ba got into his stance and began gathering his raw power. Got it, golden blood fully unleashed. As Lu Kan kept attacking, he analyzed the battlefield. This is no good. The efficiency is way too low. I need to widen my attack range. He looked down and shouted for backup. Lu Tuthian, I remember you have a skill to create mirrors. Can you set them up all around the giant? Cici anxiously explained in a timid voice. But that ability of mine is only really useful for confusing the enemy. Lu Khan yelled loudly, cutting her off. Forget about that, just trust me. Fueled by his encouragement, she grew stronger and far more confident. Understood. Cece focused her mana, casting Mirror Flower Water Moon to surround the massive beast. Lu Khan smiled as the giant got hopelessly confused, loudly praising his teammate. Excellent work. Cece quickly cast her very next ability, the Water Mirror Wild Dance. A red gem flashed brightly, prompting Lu Khan to excitedly yell out. Found it! That spot right there has to be the core. Captain! Kimba swiftly launched himself at the target, unleashing his golden finisher skill along with one final, deadly threat. Die! His flying kick brutally pierced straight through the critical center. The glowing core was instantly knocked completely out of the giant's massive body, shining brilliantly. The monster collapsed, totally destroyed by Team A's flawless coordination. Kimba smiled gently and rested a proud hand on his future captain's shoulder. I expect nothing less from you. Coming up with a counter strategy that fast, nobody else is fit to be the next combat captain but you. Cece quickly sent an update through the communication orb. Team A has successfully hunted down our giant. Lu Khan kept his stoic expression and brushed it off. Forget it, just thinking about the role is exhausting. Let Lu Tu Thien handle it. After making the report, she looked down and analyzed their fight. These giants are just like the puppet golems we ran into earlier. Their weak point is the core right in their chest. Kimba quickly chimed in to finish her thought. We just need to destroy that core to completely shut them down. Meanwhile, as Zhang Ping was healing him, the man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, completely startling the boy. Tran Hao Van, what the heck is happening here? Why did so many hidden injuries suddenly appear inside his body? But a loud scream from the communication orb immediately grabbed Zhang Ping's attention. Get out of the way. Team A's giant suddenly woke back up, launching a barrage of attacks before anyone could even dodge. Cece quickly sent out a very urgent and brief update. The intel has changed. The giant's core is definitely in its chest. But somehow, the dead giant just came back to life. Something feels completely wrong here. Zhang Ping calmly pieced the whole situation together. The giant's destroyed core somehow managed to regenerate itself. And then Tran Hao Van suddenly suffered all these hidden injuries. Could these two things actually be connected? He immediately used his ultimate appraisal skill to check. A system prompt popped up, Soul Suppression Curse. The host links their life force with another target, applying a suppressing power until the host dies. Symbiotic Talisman. If the host's linked target is ever destroyed, the host will drain their own life force to heal its wounds until they completely pass away. Zhang Ping looked sadly at the withering Tran Hao Van, filled with deep concern. There isn't just one curse here. Plus, there is simply no way to heal all these dark injuries in such a short time. That bastard completely played us. He picked up the comms orb and carefully explained the situation. Listen to me, everyone. I know exactly why the giant revived. That mysterious guy actually placed two different curses on Tran Hao Van. One forces Tran Hao Van to suppress the power inside the giant. The other curse ensures that when the giant's core is broken, it drains Tran Hao Van's life force to completely repair that exact core. Zhang Ping emphasized every single final word. Destroying the core right now will only speed up Tran Hao Van's death. Lu Khan gritted his teeth, sprinting away from the giant. Damn it! Using my sword aura earlier already burned through way too much stamina. Right now, even controlling my flying sword is getting pretty difficult. Wait a minute. If Zhang Ping's chain reaction theory is right, what does that mean for Team A? He turned to look at the bloodthirsty giant and froze in total disbelief. Doesn't that mean the giant's raw power is actually much stronger now than before? The beast slammed the ground, sending a shockwave that knocked the whole team off their feet. Kim Ba scrambled up, biting through the intense pain. Is this the giant's true power? At the exact same time, Team D was struggling hard against their own giant. Duke Teep screamed loudly for help. We managed to avoid the giant's detection this whole time, but we are still getting crushed by its gravity attacks. This gravity field is just way too wide. Ngan Long asked helplessly for a plan. But how are we supposed to escape this zone now? The situation over with Team B wasn't looking much better either. Bok Duke punched the ground fiercely, completely frustrated. Don't you two have a special item that bans the use of skills? Get it out of there now. The teammate lay face down in the dirt, completely giving up. We want to, but we can't see a single thing right now. Team G was taking a brutal beating. Kim Ba just stood there, analyzing the raid like a detective while his squad fought for their lives. If I merge my body into it, this power won't affect me at all, but the giant doesn't even need to breathe. So it looks like I have no way to attack this monster either. Ye Changchun cut him off, totally annoyed. Stop talking nonsense and get over here to help us. Zhang Ping looked down sadly, his anxiety going through the roof. The squad's situation wasn't looking good at all. They couldn't fight, but they couldn't just stand there either. Was there really no other way to clear this? Tran Hao kept a stern face, his eyes showing heavy exhaustion. No, I still have a backup plan ready, he announced clearly into the comm sphere. Everyone, please create an opening and destroy the giant's core at the exact same time. When that happens, leave it to me. I can stop the giant's core from ever regenerating. Zhang Ping turned his head anxiously to confirm the plan one last time. You actually have a way to break this curse? Tran Hao just smiled softly. His head swayed back and forth as he spoke in a very weak voice. I have lived here a long time, so of course I have a few hidden tricks up my sleeve, but we only get one shot. I am counting on you all. Hearing the order, Kim Ba quickly gathered his mana and unleashed his ultimate skill, the blood spear of noble gold. Cece gritted her teeth, struggling to stammer out her words. We have to destroy the boss core together. I cannot drag the rest of the team down. He felt a surge of pride for his teammates. Great job. Let us show them the true power of our combat squad. Over with the other group, brothers Lao Bak and Fuq Ba decisively split their yin and yang symbol right down the middle. They cheered excitedly right in front of the massive boss. It worked! The gravity field is finally gone for good. He quickly turned around to warn his celebrating teammates. But doing this means we have absolutely zero defense left. You guys really have to protect us from any incoming attacks now. Loi Tian clenched his fists, intense flames roaring all around his body. Sorry about that. Lighting the fire took a little longer than expected. He confidently cracked his knuckles and announced, Relax, this won't take long at all. Ye Changchun had also taken control of the battle and flashed a smug smile. You brought this on yourself. Now it is your turn to drop to your knees. He quickly glanced at his ally. Brother 2, hold the monster down tight. I am going to drain a little bit of its nutrients to use for myself. Tayat Teep's team had completely knocked out the divine snake, leaving it knocked out cold on the dirt. She gathered with her squad to discuss their next leveling strategy. Are you guys absolutely sure this method will actually work? Tayat Teep winced as she recalled some very unpleasant memories. I cannot believe we actually got swallowed alive by the giant. That gross feeling of sliding straight down its throat, I never want to experience that ever again. Ngan Ho lit a torch with a small flame and scanned the bizarre, fleshy world around them. Just as I predicted, the inside of the giant's body is not affected by the gravity field at all. We are actually completely safe in here. Next, we need to pinpoint the boss core. Move very quietly and make sure the giant does not notice us at all. Somewhere else, the mysterious figure casually mumbled to himself. Sacrificing Chu Vianlong still was not enough to fully restore the sun god bird's true power. It does not even have active control over itself yet. He sighed heavily, looking deeply annoyed. The Chu family really has fallen into total ruin. The mysterious man quickly summoned the New World 4 Symbols Wind Sunday. He flashed a terrifyingly gentle smile. Let me lend you a hand with this. Guarding this training ground for so long must have been exhausting for you. The mysterious figure then smoothly raised his voice to warn it. Sun Tu, from now on, you better obey the Chu family. You guys only rebuilt the Divine Bird's physical body before, but you never actually gave it a soul. The Divine Bird's only consciousness was Chu Vianlong's lingering hatred from when he was alive, which is exactly why it became so violent. Now, I have filled that empty void using Sun To's level 39 soul. The mysterious man looked at his summoned creation with overwhelming pride. The Divine Bird is now even stronger than it was at its peak. Ku Duong's support crew bowed in endless gratitude. We truly cannot thank you enough for this. You saved the Chu family from absolute disaster. We will definitely repay this massive debt of gratitude. The mysterious figure curled his lips into his usual casual smile. No need for the polite talk. Now that you have a king-tier power, you guys should be fully able to negotiate terms with those foxes now, right? Honestly, I do not think highly of you guys at all. The beast taming history of the Chu family should have met its end ages ago. He stepped over, patted Ku Duong on the head, and clicked his tongue in praise. But I am extremely interested in this little brat's wicked game. In the future, this kid will definitely surpass all of you. Who knows, he might even forge an entirely new leveling path for the Chu family. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished and stood far away from the support crew. There is no time to lose. Head to Mingzhou City immediately. And by the way, Lingao Tuyet has already broken through to the king tier. I highly advise you all to quietly cooperate with the Heavenly Frost Fox. Do not try pulling any dirty tricks just because the Moon King is not around. His voice grew dark and stern. Otherwise, going up against the Heaven Swallowing Dog faction, you guys simply will not stand a chance. After issuing his final warning, the mysterious figure left, bursting with dark joy and total confidence. Finally, I have managed to perfectly set up those 3 major factions. Now it is finally time to go see Zhang Ping. The chubby giant was not fazed by any of the incoming attacks at all, but right then, just as planned, Cece's massive icicles hovered in the sky, completely ready to strike. The second the chubby target stepped right into the kill zone, she screamed out loud. Blizzard! The monster quickly locked onto the exact spot where Cece cast her frost skill. She unleashed her ultimate attack while keeping a very close eye on the chubby giant. Even though the ice spikes dealt massive damage under the intense gravity, it still was not enough to shatter the giant's core directly. So, simply drawing its attention and holding its aggro was more than enough for now. It is coming! Just as the boss tried to move away, another loud attack grabbed its attention. Liu Kang came flying out of nowhere on his flying sword, shouting a totally cocky taunt. I am not dead yet, you giant freak. Liu Kang, Liu Tu Tian, great job keeping it busy. Kim Ba hesitated, observing the battlefield closely for a while. This gravity field looks pretty terrifying, but its actual area of effect is much smaller than expected. Right now, I am standing safely outside the gravity zone. He decided to use his golden aura void-shattering strike, firing brilliant electrical sparks straight at the chubby monster. From this far away, this is the absolute only move that can pierce the boss core. Kim Ba shouted loudly into his comm sphere to give the update. Team A is fully prepared and ready. We can blast the core at any given second. Meanwhile, Ngan Ho and Ngan Long had also just finished setting up their own deadly ambush. Tayat Teep anxiously listened to the updates pouring in. Team B is completely ready, and Team C is waiting for the green light. She snapped at her teammates in frustration. Are you guys done yet? Group D is the only squad holding everybody back right now. Ngan Ho hopped down to calm her. We are already done here. Ngan Long was bursting with confidence in their pre-planned strategy as he bragged. We used the Holy Disciple blood to severely weaken the core power. Now, with your stats combined with Adai, you can definitely one-shot this thing. The rest of this boss fight is entirely up to you now, big sis. The moment they finished speaking, Tia Teep let out a deep breath. She took a battle stance, prepping her 100 battles floating cloud ice mountain technique. Ngan Long excitedly yelled into the comm sphere. Group D is completely locked and ready to go. Tran Hao Van roared with booming power from inside. I will count down from 5. When I do, everyone blast the core at the exact same time. 5. He counted slowly, dragging out every single beat. 4, 3, 2. Right then, time seemed to freeze. It was way too quiet. 1! Tran Hao Van yelled it out. Over in Group A, Kim Ba launched his strike. Piercing through the stars, he shouted. The massive monster took a brutal hit straight to its gut, thrashing around and screaming helplessly in pure agony. In Group B, Lai Tian unleashed his Beast King technique, slamming a crushing punch right into its back. Meanwhile, Group C's Ye Changchun Kung triggered their rapid growth skill, draining the enemy's life force to absorb its nutrients. The energy was totally full, but sadly, it didn't taste all that great. Finally, Group D Tuyet Teep moved like lightning, unleashing her ultimate Shadow Shield strike as she dashed right up behind the massive beast. Tran Hao Van watched the whole thing play out in silence. Alright, time to use my move. It is a technique only I can pull off. So, get out of my body right now and do not miss this perfect window to strike. Zhang Ping watched in absolute panic for his friend. Are you sure you are going to be okay? Hearing that, the older man just gave a soft, reassuring smile. Zhang Ping, you are the one who gave me hope. Thank you. Filled with anxiety, the young man rushed forward, desperate to help Tran Hao Van. Instantly, he threw his hand up to stop him. Do not come over here. I have lived long enough, and I am ready to go. Thanks to you all for protecting the town, my life finally means something again. Tran Hao Van smiled bitterly, flashing back to old memories. Quan Din, Dad finally did it. Suddenly, all their communication spheres started ringing back to back. Group A here, no weird activity at the core. Group B, all clear. Looks like they actually pulled it off. Wait, how exactly did we even manage to do that? Luo Qingyu walked up from behind, looking thrilled. Zhang Ping, I heard the raid was a success, right? Then she stopped, staring in total confusion, her voice stammering. Wait, what is going on here? Zhang Ping whipped his head around, snapping a frantic order. Exactly. Luo Qingyu, your skill lets you touch souls directly, right? Can you trap Tran Hao Van's soul right here and keep it from completely fading away? She quickly knelt down and pressed her hand against Quan Din's father's forehead. Let me try. It is no use. In his current state, even if I grab his soul, it is going to disappear in seconds. Zhang Ping refused to give up, desperately thinking of another way out. Time freezes inside the treasure vault, but living things cannot go in there. At the very least, they had to let him see Tran Quan Din one last time. Early the next morning, the town was more peaceful than ever. The locals gathered quietly to hold a proper funeral service to lay Tran Hao Van to rest. Lai Tian watched the funeral procession with a heavy heart. Tran Hao Van was not from around here, so his soul cannot stay, right? Zhang Ping honestly confessed the harsh truth. This is all my fault. If only I noticed it sooner. Cece cut in sharply to calm him down. A warrior's fate is not dying in bed. He went out with glory. Just then, a tiny glowing vortex spinning right behind them completely caught his eye. The swirling energy grew stronger, tearing open a massive portal. Zhang Ping stared blankly at the bizarre phenomenon right in front of him. This was the teleport gate to the final stage. A mysterious guy walked out of the portal, clapping slowly. Combat data from the four giants has been fully recovered. Not bad. I never expected you to actually beat my proudest creations. The second he finished, Zhang Ping and his party drew their weapons, ready for a fight. The stranger just shrugged it off casually. 2 seconds. Your reaction speed is up to standard. However, making a move inside the master's territory is pretty stupid. Zhang Ping suddenly froze in place, totally panicked. What is happening right now? I cannot move my body at all. The stranger grinned, looking at his paralyzed rival. We cannot do this here. Let us change venues. With a quick snap of his fingers, they vanished. This spot works. Right away, Zhang Ping fired off his appraisal skill to check his stats. The mysterious guy excitedly glanced over his shoulder, sounding super curious. Oh, are those people back there your party members too? A system alert popped up. Admin privileges detected. Appraisal skill nullified. The guy smiled innocently, praising them. The way they destroyed the giant's core was actually pretty fun to watch. Too bad. The stranger emphasized every single word, unleashing a massive attack straight at Zhang Ping's party. I hated it. Sensing the incoming danger, Zhang Ping bit his lip until it bled. Zhang Ping screamed, thrashing his frozen body around wildly. Move! He suddenly blinked behind the stranger, raising his weapon high for a fatal strike. Stop it right now! As the heavy weapon smashed down, the enemy easily dodged, genuinely surprised. Gliding right behind Zhang Ping, he casually analyzed the move. You broke the crowd control? Has the trial shrine actually started acknowledging this kid? He hasn't even stepped foot onto the heaven-piercing peak yet. A twisted smile crept across his face. This is interesting. Zhang Ping sprinted desperately toward his fallen teammates. Tuyet Tiep, grab my hand right now. She gave him a gentle smile, leaving him with one final request. Make sure you feed my ants for me. Looks like I am going first this time. The mysterious guy strolled right up to him. It is totally useless. Contract nullified. Zhang Ping looked around wildly, screaming out in pure instinct. Boss, he yelled. The stranger just offered a dark explanation. Look closely. The underworld flames are severing your contract. How does it feel to be completely abandoned by the world? You only have your own weakness to blame. Pure hatred fueled Zhang Ping, forcing his internal energy to explode. His roar shook the entire sky. I will trigger the contract gem and tear you to bloody pieces. The stranger just watched, totally confused by Zhang Ping's reckless and desperate outburst. He casually watched the kid throwing wild punches in front of him. The mysterious man easily dodged every single frantic attack. Then, he bizarrely materialized right next to Zhang Ping. The stranger stepped in, completely overwhelming him. The way you are right now, you are not even worthy of fighting me. Zhang Ping trembled at that insane aura. He never expected his combat power to be this high. Still, he quickly threw another fast strike. But the punch did absolutely nothing against the strange enemy. Zhang Ping was stunned by this massive display of raw power. Pure water body. The mysterious guy got ready to leave, but dropped one last threat. Your pure despair is the best experiment data I could ask for. Zhang Ping helplessly whispered, do not go. Ignoring his pathetic plea, the guy just casually walked away. As the public enemy of 3 major factions, I am really curious who will tear you apart first. Try to survive until the very end. I will come back for my data later. The lost forest slowly returned to its usual peaceful state. Zhang Ping reached out, catching a single leaf as it floated down into his palm. He looked lost in some incredibly deep and heavy thoughts. Behind him, Thu Trung furiously punched a tree trunk. I am obviously the most useless one here. Why did this have to happen? He couldn't help but replay old memories with Tuyet Teep in his mind. Thu Trung broke down completely, sobbing loud. Why did you have to be the first to leave? Manhwa slumped on the dirt, wiping her endless tears away. You promised you would teach me how to braid hair. Liar. You are a total liar. Lu Khan stood there shaking, drowning in guilt and disbelief. If only I was just a little bit stronger. Seeing things spiraling out of control, Thobak appeared with a grim update. Listen to me, everyone. My main body is like a candle in the wind right now. I am afraid this is as far as I can go with you all. Kim Ba anxiously asked what their next move was. Captain, what are we supposed to do now? The old man quickly stepped up to calm everyone down. I know exactly how everyone feels right now, but no matter what enemy stands in our way, never let go of your hope. Thobak slowly revealed a crucial piece of information to the group. After months of brutal combat, I finally found a flaw in Weert Vung's illusion. But to shatter it completely, we need to rely on the power of the Saintess. Before heading back to Mingzhou City, we have to save the Saintess from Lingao Twit. Thoibike's body started fading away. He added, and if I die, give Wirtvung a message for me. Tell him his throne stabbed me right in the back. Marn Ni walked up to the group with a heavy heart. Captain, Trung Bin gave a cold order. We will rescue Captain Tudo. His eyes burned with sheer determination and an intense thirst for revenge, and we are going to destroy that damn mysterious bastard too. Standing right at the teleport gate, Trung Bin signaled the team. Let's move. Their next destination was Thong Tien Thon Fong. Time to go level up and claim the throne. He stared blankly up the massive staircase. This is the final trial. Marni spoke up, a bit nervous. The captain used to say that only an awakened with infinite potential can actually step onto the Thang Dung Thun. Trung Bin looked back at his allies, his voice catching, Jiao Jiao, Sisi. Knowing exactly what he meant, they cheered him on. Just be careful, Trung Bin. We will be right here waiting for you. Hearing those words put his mind at ease. He offered a soft smile. I will be right back. Taking a deep breath, Trung Bin stepped onto the first stair. He gazed up at the towering, endless flight of stairs, 999 steps left to go. I will carry the will of my team all the way to the end. With 726 steps remaining, demonic whispers started echoing to break his focus. Does any of this really matter? Even if you manage to sit on the throne, you are still nothing more than a pathetic little pawn. Just give up. You guys do not have a single chance of winning. This little revenge quest of yours? It is nothing but a calculated step in my grand experiment. Trung Bin narrowed his eyes at the path ahead and snapped. Shut your mouth! 489 steps left. Tui Tierp and the Trio brothers suddenly materialized, waving at him. Hey boss, Jungbin. He phased right through them like a ghost, his resolve completely unbroken. Sorry guys, you would not want me stopping here anyway. Just a bit further up, a brand new obstacle blocked his path. Standing in his way were Ingar Tui, Thivur, and Thun Dio. Trung Bin flashed a sarcastic smile. Well, look who it is. Enemies really do cross paths. 247 steps left. A system notification popped up, Minvur, Thur Kwaja Mindirm. He pointed a finger, openly taunting them. Come at me all at once. Thivur charged in instantly. Slashing with razor-sharp claws, the beast quickly managed to pin Trung Bin down, but he just swung his blade and broke completely free without breaking a sweat. Another alert flashed Minvur, Thun Thu Chi, Thamin Hai. Trung Bin swung his sword with ruthless, brutal force. This strike is for Captain Tudo. The system updated Minvur, K-uk Bao Tark, 2K Min Yern. He lunged forward, closing the gap in a split second to deliver a devastating point-blank strike. The prompt chimed again, Minvur. Dar Hanja Minvur Hua Hin. Jungbin bit viciously into Thundiu's neck, roaring out loud. And this is for Mingzhou City. Ngao Twit launched a nasty counterattack. Horrific skeletal arms burst from the ground, grabbing Trung Bin and forcing him to thrash around wildly. Even so, he easily broke free and split into multiple shadow clones. This slash is for Trun Harvun and Trun Quan Ding. Once the enemies turned to dust, Trung Bin went right back to climbing. A brilliant, glowing crown floated just ahead of him. The final prompt flashed 2 steps left. He grabbed the shiny crown, inspected it for a second, and gave a cold command. Trial ground, pass this message to your master. Without warning, Trung Bin crushed it to pieces. This time, it is his crown getting smashed. The level-up screen appeared level 40. All of his stats and abilities received a massive boost. Next time, the thing I crush will be his throat. Meanwhile, back at Ngar Twet's base, the mystery man delivered some exciting news. Tudo and Tho Bark probably will not last much longer. Their entire crew just took devastating losses inside the training zone. Right now is the perfect window for you to wipe out all remaining obstacles. Hung Min was thrilled about the timing, but still highly suspicious. You have been hiding out in Than To Ton this entire time. So how exactly are you getting all this intel? The mysterious figure just threw his hands up and shrugged. Who knows? Anyway, best of luck. And just like that, he vanished into thin air. Following the mystery guy's advice, the villains quickly relocated. Hung Min led his army of living corpses straight toward the entrance of the training grounds. He boiled with absolute rage just thinking about it. That absolute madman actually used a water clone to play me for a fool. Still, if I can manage to refine a top-tier awakened, dragging myself all the way out here will be totally worth it. Spotting the massive gate ahead, Hung Min stared at it in total confusion. Are we here? Get in formation. Out of nowhere, Lai Tin flew in with fists blazing, roaring at the top of his lungs. I was actually planning to hunt you guys down. But since you willingly delivered yourselves right to my doorstep, Ta Hung Min, today I am ending your miserable life. A massive, bone-rattling explosion rocked the entire area immediately after. Despite taking a direct hit, Hung Min brushed it off with total arrogance. You really think you can beat me? Lai Tin stood completely stunned, seeing his target totally unharmed. My absolute strongest strike in Dung VM mode could not even scratch his defense? The old man casually swung his staff in a vicious counterattack. You honestly thought a weak little punch like that was going to end my life? Lai Tin was absolutely baffled by the power gap. Why was Ta Hung-min so much stronger than before? Against this, even he felt totally powerless. The brutal strike sent Lai Tin flying backward with terrifying force. Hung-min quickly carved a dark seal right into Lai Tin's chest, giving a sinister command. Be a good boy and become my living corpse. Director Fung, go take a little break for now. Terrified, Lai Tin clutched his own chest. Even my Dung VM form cannot purge this poison, yet he controls it effortlessly. He immediately turned back and yelled at his team. Everyone fall back right now. This monster's power is literally leagues above what it used to be. Even if we all rush him at once, we do not have a single chance of winning. Trung Bin raised his hand to stop them. Relax. Leave this guy to me. As the dust settled, Trung Bin's imposing figure was revealed. Luo Qingyu lowered his head, completely awestruck by the sheer pressure. Is that really Trung Bin? I cannot even sense a limit to the massive energy pouring out of him. Trung Bin crossed his arms and roared his ultimate skill, Gunlum Thianhar. A blinding explosion wiped the battlefield clean, incinerating the living corpses down to the bone. CC watched the whole thing in total shock. I cannot believe Trung Bin actually fused all of his unique abilities into a single overpowered form. The sheer scale of this power level left her feeling terrified and deeply uneasy. This is just way too ridiculous. Hung-min did not even hesitate, raising his weapon high to mock the boy. You cleared out a few defective pieces of trash, and suddenly you think you are a god. The remaining undead swarmed around the old man, merging directly into his flesh. Hung-min mutated into a hulking giant. A terrifying aura erupted all around him. You really think getting a little bigger is enough to scare me? Before the beast could even finish mutating, Trung Bin casually reached a hand toward him with a mocking smirk. All bark, no bite. You are the one who is finished. Trung Bin held Hung-min's severed head up like a cheap plastic toy. Just die already. Even as a decapitated head, the villain kept boasting. We will see who dies first. True to his word, Hung-min blasted a deadly barrage of spikes straight at Trung Bin. Lai Tian suddenly realized the danger and screamed out a warning. Crap! That guy is trying to inject the corpse poison directly into us. I've been hit by this exact move before. Huang Min tilted his head back and laughed with pure arrogance. Figured it out, did you? Well, it is way too late. I wonder what happens when I unleash the power of infinite living corpses. His laughter was cut short. Zhang Ping raised his hand, summoning a blinding golden aura of pure killer intent. Are you done throwing a tantrum? Swept up in the blast, Huang Min screamed in pure terror. He could not believe his ultimate attack had failed completely. I pumped so much corpse poison into that move. It should have easily melted him down. How is this even possible? Zhang Ping glanced at the sharp spikes on his body and smirked in absolute disgust. So naive. Did you really think a cheap trick like this could defeat a king? Huang Min could not believe his own ears. He shrieked in panic. What? You are a king? Damn it all, that bastard played me for a total fool. In seconds, Zhang Ping's flames burned the old man to mere ash. Lai Tian stared blankly as the smoke drifted away. His senior brother's revenge was finally complete. Nearby, Luo Qingyu coughed violently, wrapping her arms tightly around herself. Why did the air suddenly turn so freezing cold? Cece sensed the sudden danger and instantly readied her ultimate skill. High above them, Mingzhou Tuyet's cold voice echoed through the air, right on cue. What an absolutely useless piece of trash. Looks like I will have to do this myself. Cece kept her eyes locked on the woman, tracking her every single move. Mingzhou Tuyet materialized out of nowhere, lounging arrogantly on a throne made of solid ice. You lapdogs of Tudo Toi Bak? Your lives belong to me now. With a disgustingly smug look on her face, she gently blew out a puff of freezing gray smoke. Little bugs like you can repent inside my frozen prison. Without wasting a single second, she unleashed her ultimate ice skill, summoning a massive, terrifying frost dragon. The beast roared viciously at Zhang Ping and his team. Thinking fast, Zhang Ping ran the numbers. After hitting the king tier, his extreme king blood leveled up into new king blood, shaping the underworld fog, and adding that new king blood unlocks the heaven and earth avatar. Now he could freely mix and match his heavy-hitting skills. The king of gems, combined with the heaven and earth avatar, plus the underworld flame, creates the 8 extreme underworld flame. He instantly blocked the frost dragon's massive strike with raw power. As he held his ground, a thought crossed his mind. If the underworld flame was known for bringing total death, then the 8 extreme underworld flame was meant to bring absolute life. That is exactly why the burning ice melted down and transformed into beautiful glowing butterflies that fluttered away. Snapping right out of his deep thoughts, he fired back at Mingzhou City with pure sarcasm. Well, look at that. Turns out your mighty ice is actually terrified of fire. Watching from the sidelines, Kim Ba, Cici, and Luo Qingyu were completely blown away by the insane power clashing before them. Both fighters were absolute monsters. Suddenly, Cici squeezed her eyes shut and grabbed her head, screaming out in brutal agony. The terrifying noise made Luo Qingyu jump in panic. "Sister Cici!" she yelled out in pure fear. A moment later, Cici slowly opened her exhausted eyes. A sharp gleam of pure light flashed deep within her pupils. She stared blankly ahead and muttered, "I remember it. I remember absolutely everything." Cici shifted her intense gaze toward the giant frost dragon, glaring right at Mingzhou City sitting so proudly on its massive back. "Dad, was this the hidden truth you wanted to tell me about Mingzhou City right before you passed away?" In a flashback at the Liu family estate, now Tuyet calmly walked forward. She drew her blade, slaughtering every single guard, blocking her path as she took to the sky. Cici's mother held her young daughter tight, glaring at the attacker with eyes like invisible daggers. Unable to hide his rising panic, Cici's father stepped up and screamed a fierce warning. "Mingzhou City, our Liu family has absolutely no grudge against you. Why are you marching in here slaughtering our people?" Mingzhou City kept walking, her boots echoing against the frozen ground as she moved forward. "No bad blood at all," she replied calmly, "but you have something I desperately need." The second the words left her mouth, she instantly dashed right up to Cici's father. Shaking with fear, he screamed, "In your dreams, witch!" With a desperate wave of his hands, he summoned a massive frost dragon to completely trap Mingzhou City. She casually glanced up at the terrifying ice dragon and nodded. Not bad at all. But with a single, lazy swipe of her hand, she shattered the entire beast into dust. "Still lacks a little bit of power, though," she mocked. Quick as lightning, Mingzhou City grabbed Cici's father by the throat. Lifting him right off his feet, she grinned. "This extreme cold ice soul, I am taking it." Cici and her terrified mother screamed out in absolute horror. "Husband! Dad!" Choking for air, the man gritted his teeth and gasped out his final wish. "Protect our little girl." Seconds later, Mingzhou City callously drove her heavy blade straight through his chest. Little Cici watched her father die right in front of her, crying endlessly as she screamed for her dad. Suddenly, a blinding flash of pure light erupted from where her father stood. In his final breath, the dying man unleashed the Ice Wind Thousand Blades, completely freezing both himself and Mingzhou City in solid ice. Back in the present, Cici frowned as the puzzle pieces clicked. "Dad used a blood curse to freeze all my memories of the Liu family. He just wanted to keep me alive and safe. Mingzhou City, it is time to pay for your horrific sins." Just as Now Tuyet's massive ice boulders were about to crush Zhang Ping, Cici summoned a flock of sharp ice birds to shatter the attack completely. "Get down here right now," she screamed at the top of her lungs. The giant chunks of jagged ice quickly crumbled into harmless little shards, raining down across the battlefield. Zhang Ping smirked with total confidence. "I know for a fact your powers go way beyond this basic stuff." A system alert suddenly flashed in his mind. Top-tier appraisal magic combined with the new king's blood creates the Eye of Royalty. He grinned and added, "But that throne you stole from us." "Appraise." The system instantly flashed another cold mechanical message. "Appraisal, fully successful. Commencing power extraction. The invisible sword, corpse control magic, extreme cold ice soul, and the power of the Shadow Path False King." Zhang Ping pushed off the ground with insane speed and yelled, "Think you can actually keep it?" And Zhao Tuet let out a cold, arrogant snort. Having everything taken away is just the natural destiny of the weak. Before she could even finish her sentence, Zhang Ping lunged right at her for a brutal strike. She instantly detonated her magical energy, making something terrifying crawl out from the dirt. It was her ultimate shadow technique, Lahai. Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes as the creature fully emerged. "That's the same skeleton from before." Lahai flashed a horrifying, deadly grin at the group. He hissed out a dark warning. "Now it is your turn to become stepping stones for the new king." Level 40 summoned Beast Lahai, alongside a level 40 Mingzhou City. Standing tall on the giant monster's shoulder, she smirked. The real, absolute nightmare has only just begun. Lahai instantly fired a massive shadow bullet straight at Zhang Ping. The boy studied the incoming magic. It looked exactly like his own underworld fog. He raised his arms to block the blast, completely shocked by its heavy impact. The raw energy was absolutely insane, far stronger than Curator Feng's killer aura. Suddenly, a pair of glowing, terrifying hands reached right out from Lahai's explosive attack. The massive hands violently snatched Zhang Ping, making his heart race. It actually hid physical hands inside that pure energy blast. He gritted his teeth. "8 Extreme Underworld Flame. Activate." Watching from high above, Mingzhou City laughed like a complete maniac. It is completely useless. Just give up and die quietly. She summoned a massive, razor-sharp iceberg, aiming it straight at Zhang Ping while he was pinned down by the skeleton's giant hands. She kept mocking him. Lahai is the ultimate shadow warrior. He survived the blazing fires of absolute purgatory. You really think burning his giant body will be that easy? 1 second later, that colossal iceberg dropped out of the sky like a heavy missile, crashing violently right into the dirt. But when the thick dust cleared, the massive chunk of ice was just sitting harmlessly in Lahai's giant palm. Both villains were completely stunned. He just disappeared. Right at that exact second, a familiar, chilling voice echoed through the air. Liang Tuyet. You really do have an incredibly useful pet. The system panel flashed a message, pure water body resonating with the new king, formless ice king. Zhang Ping teleported to a new spot. He looked up, his voice booming. But do not forget, I have a party fighting right beside me. The second he said that, a massive explosion ripped through the area. The king's blessing. It constantly shares the buffing power of the king's gemstone with his entire squad. Everyone felt a sudden surge of energy leveling up their stats. Zhang Ping called out, asking them to lend him a hand. Kim Ba tightened his fist, his voice full of grit. We have been waiting for this. Helping you is exactly what we came here to do. Lai Tian shifted into a combat stance, a fierce grin on his face. Finally, it is our turn to shine. Then Liu Khan slammed his hands together and roared, Zhang Ping, use this. The giant god heavenly sword. Zhang Ping chanted his skill. 8 extremes dark flame. Treasure weapon. Giant god heavenly sword. Fuse into the 8 extremes divine flame sword. And Zhao Tuyet let out a mocking laugh. Useless. Against my power and Lasat, any weapon you bring out is nothing but cheap scrap metal. Gripping his massive scythe, the monster charged straight at Zhang Ping. The dark ice Lasat closed the distance, swinging his blade wildly. He bragged with a wicked grin. To us, you are just a pathetic little ant waiting to be crushed. Zhang Ping quickly raised his flaming blade to block the heavy strike. The sheer force of their weapons clashing triggered a massive shockwave. The violent impact shook the ground and echoed across the entire battlefield. Lasat suddenly roared. What is this? Why are these fragments burning? Wait, it is a trap. Now Tuyet instantly detached herself from La Saturday. She scoffed to herself, brushing it off as a cheap trick. The guild members on the ground spotted her fleeing and yelled out, Liang Tuyet is over there. Sensing immediate danger, she quickly raised her hand and cast her skill. Extreme Ice Lotus. In the blink of an eye, everyone below was trapped in solid ice. Now Tuyet let out a cold snort. Zhang Ping. It turns out your so-called king's blessing is nothing but a total joke, but her freezing skill was completely blocked by Luo Qingyu's magic shield. Holy Healing Barrier. Right on cue, Kim Ba let out a deafening battle roar. You really think this weak spell can trap us? He threw a brutal punch right into the thick ice, sealing them away. The moment his heavy fist smashed a hole through the frozen wall, the rest of the team jumped into action. They shouted to each other, now is our chance. They moved fast, leaping across the chunks of broken ice floating high up in the air. In a split second, Lai Tian and Bak Duke closed the gap, rushing right at Ning Tuyet. She flashed a twisted, dangerous smile. How fun. Let us see how many seconds you worthless mobs can survive before I crush you. She instantly shrieked, summoning her beast. Lasat knocked the two fighters far back. As the monster spread its dark wings behind her, Cece screamed out her enemy's name. Liang Tuyet. Lasat beat its wings and shot straight into the sky. Gripping a massive battle axe, the monster charged up an attack and roared. Sure, kill strike. Its dead eyes glowed a terrifying bright red, locking firmly onto its prey down below. Purgatory Ice Heaven Strike! That single brutal blow smashed into the ground, violently cracking the earth and shattering everything into pieces. But suddenly, Lasat froze in place, totally motionless. Ngao Tuyet frowned, her eyes full of confusion. What is happening? Out of nowhere, a sharp voice echoed through the air. No matter how high its attack power is, this thing is still just a pile of bones. Zuo Xiangming was standing right on the monster's back. First, I turn into vapor to slip inside its joints. Then, I turn into solid frost. But locking down a massive boss monster like this is no easy task. Yi Changchun stepped in, wrapping thick green vines tightly around the beast's giant legs. My spirit vines will hold it in place. Zhang Ping, we will hold this giant skeleton down. You go and take out Lian Tuyet. Standing across the battlefield, Zhang Ping gave a deeply confident nod. Loud and clear. Now Tuyet angrily screamed back at them. So naive. She quickly rotated her hands, forming a glowing sphere of deadly magic. Extreme Cold Ice Soul. Violent Blizzard. But the heavy snow she summoned instantly melted into thin air. She glared fiercely, completely shocked. My skill got cancelled? Then she spotted Luo Qingyu standing next to Cici, and it all made sense. So that little brat is messing with me. This is the secret ice control art of the Lu family from the North City. While she was totally distracted by her raging thoughts, Zhang Ping had already closed the gap and appeared right in front of her. He gritted his teeth and snarled. This attack carries the unfulfilled dreams of every single comrade we have lost. The moment those words left his mouth, he unleashed his finishing move. Totally panicked, Gao Tuyet screamed in pure terror. Lasat, return to me right now. Hearing its master's desperate command, Lasat surged with pure dark energy. The monster began tearing right through the sealing magic of Zuo Shangming and Ye Changchun. The two of them panicked, shouting in total alarm. This is bad, it is breaking free. In a flash, Lasat violently launched itself across the battlefield, throwing its giant body right in front of Gao Tuyet. And just like that, Zhang Ping's massive attack slammed into the beast instead. The monster's entire body was vaporized by that single, explosive strike. His attack hit with so much raw damage that it literally sliced the clouds in half. Zhang Ping stared down Gao Tuyet. So your pet blocked my fatal blow? Do not expect to get that lucky next time. Boiling with rage, Gao Tuyet screamed at the top of her lungs. You annoying little pests. How dare you act so arrogant in front of me? She raised her hands, spawning a terrifying swirling vortex right in the center. Cici watched in pure shock, gasping out loud. Wait, is that the legendary soul-devouring ice prison from the Icewind Heavenly Blade? Rumor says the soul-devouring ice prison is so broken it can even freeze time itself, but no one has ever actually seen it used. That is because it is an ultimate skill. Only a King-class awakened player can actually cast it. She frantically screamed out a warning to the party. Everyone, watch out! But they were way too slow. And Gao Tuyet had already frozen the entire team solid. Soul-devouring ice prison, eternal winter coffin, absolute zero memory at minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. Gao Tuyet smirked, dropping a chilling threat. Nobody escapes the absolute domain of a true king. Close your eyes and accept your eternal sleep. Just then, deep inside the blinding blizzard, a fierce yellow flame suddenly roared to life. A split second later, an exploding pillar of pure light pierced right through the dark sky. Standing dead center in that golden beam was Zhang Ping. He brutally smashed his way out, completely shattering the massive ice blocks trapping his body. Gao Tuyet stared at his raw power and just laughed in his face. Surviving the deadly grip of my soul-devouring ice prison? I will admit, you have some skills, but it changes nothing. She glanced over at the magical hourglass floating beside her. The lives of these pathetic ants belong entirely to me. In exactly 5 minutes, my domain will completely drain their stats, and every single one of them will drop dead. Go ahead, take your time and enjoy this lovely little party of death. Out of nowhere, a weak voice broke through the silence, making Gao Tuyet turn her head. I am not letting you get away with this. It was Cici. Even with ice slowly creeping up her skin, she dragged her freezing body forward, one painful step at a time. Gao Tuyet let out a cold, arrogant snort. Up ahead, Zhang Ping shouted a warning to his teammate. Cici, fall back! Let me handle this crazy witch! Gao Tuyet just smiled, muttering under her breath. A stray dog really thinks it can bark at me? She shot Cici a deadly look. You pathetic remnant of the Lu family. Take a good look at who is surrounding you right now. The very next second, the frozen scenery around Cici violently shifted. Pure panic set in. Where am I? Her trembling eyes scanned the endless icy wasteland. Then, familiar figures started spawning right in front of her. She gasped, totally frozen in shock as she called out their names. Mom? Dad? Even my uncles are here? Suddenly, the man standing right in front of her unleashed an ultimate move. The deadly Azure Dragon Ice Blade shot straight at Cici's face. Tears filled her eyes as she screamed out, "But why are you doing this?" Just as the fatal blade was about to pierce her, Zhang Ping warped right in. He triggered his shield to block the deadly hit and spoke up. You cannot hold on to the dead, but you can still save the living. Cici suddenly cried out, calling out for Trung Bin. He instantly shattered the illusion created by Gao Tuyet, urging her to focus. The past cannot return, but the future can still be saved. Cici, do not let yourself get trapped inside these fading illusions of what used to be. You need to find a safe place first. Just as he finished speaking, she screamed back her reply. No, I am not going to run away and hide this time. You are totally right. Instead of endlessly regretting the past, I need to protect everyone right now in the present. Trung Bin, buy me a little more time. I know how to break her domain. Cici remembered the past, right before her master closed his eyes and warned her. My disciple, I know there are many things you cannot remember, but you absolutely must never forget the horrible crimes of Liangar Tuyet. He pulled out a meteor-shaped stone and continued. Inside this is the sealed Fun Tum Dung Bung Quit. This move is a dangerous, life-burning skill. Unless it is absolutely necessary, you must never use it. Snapping back to the present, Cece pulled out that exact stone and crushed it. She clearly stated her firm resolve. With my very own lifeblood, I will shatter your ice prison. The ancient stone's power fiercely spread from her beating heart all the way through her entire body. Ngartwit proudly yelled out, "You have a death wish!" Then she summoned ice bullets from the opposite side to attack Cece. However, all those freezing bullets were completely destroyed by Trung Bin, who stood firmly in front. He loudly announced to her, "Your actual opponent is me, remember." And then he immediately activated his cloning skill, creating dozens of different shadow copies of himself. Following his command, the clones charged straight ahead, rushing right at Ngartwit's position. She smirked and said, "It is useless," before vanishing into thin air. "As long as we are inside my domain, you will never be able to kill me." Suddenly, Cece flared with intense aura, screaming her name, "Li Ngartwit." She formed a glowing sphere right between her hands and growled in a low voice, "This single strike is for the 73 lost lives of the Liu family." Saying this, she summoned a massive magic circle. Cece clenched her fists tight, shouting loudly, "Forbidden skill, Phantomzung Banquet." The exact moment that skill was deployed, deep cracks appeared all across Ngartwit's domain circle. Cece confidently roared, "Whether it is this fair Honbung Nuke or your wicked crimes, I will crush it all to pieces." Ngartwit gritted her teeth in pure fury. 1 month later, the morning sun slowly began to shine brilliantly across the sky. The thick layers of ice encasing everyone slowly began to melt away. They dazedly turned to one another, asking, "What just happened right there?" It felt like we were completely frozen, solid. At that moment, Cece pitched forward. She slowly collapsed, but a relieved smile still graced her lips as she whispered, "Thank goodness, I made it in time." Seeing her fall, Trung Bin rushed over to catch her, screaming Cece's name. Meanwhile, Ngartwit furiously shrieked, "You annoying little ants! Do you really think a cheap trick like that can actually defeat me?" Kimba frowned, muttering under his breath, "Whose voice is that?" Lytine glanced over and said, "Li Ngartwit." Everyone immediately spun toward the source of the voice as she continued. The Shadow Thief Guild does not only consist of Lahai. She furiously roared her command, "My loyal servants, destroy these enemies standing right in front of you." Ngartwit's minions charged forward like a pack of starved hunting beasts. Trung Bin held Cece tight, then immediately deployed his awakened skill, Thurkwa Ja, Devium Fair Thien. Just a single strike of his wiped out almost all the creeping monsters approaching his position. One by one, the monsters were burned crisp by his blazing fire, dropping from the sky like falling ash. Trung Bin gently laid Cece down on the cold ground. Tianzhao sprinted over to him right then, urgently pointing forward and screaming, "Trung Bin, you need to look over there." Following her pointing finger, he instantly used Vung Queen Chun Thier. His eyes flashed a bright neon blue as he muttered, "That is trained Quan Din right there." Trung Bin told Tianzhao, "It looks like Lin Gao Tuet does not have the strength left to seal Trun Quan Din's soul inside her body anymore." She quickly replied, "If we just cut the connection between the two of them, Lin Gao Tuet will suffer a massive backlash from the sovereign's power." He calmly replied, "So that is how it works." Then Trung Bin sprang into action, making sure to tell her, "I am heading over there now." Ngartwit stood on the opposite side. Seeing him rushing over to attack, she frantically screamed her desperate command, "Stop him right now!" But with his burning strength and agile movements, he quickly slaughtered every single enemy blocking his path. He frowned, his eyes sharp as a blade, and calmly spoke, "Please, I am counting on you." And then he immediately called out, "Tren Hao Vun." In the form of a spirit, Tren Hao Vun slowly approached Quan Ding. He reached out his hand, shakily calling out to her, Quan Ding." He choked up, sobbing, "It is Dad. Quan Ding, do you not remember your own father?" "Makes sense. You were so little back then, and now that I look like this, you can't recognize me." He stuttered out every single word. "I am so sorry I couldn't watch you grow up. I failed you." He remembered hugging a stuffed bear back in the day, repeating those familiar words. "Quan Din, look at what Daddy brought for you. Quan Din, do not be afraid. If only we could just make it back to Mingzhou City." Suddenly, Quan Din cried out loudly, "Dad!" Tears streamed down her face as she emotionally asked, "Is that really you, Dad?" Tren Hao Vun rushed to hug her tight, comforting her. "Things have been really tough for you lately, haven't they?" "It is okay. It's all right, Dad promises you. From now on, you will absolutely never be controlled by anyone else ever again. You are no holy maiden, and you are no limitless class-awakened hunter. You are just my daughter." Unnoticed, the chains had already started to crack apart. Trung Bin shouted, "Great! The connection is finally loosening up. Now is the time. Break it." Right after that, a massive purple sphere slowly engulfed Ngartwit completely. She screamed like a maniac in absolute despair, "No!" And then a glowing blue crown appeared, forcefully draining away all her spiritual energy. In that exact moment, her entire face grotesquely deformed. In sheer agony, she could only scream, "I am the true king here." Then, she slowly dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind one last word, king. Finally, Ingard Tuyet was gone forever. At that exact moment, the heavy chain also crashed down. Trungbin picked up Ingard Tuyet's broken chain from the cold dirt and quietly muttered to himself, "Is this the specific item the captain mentioned we needed to deal with Nguyert Vung?" Suddenly, a voice called out to him, Trungbin, making him lift his head. Standing right before him, Tren Hao Vun softly spoke, "Thank you so much for saving me and my daughter. Now, we can finally pass on in total peace." Quan Din stood beside him and added, "This is Lahai's power. All the people of the Shadow Thief Guild are incredibly grateful to you for freeing their trapped souls. We truly hope this power can help you on your leveling journey in the future." The second she passed him her energy, she whispered her final words, "Goodbye forever, Trungbin," before fading out into the void. Right after that, everyone gathered around Trungbin. Luke Han let out a deep sigh. It is finally over. However, Trungbin replied in a grim tone, "No, it is not over yet. It's time to take back Mingzhou City." Meanwhile, back in Mingzhou City, Thi Vur and her underlings were standing on the rooftop of a tall building. She said nervously, "A massively powerful aura just completely vanished." The aura was bone-chilling. Shi Yu's followers panicked, screaming, "Did Li Yaxu actually lose?" Right at that moment, another one of her subordinates raised his voice to make a point. "With Li Yaxu dead, the Saint-Devouring sect is going to collapse. Go gather our forces right now. We need to prepare for an all-out war against Zhang Ping." Shi Yu shot him an icy glare. "You don't give the orders here," she snapped. She turned on her heel and started walking away. The subordinate panicked, shouting, "Wait!" But the rest of her people spoke up timidly. "I think you already know this, but a fight to the death right now makes zero sense. Until we wipe out the other factions, I highly suggest we call a truce and stay out of each other's way. Is that so?" Shi Yu glared up at the massive, flaming sun god bird hovering in the sky. She gritted her teeth. "Is this what you call living in peace? Go worry about your own damn birds." Just then, a voice echoed out. The terrifying sun god bird suddenly shrank down into a normal crow, landing gently on someone's hand. "Little crow, come here." Shi Yu whipped her head around, studying the boy. How could a tiny kid like that tame a king-tier beast? Before she could process it, a booming, harsh voice echoed straight down from the sky. "The Chu family are the absolute backstabbers here, and yet, you have the nerve to show your faces and ask for a team-up?" Shi Yu's men started panicking. "That voice! It is him!" Floating high above them, the Moon King roared, "I told you all a long time ago. Killing Situ Shibai is only a matter of time." The moment he finished speaking, Shi Yu dropped straight to her knees. She bowed her head respectfully. "Welcome back, Moon King." Her men frantically tried to explain. "Moon King, that whole disaster was Chu Zeming's doing. We only ordered him to capture the Holy Maiden. We had no idea he'd cause such massive chaos. He has already faced strict punishment for his crimes. Please, we beg for your understanding on this." The Moon King scoffed, his voice dripping with anger. "Nothing but lies. If you pathetic weaklings didn't hold king-tier power yourselves, I would have eaten you alive a long time ago." Suddenly, the crow on the boy's hand flapped its wings and launched an attack. The Moon King easily swatted it away. The Chu family's sun god bird. And it seriously takes orders from a literal child? You might as well just call it a baby chicken at this point. One of Shi Yu's men quickly jumped in front of the boy, yelling out, "Do not show disrespect." He then quickly spun around to respectfully brief the Moon King. "Moon King, you already know about Liaxue and the insane power of the Saint-Devouring sect. Even with their massive army of the living dead backing them up, they even had the strength of a king-tier awakening on their side, and they still couldn't defeat Zhang Ping. You can see just how terrifying his leveling speed has become. At this point, our only option is to team up. It's the only way to wipe his guild out. We are all just trying to fight for the survival of our own families, so please try to understand." The Moon King opened his mouth to argue back, but he paused, holding his tongue. He thought it over for a second. Back when the Saint-Devouring sect first sieged Mingzhou City, Liaxue's combat power was pretty much equal to Situ Shibai. Honestly, if Situ Shibai had evolved to king tier, he probably would have crushed me. The fact that Zhang Ping took down a king-level boss like Liaxue means he's a massive threat to us now. But listen closely. You don't get to command a single one of my troops. I will lead the Heavenly Fox clan myself. Shi Yu's men nodded in agreement. Understood. We swear we won't break your rules, and will provide full support to help you crush the enemy. Satisfied, the Moon King turned his attention back to Shiyu. What is our head count? How many of my clan are still standing? Since we secured that new leveling method, our numbers have exploded, she answered. Right now, we have around 100,000 Heavenly Fox fighters ready for battle inside the city. Hearing this, he nodded slowly with a dark, proud smile. Perfect. Hear me, Zhang Ping. I don't care what dirty tricks you pull. Mingzhou City is going to be your graveyard. Meanwhile, over at the massive underground secret base number 10, Xu Shi and Luo Wei stood by the gates, cheering as Zhang Ping's squad walked in. Thank God. You guys finally made it back alive. Yeah, but wait. Where is Cheng Shuiji? Zhang Ping, who was carrying Cece on his back, looked down in grief. She didn't make it. The Zhao cousins died too. The other two went totally pale. Wait, what did you just say? Zhang Ping clenched his jaw hard, his voice shaking with absolute rage. I'm taking Mingzhou City back. Whoever wants to join me, step up. Lu Han, Lai Xian, and Jin Ba didn't even hesitate, shouting out together. You don't even need to ask. The Heavenly Fox clan and the Chu family. They slaughtered way too many of our hunters. We're going to make them pay for every drop of blood. Across the room, Chang Chun and the older hunters roared back. Don't forget about us, kid. We're in. I honestly never thought I'd get to fight for Mingzhou City again in this lifetime. Zhang Ping turned around, gently passing Cece over to Shushi. During the boss fight with Liao Xu, Cece forced herself to use the heart-burning ice-melting art. Her life force is completely shattered right now. Keep her safe here at the base. He then looked over his shoulder at Manny and Shou Zhang. You two need to stay behind as well. But both of them immediately fired back. Hey, we're awakened too. We can fight. Exactly. We've been leveling up together this whole time. Don't treat us like useless rookies. Zhang Ping let out a sigh, speaking softly to them. Manny, you know this base's layout better than anyone. Your barrier skills will sync up perfectly with the defense team. And Shou Zhang, your building abilities are way too valuable to risk right now. This revenge mission is basically a suicide run. If we get wiped out there, you're the one who has to protect the remaining survivors and keep this base standing tight. Manny crossed her arms. Fine, I get it. But at least let me give you some long-range sniper support. Shou Zhang nodded firmly. You guys have to win this. Later that night, back at the mansion, Zhang Ping gathered everyone to lay out the battle plan. Earlier today, I picked up the Sun God Bird's energy signature heading towards Mingzhou City, which means the Chu family is definitely teaming up with the Heavenly Fox clan again. The enemy numbers are absolutely massive, and they have 2 King Tier awakened on their side. A direct frontal assault is basically suicide. We need to use heavy traps and signal jammers to stall them and split the Fox army apart. Lu Han, Chu Qingbai, Long Fubo. I'm putting the 3 of you in charge of setting up the trap zone. While they handle that, veteran Su Qingbo will scout out their outer defenses, looking for any weak spots or hidden entry routes. As for the main frontline assault, leave that to me, Ye Changchun, squad leader Jin Ba, and Master Feng. Every single hunter in the room shouted in perfect unison. Understood. After the briefing, Zhang Ping walked over to have a quick word with Jing Jiao. Jing Jiao, your psychic skill is the key to this whole raid. I need you to focus all your energy and track the Moon King, Luo Shiyu, and the Sun God Bird. But most importantly, I need you to lock on to Captain Situ's exact spatial coordinates. She gave him a firm nod. Leave it to me. I will push my senses to the absolute limit. Suddenly, a thought hit her. Wait, how are we supposed to see through the Heavenly Fox clan's illusions? Do we have to rely on your pure blood body? Zhang Ping shook his head. No, we don't need to make it that complicated. I actually leveled up the King's blessing skill specifically to counter the foxes. I can now grant a buff to our raid members that completely nullifies their illusion magic. We will be able to see their true forms with 0 issues. He frowned and muttered that the real operation would begin at midnight. A few hours later, the monster guards were taking turns standing watch, unaware of what was coming. Suddenly, a blade flew out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it cleanly sliced the head right off one of the patrolling guards. Panic erupted as they screamed about an enemy ambush. Meanwhile, Lu Han calmly stood below, watching it all unfold. The second the monsters spotted him, he sprinted away. They immediately gave chase, yelling at the top of their lungs to catch him and not let the little brat escape. But the moment they realized something felt off, a group of figures leaped out to block their path. The beasts shrieked in terror. It was a trap, trying to overwhelm us with pure numbers? Idiots. However, the attackers who jumped out were nothing more than puppets. The monsters' strikes hit them, and suddenly, the decoys burst into flames. Then they completely exploded. It was a terrifying, soul-crushing suicide bomb tactic. Holding one of the explosives, Fuqba clicked his tongue in absolute admiration. Zhang Ping and Truong Thu Trung custom-built this entire batch of explosives. Old Bak chimed in, noting that they actually worked way better than any awakened superhuman's ability. At that exact moment, Luo Shiyu watched the explosion from the roof of a massive high-rise. Clenching her fists, she muttered, "Zhang Ping is here?" She was about to order a full strike, but Hakan Guyet quickly cut her off. "Hold on." He turned his head the other way and warned that creating such a huge distraction was likely a trick to lure them out. The real Zhang Ping had to be on the opposite side. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping kept a completely calm face. He stood alone and unfazed right in front of the legendary Sunbird, which immediately blasted a massive stream of fire at him. The force of that roaring flame was so intense it reached the very end of the street. Yet, Zhang Ping stood his ground, entirely unharmed by the superhuman attack from the shadow rogue Lahao. He mocked the beast, asking if the so-called sun only had this pathetic amount of firepower. Suddenly, a tall figure stepped right up to him, screaming out a fierce warning at the arrogant boy. It was the Moon King, strolling forward with absolute confidence. A second later, the ambush squad featuring Lai Tian and Kim Ba rushed in from right behind him. Both of them threw a brutal punch right at him, roaring out their Beast King's star-shattering fist. Somehow, the Moon King had already teleported safely out of the way. He burst into loud laughter, praising their pretty decent firepower. But did they honestly think they could defeat the mighty Twin Kings alone? In a flash, he conjured a glowing moon halo right above his head. That glowing moon ring unleashed a heavy aura that spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ping, Lai Tian, and Kim Ba were trapped inside a magic circle. Zhang Ping sensed danger and immediately used his appraisal skill. This was the Moon King's supreme domain, the Land of the End. Inside this zone, the caster ignores all spatial limits and can instantly teleport their entire body. Because of this, he could strike from any possible angle while remaining completely immune to physical attacks. On top of that, the temperature inside the domain would keep rising relentlessly. It jumps 100 degrees Celsius every single minute until every living thing trapped inside is burned to ash, leaving only the caster entirely untouched. A second later, the Moon King suddenly closed the gap between them, boasting with incredible arrogance. "Did you fools really think numbers could make up for the massive gap in our power levels?" With a single brutal strike, he sent Kim Ba and Lai Tian flying. He scoffed, mocking them that ants will always just be ants. But right then, Ye Changchun used his signature binding skill to lock the king down, shouting that he finally caught him. Zhang Ping roared at the top of his lungs. Now is the time. Instantly, Kim Ba and Lai Tian stepped up and launched another fierce attack from right behind the Moon King's back. Beast King's star-shattering fist. Their combined crushing strike pierced straight through his body. The two glanced at each other, wondering if they actually succeeded. But in a split second, Ye Changchun, Lai Tian, and Kim Ba were entirely surrounded by countless copies of the Moon King. The clones all held deadly wires in their hands. The real Moon King stood nearby, scoffing as he told them to look around at his lunar eclipse mirror image. "Silver string strangling execution!" Instantly, all three of them were violently snatched up by the razor-sharp wires. Watching from a distance, Zhang Ping screamed out for his seniors. Suddenly, the Sunbird appeared out of nowhere, taunting him about where he was looking. Then the flaming beast lunged right at him. Taking a direct hit, the young hunter gritted his teeth, yelling that he couldn't even throw a decent punch while inside the city. It mocked him, asking if he still felt so arrogant while facing this kind of overwhelming firepower. World-burning golden feathers. Blocking the heavy assault, Zhang Ping cursed in his head. The heat was just too intense, and his Dharma idol was on the verge of breaking. Just like that, the Sunbird's relentless flames flowed like actual molten lava, pouring straight toward Zhang Ping. Out on the streets, Luo Qingyu's spirit form was silently slipping inside. Around 7 o'clock, one monster complained about the sudden chill in the air. Its buddy just told it to go eat a human to warm up its cold body. Moving forward, Luo Qingyu whispered to Zhuo Xiangming that the energy signature was super faint, but this had to be the spot. He curiously asked her how to even use this thing. She quickly replied that they needed to find the spatial gate entrance first. Suddenly, a creepy voice echoed out, grabbing both of their attention. The king said some rats would definitely sneak into the city tonight, and look what we found. With a super arrogant look on her face, Luo Shiyu questioned why he came here all alone. What exactly was Zhang Ping planning? Zhuo Xiangming scoffed and fired back, saying there was no way she could ever see through the boy's master plan. He then muttered to himself that they hadn't actually noticed Zhao Zhao. Wasting no time, Luo Shiyu shrieked that she would end them right now. She instantly plunged a deadly strike straight through Zhuo Xiangming's chest, coughing up blood. He still smirked and asked, "Just you?" Luo Shiyu quickly summoned her massive foxtails, gasping in total shock. How was this even possible? Tun Zhuo Xiangming. She knew his unique ability allowed him to turn his entire body into inorganic matter. Letting you turn into literal air would be pretty annoying. But from the exact second you laid eyes on me, you were trapped in my illusion. She screamed her final death threat. Die! Suddenly, right at that very second, something sliced through the air and cleanly severed her tails. Furious, she spun around and screamed out into the darkness. Who is there? Moments later, every single one of her lackeys was frozen solid. The mysterious figure finally spoke up. Long time no see, little fox. We still have a massive debt to settle. The entire Heavenly Fox pack immediately charged forward, though Bach instantly drew multiple glowing circles to cast his skill. Replication, key to sword transformation. He frowned and shouted his command. Replicate the golden bloodline. Push the sword aura to the speed of light. Let's see where you run. Right after the chant, the homing sword intent shot straight toward the Heavenly Fox. It pierced cleanly through every single enemy using the flurry of swordlight technique. Watching from the sidelines, Toyback clenched his fist and crushed them. A giant hand erupted from the ground to grab the Heavenly Fox. Replication, earth and rock control. He turned his back as the beast was defeated. Replication, flame explosion. By now, Zhuo Xiangming was clutching his chest and coughing heavily. Though Bach quickly called out to Luo Qingyu, telling her to get her grandfather's wounds treated first. Looking terrified, she cried out for her grandpa as he weakly leaned on her and asked, "What about that fox?" Though Bach turned his head to look at the blood trailing on the ground, it got away, but with injuries that severe, it won't be a threat anymore. Those foxes are in the city. I'm leaving them to you guys. I'm going to find Zhang Ping. Luo Qingyu watched his back fade away. She silently prayed to herself, Zhang Ping, you have to hold on. Please. She recalled what he told her before. When the exact moment arrives, she just needs to grab one end of the chain and touch the other end to Captain Toy Bach's soul. That would be enough to do the trick. Back then, Luo Qingyu took the chain in a daze. She asked if this thing could really shatter Nguyen Vuong's illusion magic, and if it actually could, why not just use it directly against Nguyen Vuong in the first place? Zhang Ping calmly explained every single step. He told her he had already verified exactly what this chain could do. Actually, it is the physical manifestation of Liangao Tuyet's stealing ability when she pushes it to her absolute limit. Before all this madness, the captain ran an experiment with me. Even with his incredible infinite replication skill, he somehow completely failed to copy my boundless power. Because of that, Liangao Tuyet couldn't steal Tron Quandin's abilities at first, but instead, she used this very chain to completely shatter the rules. He paused, his expression darkening as his eyes flashed. This chain doesn't belong to her. Otherwise, she would have used it on the captain right from the very start. Long story short, once you link up with the captain, everyone's power will be temporarily shared across the board. That is the only way we can awaken the captain's soul and finally restore his physical body. Despite his firm and confident words, Luo Qingyu still felt a deep, lingering doubt. What if not even a tiny fragment of the captain's soul was left behind? To help her calm down, Zhang Ping kept explaining his plan. This chain doesn't actually shatter the illusion magic directly, but the captain still desperately wanted us to take down Lianjiao Tuyet first just to secure it. I think back when he was inside the trial, he deliberately said that just to hide things from the mysterious figure. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. He knew I could figure out the chain's true purpose and come up with a solid plan to save him. Besides, the enemy standing in our way already has the power of Song Vuong, so the captain's strength is absolutely vital right now. But most importantly, I trust him. As he spoke, Zhang Ping recalled Toy Bach's exact words. And one more thing. If I end up dying, pass a message to Nguyen Vuong for me. Meanwhile, at the final battleground, then Dieu and Nguyet Vuong stood in total silence, watching closely. The young man channeled his aura and took off, glancing over at Zhang Ping while muttering under his breath. The heat in here is completely insane. Even my Si Chuang Batu, that can barely handle this burning temperature. Kim Ba frowned in deep concern. Zhang Ping, are you holding up okay? Suddenly, a dark figure with razor-sharp eyes lunged forward. Just a bunch of pathetic cowards. Their defensive shield was instantly completely shattered. Nguyen Vuong stepped in with overwhelming pressure. How long do you rats plan on hiding? Thobak suddenly appeared, his voice dead calm. No need to worry about us. Kim Ba spun around, his face instantly lighting up with hope. Captain, Thobak casually strolled forward with an easy confidence. Sorry to keep you waiting. Nguyen Vuong finally processed his arrival, looking completely stunned. Thobak, aren't you supposed to be dead already? Walking up with his hands clasped behind his back, he sneered. An arrogant fool like you could never understand. Thobak's face darkened as he roared. Never underestimate the sheer potential of humanity. He pulled out the special chain and tossed it to Zhang Ping. Grab this chain, use our combined hope, and let's smash this absolute hell to pieces. Zhang Ping thought for a second, openly amazed. With this chain, the captain and I are basically both king tier now. Thoibok nodded in agreement, picking up the thought. Exactly right. Because of this connection, my purification and cleansing skills will actually work effectively against Ingui Vuong now. Once his domain shatters, he won't be invincible anymore. Staring out at the completely ruined wasteland, Zhang Ping raised his voice. In the name of the Song Vuong, he officially declared the start of their counterattack. Meanwhile, deep inside the Tai Duong Then Du, an enraged Ku Duong summoned raging flames into his hands. Hope? That makes me sick to my stomach. In a flash, Then Du's phantom spirit flared up wildly. Fan, the Kimlin, he barked out a fierce command, turned to dust under this blazing light. Thoibok wasn't just going to take it. He instantly threw up a defense. A system prompt popped up. Lang Kin Yich Chuyen deflected the strike, scattering Then Du's massive attack in every single direction. That little trick finally pushed Ingui Vuong over the edge. Don't get cocky. He ripped through space itself to strike, and a gruesome hand reached right out of the crack. Zhang Ping didn't even flinch. He summoned Ondao Jia Di Luke, forming the Luoi Kokot blade. It acted like a perfect shield, blocking the arm completely. On top of that, spatial lightning forced Lahai to back off. Thoibok ripped open a portal and barked his orders. Don't just stand there. You three get to the city and help Liu Khan's team, Kim Ba answered for the group. Understood, Captain. Both of you better stay safe. Ku Duong glared down with absolute malice in his eyes. Stubborn little bugs. He instantly triggered his ultimate ability, Chung Yen Han Dan. I will use this power to crush you all. Ngiet Vuong stood off to the side, watching the chaos unfold. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this energy is insanely powerful. I'm afraid even my own personal domain might get burned to ashes here. Even Thoibok and Zhang Ping were having a really hard time holding it off. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from Lahai. He was encased in a prism shield Van Tuong Chi King, granting him absolute defense. Just like that, Then Du and Lahai were dead evenly matched. Thoibok and Zhang Ping pooled their focus to hold the line together. That move fed massive amounts of energy straight to Lahai. Ku Duong flashed a twisted, arrogant smile. Struggling is useless, just die already. Thoibok channeled his inner power with one hand and gathered his aura with the other. He's just an arrogant brat after all. In the blink of an eye, he buffed Lahai with Nanquanik Chuyin. The sphere he launched swallowed all of Then Du's flames, rapidly expanding in size. Realizing he couldn't block it, Ku Duong frantically screamed, "Little bird, get out of here!" But Thoibok didn't leave him a single way out. Trying to run? Too late! He ruthlessly slammed another energy sphere right into the mix. It instantly evolved into Nanquangich Chuyen, Kontuk Bao Lu. Nguyet Vuong stood completely frozen in place, cursing out loud. Damn it all! Ku Duong jolted back, grinding his teeth. Ngiet Vuong violently swatted the massive fireball away with his hand. An intense pillar of pure energy blasted right toward them. Right then, the flaming sphere crashed down from the sky, instantly scorching the surrounding air. The resulting explosion swallowed the whole battlefield in a raging sea of fire as the intense temperature just kept climbing higher. Nguyen Vuong gnashed his teeth in pure hatred, looking absolutely furious. You actually dared to wound me this badly. That devastating attack came from Zhang Ping. He stood up confidently, delivering a cold reminder to his enemy. Mingzhou City is our true home. You invading outsiders have absolutely no right to sit there and decide its fate for us. Enraged, Nguyen Vuong flexed his body, channeling an even stronger surge of inner power. I just wanted to make sure my clan wouldn't have to endlessly wander anymore. Is that really such a crime? A twisted smile crept across his face, stretching from ear to ear. Besides, the real fun is only just getting started. With a lingering, manic laugh, Ngiet Vuong vanished entirely. Zhang Ping and Thoibok frantically scanned the area, desperately trying to track their enemy. This is bad. Why hasn't the domain disappeared yet? Suddenly, a massive fireball materialized right behind them, making both of them snap their heads around in pure shock. Thoibok glared over in sheer annoyance, sweat pouring down his entire body. Damn it. Then Du had violently resurrected from that last crushing blow using its ultimate skill, Bat Tu Then Tin, Duke Hoa Trung Sin. Zhang Ping could only stare blankly up at the scorching sky. The ground shook, throwing him completely off balance. He couldn't believe his massive attack only kept the boss monster dead for a few measly minutes. Shibai took a heavy breath and made his choice. Looks like we have to use a different strategy. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping's squad was fighting hard, wiping out the mutant beasts invading the city streets. Lu Han bravely thrust his sword, skewering the monsters one by one without flinching. But the enemy numbers were just too high. The mob quickly surrounded him, shouting, "Over here! Do not let him get away!" Before anyone could even celebrate, Jin Ba and Lai Xian dropped from above like absolute saviors. The two teamed up, unleashing their ultimate skills, Ice Mountain Force and Beast King Fist, pushing back the entire mutant horde. Somewhere inside the city walls, a sleepy resident was suddenly woken up by the massive noise outside. He rubbed his tired eyes, ready to curse someone out. Why is it so loud? Then the man screamed in pure terror. Ah, what is this thing? There are mutant beasts inside the city. Lu Han quickly regrouped with his guildmates to give a status update. We are almost done clearing out the fox monsters on this side. The whole team looked up at the sky, staring anxiously at a bright flash in the distance. I wonder how things are going on their end. Jin Ba suddenly realized something. That giant pillar of fire is coming from Zhang Ping and Captain Situ, right? Old Bai's group quickly checked in, sounding incredibly annoyed. We have already finished cleaning up our area too. Seriously, just how many of these fox? It feels like no matter how many we slaughter, they just never stop coming. Hearing this, Lu Han turned around to study the enemy forces. I felt like something was off too. Did the system not say there were only a few hundred of these heavenly fox beasts to begin with? We must have killed at least 1,000 by now. Whatever, let it go. Our absolute priority is capturing the Moon King first. To crush the enemy, you have to take down their boss. Everyone, gather at the City Lord's mansion. They all shouted in unison, understood. A short while later, Lu Han and Old Bai's party arrived straight at the giant mansion doors. Jin Ba roughly shoved the massive doors open and charged right in. Shi Yu forced a smirk on her bruised and battered face. So, you finally arrived. She sat arrogantly on the throne, not even caring that she was completely covered in mud. Lu Han walked in first, loudly threatening her. I knew you were hiding here. You are about to die, yet you still absolutely refuse to give up your seat as City Lord. Shi Yu gave a mocking laugh, throwing out a harsh insult. It seems arrogance and greed are just hardwired into your human nature. Furious, Lu Han aimed his weapon straight at her throat and snapped back at her. You monsters have slaughtered so many innocent people, including our very own brothers in arms. He shoved his blade closer, heavily emphasizing every single word. A blood debt must be paid in blood. But Lu Han's weapon could not even touch Shi Yu's body. A sudden wave of panic washed over him, making him completely frantic. He wildly launched a massive flurry of attacks at her, but absolutely nothing connected at all. Shi Yu slowly stood up. She looked at his shattered sword with a look of pure disgust. You are all hopelessly stupid. Her body instantly unleashed a massive shockwave of energy, blasting Lu Han violently backward across the room. As Shi Yu mutated and transformed, she began to preach at them. My father prepared for this exact moment a long time ago. The immortal heart of the moon is his power core, capable of using spatial magic to teleport. If anything fatal ever happened to him, he would automatically transfer his entire pool of power straight over to me. And look at me now. A system alert popped up instantly. Moon King Luo Shi Yu, level 40, the new and true monarch. A huge swarm of mutant beasts rapidly lunged forward, launching a massive assault on Lu Han's group. Chang Chun cast his ultimate skill, Hand of 10,000 Bones, to knock back and crowd control one group. Lai Xian fired off his Beast King's secret art, Primal Chaos, totally engulfing the mutant monsters in a raging sea of fire. Lu Han carefully assessed the boss, then yelled into his comms orb. The target has evolved, confirming the Moon King is inside the City Lord's mansion. I repeat, the Moon King's true body is right here. Jin Ba seized the opening. He leaped at Shi Yu, who was sitting still on her throne, launching a crushing Starlock punch. She just shot him an icy glare and pointed her finger. Instantly, Jin Ba was violently blasted backward by an invisible force. Lu Han watched the whole thing in pure terror. Why did Captain Jin Ba just suddenly teleport right behind my back? He looked uneasily at his teammate. Frozen in total confusion, Lu Han barely registered the explosion that almost wiped him out. Thankfully, Old Bai sprinted over and shoved him totally out of the blast zone. Watch out. Jin Ba quickly rushed over to check on the situation. Lu Han? He nodded in deep gratitude. I am totally fine. The three of them looked up at the giant boss who could manipulate space at will. Standard combat attacks were completely useless against her defenses. Jin Ba was so enraged he just started cursing like a sailor. Damn it, she is ridiculously tough. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping was going all out with his attacks. Give up, you cannot win this. But contrary to what he wanted, the Moon King just let out a truly wicked, evil laugh. Keep dreaming, today either you die or I do. Zhang Ping kept attacking and blocking, finally spotting a glaring weak point in its defense. This is bad. If we drag this boss fight out, our stamina will completely hit rock bottom. Shibai stood behind him, offering a careful warning. Zhang Ping, think. Is there any way to lock down its movements? He quickly turned his head to report. Captain, I found a loophole we can actually exploit. Shibai looked up at the giant divine condor and analyzed it. That Chu family brat fused with the condor to gain immortal godhood, but doing so actually gave the beast a completely fatal weakness we can use. We cannot kill the condor directly, but we can totally mess with that kid's mind. indirectly taking control of the beast. He closed his eyes, his hands weaving a complex spell as he gave quick orders. This skill needs to be cast at close range. You set up the opening for me. Zhang Ping nodded, obeying the order. Got it. He then blasted a massive surge of power right at the flying condor. He stomped the ground hard, screaming every word at the top of his lungs. Get down here. Zhang Ping's giant purple energy hand grabbed the condor tight and violently yanked it downward. He pulled with absolutely everything he had to drag its head straight into the dirt. Zhang Ping flew up from behind, totally seizing the moment to use his appraisal skill. He winked happily, absolutely thrilled. Looks like I finally caught you. Zhang Ping activated his inside eye to strike the condor's core weakness. Once he had the enemy completely locked down, he shouted out, Captain, I got the Chu family brat right here. Zhu Yang was captured but did not look scared at all. What are you trying to do? Shibai swiftly thrust his palm right at the kid's face and yelled, Willpower, override! Zhu Yang froze instantly, like his pressure points were hit, jaw dropping wide open in pure shock. The giant condor thrashed around even more violently, desperately trying to break free from Zhang Ping's heavy energy chains. Shibai watched the beast and gave his honest verdict. The mental shield protecting its will is extremely tough. Now, I can only force him into a permanent, deep sleep. But honestly, that still solves a pretty massive problem for our raid team. Shiyu noticed something weird and completely turned her head away. The divine condor has been dealt with. Whatever, that was already part of my calculations anyway. She floated straight into the air, her voice turning completely vicious. You killed my father and wiped out my clan. Zhang Ping, today I want you to taste the pain of losing absolutely everything. After clearing out the situation outside, Zhang Ping ran inside. He was totally stunned to see his guildmates scattered all over the floor. Manager Feng? Team leader Jinba? What the hell happened in here? Shibai helped Jinba up and checked his wounds. The injuries are severe. He needs a healer immediately. Jinba stammered, barely getting the words out. We completely walked into a trap. Wertfeng's real target is the base. Hearing this, Trung Bin's face goes completely dark in dead silence. Thoibarch quickly steps up to help, turning back to bark orders at the squad. Let me heal everyone first. Trung Bin, get back to the base for backup right now. Then, he blasts off like a rocket. Trung Bin grinds his teeth, pure revenge burning deep inside him. Guys, you have to hold on. Meanwhile, Thivu and her mutant beasts march forward with pure arrogance. Eat them all, leave no survivors. The monster horde roars back, obeying her command. Whoosh. The system voice quickly chimes in. Defense system activated, Tier 1 lockdown mode, but that doesn't stop her terrifying monster army from marching right through the front gate. The system blares another warning on the speakers. First, bulletproof shield activated. Second blast door, 2 meters thick, is locked down tight. Third armored gate, 5 meters thick, is closed. All entryways sealed, pumping out oxygen, entering vacuum state. Thivur stops dead in her tracks, closely scanning the weird space right in front of her. What is this? Everything around her suddenly turns into solid walls. A barrier. She just taps a single finger against the glowing wall. It instantly shatters into 100 pieces, making Thivur laugh out loud. Amateur tricks. Thu Trung watches the monitors and blurts out to the rest of his team. The base defense system is completely useless. How did they just walk right in? Manhwa is absolutely terrified, her eyes totally glued to the comms device. Why can't I reach the Guildmasters group? The other members are stuck outside too. Are we completely cut off in here? Zero backup? Right on cue. Thivur smashes through the front door. She glares at them, eyes dripping with pure murderous intent. All your signals are blocked. I cast a much stronger barrier around your pathetic little base. Thivur raises her hand into the air, flashing a deeply wicked, twisted smile. Every single person inside this building is going to die. Don't even try to run. Manhwa suddenly spots the object in her hand. That is the Purge Squad's comm device. Why does she have it? She used their own radio to track our exact location. Cece is badly hurt, but she bravely speaks up anyway. We still have a chance. Do not be afraid, guys. Hearing this instantly brings tears to her eyes. Cece, she then shoots sharp ice bullets straight at Thivur. The enemy counters instantly by firing up a spatial teleportation portal. Thivur smirks in pure disgust at the weak magic attack. Useless. I can shift all incoming damage right behind me. Hearing a sudden cry of pain, Cece chuckles and asks back, Are you totally sure it was useless? Thivur quickly backs away, but still makes a point to ask. Tozuo Xiangming, did you actually turn yourself into ice and hide inside her attack just now? He stretches his hand out to chant his ultimate skill, plotting carefully in his head. This is the dark flame Trung Bin stored inside the gem weapon. If I detonate it, I can transform myself right into those black flames. Zuo Xiangming charges straight at his enemy and screams, Go to hell, you filthy fox. Faster than lightning, Thivur uses her spatial strangling skill, slicing his entire body cleanly in half. Tianjiao rushes over in a panic to help. Grandpa! Seeing this, she coldly explains, "Give it up. Your pathetic little trick was already broken by me." Seeing sudden cracks form, Thivor actually feels a spike of panic. My barrier is breaking down. Did Trungbin get here already? He moves fast. Then, Thivor shoots high into the air and declares, "Looks like I need to end this right now." Just then, Trungbin lands at the target perfectly, hearing desperate screams coming from inside. He commands his main body, "Break it down." Trungbin instantly sprints inside and yells out, "Weird Vung, I am your opponent." But the awful scene right in front of him makes him freeze in pure shock. Thivor freezes everyone in place, turning around to laugh out loud. "Perfect timing! Trungbin!" Next, she raises both hands, using her spatial teleportation to trap his two teammates on either side of her. Then she gives him a sick choice. Who do you want to save first? Cece is trapped burning inside the magma zone, while Tianjiao is locked deep underwater in the ocean zone. Forced to choose between the lives of his two closest friends, Trungbin doesn't hesitate for a second and charges right in. He ruthlessly swings a massive horizontal strike right at her. Luckily, she leans backward just in time to dodge the fatal blow. Lost your mind already, huh? Even though she barely kept herself alive, Thivor gets a very bad feeling about this. Aside from that first slash, he secretly hid a second invisible strike right behind it. The second she realizes this, she immediately leaps into the air. Gotta dodge. Seeing Thivor panic like that totally confirms his battle theory. I knew it. Your spatial shield ability only works against attacks you can actually see coming. Without wasting another second on empty trash talk, he sprints at top speed straight toward the two massive spatial cracks. But things absolutely do not go the way he planned. His hand reaches out but passes right through the glowing crack. He can't physically interact with it at all. Now Thivor drops the cruel truth. Nice fake attack, but totally useless. I already severed the travel path between these two dimensions. You can't save them. She looks incredibly smug. Her pupils glow blood red as she flashes a deeply satisfied smile. Keep your eyes wide open and watch them die in pure agony. Trungbin got completely played by her sick little trap. Right now, his rage is boiling over the absolute limit. His brutal power slowly flares up as he spits out a venomous threat. I will absolutely make you experience a despair much worse than death itself. Trungbin stands his ground and activates Shadow of the King. Instantly, an endless army of his shadow clones charges forward, but that weak swarm is zero threat to Thivor. She just waves her hand, tearing open countless rifts in space-time. The clones can't react in time and fall right into the void. Thivor throws in a quick insult. Such a cheap trick. Even so, Thivor never expected to actually miss a single shadow. Trungbin suddenly appears right behind her back, delivering a ruthless and decisive sword slash. Invisible King. Thivor gives her attacker a totally dead, icy stare. These cheap little tricks. Turns out that wasn't the real Thivor, but just a mirror clone she made using the Moon Eclipse mirror skill. A massive army of mirror clones steps right out of the rifts. The whole scene looks completely bizarre. They will never kill me. But Trungbin isn't terrified by this at all. The heavy killing intent around him just flares up even hotter. I know that. That's exactly why I'm gonna burn every single thing here until your real body has nowhere left to hide. He blasts that terrifying energy straight into the horde of mirror clones. They are way too weak to handle his destructive power, vaporizing in an instant before they can even flinch. At this point, Thivor just can't keep her mouth shut. She has to mock him. Not even worried about your injured teammates getting caught in the crossfire? That doesn't really seem like your style. While Thivor keeps arrogantly running her mouth, he instantly teleports right next to her for a brutal sneak attack. Finally willing to show your real body to me, huh? Thivor flinches and spins around, landing a direct hit right on his body. But once again, it's just another phantom illusion created by Trungbin. She finally starts taking him seriously, raising her guard, moving like a ghost again. Did he actually merge with those dark flames to get over here? She stares silently at Trungbin, standing completely still in front of her, feeling totally confused. What exactly is this punk planning to do? Trungbin seems to easily read her mind, immediately throwing a mocking insult. Still haven't figured it out yet? Looks like even after becoming a king, you haven't made a single bit of progress. Zhang Ping's words suddenly hit her. Something was very wrong. Shiyu's eyes darted around the area in absolute panic. Wait, this isn't right. The entire cleanup squad was gone, completely vanished. Realizing she was losing her grip on the fight, Shiyu quickly tore open a spatial rift and dove right in. Too late, she finally realized the terrifying truth. This was the profound light heavenly tomb. Flashing back to when Zhang Ping activated his King's Shadow skill, she finally understood she was trapped. Was it back then? She had absolutely no way to break the profound light heavenly tomb. The terrain was totally against her. Her only option was to make a spatial jump right now. Inside the Moon King's dimension, a deep, mesmerizing purple galaxy stretched out endlessly, shimmering with countless bright stars that completely lit up the entire sky. Even though Shiyu managed to hide in here, she couldn't shake Zhang Ping off her tail. I left a tracking mark on you earlier. You've got absolutely nowhere left to run. He bolted forward, appearing right in her face. Gripping a heavy chain in his hand, he snapped, "Don't even think about running!" Seeing Zhang Ping terrified Shiyu to her core, without missing a beat, she desperately tore open another rift to escape. But the moment it opened, that brutal chain whipped out and bound her tight. What kind of overpowered item was this? Zhang Ping then summoned a massive hand, completely pinning her down. For the first time, Shiyu felt the true freezing grip of fear. What are you doing? Successfully borrowing Shiyu's own power, he instantly shattered the two heavy barriers that were trapping his friends Jingjiao and Cici. Then, he simply threw back a totally vague, cryptic answer. Isn't it totally obvious? He had this exact plan cooked up from the very start. He would hook her with the chain and temporarily steal her teleportation skills. Shiyu had absolutely zero clue about what that crazy artifact could actually do. She just kept frantically screaming the same question over and over again. How on earth did you force open my dimension? The very second those two spatial rifts ripped open, boiling lava and freezing water violently blasted out. Cici and Jingjiao were forcefully swept right out of the dimension along with it. They collapsed in the chaotic mess, panting hard to catch their breath. Shiyu wasn't just completely outmatched by Zhang Ping in this fight, he literally forced her to free his hostages. Absolutely losing her mind with rage, she instantly unleashed a massive swarm of tentacles straight at them. Damn you! Thankfully, Zhang Ping summoned Lola just in time to act as a shield. It threw up a heavy barrier, blocking the crazy woman's deadly strikes. Bracing himself against the heavy impact, he yelled back at Cici and Jingjiao, "You two get out of here first!" Knowing they'd only be dead weight in this fight, Cici quickly helped Jingjiao limp toward the exit. Right before leaving, she made sure to shout out, "Zhang Ping, be careful!" Standing firm as their shield, he shot back with total confidence. "I've got this." Zhang Ping flashed back to when he was just a weak, fragile guy. Back then, he never would have dared to fight up close like this. Facing a monster like her, he used to be paralyzed by fear. All he could do was blindly run away, desperately pretending everything was just a terrible nightmare. But not anymore. Now, he had the raw power to fight back. Zhang Ping violently swung his chain, gearing up for an absolute deathmatch. "Listen up, Shiyu. Our real fight? It starts right now." The battle completely exploded into chaos. Zhang Ping slammed his giant spectral hand straight down at Shiyu, but she wasn't about to just stand there and die. She instantly whipped the massive tentacles on her back upward to crush his attack. Zhang Ping. The massive hand suddenly faded away, revealing his cold silhouette standing right there in the dust. Why? She furiously lashed out with a massive wave of tentacles, screaming at the absolute top of her lungs. "Why do you constantly have to get in my way, over and over again?" Zhang Ping didn't even flinch. He stayed right behind Lola's heavy protective shield. Shiyu's brutal barrage of attacks literally did zero damage to him, but her relentless earth-shattering strikes were starting to take a toll. Deep cracks violently spiderwebbed across the protective shield. Yet Zhang Ping didn't look worried at all. He just casually fired back at her. "You want to know why? I've been meaning to ask you the exact same thing. Why did you decide to sell your soul to Paradise Lake?" With that, he viciously swung his heavy war sickle right at her throat, but she easily sidestepped the lethal blow. A dark gleam flashed in Shiyu's twisted eyes, her tone dripping with toxic satisfaction. "Ha ha ha. So you finally figured out who I am." She completely unleashed her terrifying raw aura right in Zhang Ping's face. Her voice was obnoxiously arrogant. "That's exactly right. It's me. I'm the one who opened my arms and happily embraced the suffocating darkness of the lunar eclipse. I gladly let the Moon King completely devour my very soul." Now, Shiyu's eyes were burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. She proudly gloated about the twisted demonic power coursing through her veins. "Because sacrificing myself was the absolutely only way to gain the power to rip everything to bloody shreds." Zhang Ping just stood there, completely stunned by the pathetic memory projection Shiyu threw up in the air. He honestly felt super confused. He saw vivid images of her clutching rotten vegetables, helplessly taking absolutely brutal, merciless beatings from the local townsfolk. It all played out right in front of him like a twisted movie. Shiyu desperately wanted to force him to witness the absolute hell she suffered back when she was just a normal human. "Take a real good look at this. This is Mingzhou City, the very place that birthed and raised me. The only pathetic mercy it ever offered me was literal garbage scraps, ice-cold beatings, and an endless, sickening wave of humiliation that just never seemed to stop." Those agonizing days left Shiyu feeling like death would be an absolute blessing. This miserable place brutally ripped away my only warmth. It completely destroyed my last reason to live. The harsh illusion clearly showed her standing completely alone in a sea of heartless people. Even after I lost absolutely everything, not a single person would even look me in the eye. Shiyu suddenly shrieked at the top of her lungs, desperately trying to dump all her suffering and humiliation straight onto Zhang Ping. At this point, she had completely abandoned any hope for human kindness. From that exact second, I finally understood the brutal truth of this place. Kindness is nothing but a heavy chain. Tears are totally useless garbage unless you enjoy being violently trampled under everyone else's boots. If I ever wanted to make those arrogant trash pay for hurting and despising me, I had to become completely ruthless. I had to become far colder and infinitely stronger than all of them. And Shiyu's tragic fate was completely rewritten the exact second the Paradise Lake incident erupted. That was when it finally came for her. Facing such an unbelievably terrifying mutation for the very first time, Shiyu instantly collapsed to the ground in fear. Surprisingly, though, the horrific entity didn't actually try to hurt her at all. It stared right into my soul and saw the toxic hatred burning inside me. It felt the violent rage that was ready to burn this entire world to ash. Even though Shiyu was trembling and sweating bullets from pure terror, she forced herself to offer a dark deal to Paradise Lake. Let's merge together. Make us one. The tragic flashback only played up to that exact moment before the memory violently shattered into tiny, sparkling pieces. The Shiyu standing right there was fully consumed by a sick need for brutal revenge against society. You seriously want to know why? Because I'm going to make this rotting city feel the exact same agony it caused me. I'll pay them back thousands, no, tens of thousands of times over. The moment she finished screaming, Shiyu instantly sparked a dark red magic glow in her palm. That sinister energy forced the floating memory shards in the air to violently stitch themselves back together. Triggering her lunar eclipse mirror image spell, Shiyu brutally commanded the massive storm of broken glass to blast a highly toxic dark energy straight down at him. In just a fraction of a second, the savage attack ripped hundreds of deep, bloody gashes across Zhang Ping's entire body. Refusing to back down, he instantly cranked his Hellfire Corridor skill to absolute maximum power, desperately trying to burn away the dark energy connecting those lethal glass shards. Zhang Ping's body completely transformed, taking on the unstoppable, indestructible Buddha hand form as he blitzed straight at Shiyu. Caught totally off guard by his blinding speed, she panicked and desperately summoned thick energy chains for defense. But those spiritual chains only made it halfway before their master was completely blasted away, sent flying back several feet. Crimson blood violently poured out of her mouth as she hit the ground. However, Zhang Ping showed no mercy, unleashing another immensely powerful punch of raw aura. He waited until the devastating strike faded into the void before offering his opponent a piece of genuine advice. Just give up and stop resisting. I have already figured out every single move you and Nguyen Vuong can make. As long as those chains are still attached to your body, you have absolutely zero chance of winning this fight. Yet Luo Shiyu refused to back down, stubbornly spitting back a venomous reply. Is that so? Because from where I am standing, you look pretty badly beaten up yourself. Her arrogant attitude made Zhang Ping snap. He instantly accelerated, launching a rapid attack right at her. It is over. Watching his hand drive straight toward her chest, Luo Shiyu simply flashed a chilling, sinister villain grin. Realizing her moment had arrived, she frantically locked her grip onto Zhang Ping's arm and screamed like a maniac. Even if I die today, I will make sure you feel every single ounce of my agonizing pain. Luo Shiyu swiftly activated her ultimate skill, Bai Da Tram Luan. Before he could even react, her body turned to ash and faded away entirely into the void. Seeing Zhang Ping still trying to fight, Luo Shiyu mocked him with absolute delight. It is totally useless. This entire dimension is actually me. Even with his heaven-sent power protecting him, once he witnessed her miserable memories twisting together with her arrogant laughter, she knew he would never be able to escape this place. His mind quietly calculated every possible scenario, plunging Zhang Ping into a brief moment of deep, silent thought. He waited until she finally shut her mouth. Then, he calmly raised a single finger, sparking with intense firepower. His ultimate martial skill, Kui Ku, easily shattered the dark illusion that Luo Shiyu had carefully set up. Without stopping, Zhang Ping dashed straight toward the massive sphere of energy right in front of him. As he moved, his voice rang out with powerful resolve. Luo Shiyu, I have fully received every bit of your burning hatred, but right now, it is time to end this. He swung his arm, smashing the sphere. All of her memories, packed with endless torment, instantly collapsed into nothingness. Meanwhile, Tho Bak was transferring healing energy to Luke Hoen and Kim Ba, yet his mind still wandered off into distant, random thoughts. Zhang Ping should be fine, right? Before leaving, he specifically told me to automatically sever the chain's connection. I have no idea what the heck that guy is planning to do. His train of thought was suddenly shattered by a series of loud, chaotic noises echoing from outside. Ah, there is one over here too. What in the world are these freaky things anyway? The bloody scene looked like a pure horror movie, filled with terrified screams echoing through the air. Hurry up and call the patrol team over here right now. The survivor kept screaming for help, completely ignoring the heavenly fox beast lunging right at him. A disaster of this massive scale was happening right inside the city walls, so how did absolutely no one notice it until now? In that life-or-death second, Thoibok thankfully sprinted in and blocked the strike, activating his mimicry and flash step skills. Watching the vicious monster drop dead, the young guy blurted out a seriously stupid line. "You just killed someone!" The thick smoke made Thoibok's voice sound much more intimidating than usual. "Calm down. These things are definitely not human." That harsh reality terrified the young man so much that his face turned pale green. Mutated beasts! Without even turning around to look at the messy scene, he simply offered a calm warning. "I know this is a lot to swallow right now, but explaining everything to you would be way too complicated. Long story short, all of you need to go back and hide. Unless you get an official notice, absolutely do not step outside." Those words were like a golden ticket to survive, sending the guy sprinting away. "Please be careful, master." After the frightened crowd finally scrambled off, Thobok frowned and muttered to himself, staring into the distance. "Zhang Ping is handling ISEKAI'd. I will take care of wiping out the rest of these fox monsters roaming the city." At that exact same moment, his large body was still lying completely flat on the ground. A short while later, Zhang Ping finally snapped out of his daze on the street. He immediately bolted upright, glancing around in total confusion as he processed the area. "Wait a minute, isn't this Mingzhou City?" Suddenly, the chaotic noise behind him grabbed Zhang Ping's full attention. Surrounded entirely by a massive pack of heavenly fox, Luo Shiyu's arrogant attitude had reached its absolute peak, just as I thought. I still hate this place as much as I always did. But now, it is finally all over. Her beautiful face did not even try to hide the pure, sinister evil slowly oozing out of her. So this is what it feels like to be totally liberated. As soon as she finished speaking, the monstrous crowd instantly faded into the void. Coincidentally, right after that dark illusion disappeared, Thoibok ran over to meet up with him. "Zhang Ping, why are you here? And what happened to ISEKAI'd?" Facing that rapid-fire questioning, he calmly replied with just a few blunt words. "He is dead." Before Thoibok could even process that shocking recap, his mind was forced to switch to a new topic. "Oh right. A moment ago, while I was purging the foxes in the city, I found that incubation cage we saw before. It was hidden right under the city lord's mansion. The heavenly fox definitely used that thing to rapidly multiply their monster army in a very short time. But don't worry, I already destroyed all of it." That lengthy explanation made Zhang Ping look visibly worried. Could it be? As if reading his exact thoughts, Thoibok quickly answered for him. Yes, that mysterious person was very likely here. The two heroes kept talking back and forth while steadily walking forward together. "What about all the other survivors?" "They are perfectly fine. I wiped out every last fox monster inside the city. We still have wounded allies back at the base, so let's head back now." Yeah. In a sparse, completely lifeless forest, the wind blew in strange, uneasy bursts. A group of Chu family members wearing dark cloaks were running for their lives, yet they still found time to curse loudly. That bastard Zhang Ping, and that completely cursed cleanup squad too. That divine beast we worked so painfully hard to awaken was ultimately destroyed by them in the end. Stop dwelling on what already happened. At least we actually managed to survive. Fortunately, the oldest guy was also the most rational, desperately trying to keep the shattered morale of the younger generation from entirely collapsing. As long as we are breathing, the Chu family can rise back up 1,000,000 times. When that day comes, we will absolutely take back everything that belongs to us. But halfway through their desperate escape, they were suddenly blocked by someone, leaving them totally stunned. "My lord, looking at the Mao. If you just grant us a little more power, my lord, we can definitely crush Zhang Ping and take back Mingzhou City." But his bone-chilling reply instantly froze the entire group in pure shock. "Whoever said I was going to help you? You have already lost." A raging, powerful fire suddenly erupted all over the masked man's body. Total failures should just disappear. Controlled by this heartless killer, the intense flames quickly incinerated the useless rats who could not even get the simple job done. He waited until their tragic, agonizing screams finally ended. Then, he chuckled to himself and spoke his true thoughts aloud. "I never expected you to actually survive until the very end. That honestly makes me both surprised and absolutely thrilled. It is time to take back this entire world." He smiled arrogantly at the sky as his hand effortlessly crushed the Dasoa mask into pieces. "Another me, huh? His pitch-black cloak then vanished, revealing a body overflowing with dark aura. Zhang Ping, is it? Meanwhile, Thu Trung was busy using the BMAP tech suit to handle the giant dragon right in front of him. Looking visibly annoyed, he grumbled under his breath. I knew it. In the end, all these annoying little side chores always fall into my lap. The scene shifts to a massive, sprawling cemetery. ISEKAI'd man stands quietly in front of a tombstone, tightly gripping a bouquet of flowers. Even though heavy tears are welling up, she still forces a warm smile. Oh, mother. ISEKAI'd man gently set the bouquet of flowers down and broke the silence. Finally, Mingzhou City has returned to the way it used to be. Meanwhile, over at the Soul of Ironforge, Liu Se was hammering away, working hard on his latest project. Thiet Fong lounged nearby, casually puffing on a cigarette as he asked, Hey, Tu Tuong, when are we getting some food? She frowned, sighing helplessly. Didn't you literally just finish eating? Honestly, half the time I can't even tell if you are genuinely losing your memory or just faking it to get extra meals. The old man just chuckled, not saying another word. Just then, Luo Qingyu came rushing into the room, looking completely out of breath. Sister Tuong, where did Wang Jiamin go? Liu Se glanced over his shoulder. She left first thing this morning. Why? You need her for something? Sweating and visibly anxious, Luo Qingyu muttered to herself in sheer panic. Seriously, the promotion ceremony is about to start. Where on earth did she wander off to? The scene cuts to the city defense and patrol squad. Lai Tian stood tall, his voice echoing with absolute authority. Welcome, my new comrades in arms. It is an honor to have you join our city defense and patrol squad. Starting today, every single one of you will serve as the frontline force, guarding the safety of our great city. He narrowed his eyes, his tone turning dead serious. Together, we will protect the lights of every home. We will build a tomorrow that is far safer and brighter than today. The young cadets roared back in perfect unison. Yes, sir. We will never bring shame to the mission we have been given. The story shifts to another location. Zuo Xiangming threw a sharp, cold look over his shoulder. Did everyone pack enough gear? He then pointed straight ahead, issuing a grim warning to the rest of his strike team trailing behind. Even though Liang Gao Tuyet is dead, and most of Holy Ancestor Village's main forces were turned into undead monsters, we cannot drop our guard. A few survivors might have slipped through the cracks. We are heading back into the ruins of Holy Ancestor Village. Everyone must stay sharp, and absolutely zero reckless moves. Understood? The squad barked back a unified, Yes, sir! Zuo Xiangming's expression then softened into a heavy, sorrowful look as he openly sighed. I am getting too old for this. The future of our investigation squad really rests on the shoulders of young hunters like you. You all need to level up fast so I can actually retire and hand this squad over with some peace of mind. The team walking behind him panicked at his sudden gloomy words. Captain, they cried out. He instantly spun around, scowling at them. What is your problem? I just want to retire early so I can go home and play with my grandkid. Why are you all acting like I am about to drop dead? The squad stared at him, completely speechless. Meanwhile, the comic cuts to Manhwa. She was slumped over her desk, groaning in total defeat. We literally just solved the Heavenly Fox case. How is there still this much paperwork? When do I finally get a day off? Just then, Hua Qiet walked over, carrying a massive stack of case files. She offered a warm smile. Your wounds just finished healing. Be a good girl and go get some rest. We will take care of these documents for you. Lak Vi, standing right beside her, smiled and nodded. Manhwa beamed the second she saw them. Sister Hua, Lak Vi. Throwing her arms around both of them, she squeezed tight, completely thrilled. You guys are the best. I swear, you two are literally my saviors. Suddenly, she noticed Cece's group marching down the hall in the distance. Unable to hide her curiosity, Manhwa called out to them. Team leader, where are you guys heading off to? Kim Ba's face was dead serious as he replied. Someone spotted traces of the Chu family up north. We are heading out to verify the intel. That Chu clan is dangerously cunning. We have to wipe them out completely this time to secure our peace. The Manhwa shifts to Mingzhou Academy. A girl was giving instructions to a boy. Tomorrow morning, I need to report in to the city defense squad. You really don't need to wait for me. Standing outside the academy, Zhang Ping crossed his arms, deep in thought. Have I actually survived that much crazy stuff since then? He asked himself. Just then, Thoi Bok walked up, flashing a knowing smile. What is on your mind? Just feeling nostalgic about your good old school days? Zhang Ping glanced over his shoulder and chuckled. Well, look who it is. How does the city master have so much free time to come check up on me? Just taking a quick break from the chaos, Thoi Bok replied smoothly. Zhang Ping changed the subject. The requirement to level up to the king tier is clearing the land of trials and gathering enough faith. Right now, you have the absolute support of the citizens. I bet you will reach the king rank in no time. Thoi Bok dipped his head in a polite, respectful bow. That is entirely thanks to your massive help. On behalf of every single person in Mingzhou City, let me express my deepest gratitude to you once again. Thobok smiled a bit, probing further. So, are you absolutely sure you do not want an official hero ceremony? Honestly, the citizens of this city would love a chance to meet their great hero in person. Zhang Ping scratched the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. Yeah, I am going to have to pass. I am really not built for those flashy public events. His tone shifted, turning dead serious. The city might be safe for now, but that mysterious guy is still out there somewhere. If he was the one who raised Heavenly Fox from the shadows, then it is very possible a brand new Moon King could pop out of nowhere someday. We cannot afford to let our guard down. Not yet. Thobok firmly nodded in agreement. You are completely right about that. He turned back to the young man with a bright smile. In short, we are going to rely heavily on you in the future, Captain Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping smirked, completely confident. You got it. Zhang Ping had officially been promoted to captain of the new cleansing squad. Just then, two people marched up to them. A furious girl pointed her finger straight at Thobok and screamed, Found you! What the heck are you doing out here? The two dragged the mighty city master away while he desperately shrieked back at them. I have not slept for 2 solid days. Just give me a 5-minute break. The girl totally ignored his pleas, snapping back without hesitation. Not happening. You have a mountain of documents waiting for your approval. Watching this miserable scene unfold, Zhang Ping broke out in a cold sweat. Thank God I turned down that offer to be Vice City Master. That looks like pure torture. The story cuts back to Holy Ancestor Village. The ruins were an absolute nightmare, with mangled bodies scattered everywhere across the dirt. Zhuo Xiangming and 2 other hunters pushed forward. Flocks of black crows pecked aggressively at the endless sea of rotting corpses left behind in the massacre. The team slowly stepped inside a ruined house. Zhuo Xiangming waved his hand, clearing away the thick black smoke lingering in the air. This is easily the nicest room in the entire village. Li Yao Tuyet must have been the one living here. He crouched down, running his fingers through the strange debris scattered across the floorboards. He frowned. There is indoor coal here, used for starting a fire. Zhuo Xiangming picked up a chunk of the burnt coal, his voice grim. Li Yao Tuyet definitely did not do this. And the only psycho capable of living here, surrounded by all these rotting corpses, is a survivor from Holy Ancestor Village. Someone actually slipped through. Just then, a scout jogged over, holding out an empty glass bottle. Captain, I found something. This is medicine straight from Mingzhou City. He took the bottle and studied it closely. The glass is completely clean, and the smell is fresh. Someone dropped this very recently. Zhuo Xiangming immediately snapped his head up, barking out urgent orders. Go alert the city master right now. It is highly likely the remaining survivors of Holy Ancestor Village have been secretly contacting someone inside our city walls. The rest of the team stays here with me. We are digging for more clues. The scout saluted sharply. Yes, sir. The Manhwa abruptly cuts to the Chudaihao pharmacy back in Mingzhou City. The entire shop had been completely trashed. The woman wept bitterly, overcome with grief. My husband was an honest man who kept his head down. He never made enemies with anyone. Why did this happen to him? Luo Qingyu stood beside her and quickly assured the widow. Miss True, my deepest condolences. The patrol squad will definitely uncover the truth behind this tragedy, but we need your full cooperation. Just then, a young man hurried over to them. He furrowed his brows and whispered, Vice Captain, the initial autopsy results just came in from the lab. Boss Chu probably didn't burn to death. Luo Qingyu gasped in shock. What did you say? She immediately shoved a thick stack of documents into the rookie's hands. Sprinting away from the scene, she looked back and shouted a strict order. I'm leaving this spot to you. Comfort, Miss True. The young man froze in place, wearing a completely blank expression as he struggled to process what had just happened. Yes, ma'am! Luo Qingyu rushed straight toward the forensic examination room. Suddenly, her pupils shrank to pinpricks, reacting to a shocking sight right in front of her eyes. Luo Qingyu stepped forward, totally confused. Zhang Ping, what are you doing here? Zhang Ping glanced over his shoulder and replied, I got a tip. A report claimed they found a medicine bottle from Mingzhou City out in Holy Ancestor Village. Now that this incident happened here in the city, they might be connected. Right then, the forensic examiner stepped up to share the final autopsy results. The bones are severely crushed and deformed. This damage came from a massive force crushing him while he was still alive. If he was crushed after burning, the charred corpse would shatter differently. So, the fire was almost certainly set to cover their tracks. Luo Qingyu rubbed her chin, piecing it together. That makes sense. When the pharmacy caught fire, our patrol arrived at the scene instantly and put out the flames. But when we found the body, there wasn't a single trace of his soul left. He had clearly been dead for a while. She paused. According to his wife, Chu Daihao had 0 enemies, so who in the world could be this ruthless? Zhang Ping placed his hand right on the corpse and activated his king's evil detection skill. Instantly, a mysterious, echoing voice rang out, dripping with absolute contempt. What's so special about an awakened anyway? Soon enough, everyone will be awakened. Luo Qingyu stepped closer to check on his progress. Find anything? Zhang Ping glanced back and spoke up. I definitely heard a voice. But in this state, the corpse isn't enough to reconstruct the original scene. Take me to the pharmacy to look around. Without wasting another second, the two of them headed straight to Chu Dai Hao's ruined shop. Zhang Ping paced around the area, scanning the wreckage. Luo Qingyu stood nearby and shared her analysis. According to the patrol squad's official report, this shop was burned down until absolutely nothing was left. She reached into a charred cabinet and shared a serious deduction, but surprisingly, the safe was completely untouched. The killer wasn't after cash, and if the widow is telling the truth, a revenge killing is also highly unlikely. Zhang Ping waved his hand to the side. Since the killer's motive is still a mystery, this won't be an easy case to crack. Suddenly, a strange flow of mana drifted past them, instantly catching his attention. Zhang Ping tracked its movement and asked himself a question. Is this spatial energy? Luo Qingyu gasped in shock and yelled out, Spatial energy? Wait, could this be the work of the Moon King? Zhang Ping quickly shook his head. No, this energy feels completely different from the Moon King. Plus, I get the weird feeling I've seen it somewhere before. He furrowed his brows and activated his king's true sight. The glowing energy trail kept rushing forward into the distance. Tracking it, Zhang Ping made a call. I can actually trace where this magic is coming from. Come on, let's follow it and see. The scene shifted to a gloomy room. A blue-haired girl carefully carried a steaming bowl of medicine to the bedside and offered it up. Auntie, please drink your medicine. The brown-haired woman accepted the wooden bowl. She took a slow sip and sighed. The poison rotting my arm won't be cured anytime soon. She wiped her mouth, a deep scowl forming on her face. Lian Zhao Tuyet has been dead for ages, but she still haunts us. Do her people really plan to hunt us down until there's no one left? Suddenly, the brown-haired woman coughed up a harsh mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the young girl panicked and tried to calm her. Auntie, don't get so worked up. Just surviving this long is a blessing. Without warning, the heavy room door crashed open, making both of them flinch. Zhang Ping stormed inside, his voice booming with pure anger. I knew it was you two. Tell me the truth. He glared fiercely at the two women and raised his voice. The murder of Chu Dai Hao and the pharmacy fire. Was that your doing? Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes and growled. What kind of sick plot is Holy Ancestor Village pulling now? Hearing those threatening words, the two women instantly broke into a cold sweat, their faces turning incredibly guarded. Sweating nervously, Tunuk frantically tried to explain. Who is Chu Dai Hao? What plot? What pharmacy? We have absolutely nothing to do with any of that. We're literally just trying to survive here. Zhang Ping obviously wasn't buying it. He shot back immediately. Then why are you two hiding out in this filthy rat hole? His eyes locked onto the small bottle clutched in the girl's fingers. Plus, you're holding the exact medicine stolen from Chu Dai Hao's pharmacy. Before things could escalate, the brown-haired woman chimed in. Tuan-gok, step back. Let me handle this. Hearing her aunt step up, Tuan-gok looked mildly surprised. Auntie? She whispered. The older woman then confessed everything. Back when Ling Yao Tuyet went into seclusion, that crazy old bastard, Ta Huangmin, turned everyone in Holy Ancestor Village into raw materials to forge an undead army. I was almost turned into a mindless zombie myself. To survive, right after the undead legion was teleported into the dungeon zone, the two of us managed to escape the village. The brown-haired woman took a shaky breath. But the corpse poison that old maniac planted inside me eventually flared up. That's why I look like this rotting mess. She kept explaining her side. This medicine is the only thing slowing down my body's decay. We've just been using spatial magic to teleport inside, snatch the pills, and leave. The woman stared him down, swearing her innocence. As for the brutal attack at the pharmacy, we literally just found out about it today. There's no way we did that. Zhang Ping cast a quick glance to his side. Luo Qingyu, is she telling the truth? Luo Qingyu studied the desperate pair and calmly replied. There are zero fluctuations in her soul. She isn't lying to us. He locked eyes with her and pressed further. Then how did you know this specific medicine could stop your body from rotting? And what about the mystery pills showing up in Holy Ancestor Village? Are you involved in that? The older woman furrowed her brows, looking equally confused. Honestly, it is really strange. This exact formula was personally researched and crafted by Ta Huangmin himself. But when we fled to Mingzhou City, I realized a local pharmacy was stocking it. It even had a Made in Mingzhou label slapped on. At first, I assumed they were just visually similar. The woman's tone turned dead serious. But out of sheer desperation, I stole one to ease the pain. That's when I discovered its effects were utterly identical to Ta Huangmin's dark alchemy. She then spoke with complete honesty. As for the drugs scattered back in the village, we haven't set foot in that place for a long time. So no, we have absolutely nothing to do with that. Luo Qingyu flipped through a small logbook and brought up a solid point. According to our investigation, this specific medicine was exclusively sold at Chu Dai Hao's pharmacy, nowhere else. According to his public claims, the pills were purely meant to help awakened boost their cultivation speed. She shifted her gaze over to the women, but he certainly never mentioned anything about stopping a rotting corpse curse. Hearing this, Zhang Ping furrowed his brows in thought. Boosting cultivation? It sounds like this Chu Dai Hao guy wasn't just a simple merchant after all. He was probably tied to Holy Ancestor Village from the start, or maybe somebody was using him as a pawn. Honestly, this whole quest is way more complicated than I thought. The brown-haired woman then slowly stood up. Okay, look, I already told you everything I know about this. She stared straight ahead, begging for mercy. If you really need to take my life for revenge, fine, it's yours. But I am begging you, please spare Xiao Yu. Back in the Holy Ancestor Village, that kid never did a single bad thing to anyone. Beside her, Xiao Yu kept crying out, Auntie, please stop talking. Zhang Ping listened to this, his face falling into a deep, thoughtful silence. After a moment, he turned around and barked an order. Xingjiao, get in touch with the hospital. Take them away for isolation and medical treatment. Keep a very close watch on them. If they decide to cooperate with the investigation later and actually behave, I will find a way to completely cure both of them. She nodded and replied, Understood. The brunette woman broke into a cold sweat, her face completely masked in pure shock. Wait, you aren't going to kill us? Zhang Ping turned to walk away, explaining over his shoulder. Li Aoxu is already dead. Killing you two now will not change a single thing. Right now, we have much bigger problems that need our attention. Suddenly, she called out, Wait a second. Hearing that, he stopped and glanced back over his shoulder. The brunette woman took a breath and revealed her secret. I know Zuo Xiangming has a hidden room concealed somewhere inside the village. There might be some clues left down there. Cut to Zuo Xiangming's hidden secret room, where a team of hunters was already exploring the dungeon area. Cheng Bo simply reached out, gently pushing a single loose brick on the stone wall. Instantly, a heavy wooden trapdoor in the floor slowly groaned open. Old Bai wasted no time, tossing a lit torch straight down into the darkness. He stepped down the stairs, looking back to give a strict order. You two stay up here on guard. The rest of you, follow me down. Hearing the command, the squad shouted back in perfect unison, Understood! Right in front of them sat a bizarre creature, still wriggling inside a glass jar. The underground space was incredibly dark, reeking of damp mold. Old Bai scanned the creepy room, his face twisted in total confusion. Why does everyone in Holy Ancestor Village have such sick taste? Suddenly, two dark shadows materialized out of nowhere, making him jump. One of the figures lunged forward to attack. Seeing this, Old Bai roared at the top of his lungs, Enemy ambush! The attacker quickly wrapped a razor-thin wire tight around Old Bai's wrist. But Old Bai stayed perfectly calm, yanking his arm back to pull the guy closer. I've seen this cheap trick a million times, but the second he threw his counterattack, the man right in front of him just vanished into thin air. He gasped in shock. What? At that exact moment, another enemy crept out from the gateway. As they swarmed out, they kept muttering, Eliminate the intruders. Eliminate the intruders. Cheng Bo watched the trap spring, furrowing his brow as he yelled, We fell right into their trap.